In a parallel world, Blue Star, the year 2721. Qin Feng was assembling the components of his mech, occasionally glancing at the television. The battle of national fortune has descended. Who will ultimately become the guardian? We shall await the outcome with bated breath, announced a stunning host. Her brow furrowed with concern as she began to report other details. Having completed his assembly, Qin Feng quipped, "Who else could the guardian be but I, the transcendent with a golden finger?" His tone was undeniably arrogant and boastful. Tada! The mech was complete, the original Mark Series #1. Qin Feng donned the entire suit of armor, pacing back and forth within the room. Although merely a prototype, it operates seamlessly, devoid of any cumbersome sensation. I'm indeed a genius. Ding. Host level of narcissism and arrogance increased by 1 similarity to Iron Man increased by 2 reward received. All physical attributes increased by 10. Qin Feng grinned widely. Really? This actually works? He was not a native of Blue Star. Having traversed here mere days ago, upon arrival, he learned that this resource-scarce world was facing the advent of the battle of national fortune. Moreover, the entertainment industry in this realm was exceedingly underdeveloped. Anime and novels familiar from his previous life were absent, as were films and television. This scarcity stemmed from decades and centuries of warfare among hundreds of nations vying for resources. Such strife only exacerbated the depletion of resources. Name: Qin Feng. Age: 22. Strength: 65. The average for ordinary adults is 5. Agility: 64. Stamina: 66. Current persona: Iron Man. Current skill: Mark Series. #1 prototype. Similarity: 12. Upon opening his attribute panel, he indeed found that each attribute had increased by 10 points. Even without the mech, with tenfold the physical prowess of an average person, becoming the guardian should pose no problem. Qin Feng mused, when a prompt echoed in his ear. Congratulations, fortunate one. You have become the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. You have half an hour to prepare. Immediately, a countdown appeared before him. 29:59, 29:58. Simultaneously, nearly 20 billion people worldwide were witnessing this countdown. I truly am the guardian. Qin Feng's jest had unexpectedly turned into reality. He pondered for a moment, realizing he had little to prepare. Aside from 2 sets of commonly used tools, these tools were merely a result of his restless hands, fashioned for tinkering with mechanical devices. As for the maintenance of the mech, it relied entirely on his golden finger, the superb role-playing system. Through exploration of the system, Qin Feng discovered that the closer he resembled his role model, the more abilities he could acquire from that character. Additionally, he could receive other rewards. For example, while embodying Iron Man, for every 1 increase in similarity, all physical attributes would rise by 5 points. The countdown continued, and the rules of the Battle of National Fortune rolled across the screens before the public. 1.3 Guardians will be randomly selected from each of the 300 nations of Blue Star. The Guardians endeavor relentlessly to defend the nation's gates, striving to thwart the invasion of monstrous entities. Should a single beast breach the borders, the nation in the realm of reality will manifest 10,000 identical beasts. The Guardians, upon successfully safeguarding the gates, not only earn personal rewards, but also bestow corresponding benefits upon their nation. The battlefield is fraught with peril, yet it also brims with boundless opportunities. If the Guardians discover resources amidst the turmoil, their nation shall experience a 100-fold amplification of manifestation. It is imperative for the Guardians to seize these opportunities with diligence. Should the Guardians face total annihilation, their nation will incur a certain penalty in the event of death. All citizens of the nation may cast their votes to replace the Guardians or even resurrect them. However, once a vote for replacement is cast, the original Guardians cannot be revived. A gentle reminder: do not place your trust in the Guardians of other nations. Protecting your comrades is tantamount to safeguarding one's self-survival is paramount. Wishing you all the best of luck. In an instant, the world was shaken to its core. The keyboard warriors, who had been vigilantly monitoring the online realm, were suddenly thrust into a frenzy. Goodness, there are only 3 Guardians? How can we possibly manage this? Who are the Guardians? Quick, let's prepare some explosives for them. We're doomed. I never anticipated that the failure to guard would not only unleash monsters, but also bring collective punishment upon us. Why is this happening? I don't want to die. Simultaneously, the machinery of the 300 nations of Blue Star operated at full throttle, seeking out their respective guardians. The Dragon Kingdom was no exception, urging the three guardians to report themselves across nearly all public channels. The National Defense Department was overwhelmed, with the phone ringing incessantly. What? No one has reported yet? Then investigate. What are you all doing? Even if it's like searching for a needle in a haystack, get to it. Finally, the first guardian has reported in, with only 3 minutes remaining. Prepare some weapons for him quickly. What? He's a Taoist. 3 minutes later, pillars of light ascended across Blue Star, enveloping nearly 1,000 guardians. Qin Feng was no exception. His surroundings blurred momentarily, and he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Is this the battlefield of national fortunes? Behind him, aside from 3 houses, there existed nothing but a luminous screen in front of the buildings. He surveyed his surroundings. A desolate expanse greeted his eyes. The light screen measured approximately 20 meters in width and 10 meters in height, adorned with the 2 prominent characters, Dragon Nation. Is this the National Gate? Chapter 2. Eccentric teammates. As Qin Feng grumbled, 2 beams of light materialized beside him. When the light dissipated, 2 figures emerged. Huh? Where on earth is this place? Exclaimed a girl from Sichuan, her innocent expression scanning the surroundings. The other figure was a Taoist priest in his 50s, exuding a calm demeanor as if he had seen it all before. However, Qin Feng was far from composed upon seeing them. Sister Baobao? Uncle Gio? The 2 turned their heads in unison, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. You recognize me? Asked the young man, while the Taoist inquired. This young man knows the poor Taoist? Dressed in mecha armor, Qin Feng could only be identified by his voice, and the Taoist pondered, This hunk of metal seems manageable. Young man, why don't you step out? I wish to have a chat. At that moment, virtually all 5 billion citizens of Dragon Nation were glued to their phones or television screens. Are these 3 our guardians? We're doomed. We're finished, exclaimed one voice. What on earth? A hunk of metal, a cute girl, and an old man? Did the uncle get lost in the wrong scene? We're definitely in trouble this time. We need to vote for new guardians. Meanwhile, the National Warfare Department was operating at full speed. Within 10 minutes, they managed to gather background information on the 3 individuals. Qin Feng, a recent mechanical engineering graduate and mecha enthusiast, Sister Baobao, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, possessing terrifying physical capabilities, and Lin Jiao, a descendant of the Maoshan school of Taoism, a rare legacy adept in geomancy and demon slaying. Looking at the files in his hands, the head of the National Warfare Department felt overwhelmed. The fate of the nation was inexplicably entrusted to such a trio. Behind him, military leaders wore expressions of exasperation. After training soldiers for 1,000 days, we find ourselves sidelined when it's time to deploy them. None of the guardians are from the military. At least one should have been chosen from our ranks. A recent graduate, a young girl, and what is this? A Taoist? What kind of farce is this? The generals shook their heads in disbelief. The files of the 3 were classified as top secret, and all online information regarding them was swiftly erased. Furthermore, their families were to be placed under protection. The National Warfare Department acted quickly, ensuring that any public records of the trio were nearly obliterated. A few minutes later, a subordinate reported, Director, we could not find any family information for Qin Feng and Sister Baobao. However, we did manage to trace Lin Jiao's family background. But he is the sole survivor of the Lin clan. The rest have perished. This further exacerbated the headache for the director of the National Warfare Department. What do you mean we can't find anything? Are they born from stone? The generals began to realize the implications. If the Guardians had families on Blue Star, they might feel a sense of obligation to protect the homeland. But being solitary souls, they would have no ties to hold them back in the chaos of battle. We cannot rely on these 3. We must prepare for the impending monster onslaught. The generals and the department heads engaged in a fervent discussion, prompting immediate action from all major military districts. Meanwhile, the keyboard warriors were busy digging into the personal details of 3 individuals. However, apart from Qin Feng's modest background, information regarding Bauer and Uncle Gio was nearly non-existent. I find it quite perplexing that, in this day and age, there are still individuals who do not venture online. One remarked, "The only one we can find is this Qin Feng, who is tucked away in a metal contraption, a mechanical engineering major, and a mech enthusiast. The other two remain shrouded in mystery. Is this mech enthusiast merely indulging in self-entertainment within his iron shell? Is this toy meant to guard the nation's borders?" The online community expressed their dissatisfaction with the three chosen representatives, deeming them utterly inadequate compared to the guardians of other nations. The trio from Eagle Sauce Country included 2 Special Forces operatives and a female scientist. As for Cherry Blossom Country, they presented a current police officer and 2 members of the Self-Defense Forces, one of whom held the rank of colonel in the Air Force. The boastful Kimchi Country outdid itself, selecting 3 defenders who were all black belt Taekwondo professionals. Upon witnessing the peculiar trio from Dragon Country, netizens from the 3 nations flocked to mock and deride them. Ha ha ha, a college student, a simpleton, and a charlatan. Dragon Country is in for trouble. Another chimed in. A mech? Though it may seem crude, it should be vastly superior to a turtle shell. Dragon Country must be preparing to confront domestic monsters. Also, prepare to vote for a replacement defender. Ha ha ha. You cheeky kimchi, stealing from our country. What business is it of yours how Dragon Country operates? Tend to your own master. Indeed, one person with 2 dogs. What's the fuss about? No wonder others laugh at us. We can only blame ourselves for being inept. Look at how well equipped they are, and what have our 3 prepared. Chapter 3. Talent Lottery. The online spectators observed the trio on the screen as they deliberated the allocation of their defenses. Aside from Uncle Gio, who donned his gear, Qin Feng carried a toolbox, while Bauer appeared nearly empty-handed, with a wrinkled bag that seemed to house an unknown item. However, Bauer cheerfully announced, "I have prepared something." The audience responded with bewildered expressions. What could it be? To their astonishment, she produced a shovel from the bag. The crowd nearly erupted in exasperation. You've got to be kidding. Just a shovel. And a rather ordinary one at that. What on earth is she planning to do? Play in the sand? Uncle Ji was equally flabbergasted. Yet, Qin Feng never underestimated Bauer. She continued to elaborate on her abilities. Apart from the 18 styles of awe, my greatest skill is burying people. At this, even Uncle Gio could not contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. And you, Qin Feng? What skills do you possess? He inquired. I can pilot a mech, the latter replied. A mech, how splendid. Uncle Gio maintained his composure, refraining from reprimanding anyone. In that case, I shall take the most dangerous position at the front, while I ask Qin Feng to guard the second line of defense, and little sister can watch the entrance. How does that sound? He designated the most perilous role for himself, leaving Bauer in the rear. Should the 2 men fall, it would matter little where Bauer was positioned. Of course, this was Uncle Gio's perspective, as well as that of the other citizens. Qin Feng, naturally, was not willing to back down. He aimed to enhance his strength through combat and increase his similarity. Master Gio, I am young and safe within the mech. Allow me to take the forefront. Sister Bao nonchalantly responded, It matters not to me. You can retreat when danger arises. With me here, there is no cause for concern. The entirety of Long will watch the 3 lively characters bicker, and aside from making quips, they could only prepare for the impending monster onslaught. At that moment, the battlefield prompt resonated in everyone's ears. The random talent lottery was commencing. The talents were categorized by color: gray, white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold, ranked from lowest to highest. The attribute point multiplication varied accordingly, with chances decreasing from abundant to scarce. One could upgrade talents through monster slaying. Once a guardian's talent was determined, it could not be altered. What? There's a talent lottery? What is this? Golden talents must be the strongest, but with the lowest probability, right? Suddenly, a spinning wheel appeared before the guardians. Almost all of them eagerly began to spin the wheel, Qin Feng included. More talents? Could this mean he possessed 2 golden fingers? He set the wheel in motion, and the lottery began. The gray area was the largest, followed by the white area, while the smallest was the gold area, scarcely wider than the pointer itself. Congratulations! You have drawn a purple talent, enhancing all physical attributes by 20. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He had not drawn gold. Where had his protagonist's halo vanished to? Was T gold meant for him? Ding. Host self-importance level and narcissism level. 1. Similarity to Iron Man. 2. Reward received. All physical attributes increased by 10. Qin Feng mused, it seems not so grave. Enhancing similarity will suffice. Gold talents only yield a boost of 50. Drawing gold would grant him tenfold the physical prowess of an ordinary person. Strength, agility, and endurance all multiplied by 10. As he pondered, Sister Bao giggled, little brother. Look at me. I drew white. Her tone was filled with delight. Qin Feng was speechless. White was merely a 4. Yet, it seemed trivial to her. Even a slight enhancement, gold or not, appeared inconsequential for Sister Bao. I am also purple, just like Brother Qin. Master Jiao exclaimed, exceedingly elated. In the battlefield of national fortune, to gain such an opportunity, he feared his Dao skills would advance significantly. Fortunately, the abundant spiritual energy here made it an excellent place for cultivation. Spiritual energy? Qin Feng frowned, about to inquire further when Sister Bao interjected, indeed. It feels much easier to breathe here, abundant with qi. Seeing Qin Feng's puzzled expression, Master Jiao elaborated. Qi, also referred to as spiritual energy or essence, exists in varying degrees throughout the universe. Qin Feng could not comprehend their discourse, nor could he sense the presence of qi. Nevertheless, his mech was sufficiently adequate for now. If his similarity continued to rise and he obtained a 50-nanometer mech, that would be exhilarating. Such a machine could confront even the purple sweet potato essence, rivaling divine beings. He chuckled in anticipation. If I can cultivate the aura of Uncle Jiao and Sister Bauer, then when other cultivators from different realms see me, they shall kneel and sing of their submission. The first wave of the National Fortune Battlefield Assault will commence in 3 hours. Guardians, please make your final preparations. The battlefield alert rings out once more. Qin Feng suggests, there are still a few hours left. Let us take some time to rest. Sister Bauer yawns, indeed. I haven't even had a moment's sleep before being summoned here. I shall return for a midday nap first. Chapter 4. Rise and Shine. Uncle Jiao responds. That sounds reasonable. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and I should be able to unleash the power of my lightning talismans. The 3 of them each select a house and enter to rest. Ta-da! Qin Feng pilots his prototype towards his humble abode. Just as he speaks, keyboard warriors online begin to stir. Look, that tortoise shell can actually move. So what if it can? It's still just a toy. Sister Bauer is so adorably silly. Pulling a white talent and still has the time for a nap? I thought purple luck was exceptional, but look at the Eagle Nation, they have 2 reds. Comparing people can be infuriating. Alas, good people do not live long. While calamities endure for a millennium, the talents from the Pickled Cabbage Nation are quite impressive as well. Let us not be too harsh, have a bit of faith in them. The Taoist spoke with such conviction. Perhaps there is some genuine skill behind it. True. If it were you or me, we might end up with a great talent, with attributes barely worth mentioning. Indeed, look at the neighboring nation of India. With 2 grays and 1 green, that is truly unfortunate. At this moment, the Dragon Nation's National Warfare Department has the highest authority across the country, actively mobilizing military supplies in preparation for the impending monster onslaught. Even the 80 to 90 million militia have been organized. In contrast, the Eagle Nation, Pickled Cabbage Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation remain relatively calm, continuing their songs and dances. The higher-ups sip their coffee, enjoying the spectacle from the Dragon Nation. Is there still no way to contact Colonel George? The lead official of the Eagle Nation sips his coffee with a contented expression. These past few months, today has likely been the most relaxed. The 3 selected Guardians are not only elite members of the Empire, but have also drawn nearly the highest talents. The multitude of advanced weaponry they brought may prove to be of little use. What delights him most is that the Dragon Nation is in trouble, a significant trouble. Nothing brings more joy than witnessing the Dragon Nation's distress. Mr. Lead Official has tried various methods to reach out but has been unable to connect. It seems that mysterious battlefield exists in a realm separate from ours. Mr. Lead Official furrows his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. At this moment, a member of the think tank steps forward, saying, Mr. Lead Official, the physical capabilities of Colonel George and his 2 companions have been enhanced to nearly 8 times that of an average human. What monsters could they possibly not contend with? Haha, Mr. Lead Official chuckles. Indeed, let us switch the feed to the Dragon Nation's live stream, and enjoy their misfortunes. As the scene shifts, they see only the empty national gates and 3 houses. To protect individual privacy, the interior of the rooms cannot be broadcast. However, it does provide Qin Feng with some operational space. Name: Qin Feng. Age: 22. Strength: 95. The average for an ordinary adult is 5. Agility: 94. Stamina: 96. Current character: Iron Man. Current skill: Prototype series. No. 1. Similarity: 14. Gazing at his attribute panel, Qin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. With a similarity score reaching 14, he pondered when he might acquire a new suit of armor. The prototype series was limited in combat capability and rather cumbersome, weighing a staggering 680 kilograms despite being crafted from a copper, iron, and magnesium alloy. Furthermore, its offensive options were scarce. What truly tempted him was Jarvis. Possessing an artificial intelligence assistant would undoubtedly alleviate his burdens. Time passed swiftly, and within 3 hours, night had fallen. The National Defense Battlefield announced that the first wave of monsters would arrive in 10 minutes, urging the Guardians to prepare. Although this was merely a trial, successful defense would still yield rewards. Should more than half of the monsters breach the national borders, it would be deemed a failure, resulting in a 3-year reduction of life for all citizens. The battlefield alert resonated in the ears of everyone present. Qin Feng donned his armor and exited his chamber. Before him stood Uncle Gio, already poised at the national gate. He had drawn an unknown array-like symbol, appearing quite serious. In the pitch-black night, aside from the glow emanating from the national gate, only the 2 bonfires lit by Uncle Gio remained. Even so, the visible distance did not exceed 20 meters. Where is Sister Bao? Just as he hesitated, a series of snoring sounds echoed from the adjacent room. Qin Feng thought to himself, is she really that carefree? He knocked on the door and called out, Sister Bao, it's time to wake up and get to work. Sister Bao rubbed her sleepy eyes and glanced out the window, exclaiming, what? I've slept so long that it's already dark? Realizing the impending onslaught, she reluctantly rose from bed. Observing this scene, the citizens of the Dragon Nation on Blue Star shook their heads in despair. I can't believe it. It seems I'm destined for a 3-year shorter life. All thanks to those 3. While others have been fortifying defenses for the past 3 hours. At least they've placed some logs in front of the gate. What about them? They are sound asleep. Sigh, comparing people leads to despair. Comparing goods leads to dispossession. We must change the Guardians. There is no room for negotiation. Chapter 5. Foreign Zombies. The barrage of comments was predominantly filled with curses. Over the past 3 hours, nearly all Guardians had been diligently preparing for battle, except for those from the Dragon Nation. On the battlefield, Qin Feng and Sister Bao joined Uncle Gio. What is this? Sister Bao inquired curiously, wanting to pick up the ropes inscribed with the array on the ground, but was stopped by Uncle Gio. This is the 7-star hammer formation that I have inscribed, using corpse-binding ropes as material. Anyone who steps into the formation will be ensnared. Even if my strength is lacking, it can still buy us a little time, Uncle Gio explained. Excellent, Qin Feng praised. Then I shall trouble you, Taoist, to guard the second line of defense while I advance to the front. Before Uncle Gio could object, Qin Feng, encased in his heavy armor, marched forward. The sky had darkened, and Bauer sat weakly before the national gate, feeling ravenous. According to their prior agreement, she was the last line of defense. For Bauer, with the outside world engulfed in darkness, there was little to entertain her. Her primary concern was her gnawing hunger. Linjiu let out a heavy sigh, resigned to accompany the 2 young individuals. The countdown began. 0030, 0029. The battlefield alert echoed through the air. 10 seconds remained. The trial onslaught was about to commence. Featuring 5 night demons of the lowest tier. Esteemed Guardian, we wish you luck. From previous knowledge, they understood that the monsters and resources on the battlefield, as well as the reward tiers, were categorized from lowest to highest as Tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the highest being Tier 8. The trial onslaught involved the least formidable monsters, the Night Demons. Upon hearing the term Night Demons, Qin Feng felt a jolt of alarm. Night Demons? Were they not akin to the zombies from I Am Legend? And now, 5 of them were approaching. This spelled disaster for Blue Star. Yet, He remained unperturbed by the night demons. Even facing 50, he felt confident in holding his ground. Their attack power was low, but their speed was astonishing. And the cumbersome number 1 could hardly contain them. However, with Jiao Shu behind him and Bao maintaining order, Qin Feng felt assured. His concern lay not with the night demons, but rather with whether the other guardians could hold the line, given the sheer number of national gates, 300 in total. Among them were unfortunate nations whose 3 guardians had all drawn the gray-white talent, resulting in only modest enhancements to their physical capabilities. Should any night demons breach the national gates, the game mode of zombies would ensue on Blue Star. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine. The guardians sharpened their blades, and the populace of Blue Star, along with its leaders, grew anxious. Night demons? What sort of creatures are they? I don't know. I've never heard of them. Just 5 seconds left. And we'll finally see what these night demons are like. I'm so nervous. Nervous? The outcome is already determined. We're about to lose 3 years off our lives. Just then, a series of roars erupted from the screen, causing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. On the battlefield, Qin Feng pressed forward. Undeterred by the cacophony of roars, stepping into the shadows. Qin Xiaogu, don't go in. Jiao Shu exclaimed, alarmed. In the light. He could assist if something went amiss, but what could he do in the darkness? He still had to guard the national gate. With a series of roars, Bao's interest was piqued. These night demons seem rather entertaining. I'm curious to see how fierce they truly are. In the darkness, Qin Feng felt the roar closing in on him. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and his mech's right arm unleashed a torrent of flames. One night demon had crept within mere meters of him. With a howl, the night demon caught fire, rolling on the ground in a frenzy. Taking advantage of the flames, Qin Feng spotted the other 4 night demons. With a swift motion of his right arm, he ignited 2 more. The ground soon bore 3 additional bonfires. Qin Xiaogu. Well done, Lin Jiu exclaimed, filled with elation. Initially, one might have presumed that the teammate was merely a hindrance, yet to their astonishment, they proved to be exceptionally capable. Equally astonished were the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, who gazed wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, utterly incredulous. They were so taken aback that they momentarily forgot to comment in the chat. On the battlefield, the other 2 night demons adeptly maneuvered, flanking Qin Feng as they dashed towards the national gate. Lin Jiu retrieved 2 corpse-binding talismans, pondering whether they would be effective against these foreign zombies. Observing this, Qin Feng cautioned, "Be careful, Taoist. Their toxins are contagious. Unlike traditional zombies, these were creatures controlled by a virus, rendering the talismans ineffective." Concerned for Lin Jiu's safety, Qin Feng activated the flying mechanism. Instantly, the jet boots emitted 2 brilliant beams of white light, cutting through the darkness with remarkable brilliance. The cumbersome machine struggled to ascend. Bauer, filled with excitement, was wide awake, exclaiming, "This iron contraption is indeed entertaining. It can fly. I want to ride too." In midair, Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration. Can we not be serious? We're in the midst of battle. He maneuvered the mech, targeting a zombie a few meters away. With a thunderous crash, the nearly 700-kilogram behemoth descended, crushing the zombie beneath its weight, turning it into a mere pile of mush. The final zombie, the swiftest of the lot, was on the verge of escaping into the illuminated area of the bonfire. Qin Feng raised his left hand, launching a micro-penetrating missile. With a swift whoosh, the pin-sized missile shot straight toward the last zombie. An explosive roar followed, obliterating the final zombie into a cloud of debris. Lin Jiu stood, utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Is that it? My formation has even come into play yet? With a peach with sword in his right hand and several corpse-binding talismans fluttering in his left, he remained poised. Qin Feng returned with a nonchalant stride. As the sounds of sizzling zombies crackled behind him, a suave man never glances back at explosions, even if they don't occur. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully piloted the first mech in a manner reminiscent of Iron Man. Your character portrayal similarity has increased to 20. Reward. Mech number 3 is now available for collection. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could barely contain his excitement. A direct reward of mech number 3? My Jarvis is coming to life. This mech not only boasted an artificial intelligence assistant, but also offered an array of offensive capabilities. Most importantly, its power system had been upgraded to an arc reactor. "You're so fierce. Your mech is so much fun," Valor exclaimed as she approached. The scent of charred remains wafting through the air. "It smells so good," she said, swallowing hard as her stomach grumbled. This scene captivated the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, leaving them both astonished and awestruck. Who was it that said Qin Feng's metal lump was a toy? A comment floated across the screen. The chat erupted like a match thrown into gunpowder. "Wow, Qin Feng is incredible. Anyone who speaks ill of Qin Feng will have to answer to me. Qin Feng. The young hero is truly remarkable. The mech is incredibly cool. Has it ended before it even began? I have yet to witness the Taoist's prowess. Alas, my 3-year lifespan has been preserved. I hereby declare that Qin Feng shall henceforth be my husband. Anyone who dares to contest this shall face dire consequences." To the commenter above, what if Qin Feng turns out to be an eyesore? Impossible. How could an unattractive individual be chosen as a guardian? Is no one paying attention to what my wife just said? She is actually salivating at the sin of charred zombies. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Nation rejoices, the 3 guardians from Eagle Sauce Nation, led by Colonel George, stand ready with an array of weapons. Lieutenant David and Dr. Ginny are approaching. Fear not. There are only 5 night demons. Despite his words, he cannot help but swallow nervously, nor can his companions. Especially Dr. Ginny, a distinguished scientist, now tasked with being a guardian. Fortunately, she arrived equipped with several large bags of firearms, though her experience with weapons is limited, leaving her with merely a handgun for self-defense. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, thinking of her nearly 10-fold enhancement in physical prowess and the presence of 2 Special Forces soldiers by her side. A roar erupted from the darkness. Lieutenant David, gripping a Gatling gun with a chain of bullets draped over his robust arm, declared, "No matter if it's a night demon or a white demon, as soon as it shows itself, I will unleash fire upon it. The first kill reward shall be ours." He was so exhilarated that saliva flew from his mouth. Another roar echoed from the darkness, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps. Just then, a notification about the national battle resounded in the air. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Guardian Qin Feng for achieving the first kill in the trial. First kill reward: 5 to all attributes, 100 stone, 100 wood, 100 steel. Upon receiving this notification, all Guardians lost their composure. I haven't even seen what the Night Demon looks like, and Dragon Nation has already secured the first kill? What gives? Damn it. The Night Demon has emerged. Open fire, open fire. Conserve ammunition. We cannot replenish it. It seemed that cold weapons would serve better. Thankfully, I had the foresight to bring a military knife. Among all the Guardians, the most astonished were those from Eagle Sauce Nation. What is happening? Did they truly achieve the first kill? Damn, the Night Demon has appeared. Watch my Gatling gun. Before the gates of Eagle Sauce Nation, fluorescent light illuminated a distance of about 10 meters. As the Night Demons charged forward, they finally laid eyes on the enemy. Fortunately for Dragon Nation, Lingio had ignited 2 bonfires in advance, vastly expanding their visibility. Additionally, Qin Feng had taken the initiative to engage several dozen meters ahead, thus encountering the enemy nearly half a minute before the other Guardians. Furious at having the first kill snatched away, David angrily tightened his finger on the trigger. The Gatling gun unleashed a torrent of fire, bullets cascading like raindrops. In the night sky, hundreds of bullets almost formed a line as they were directed toward the 5 night demons. What mere night demons? Perish. Perish. Chapter 7. Victory. Dragon Nation in ecstasy. Colonel George, witnessing the scene, narrowed his eyes. It appeared the night demons were not as formidable as they seemed. Aside from their significantly increased speed compared to ordinary humans, their defenses were surprisingly weak. A sweep from the Gatling gun shattered them effortlessly. "All right, conserve ammunition," Colonel George ordered. When they transmitted, only equipment that could be lifted by 2 hands could be sent together. Thus, even though the Guardians had prepared ammunition, it was exceedingly limited. Although the battlefield of national warfare offered talents beyond expectation, the Guardians were reluctant to take risks and engage closely with the zombies. 5 night demons were almost pulverized by David. Frustrated, David withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Huh? That was exhilarating." Dr. Jenny let out a long sigh, realizing it was not as daunting as she had thought. Meanwhile, in front of the Dragon Kingdom's gate, Sister Bauer tapped the prototype machine's head and called out, "Hey there. Come out. I want to ride your iron crab." Qinfeng replied, "Crab? Sister Bauer, that is not a crab, and didn't you say you excelled at burying people? Why not start by burying those corpses?" "Oh, truly. I almost forgot without you reminding me. I'll come back to ride your machine after." With enthusiasm, Sister Bauer hoisted a shovel and dashed off to bury the bodies. Lin Jiao approached, complimenting, "Brother Qin, the mech you created indeed possesses formidable combat power. I underestimated you." "You flatter me, Uncle Jiao. No matter how powerful the mech, we must collaborate closely. There may be other demons lurking ahead." "Indeed," Qinfeng concurred. Almost 10 minutes later, the battlefield broadcast reverberated through the skies. The first wave of trials had concluded, and the second wave would arrive in 3 days, with the map undergoing updates. In an instant, the environment around the hundreds of gates scattered across the national battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. A rumbling sound emanated from beneath the ground. The earth shook violently, akin to an earthquake. Within a radius of several dozen meters, fresh grass sprouted from the earth. In the unseen darkness, leaves rustled. The sound of flowing water accompanied distant beastly roars. This place was indeed wondrous. It could alter its environment. Lin Jiao was utterly astonished. Qinfeng, too, had not anticipated that each wave of impact would bring about a change in the surroundings. "Hey, where did my goods go?" Sister Bauer, carrying the shovel, hurried towards several zombie corpses, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished. The map generation was complete, and the fog was successfully formed. Surrounded by the war fog, Lin Jiao gradually lost sight of Sister Bauer. "Little girl, come back quickly. The fog has rolled in. Be careful of any strange occurrences." Qinfeng remained remarkably calm. He believed that despite the potential for unexpected events, Sister Bauer's strength would see her through. A friendly reminder: new map, new resources. Once resource points are successfully occupied, the corresponding country will receive enhanced manifestations of those resources. In 3 days, the second wave of impact will arrive. All Guardians should prepare for battle. The announcement echoed once more over the national battlefield. Such astonishing changes left those on Blue Star, who were staying up late to watch the live broadcast, utterly amazed. "Wow, what a remarkable tactic. Water. I can hear the sound of a river. There must be plenty of fresh water. If we can bring it back to our hometown, it should lower the prices, right?" Indeed, there should be many other resources besides fresh water on the national battlefield. Lord Qinfeng, don't rest. Hurry and seize the resources. Hundreds of billions of people stayed up late, likely creating a new world record. No one concerns themselves with such records. What the people truly care about is the outcome of the initial wave of the competition. The results of the contest were presented before hundreds of Guardians. First place, Dragon Nation. They vanquished 5 night demons in 30 seconds, achieving a successful clearance with commendations and reward details. Second place, Eagle Nation. They also defeated 5 night demons but took 1 minute and 13 seconds, achieving a successful clearance with commendations and reward details. Third place, Sakura Nation. They eliminated 5 night demons in 5 minutes and 42 seconds, achieving a successful clearance with commendations and reward details. Once the results were announced, the rewards were promptly distributed. Qinfeng and his companions received 100 units of stone, 100 units of steel, and 100 units of wood. "What are these materials for?" Qinfeng murmured, somewhat perplexed by the rewards from the national battle. Upon seeing the results, the 3 Guardians from Eagle Nation were quite indignant. How did they accomplish this? Only 30 seconds? It took at least a minute for the zombies to emerge from the darkness, right? The burly David wiped his Gatling gun, expressing his frustration. His 2 teammates were equally curious about how Dragon Nation managed such a feat. While the Guardians could not view others' replays, those on Blue Star could. As soon as the results were unveiled, the entire world erupted in excitement, particularly when the national battle announcement echoed in everyone's ears. "Congratulations to the Dragon Nation. Your Guardians have received a commendation in the first wave of the assault, and your lifespan has been extended by 60 days. This news sent the keyboard warriors of Dragon Nation into a frenzy. "Oh my God, Dragon Nation is indeed impressive. First place and a commendation. 60 days added to our lifespan. What a windfall. Wow, brothers, it seems my illness has alleviated significantly. This is unfair. If the Guardians fail to defend, we lose 3 years of life. Yet if they succeed and receive a commendation, they gain 60 days. Chapter 8. Jarvis, truly satisfying, immersed in jubilation. The keyboard warriors replayed the moment of Qin Feng's extraordinary prowess repeatedly. My God, Qin is truly remarkable. My husband is so impressive. I can't take it anymore. I want to marry him. I didn't expect Qin's mech to appear rugged yet possess such formidable power. In stark contrast, the netizens from Eagle Nation and Sakura Nation felt a pang of envy. Where did his mech come from? I heard Dragon Nation has been secretly researching weapons. This must be one of their trump cards. Indeed, a concealed weapon of war. This is outrageous. The enemy is using a Gundam. While Eagle Nation and Sakura Nation simmered in envy, the netizens from Kimchi Nation had more pressing concerns. Among their guardians was a show-off who, when faced with zombies, chose to showcase his Taekwondo black belt skills instead of utilizing firearms. The result was a vicious bite. At this moment, outside the gates of Kimchi Nation, 2 others aimed their pistols at their teammate. Please, I still have a chance. Don't kill me. I have a wife and children. Please, don't. The battlefield rewards must include healing serum. Check your backpack. It has to be there. Facing their teammates, please. The 2 exchanged glances and slowly shook their heads. In the realm of the Kimchi Nation, netizens were mercilessly typing away at their keyboards. Fire. Quick fire. Yes, it's the blue talent. It's merely 10 points. Shoot. Otherwise, you will be in peril. Kill. Switch to a different guardian. Perhaps a new draw could yield an invincible golden talent. A flurry of comments urging immediate action streamed across the screen, with one suggestion of a redraw catching the attention of others. The calls for action intensified. Meanwhile, oblivious to the chaos erupting on Blue Star, the 2 representatives of the Kimchi Nation made a similar choice. Bang! A gunshot echoed as the injured guardian fell beneath the fire of a comrade. The Kimchi Nation suffered the loss of one guardian, leading to a near-unanimous national vote to select a new one. In comparison, the fate of the A3 Nation was dire. All 3 guardians possessed low talents, 2 of whom were homemakers, and they stood no chance against 5 Night Demons. Ultimately, the 5 Night Demons breached the gates of the A3 Nation. In the Dragon Nation of Blue Star, within the National Warfare Department, Director Li Tai was engaged in a meeting with a professor from the Mechanical Engineering College, where Qin Feng was a student. The professor had scrutinized the combat footage of Qin Feng's prototype numerous times, shaking his head in dismay. Director, with the current capabilities of Blue Star's machinery manufacturing, it is impossible to produce such a device. Forget mass production. Even a prototype cannot be created. An eminent mechanical expert chimed in. Indeed, Director Li. Not only is it unfeasible for this massive object weighing several hundred kilograms to take flight, even the action of jumping is unattainable. The instantaneous power required at the joints would need to reach an extraordinary level. Li Tai furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the terminology. The expert continued, it's akin to what you often refer to as explosive power. Upon hearing this, Li Tai felt a wave of despair wash over him. So, we cannot replicate Qin Feng's mech. The esteemed individuals in the room shook their heads in unison. This is puzzling. How did Qin Feng accomplish it? Could he be a mechanical genius? At that moment, an aide burst into the room in a state of urgency. Director, the gates of the A3 Nation have fallen, and 5 zombies have infiltrated. What? Li Tai's heart raced. Quickly alert the commanders of the various battle zones to prevent the zombies from breaching our borders. Despite Qin Feng's effortless dispatching of the 5 Night Demons, he was acutely aware of the brutal battles occurring at other borders. The footage depicted the Night Demons with a terrifying level of contagion, their movement swift, and their lethality and destructiveness were nothing short of horrifying. Just half an hour prior, a sudden surge of Night Demons had appeared across the A3 Nation. According to the rules of national warfare, there were at least 50,000 Night Demons within the borders of the A3 Nation. The failure to secure the gates would trigger a chain reaction of penalties, catching the A3 Nation completely off guard. In an instant, the A3 Nation was plunged into utter chaos, teetering on the brink of disarray. It was not only the A3 Nation, of the 300 national gates. At least 30 had been breached. Alas, Li Tai let out a long sigh. Merely the first wave of assault had plunged Blue Star into a protracted struggle against the night demons. What would happen next? On the blue planet, chaos reigned. Yet Qin Feng reveled in the thrill of the nation's war. Emerging from the prototype, he addressed the system, claimed the reward for machine number 3. A chime echoed. Reward has been dispensed. Please check. Host. Instantly, a brand new mech stood before Qin Feng. Haha, machine number 3, it has been too long. The nostalgic hue of tomato scrambled eggs delighted him further. He hastily donned the mech. Inside the helmet, lights flickered to life, accompanied by a gentle, refined voice. Sir, Jarvis is at your service. Chapter 9. The Fog of War. Qin Feng exclaimed joyfully. Jarvis, report on the status of machine number 3. Certainly, sir. Machine No. 3 possesses flight capabilities, currently equipped with a palm cannon, 6 fully loaded mini-missiles, 1 micro-armor-piercing round, and several disruption grenades. Furthermore, with the auxiliary systems included, it boasts automated combat functionality. Jarvis recounted the current equipment of machine number 3. Qin Feng listened intently, comparing it to his recollections. The discrepancies were minimal. The most lackluster feature seemed to be the automated combat system, as his personal attributes were nearly 20 times that of an ordinary human. A combat system devoid of autonomous driving was less effective than engaging in battle personally. However, the feature that truly piqued Qin Feng's interest was the ability to fly. The prospect of soaring through the skies to search for resources was astonishingly efficient. Jarvis, initiate functionality tests. Understood, sir. Instantly, the segments of the mech began to open and close with mechanical clicks, executing the diagnostic procedures. Data streamed forth continuously. After approximately 15 seconds, Jarvis reported, Sir, all systems are functioning normally. Excellent. Scan the locations of the national borders of other countries. I regret to inform you, sir, that the current world lacks satellite support for scanning. Qin Feng was taken aback. Indeed, without satellites overhead, Jarvis's capabilities were severely compromised. Can you scan the fog in front of the national borders? Let us see how many monsters lie within. 2 seconds later, a holographic projection materialized, revealing a small map. However, aside from his own location and the current national border, it was shrouded in darkness. Jarvis conveyed, I apologize, sir. The current scanning results are derived from the mech sensors, with an effective range of 20 meters. Nearby, aside from 3 humans, no other life forms have been detected. A mere 20-meter radius? Qin Feng pondered, ultimately satisfied with this outcome. At the very least, it indicated that the fog of war did not possess excessive obfuscation. It was simply ordinary mist. Conversely, with Jarvis providing alerts, even amidst the fog, he would face considerably fewer troubles than others. Mark the other 2 individuals, Jarvis. They are my teammates. Understood, sir. The profiles of Sister Bauer and Lingio have been recorded. Knock, knock, knock. As he was configuring Jarvis, Sister Bauer arrived and knocked at the door. Little brother, I'm so hungry. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Feng approached and opened the door. Oh, who are you? As the door swung open, Sister Bauer beheld Qin Feng clad in machine number 3. It is I, Qin Feng, dear Bauer. Bauer's eyes widened in astonishment. You are Qin Feng? Well, why has your mech transformed into scrambled eggs with tomatoes? She playfully tapped the head of Qin Feng's mech, exclaiming, it looks so cool. Far more appealing than the previous crab design. As Qin Feng opened the door, the viewers eagerly awaiting the live broadcast also beheld his new mech. Has the Great Qin updated his mech? Wow, so imposing, Great Qin. This mech is simply too stylish. Haha, my goddess says it resembles scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and indeed, with red and yellow, it truly is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. How adorable she is. This mech appears rather slender. Will it withstand attacks? It seems less formidable than before. I concur with the previous comment. It lacks a sense of power. You folks are truly hard to please. What did you say when you first saw Great Qin's mech? Ugly. A toy. Now that someone has upgraded, you complain it lacks a sense of strength. While the viewers debated, the National War Department was closely monitoring Qin Feng's every move. Li Tai instructed his subordinates. record every action of the new mech and send it to mechanical experts across the nation for analysis. Understood, chiefly, not only in the Dragon Country, but other nations in Blue Star that had not succumbed to the chaos of the undead were also intently observing Qin Feng's actions. After all, he was the most outstanding guardian in the previous wave of onslaught. In the Eagle Sauce Country, Kimchi Country, and Cherry Blossom Country, the online ridicule began anew. Hee. How unfortunate that he has created a visually appealing yet utterly useless mech. Indeed, it looks as if it were made of paper. I fear that a mere swipe from the Night Demon could shred his mech to pieces. Our new guardian is born, Samida. His talent is golden. The most powerful talent of all, Samida. The ultimate victory on the battlefield belongs to our cosmic nation. Get lost, you pathetic fools. You steal and claim it as your cosmic nation. How disgusting. Exactly. And what happens to our great Qin is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. In an instant, a verbal battle erupted among multiple nations. Fortunately, the information from the national war could only be transmitted unidirectionally. Amidst the chaos of Blue Star, the guardians on the battlefield remained blissfully unaware. Qin Feng turned to Bauer and said, I am somewhat hungry as well. Why don't you and Uncle Gio stay here while I go out to see if there is anything to eat? Bauer smiled brightly and nodded. All right. Thank you. Young man. Qin Feng waved his hand, saying there was no need for thanks. They were family. Subsequently, flames erupted from his palms and soles, and his body slowly ascended into the air. Bauer clapped her hands in delight. Wow, you're so fierce, young man. You can actually fly. This scene broadcasted live brought an abrupt silence to the previously chaotic Blue Star. Chapter 10. The Pig with the Wolf Fawn Club. Am I seeing things? The new mech of Great Qin can actually fly? Is someone being delusional? Didn't he, the previous mech, also have the ability to fly? Is it the same? I mean, this mech of Great Qin flies with such ease and freedom. Exactly. I believe this mech must be formidable. Otherwise, Great Qin wouldn't he have upgraded. I am indifferent. I merely wish to know why that girl, aside from her playful demeanor, seems only capable of directing my husband. Is she not capable of seeking sustenance for herself when hunger strikes? You must not speak of my wife in such a manner. To the two above, enough is enough. I perceive that not only is Sister Bao of little use, but even that Taoist from the ninth uncle is nothing more than a charlatan, feasting without purpose. Indeed, it is clear that these two laggards do not venture out for food, preferring instead to command a great chain, given that the Dragon Kingdom is utterly unprepared. Lacking not only weaponry but even the most basic provisions, other guardians are comfortably feasting at home while Qin Feng ventures out alone in search of sustenance. Jarvis. Continue scanning the surrounding area. In midair, Qin Feng plunged into the fog of war. Throughout his flight, he dared not accelerate too swiftly, fearing the sudden appearance of monstrous beings. Who could assure him that this peculiar place harbored no flying creatures? Understood, sir. Scanning is ongoing. Should any life forms be detected, they will be marked with red dots on the map. As the scanning radius expanded, the topography recorded by Jarvis grew increasingly intricate. The contours of mountains, even the density of forests, were vividly represented on the map. Qin Feng distanced himself further from the national borders, the sound of flowing water drawing ever closer. At last, a winding stream appeared on the map. Water. Without satellite support, Jarvis's scanning radius was a mere 20 meters. The appearance of the stream on the map indicated its proximity to Qin Feng. Moments later, he landed beside the brook. Great Qin has discovered a stream. Surely, with a stream, there must be fish? This is splendid. Now Great Qin has fish to consume. I say, a stream counts as a freshwater resource, does it not? Why then is there no notification indicating that the Dragon Kingdom has claimed this resource? Oh, I hadn't realized that until you mentioned it. On the battlefield, Qin Feng crouched beside the stream, cupping the water in his hands. Jarvis, analyze the water quality. Yes, sir. Water quality testing in progress. 10 seconds later, Jarvis reported, Sir. After testing, the stream water is fresh, non-toxic. The parasite content is below standard levels. It is safe for direct consumption. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled. He removed his mask and drank deeply from his cupped hands. After an entire day of toil, this was the first sip of water he had savored. Wow. So this is how Great Qin looks. He is quite handsome. Stars in my eyes. My husband is so dashing. I knew it, with such a melodious voice. How could Great Qin possibly be unattractive? After quenching his thirst, Qin Feng began to ponder how to claim this water resource. Yet, the battlefield offered no guidance on this matter, clearly designed to compel the Guardians to discover the means for themselves. He walked along the stream for a while. Even if he could not ascertain a method, guarding the water source should yield some edible finds, as all creatures require water. Qin Feng was certain of this. After a short distance, Jarvis cautioned, "Sir, 6 life forms detected at 3 o'clock." Qin Feng became alert. He observed on the minimap that, indeed, 6 red dots were clustered together at the far right edge. Merely a distance of 20 meters compelled Qin Feng to approach cautiously. He stealthily advanced, parting the underbrush to reveal a group of humanoid creatures resembling pigs, gathered around a flickering campfire. "Hiss! A monster! A monster!" exclaimed one voice. "There are 6 of them. Great God, Qin, run!" Another cried out. "Are they pigs or humans? Damn! They wield wolf-tooth clubs. I can't bear to look. I'm so anxious." Qin Feng gradually repositioned himself to ensure all 6 beasts were within his line of fire. Perfectly, there were 6, ripe for the taking. He softly commanded, "Jarvis, lock on with 6 mini-missiles." With a clicking sound, 2 armor plates on the shoulders of his mecha slid open, revealing 6 barrel-like appendages that extended slightly. Each of the 6 round standard projectiles took aim at the heads of the 6 monstrous swine. Fire! With a swift whoosh, all 6 barrels discharged simultaneously. The low rumble of their launch muffled as if through a silencer, merging into a singular sound. The 6 beasts, barely 10 meters away, were struck almost in unison. Puff! 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 6 pig heads exploded, toppling over as if they had merely succumbed to slumber. Their bodies lay intact, save for a small puncture wound on each head, surrounded by scattered wolf-tooth clubs strewn across the ground. Qin Feng glanced at the minimap, discerning no other monsters nearby. "Sir, there are no further discoveries at present," Jarvis promptly informed him. "Understood," Qin Feng nodded, stepping forward. Was it really that simple? A sniper kill, simultaneously taking out 6 targets. "My great god Qin is truly formidable. Darling, you're so handsome. I want to have your children." Haha, great god Qin's new mecha is indeed impressive. Who was it that said it was made of paper? It was those Americans and their dogs. Ignore them. These clowns still believe their guardians are heroes. Approaching the beast's lair, the campfire crackled as if all was as it should be. As he drew closer, a box suddenly materialized before the fire. Battlefield prompt. Dragon Kingdom Guardian Qin Feng has discovered a level monster lair of pig-headed beings. Chapter 11. The correct posture for resource occupation. Battlefield prompt. Dragon Kingdom Guardian has eliminated 6-level pig-headed monsters and 1 pig-headed leader, earning a level treasure chest. All Guardians received this notification simultaneously, their astonishment palpable. Wait, a major battle without a break? Exploring at this hour? The Guardians of the Dragon Kingdom are remarkably fierce. 6-level monsters dispatched? The trials only feature 5. Yet, what intrigued them most was the contents of the level treasure chest. Meanwhile, at the front gate of the kingdom, Sister Bauer and Lingio were exhilarated. Brother Qin indeed cannot be judged by ordinary standards. "Brother, you're so fierce. We're about to have pork." "Young lady." The prompt indicates they are pig-headed beings. They may not be the common type of pig. "Uncle, you've got it wrong. Whatever type of pig it is, roasted it will undoubtedly be delicious. Just wait and see." Lingio, hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation. This girl seemed quite the gourmand. However, the term pig-headed beings sparked a lingering unease within him. Uncertain if this contraption could be employed to forge a zombie puppet, Qin Feng eagerly unlatched the treasure chest before him. "Congratulations, Guardian," it announced. "You have acquired a primary wall blueprint." As a line of personal notification drifted by, another battlefield alert followed suit. Battlefield alert. Congratulations to Guardian Qin Feng of the Dragon Nation for securing a freshwater resource point. Upon witnessing this, a smile spread across Qin Feng's face. So this was how resources were claimed. By vanquishing the beast guarding the resource, one could seize the point. Furthermore, this conquest yielded a treasure chest. Qin Feng carefully tucked away the wall blueprint. He had also discerned the utilization of previously acquired resources. The location of the National Gate could be fortified through the search for resources or battlefield rewards, enabling the continuous construction of defensive structures. Glancing at the materials required for the primary wall in his possession, he found himself abundantly equipped. The battlefield rewards obtained from the trial were sufficient to erect a set of primary walls. This development would allow Sister Bauer to venture forth in search of resources, thus enhancing efficiency. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Dragon Nation on Blue Star were wide awake, unable to sleep. My husband has truly claimed a stream. Qin the Great is magnificent, securing precious water resources for the Dragon Nation. Surely, we need not impose freshwater restrictions now? Due to the scarcity of resources on Blue Star, nations have been implementing fixed freshwater rations. The water resource discovered by Qin Feng, according to battlefield regulations, could be magnified 100-fold within the Dragon Nation. Undoubtedly, this was monumental news for a country desperately in need of freshwater. As the nation rejoiced, the battlefield alert indeed arrived. Battlefield alert, congratulations to the Dragon Nation. 100-fold manifestation of the stream's freshwater resources. This notification flashed before all the inhabitants of Blue Star, igniting a wave of excitement. Friends of the Dragon Nation rejoiced, not only for their homeland but for themselves as well. The emergence of the national fortune battlefield was undeniably a significant crisis. However, it also represented a tremendous opportunity. Conversely, nations such as Eagle Sauce Country and Pickle Country held a different perspective. Many were embittered, their hearts sour like the grapes of envy. As keyboard warriors engaged in online disputes with Dragon Nation netizens, after their tirades, they lamented the inaction of their own guardians. It was merely a skirmish. Why are they holed up at home, feasting and resting instead of exploring? Indeed, soon all the outdoor resources will be claimed by the Dragon Nation. Oh my. I beg to differ. Guardians also deserve a respite. Their working hours have surpassed 8. How they choose to spend the remaining time is their prerogative. Li Tai from the National War Department of the Dragon Nation was equally exhilarated. Well done. Excellent work. Freshwater. Freshwater resources. Quickly ascertain the location of this stream. No, this river. The War Department responded swiftly, and the reporting personnel acted even faster. 3 minutes later, a report came in. Chief, a river has suddenly appeared in our northern territory. What is its flow rate? How is the water quality? Li Tai inquired impatiently. The respondent replied, the flow is nearly equivalent to that of the Jialin River. The water quality is currently under inspection, but visually it appears satisfactory. The river's crystalline waters reveal the vibrant fish swimming within, a sight to behold. Furthermore, both the source and the estuary of this river reside entirely within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. This implies that all the water resources of the river are wholly under the dominion of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Li Tai was filled with unbridled joy. Excellent. At last, we need not suffer from the scarcity of fresh water. Qin Feng selected the most robust pig-headed leader to bring back, weighing around 400 to 500 pounds. The pig-headed creature felt as light as a chick in Qin Feng's grasp. The journey back was devoid of danger. They sped along and reached the national gates in mere moments. Brother, you have returned. Chapter 12. The Gluttonous Scoundrel with a Resounding Crash. Qin Feng flung the corpse of the pig-headed leader before Bauer and Linjiu, allowing it to land softly on the ground. Brother, you're so fierce. Bringing back such a hefty piece of meat. Bauer exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight. Having gone an entire day without food, save for sleep, her stomach was already growling in hunger. Linjiu also discreetly swallowed his saliva. With a respectful bow, he remarked, all thanks to you, Brother Qin. I have done nothing here but consume your hospitality, and I feel quite guilty about it. Qin Feng smiled gently. Uncle Jiu, you jest. We are all family. Besides, I am well aware of your capabilities. However, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were indignant on his behalf. Humph. A naive girl who only knows how to eat. And that gluttonous scoundrel, always mooching off others. Exactly, that useless scoundrel. Why should the great Qin support him? Let us replace him. 1 against 2. Poor Qin. Don't speak ill of my wife. She does have her merits. Hey, no one is allowed to steal my wife. But it seems Bauer truly isn't much help. Alas, Qin Feng proposed. Bauer, You are skilled with a kitchen knife. Could you please butcher this pig? For the next few days, we shall feast on pork. Bauer chuckled heartily, twirling the kitchen knife with finesse. How did you know I excel with the knife, brother? She wiped her nose and declared to the pig-headed creature. Behold my prowess with the Okamoto 10. Qin Feng, taken aback, replied. Curious, Uncle Joe inquired. It seems this young lady's kitchen knife has quite the reputation. I wonder which fine craftsman forged the Okamoto 10. Qin Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Not only did she possess the Okamoto 10, but also the Okamoto 001. This scene elicited laughter from the online spectators. Ha! My wife is truly adorable. The Okamoto 10. Poor Taoist, so naive to the world's perils. See, I told you. My wife is indeed useful, a lively treasure, capable of lightening the mood. Within the realm of national warfare, Bauer was eager to dismember the pig. But Lin Jiu halted her. Wait, Brother Qin, could you kindly retrieve another pig-headed corpse for our provisions? Qin Feng, puzzled, asked, Are you concerned about insufficient food, Taoist? Lin Jiu shook his head. Not at all. I am worried that the forthcoming onslaught of monstrous creatures may overwhelm us. Thus, I dare to employ forbidden techniques to transform the pig-headed creature into a zombie puppet to assist us. Upon hearing these words, Sister Bauer was not pleased. Uncle, can you not count? How could you overlook me? Lin Jiu felt utterly embarrassed. My dear girl, matters of combat are best left to us men. As for your role, you shall handle the logistical support. Humph. Sister Bauer huffed indignantly. Do you look down upon me, uncle? I shall demonstrate my prowess sooner or later. Noticing the escalating tension between the two, Qin Feng stepped in to mediate. Sister Bauer, do not be upset. Jiushu is merely looking out for your well-being. Very well. I shall fetch another pig's head and bring back some water as well. Qin Feng dashed off and returned in a mere 5 minutes. During his absence, the audience grew increasingly agitated on his behalf. I can't believe that foul Taoist speaks as if it were true. Zombie puppets, indeed. Look, I told you. These two only know how to rely on the divine. Why not fetch it themselves? Exactly. My wife isn't so brazen. To dare employ forbidden techniques to create zombie puppets. As though it's also plausible. What an affront. Indeed, that foul Taoist has gone too far. Deceiving others for food and drink is one thing. But to truly consider himself significant is quite another. As the insults escalated, those from the National War Department were also busy. Li Tai commanded his subordinates, Go, summon the prominent Taoists from our nation. Before long, renowned Taoist figures from Longhua gathered in one place. Esteemed Taoists, may I inquire whether the existence of ghosts and deities is acknowledged in this world? Is it possible to transform corpses into zombie puppets? Li Tai, burdened with responsibilities, addressed the Taoist leaders without unnecessary pleasantries. In response to this inquiry, an elderly Taoist with a head of white hair spoke. Li Jiushu, all things in heaven and earth possess a spirit. Even the corpses buried underground are no exception. Given the right circumstances and the invasion of malevolent energy, it is not impossible for a corpse to become a zombie. Indeed, Li Jiushu, another elder with a white beard, chimed in. It is not solely malevolent energy. Through the application of Taoist methods, it is also possible to harness spiritual energy to animate a corpse. Li Tai was astounded. Previously a staunch materialist, the events of the past few days had profoundly shaken his beliefs. After hearing these words, he was left with even deeper doubts. Could it be that there truly exists the notion of ghosts and deities? Li Tai then asked, Does this mean that Lin Jiu's claims are not unfounded? The elder with the white beard replied, Although we are currently in an age of decline in the Blue Star, according to what Taoist Lin has said, the abundance of spiritual energy on the national fortune battlefield makes the use of forbidden techniques from Maoshan to create zombie puppets a feasible endeavor. Yes, I have also heard in my youth that there exists a forbidden technique within Maoshan Taoism capable of animating zombies and other malevolent entities. The other Taoist dignitaries nodded in agreement. Li Tai furrowed his brow. Do several of you Taoist leaders know Lin Jiu? The leading elder chuckled. Taoist Lin is the legitimate heir of Maoshan's orthodox lineage, a prodigy of profound Taoist skill. Were it not for our current age of decline, he would likely have been the one most likely to attain immortality in nearly a millennium. Upon hearing these words, Li Tai could not help but gasp in astonishment. If such statements had been uttered by an ordinary person, it would have been easily dismissed as mere boasting. However, the fact that these words came from a distinguished Taoist master left Li Tai truly astounded. But that was not the end of it. The other venerable Taoists were relentless in their commentary. What you say is indeed profound, but considering the dense spiritual energy of the battlefield, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for Brother Lin to ascend. They chuckled, continuing, "It is indeed a remarkable opportunity for our friend Lin. How enviable." The elderly Taoists, their teeth nearly worn down, gazed longingly at Lin Jiu, their murky eyes almost glimmering with admiration. Li Tai observed the old fellows disregarding him, engrossed in their conversation, and was genuinely shocked by their words. Could it be that in this world, spirits truly exist? On the battlefield, Sister Bao effortlessly dismantled the new corpse, quickly obtaining a prime cut of tenderloin to roast over the campfire. The savory aroma wafted through the air, and she could not help but salivate, humming her renowned tune, the burial song. Qin Feng chuckled softly, choosing to ignore her as he approached Lin Jiu. At that moment, Lin Jiu was busy applying various powders and substances to the corpse of the pig-headed leader, a flurry of red and green powders adorning the lifeless body. Were it not for the corpse-restraining talisman affixed to its forehead, one might have thought Lin Jiu was preparing some delectable dish. Divine spirits, hear my call. Show your might. Lin Jiu danced about, his hands weaving intricate gestures, while incantations flowed from his lips in a rapid murmur. By heavens, this is quite convincing. I am almost inclined to believe it. Here, we refer to this as a shamanistic dance. A team can be hired for a few hundred coins to perform for hours on end, and their profession is no easy task. I doubt this is mere theatrics. Lin Jiu appears genuinely earnest. Are you foolish? Do you truly believe in zombies? With the fate of the nation at stake, what is a mere zombie? I would not be surprised even if the Jade Emperor himself appeared before me. What on earth? Is this truly possible? Before the keyboard warrior could finish his thoughts, he was rendered speechless by the scene unfolding on the screen. At the front of the national gates, Lin Jiu completed his incantation. Pig-headed one, heed my command. Arise. Instantly, the pig-headed figure stood up rigidly. Clink, clink, clink. Lin Jiu shook the soul-restraining bell, and the pig-headed creature raised its arms, the long nails glinting like daggers in the flickering firelight. Pig-headed one, heed my command. Move. With another shake of the bell, the creature began to move in accordance with Lin Jiu's will. This is rather amusing. Easier to control than my brother's crab. She set down the tenderloin and ran up to Lin Jiu, playfully pouting. Uncle, is this bell what controls it? May I have a turn? Her adorable expression made it difficult to refuse, yet Lin Jiu replied, Little girl, this is a dangerous artifact. Unless absolutely necessary, I would not dare to violate ancestral teachings to manipulate it. I advise you to refrain from touching it, as it may tarnish your virtue. Rejected. Sister Bao sulkily returned to the fire to continue roasting her meat. In a moment of frustration, he muttered, What a miser. What is so great about it? If you don't want to play, then don't. The barrage of comments flooded in, not only from the citizens of the Dragon Nation, but from all viewers across the Blue Planet, nearly erupting with excitement. Wow, it really works. Do I truly have a zombie? What is going on here? Is sleep still an option? To the one above, sleep? Get up and join the fun. The Dragon Nation is cheating, violating the rules of national warfare. Exactly. They even summoned helpers. This is cheating. Oh my goodness. The priests of the Dragon Nation can genuinely manipulate corpses. It's simply astonishing. Priest? Nonsense. This is the traditional culture of my Dragon Nation, a legacy of Taoism that has persisted for thousands of years. I've researched that Jioshu belongs to the Taoist branch of the Maoshan lineage, a master of the path. Jioshu is impressive, so it's not the mighty Qin dragging two along, but rather two dragging one. Please, maintain some decorum. My wife is useful too. She can prepare barbecue for the team. The Blue Planet's network nearly exploded, yet Qin Feng and his companions remained blissfully unaware. Jioshu indeed proved formidable, succeeding with just one attempt, as Qin Feng praised him. Lin Jiu wiped the sweat from his brow, controlling the zombie puppet to halt before them. Alas, this was a reluctant necessity. Jioshu need not take offense. A kitchen knife can both prepare meals and take lives. It ultimately depends on the wielder's morality. What you say is true, Lin Jiao responded gratefully, though this pig-headed puppet required further refinement to acquire a robust, resilient physique. Qin Feng, having never encountered such a rarity, inquired, "Oh, does Jioshu have a method to enhance its combat prowess?" The pig-headed creature, categorized at the lowest tier on the battlefield, would be a significant loss if torn apart by other beasts. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, zombies are typically formed over centuries, occupying areas of malevolent feng shui, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. They naturally possess a tough constitution. This particular one, however, was merely crafted through the rich spiritual energy of this locale. Combined with the forbidden techniques of Maoshan, its strength was not significantly superior to its original form. If one could find a sacred ground and entomb it for some time, it would likely undergo considerable transformation. Although curious, Qin Feng did not grasp these intricacies. He glanced at the time, stating, "Jioshu, it's getting late. We can seek a new location at dawn." "Indeed, what you say is correct," Jioshu acknowledged. The two returned to the campfire. Just as Sister Bauer had finished grilling the tenderloin, "Here, eat up." She divided 2 portions for her teammates and innocently asked, "By the way, big brother, how do you eat with that mask on?" Qin Feng replied, "This mask is a mech helmet, you know." With a click, he lifted the visor, saying, "This is how I eat." Illuminated by the firelight, Qin Feng's handsome visage was revealed. Sister Bauer gasped, "Oh, big brother is actually quite handsome." Ouch, ouch, ouch. After exclaiming, she resumed her meal. Chapter 13. Jioshu's corpse raising grounds. There remained 3 days until the second wave of assaults. This time could be utilized not only for ample rest, but, more importantly, for the Guardians to embark on explorations. The following morning, Colonel George and Captain David from Eagle Nation set out with weapons in hand to scavenge for supplies. As they prepared to depart, they did not forget to offer solace to their apprehensive companions. "Dr. Jenny, you should have no trouble holding down the fort in the preliminary stages of the national war. The other Guardians are, for the time being, unaware of our precise location." Much like the Eagle Nation, both the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Kimchi Nation have dispatched individuals to seek resources, drawing from the experiences of the Dragon Nation-esque Guardians. It has become evident that there are numerous opportunities present on the battlefield. However, unlike the others, the Guardians of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Kimchi Nation unanimously opted for 1 individual to venture out, while 2 remained behind. The 2 who stayed were diligently reinforcing the defensive structures at the National Gate. It is worth noting that the area before the National Gate was starkly bare, with only 3 resting houses to speak of. The Guardians from over 200 nations made similar choices, busily strengthening their defenses. Nevertheless, Qin Feng chose not to venture out. Why hasn't Lord Qin gone to gather resources today? Even searching for treasure chests would suffice. Indeed, it seems that the Guardians of other nations have nearly emptied their nests. Oh, wouldn't it be delightful if someone attempted to raid our home at this moment? Don't say that about my husband. Can't he have a single day of rest? Humph. In truth, although Qin Feng did not leave, he was not idle. He approached the National Gate and retrieved the wall blueprint from the National War Warehouse. Though it was merely a basic blueprint, it was better than nothing. Wall, basic, required materials, 100 wood, 50 stone, 10 steel. Description, a wooden wall that can withstand the impact of monsters up to level 1. However, its capacity is limited. Do not place complete reliance on this wall to protect the National Gate. Construction time required, 2 hours, build immediately. What is this, young sir? Sister Bauer inquired with curiosity. It's a wall that can help protect our National Gate, albeit a basic one, Qin Feng explained. We currently have sufficient materials. Shall we construct it first? We can upgrade to a higher level wall later if we find one. As a team, it was only natural to seek the opinions of the other 2. Having witnessed Qin Feng's capabilities, Lin Jiao now trusted him greatly. He nodded, stating, "Let everything be decided by Brother Qin. All right, let us proceed with the repairs. I want to see what it looks like." Sister Bauer exclaimed excitedly. "Very well." Qin Feng replied, gently tapping the Build Immediately option on the blueprint. Subsequently, a battlefield notification appeared before the 3. Battlefield notification: the Dragon Nation has consumed 100 wood, 50 stone, and 10 steel, constructing the basic wall. Not only they, but all guardians were presented with such a notification. The guardians of the Dragon Nation are truly remarkable. I didn't realize there were building blueprints. I wondered what the rewards were for. In that case, are the defensive structures we painstakingly built somewhat rudimentary? Wait. So it's possible to repair the wall with a single click? Here I am toiling away on defensive works, feeling foolish. As the guardians of other nations observed the notifications, a sense of envy stirred within them, further fueling their motivation to seek treasure chests. At that moment, around the gates of the Dragon Kingdom, an automated construction site enveloped both the gates and the rest area of Qin Feng and his companions. "Hey, this is quite impressive. It can actually repair itself," exclaimed Sister Bauer, eagerly rushing over to observe the construction of the surrounding wall, utterly unconcerned about the dust swirling around her. Basic wall construction in progress. Wood 100, stone 50, steel 10, remaining construction time, 015959. The countdown continually refreshed on the site. And the materials in the National War Warehouse automatically diminished. Witnessing such a miraculous scene, netizens from Blue Star were left astounded. Automated construction? Incredible! Well, who said yesterday that the Dragon Kingdom's gates lacked defensive structures? Simultaneous construction on all fronts. Splendid. This foundation, even a basic wall, should withstand the second wave of impact. So, the great Qin did not venture out for treasure. He was busy with construction. Eagle Sauce Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Kimchi Nation, behold our automated defensive structures. It must infuriate you. At this moment, netizens from these three nations were left speechless with envy upon seeing the Dragon Kingdom's construction. On the battlefield, Lin Jiao prepared sunshade measures for the puppet zombies. "Qin Xiaogu, I'm heading out to find a place to nurture the corpses. I leave this to you." Qin Feng replied, "I'll accompany you." Just a few dozen meters past the gates, the sunlight could barely penetrate the war fog. In his view, although Uncle Gio possessed commendable skills and had a purple talent bonus, encountering any monsters in the fog was unpredictable. Lin Gio nodded. "All right, let's go." The two promptly departed. Uncle Gio took out a compass, calculated a direction, and entered the mist. After wandering in the fog for over half an hour, netizens began to express their frustrations. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the way. Meanwhile, in the National War Department, Li Tai had gathered prominent figures from the Dragon Kingdom's mechanical industry, who were diligently studying the footage of Model 3. "I fear this mech might be rather fragile," remarked a leading figure in the mechanical field and a professor from Qingbei. Upon hearing this, Li Tai furrowed his brow. "So the upgraded mech is indeed inadequate? Look, this young man, Qin Feng, has learned from the lessons of the previous generation of mechs. It is evident that he designed this new model to be lightweight to conserve flight energy." Indeed. The other experts chimed in. Alas, young people today, in pursuit of aesthetics and style, have completely abandoned practical combat design. Exactly, with such a compact mech, where would the ammunition be stored? Although it has been upgraded and looks appealing, its combat effectiveness has been significantly diminished. I believe it is even weaker than the first generation. I can assure you, this set of mechs possesses little more than flight capabilities. Several elder scholars, wearing reading glasses, pointed and critiqued the screen, virtually dismissing Qin Feng's Model 3 as utterly ineffectual. This left Li Tai increasingly anxious. In everyone's minds, the three guardians of the Dragon Kingdom were only slightly stronger due to Qin Feng's combat prowess. Yet now, it seemed the youth had lost sight of his purpose, constantly seeking the limelight while blindly upgrading the mech. Present at the scene were mechanical experts, some of whom were somewhat younger. Among them, a slender scholar wearing glasses, feeling dissatisfaction as the seniors criticized, spoke up with gentle words. "Esteemed mentors, since this mech can effortlessly take to the skies, should we not explore its aerodynamics and material structure to see if there are aspects worthy of our study?" Upon hearing this, the old-timers immediately scowled. "You youngling, what do you understand? This is not a matter for you to interject." Before long, Lin Jiao found a satisfactory resting place for the corpses on the battlefield. "This is splendid." Chapter 14, The New Battle Armor. He held a compass, pacing back and forth on a patch of sandy ground. On either side of the sand, there were small mounds. To his astonishment, the terrain here was remarkably diverse. In less than an hour, he discovered an exceptional location. Linjiu was filled with excitement. This is a natural treasure for nurturing corpses. Qin Feng, puzzled, asked, is it? He was utterly clueless about feng shui. Blow. Blow harder. The charlatan is at it again. Haha, as my Uncle Jiu said, there has been no evidence to prove he is deceiving us from the beginning until now. I also believe in Uncle Jiu. Just look at the corpses standing behind him. I believe he is a great deity. To command corpses is a different matter from feng shui. Feng shui? Perhaps it's more akin to the fantastical. Not only was Qin Feng ignorant of feng shui, but the online community was also skeptical of Linjiu. Linjiu excitedly pointed out, Brother Qin, observe. This spot faces south and looks north. To the north, there is lush vegetation, while just 10 steps to the south, not a blade of grass grows. In feng shui, the north is referred to as the sunny side, while the south is the shady side. This treasure spot in between is known as the yin-yang dead ground. Such a treasure spot is a natural nurturing ground for corpses. He pointed to the small mounds on either side. Moreover, with the formation of these hills, this feng shui is termed as the ghosts carry the sedan chair. It can completely lock in the malevolent energy gathered here. Not a trace will escape. He spoke with authority. But Qin Feng was left bewildered. To avoid dampening Uncle Jiu's spirits, he murmured, oh, I see. Inside his helmet, however, he quietly commanded Jarvis, document the characteristics of this terrain. Understood, sir. Then he inquired, what does the data say about nurturing grounds for corpses? After a brief search, Jarvis replied, sir, my database is an exact replica of all files from the Blue Star Internet. In the relevant feng shui materials, there is no explanation regarding nurturing grounds for corpses. Qin Feng nodded, realizing that the Maoshan lineage was indeed on the verge of decline. However, Jarvis added, according to existing data, the terrain features here align perfectly with the characteristics of malevolent energy gathering and locking. The yin-yang duality mentioned by Linjiu has 853 variant characteristics, while the ghosts carry the sedan chair has 432 variant characteristics. All right. Qin Feng felt overwhelmed. He had no interest in feng shui and did not intend to study it. Furthermore, since the knowledge required for feng shui was extensive and the calculations immense, if Uncle Jiu were not present and he found himself in need of feng shui, he might as well have Jarvis calculate it for him. Just record it. This contraption appears to resemble a brute force password cracking method. Indeed, sir, your understanding is entirely accurate. If one lacks knowledge of feng shui, one could resort to brute force calculations to decipher it. Linjiu discovered a prime location for nurturing corpses and immediately brandished a hoe to commence excavation. He possessed a purple talent with attributes of 20, 4 times that of an ordinary person. Consequently, his stamina and strength were also quadrupled compared to that of a common individual. Thus, this amount of labor posed no challenge for him. However, Qin Feng found it tedious. Uncle Jiu, step back. I shall take over. Linjiu, perplexed, complied nonetheless. He observed Qin Feng raise his right arm, aiming his palm cannon at the small pit Linjiu had unearthed. Bang! With a single blast, debris flew in all directions, and dust filled the air. The small pit transformed into a large hole 3 meters deep. Linjiu remarked, is this feasible? Very well. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, netizens were utterly astonished. What the heck? It turns out that the great Qin Feng possesses such a formidable technique? 66,666. Incredible, great Qin Feng. This handheld cannon is remarkable. Can the other hand do the same? I believe any part capable of aiding flight could also fire. In other words, great Qin Feng's hands and feet are all capable. Oh my husband is so impressive. My husband is the best. While netizens were enamored, the personnel from the National Warfare Department, who were watching the live broadcast, could not maintain their composure. Particularly, the mechanical experts of the Dragon Nation, who had been chattering and criticizing machine number 3 moments ago, were now rendered speechless. What a sham. Observing their dismayed expressions, Li Tai understood their predicament. Earlier, they had been nitpicking to preserve their own dignity. However, as the director of the National Warfare Department, Li Tai did not wish to put them in a difficult position. Very well, we shall conclude our session here. I appreciate everyone for coming to offer guidance. You may all return to your duties. The mechanical experts dared not speak further, each retreating as if granted amnesty. What a disgraceful embarrassment. The civil personnel present in the National Warfare Department struggled to suppress their laughter. So much for the mechanical experts of the Dragon Nation. Just moments ago, they were disparaging Great Qin Feng, yet now, they were silent. Perhaps they should pursue careers in bicycle repair instead. Director, could Qin Feng's mech be a reward from the National Warfare battlefield? At this moment, Li Tai's deputy proposed an intriguing hypothesis. It could be said that the Blue Star mechanical industry could barely decipher the workings of Qin Feng's machine number 1. While it could be disassembled, replication was not entirely out of reach. However, the new mech left experts perplexed. Since even the foremost mechanical experts of the Dragon Nation could not comprehend the design principles of the new mech, it was futile to expect others to do so. More critically, the source of its energy remained a mystery. Thus, it was only rational for everyone to deduce that the upgraded mech's origin lay within the National Warfare battlefield. Li Tai nodded, saying, "Indeed, we shall leave the matter here. Since we cannot comprehend our own Guardian's mech, other nations will find it even more impossible to do so." Li Tai certainly intended to replicate the series. Even if it could not be achieved, he would not allow other nations to succeed. At present, it appeared nearly impossible. Therefore, any concerns were unwarranted. On the battlefield, Lin Jiao shook the soul bell, commanding the zombie puppets to leap into the pit. "Brother Qin, the path ahead requires me to conduct a ritual to expedite the crafting of the golden armored corpse." "Very well, I shall provide you with protection," Qin Feng replied. Lin Jiao shook his head. "This ritual is not indispensable. Moreover, there are no nearby monsters. Time is of the essence. For the second wave of assault will commence the night after tomorrow. You would be better occupied with other matters." Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. "All right, stay safe. I will scout for additional treasure chests or resources. No problem, exercise caution. If you encounter trouble, prioritize your safety." The two exchanged reminders before parting ways. "Jarvis, please mark and record Master Jiao's current coordinates." "Recorded, sir," Jarvis replied. With a compass in hand, Lin Jiao's path was assured, and Qin Feng need not worry about losing his way. After departing from Lin Jiao, Qin Feng continued his flight to the north, where the stream discovered the previous night lay. He wondered if fortune would continue to favor him. In less than 10 minutes, he crossed the stream. The war fog here is noticeably lighter, he observed. Visibility had increased 3- to 4-fold. With a clearer view, Qin Feng's spirits lifted considerably. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the guardian of the pickled vegetable nation, Park Jong-hwan, for eliminating a pig-headed man and securing a grade coal resource. Western 8. Finally, our pickled vegetable nation has struck good fortune. Park Jong-hwan is amazing. Not only does he possess a golden talent, but his luck is also remarkable. Discovering resources for the nation and obtaining a treasure chest right upon his arrival. Dragon Nation, do you see this? This is the strength of our illustrious pickled vegetable nation. Die, pickled vegetables, and go away. Damn it, I knew you would spew nonsense. It's merely a coal resource, an inefficient source of energy that is heavily polluting. Are you illiterate? Just wait to get lung cancer. The environmental conditions on Blue Star were deteriorating rapidly, and international laws forbade the use of coal. However, with resources depleting, coal, despite its inefficiency, remained a resource. Haha, the Dragon Nation is jealous. Our Park Jong-hwan has also received a white treasure chest. The Park Jong-hwan mentioned by the netizens of the pickled vegetable nation was a new guardian who had taken the place of a teammate killed during the first wave. This individual was extraordinarily fortunate, having drawn a golden talent upon his arrival. Thus far, he was the only one among nearly 1,000 guardians to achieve this feat, earning him the status of a national idol. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the guardian of the pickled vegetable nation, Park Jong-hwan, for opening a treasure chest and obtaining a century-old peachwood sword. Upon seeing the words century-old peachwood sword, Lin Jiao, who was performing a ritual, could not remain composed. A century-old peachwood sword, how marvelous! It is an excellent tool for vanquishing demons. He swallowed hard. For while his ancestral peachwood sword was also several hundred years old, it could not compare to one obtained from the National Fortune battlefield. The spiritual energy here was rich, and the items born from it were undoubtedly more powerful than those on Blue Star. However, Park Jong-hwan stared at the wooden sword in his hand, seething with frustration. Ah, come on. After all this effort, I receive a wooden sword? Made of wood. What can it possibly do? In a fit of exasperation, he hurled the peachwood sword far away. Battlefield notification. The guardian of Pickle Nation, Park Jong-hwan, has discarded a legendary item, the century-old peachwood sword. Lin Jiu exclaimed, "What a fool, wasting such a fine treasure. Ha ha ha, how amusing. It was merely a wooden sword." Oh, where are the people from Pickle Nation? Why are they no longer boasting? Since they aren't flaunting themselves in the Dragon Nation's livestream, let us venture to the Pickle Nation's livestream to mock them. Let us go? Instantly, a multitude of netizens from Dragon Nation banded together and switched to the Pickle Nation's livestream to unleash a barrage of taunts. After a considerable time had elapsed, not only did Pickle Nation reap rewards, but many other nations also gained something to varying degrees. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Ahmed from Iron Brother Nation for opening a legendary treasure chest and acquiring legendary item, Thunderstrike Twin Blades. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to David from Eagle Sauce Nation for opening a legendary treasure chest and acquiring legendary item, the century-old peachwood sword. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Meichuan Ku from Cherry Blossom Nation for opening a legendary treasure chest and acquiring basic wall blueprint. At that moment, Qin Feng had been airborne for 2 minutes when a multitude of red dots suddenly appeared on the minimap. The sheer number of red dots almost formed a contiguous expanse of crimson. Qin Feng hastily descended to the ground, hesitant to approach recklessly. "Jarvis, what kind of monsters are those?" "So many." Jarvis replied, "Sir, the data is incomplete. There are no biological characteristics of that species." However, Jarvis continued, "Sir, I have detected a signal from a legendary treasure chest among those monsters. The legendary chest emits a faint radiation that I recorded last night. Thus, Qin Feng deduced that other treasure chests must also possess their unique radiative signatures." Oh, Auntie noticed that. He scrutinized the map again and indeed spotted a small white dot, nearly submerged in the sea of red. Let us approach to clarify the situation. It was not in Qin Feng's nature to be deterred by danger. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, netizens watched Qin Feng's cautious movements with bemusement. What is wrong with the great Qin Feng? Why has he suddenly landed? Has he run out of fuel? What nonsense about fuel? Who told you that the great Qin Feng relies on burning fuel to fly? Wah, could it be that my husband is in peril? Qin Feng stealthily advanced along the map. Parting the underbrush, he beheld a desolate scene, save for a small hill. Halfway up the hill stood a cave, barely tall enough for a person. Could the monsters all be inside the cave? He glanced at the map and then back at the cave. Can so many monsters possibly fit in such a small space? Qin Feng mumbled, making his way towards the cave. In his ear, Jarvis cautioned, "Sir, I do not recommend entering the cave. Based on existing monster data, confronting a large number of monsters in a confined space would be disadvantageous." Qin Feng countered. "How can I leave without understanding the situation? That is not my style." Upon hearing this, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host recklessness and arrogance levels recorded at 1, similarity to Iron Man at 2. Rewards obtained. Mech auto repair completed. All mech indicators in optimal condition. Host's physical attributes at level 10. Qin Feng. Is that even possible? He checked the status of Unit 3, which had sustained little to no damage, making the auto repair rewards somewhat redundant. However, being in peak condition was quite favorable. The expended ammunition had been automatically replenished. On second thought, was he being reckless? Reflecting on it, Iron Man could indeed be quite audacious at times. Reckless it was. Today, I shall boldly venture forth for the sake of a treasure chest. Viewers from Longhua, observing Qin Feng's cautious demeanor, felt their hearts leap to their throats. Although they were unaware of the reasons behind his carefulness, it felt as if an enormous monster loomed ominously, fixating on Qin Feng. Those terrifying eyes seemed to gaze directly at the viewers themselves. Oh my, how frightening. I can't bear to watch. Shivering in fear, this is the best horror film of the year. The entire cast consists solely of the great Qin Feng, with no one else in sight. I'm placing my bets. Guess what monsters lie within the cave? I wager 100 joy beans that the cave is filled with pig-headed creatures. As Qin Feng approached the cave entrance, he peered inside. He was met with a writhing mass of snakes, intertwined and slithering about. Their crimson tongues flicked menacingly, asserting dominance over their kin. Ah, the creature I fear the most. So many of them, oh my. This scene is a blessing for those with a phobia of clusters. Congratulations. Such a multitude of red snakes? They must be venomous. One of the biological axioms, the brighter the color, the stronger the toxicity. Someone upstairs is trying to act like an expert again. Believe it or not. Don't say, there is indeed some truth to that saying. Chapter 16. Ambush. Not only were the viewers astonished, but even Qin Feng found himself in awe. So many snakes? The cave was not expansive, and he could see its end at a glance. Noticing no other threats, Qin Feng boldly positioned himself at the cave's mouth. Jarvis, what level are these snakes? Are they venomous? Qin Feng inquired. Sir, no data available. Then, let us proceed with our audacity. Based on prior experience. Discovering a monster's nest typically prompted a battlefield alert. The absence of such a notification indicated that these snakes were not even classified as low-tier monsters. Qin Feng took a couple of steps into the cave. His footsteps shattered the tranquility within. The swarm of snakes detected his presence, turning their heads to hiss threateningly at the intruder. Oh dear, darling, please don't go in there. It's dangerous. Oh no, oh no. The great Qin Feng is going to be drained by a snake demon. Great one, unleash your firepower. Obliterate them. I think setting them ablaze would be even more delightful. A sprinkle of cumin would make it divine. What time is it? And you're still jesting around. As Qin Feng pressed forward, the snakes were now unwilling to comply. They coiled themselves and suddenly surged forth, launching an assault on Qin Feng. Instantly, the air was filled with snakes the thickness of a thumb, nearly forming a crimson carpet. Clang, clang, clang. The crimson serpents collided with the mech and tumbled to the ground. Those fortunate enough struggled on the ground, attempting to bite the battle boots of Qin Feng. Unfortunately, others were left dazed by the impact. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. It seems everyone has forgotten that the great Qin Feng is clad in impenetrable steel armor. Steel, you say? Not necessarily. You startled me. I too had forgotten that my husband was in a mech. No wonder the great Qin Feng appears so unyielding. Just as the netizens patted their chests in amusement, an astonishing scene unfolded. The serpents on the ground, realizing their bites were ineffective, opened their wide mouths. Their fangs, resembling hypodermic needles, began to spray venom indiscriminately at Qin Feng. Instantly, it was as if venom rained down, drenching Qin Feng's mech. This is too funny. These foolish snakes must be deluded into thinking they can poison a mech. Not necessarily. Many venoms exhibit potent corrosive properties. If the great Qin Feng's mech cannot withstand the corrosion, it might very well be rendered useless. There are so many snakes. Is that a record? As a biomedical major, witnessing the venom dripping is exhilarating. This is all liquid gold. Scholars in the field of biomedical studies, especially those specializing in snake venom, rely heavily on it. Moreover, there are dedicated biopharmaceutical companies that collect snake venom, with prices determined by toxicity. Some lethal venoms surpass the value of gold by weight. However, the venom had no effect on the mech. Qin Feng, unfazed, continued to tread on the crimson serpents beneath him, indifferent to the notion of venom. Crack, crack. The sound of serpents being crushed echoed underfoot. The venom from the mech flowed down his legs, ultimately pooling onto the red carpet below. Suddenly, a hissing smoke began to rise. The serpents, tainted by the venom, twisted and thrashed on the ground. Qin Feng glanced down and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this venom truly so potent?" One by one, the crimson serpents were corroded by the venom, their bodies disintegrating until the venom dripped onto the ground. The hard stone of the cavern began to bubble, as if small holes were being eroded into its surface. This venom is extraordinarily fierce. Goodness. Is this venom or aqua regia? It's even more corrosive than aqua regia. Just imagine how toxic it must be. Yet, have you all noticed that the great Qin Feng's mech shows no signs of damage? Wow, what material is that mech made of? As my wife would say, it's formidable. Reaching the depths of the cavern, Qin Feng discovered a white treasure chest atop a pedestal. As expected, he reached out and opened the chest, and instantly, a battlefield notification appeared. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Guardian Qin Feng for opening a level treasure chest and obtaining a level 1 Peachwood sword. I also received a Peachwood sword? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated such an item to be so commonplace on the battlefield. Name, 100-year Peachwood sword type. Wooden cold weapon quality. Level 1, upgrade method. Slay 100 specters. Quality cap, level 1. The century-old Peachwood sword. Crafted from young attribute Peachwood, serves as a natural nemesis to sinister entities. Upon reading the item description, Qin Feng smiled broadly. Ah, this is certainly something Uncle Gio would appreciate. I shall take it back as a gift for him. He tossed the Peachwood sword into his battlefield storage and ventured toward the cave's exit. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back and filled an entire box with venomous snakes. Why is the great Qin Feng collecting so many snakes? I can't fathom my husband's intentions. Could it be he intends to use them to poison weapons? That red snake's venom is exceedingly potent. It would be most suitable for weapon poisoning. That is a possibility. Excuse me for interrupting, but I can't shake the feeling he's bringing these snakes back to prepare a snake stew for my wife. Get lost, that's my Bayer sister. Emerging from the cave, Qin Feng oriented himself and continued flying northward. The further north he traveled, the thinner the fog became, until ultimately the shroud of war disappeared entirely. Could it be that only near the borders was there such dense fog? Qin Feng pondered this. At that moment, a battlefield notification echoed in his ears. Battlefield notification. Sakura Nation Guardian Meichuan Ku has successfully eliminated the Guardian of the Iron Nation, Ahmed. Within a canyon on the battlefield, Matsushita, concealed in the shadows, waved to his distant comrade Meichuan Ku and laughed heartily. Well done, Colonel Meichuan Ku. Splendid work. Both Matsushita and Meichuan Ku were members of the Sakura Nation Self-Defense Forces, the latter being an Air Force colonel. This time, Meichuan Ku insisted on personally eliminating the foreign guardian rather than relying on Matsushita's long-range sniping. Firstly, to test his own red talent prowess. Secondly, to bolster the confidence of the citizens watching the live broadcast. He surveyed the ground littered with spoils, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. All these treasures were painstakingly gathered by the Iron Nation's guardians, and now they belonged to him. Meichuan Ku. The Sakura Nation guardians are despicable. To ambush their own kind is utterly shameless. Immediately, citizens of the Iron Nation vented their outrage online. The news reached the ears of the Dragon Nation's netizens. Igniting a fervor, the Iron Nation has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Dragon Nation. Their upper echelons were closely connected, and the common folk shared bonds akin to brothers. Chapter 17. Under fire in an instant, Dragon Nation netizens flooded into the Sakura Nation's livestream. Little Sakura Nation. How dare you ambush the guardians of the Iron Nation? Cowardly little thugs, draw your swords. Your father seeks a duel to the death. Hey, little Sakura Nation folks. Why not venture forth to seek resources and treasure chests like the rest? Instead, you resort to ambushing others, like bandits. Such is the traditional craft of the Sakura Nation. Their thick skins make them feel praised when called bandits. Netizens from both the Dragon and Iron Nations united in their condemnation of the Sakura Nation, yet the latter remained unyielding, taking pride in their actions. So many Dragon Nation folks have come today. Are you all here to witness our hero Meichuan Ku? Look, Colonel Meichuan Ku is a master of karate, and now, with the enhancement of his red talent, no one on the battlefield stands a chance against him. Laughter erupted as the individuals from the land of the cherry blossoms, feeling the pressure of their guardian's lack of success, found themselves in a state of alarm. Do you envy us? If you possess the capability, why not plunder others yourself? Meanwhile, protests against the Cherry Blossom Nation arose not only from the populace, but also from the official representatives of the Iron Brotherhood. However, the response from the Cherry Blossom Nation was characteristically unapologetic. They claimed they could not interfere with the actions of the Guardians on the battlefield. After all, this was a war zone, a matter of life and death, not a mere dinner invitation. Those who fell victim to ambushes could only blame their own inadequacies. The official stance of the Cherry Blossom Nation was devoid of remorse, instead mocking the Iron Brotherhood, nearly inciting their diplomats to fury. Both the citizens of the Dragon Nation and their Iron Brotherhood counterparts were incensed upon hearing the news. Yet, apart from venting their frustrations online, they found themselves powerless against the Cherry Blossom Nation. For the Iron Brotherhood, the death of Guardian Ahmed was not the end. He could be resurrected. Battlefield notification. The citizens of the Iron Brotherhood have voted to resurrect Guardian Ahmed. At the gates of the Iron Brotherhood, Ahmed was revived. At last, you have returned, exclaimed his teammates, who had anticipated a vote that would lead to a replacement, thus sealing Ahmed's fate. Ahmed, a burly man with a full beard, seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Those treacherous guardians from the Cherry Blossom Nation ambushed me and stole everything from our war warehouse." Gazing at the barren state of the National War Storage, his heart ached. It contained treasures he had painstakingly collected throughout the day, including a rare blueprint for a wall and rewards obtained from a recent defense. How infuriating. The two teammates were filled with rage, eager to storm the gates of the Cherry Blossom Nation for vengeance. Simultaneously, upon hearing the battle reports, Qin Feng continued to soar through the skies, murmuring to himself, "So one can indeed slay other guardians. Does that mean we can rob them?" As this thought crossed his mind, a white chest suddenly appeared on the ground beneath him. A treasure chest? How could there be a treasure chest here? The white box stood out starkly against the empty surroundings. He hovered for a moment, then decided to descend and investigate. Has the great Qin Feng discovered another treasure chest? Does this environment seem familiar? What on earth? Is this not the canyon where the Iron Brotherhood's guardian was slain? I must check the Cherry Blossom Nation's live stream. Wait for me. Indeed, those devious little Cherry Blossom people are laying an ambush for the great Qin Feng. Oh no, darling, run. An ambush is upon us. The citizens of the Dragon Nation on Blue Star were frantic, but no matter how loudly they shouted, Qin Feng on the battlefield could not hear them. He landed beside the chest, comparing it to the one he held. They were identical, both being treasure chests. Just as he was about to open the chest on the ground, suddenly, bang! A bullet struck his helmet, sending sparks flying. Qin Feng fell to the ground with a thud. After a brief 2 seconds, the sound of gunfire echoed. "Sir, there is a sniper," Jarvis cautioned within the helmet. Qin Feng retorted, "You only remind me now? I would have been dead without the helmet." Jarvis, feeling aggrieved, replied in his emotionless tone, "I apologize, sir. My detection radius is limited to 20 meters. Enough of this. I wish to see which fool dares to ambush me." Qin Feng lay motionless on the ground, the entire world believing he had perished. 5555. Our great Qin Feng is gone just like that. I will avenge him against the people of Sakura country. No one can stop me. My husband has been killed. Alas. Do not be sad. Let us vote to resurrect Qin Feng. After resurrection, the mech will be gone. It was a battlefield reward. Concerns were not limited to the online community. The staff at the National War Department paused their tasks, tears brimming in their eyes as they gazed at the unmoving figure of Qin Feng on the screen. Li Tai's hands clenched in anger. With a thud, he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Damn Sakura country. They will pay for this." He was particularly displeased that the mech had been given away, especially to Sakura country. On the battlefield, Meichuan Ku waved towards the distant sniper, Matsushita. Matsushita signaled with a hand gesture. Through the scope, he clearly saw the target's head struck by a bullet, collapsing motionless, a certain death. Seeing his comrade's signal, Meichuan Ku excitedly rushed towards the target. Haha, an empty box. And I've caught 2 fish consecutively. What a catch. As he approached, his eyes sparkled upon spotting the mech. Oh yes, a big fish. A mech. I've only seen mechs in anime. As a colonel in the Sakura Country Air Force, he knew that no nation on Blue Star could produce operational mechs. Not even their eagle-loving father, Matsushita. What a treasure. Meichuanku exuberantly waved at his distant teammate. Matsushita, however, felt exasperated. What treasure? No matter how good it is. Don't expose my position. What if there are still enemies around? Matsushita muttered, continuously complaining. Through the scope, he noticed the vibrant colors reminiscent of a tomato and scrambled eggs. He had recognized it as something valuable the moment it descended from the sky. Knock, knock, knock. Meichuanku tapped on Qin Feng's helmet, producing a crisp sound. Damn it, why does everyone like to knock on heads? Sister Bao likes it. And now this Sakura fool does too. I'll knock you out later. Suddenly, he noticed a treasure chest accompanying the mech. Chapter 18. the cycle of heaven's justice. Dare you kill me? He reached out to open it. Hiss. In an instant, a horde of venomous snakes, filled with fury, sprang out. Ah, snakes! Snakes! 10 or so poisonous snakes latched onto Mei-Chuan-Ku, who screamed for help, desperately trying to pull the serpents off his face and body. The serpent had yet to be fully subdued, and Mei-Chuan-Ku lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, blood streaming from his orifices. Ha ha, ha ha. The wheel of fate turns justly. Behold, the heavens spare no one. This is retribution indeed, a fitting demise, a splendid end. The netizens from Longhua and Body cheered and laughed heartily. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's inadvertent action had an immense impact here. 55-55. Why hasn't my husband voted yet? I want him resurrected. Qin Feng's devoted followers were reduced to tears, yearning for his immediate revival. But in the next moment, all eyes widened in disbelief as Qin Feng stood up from the ground. My husband is not dead? Sob, he truly isn't dead. You scared me. Ha ha. Qin Feng's performance is nothing short of spectacular. Oh my, incredible! Qin Feng's armor can withstand sniper bullets. Upstairs, the diminutive Sakura Kingdom used armor-piercing rounds. Qin Feng is remarkable. His second-generation armor is impervious to even armor-piercing bullets. Didn't someone previously claim that Qin Feng's new armor was made of paper? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the National War Department was jubilant. Hooray! Qin Feng's armor withstood armor-piercing rounds. Well done, Qin Feng. Li Tai was equally exhilarated, rising to his feet and applauding. What a clever lad. Even I was deceived. Earlier, he had been preparing a televised address to urge the people of Longhua to vote for Qin Feng's revival, given his remarkable performance. On the battlefield, Qin Feng glanced at Mei-Chuan-Ku's lifeless body and remarked, Goodness, he died just like that? I hadn't even struck his head yet. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Mei-Chuan-Ku's head. With a splat, the watermelon burst apart. Battlefield notification. Longhua Guardian Qin Feng has successfully slain Sakura Kingdom Guardian Mei-Chuan-Ku. Although the Guardians could not see the live broadcast, the notification brought laughter among the 3 Body Guardians. Our elder brother from Longhua is quite formidable. He avenged us so swiftly. On Blue Star, reactions poured in. Ah, how gruesome. Well done. The little devils met a swift end. They got what they deserved. Thank you, Qin Feng of Longhua, for avenging our guardians. Those despicable Longhua people actually resorted to trickery. Longhua is truly vile, using snakes, shameful and disgusting. We'll take you down, Longhua and Badier. The once arrogant netizens of Sakura Kingdom, who had been so haughty, now flocked to the Longhua livestream, spewing their vitriol. However, the keyboard warriors of Longhua were unafraid. In their daily lives, they had often engaged in live-fire drills online. Unable to contend, the Sakura Kingdom netizens scurried away in defeat. The netizens of Longhua pursued them into the Sakura Kingdom livestream, continuing their barrage. If you lack ability, don't flaunt yourself. Who was it that said being ambushed was merely a reflection of one's weakness? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. 30 years of fortune and misfortune. This time it took less than half a minute. On the battlefield of the nation, the fight remains unresolved. The sniper from Sakura Nation observes with keen clarity. The enemy feigned death, while a teammate fell victim to a snake that suddenly emerged from a treasure chest. Bang! Undeterred, he fired another shot at Qin Feng's temple. Clang! Qin Feng's head jerked to the side as he cursed, still shooting. Upon witnessing his armor-piercing round proving ineffective, Matsushita instantly lost heart. No, survival is paramount. He stealthily crawled down the slope and fled from behind. Jarvis, location. Qin Feng seethed. Sir, based on the ballistic trajectory, the bullet originated from your 12 o'clock position. Whoosh. With all 4 thrusters ignited, Qin Feng propelled his mech to maximum velocity. Almost 5 meters off the ground, he shattered the sound barrier. 2 seconds later, a small red dot squirmed on the mini-map. Qin Feng dove toward the ground, quickly spotting a small, mustached man who turned back in terror. Boom. Qin Feng landed with a thud, his battle boots crushing Matsushita's right calf. Crack. In an instant, Matsushita's leg was reduced to a gruesome pulp. A piercing pain surged through him as he screamed in agony. Oh, that looks painful. I think I should crush this little brat's other leg as well. Serves you right for ambushing my husband. Though some netizens from Dragon Nation found the scene somewhat brutal, they relished the moment, wishing for Qin Feng to be even more ruthless. The most delighted, however, were the netizens from the Iron Brother Nation, reveling in the fact that their elder brother from Dragon Nation was avenging them once again. "You dare to kill me?" Matsushita threatened while discreetly shifting his gun's muzzle toward Qin Feng. Little did he know that the latter had already sensed his movements. Qin Feng seized the sniper rifle, applying a gentle but firm grip. Crack, crack, crack. The rifle shattered at the grip, splitting into two halves. Qin Feng slightly lowered his head, stepping on Matsushita's other foot. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed beneath him. Qin Feng taunted, "Why wouldn't I?" "Ah, Bakayuru." Matsushita cried out in pain, pounding the ground with his hands. Realizing he was up against a Japanese adversary, Qin Feng felt no need for further discourse. Gradually, he increased the pressure. Crack, crack, crack. Matsushita's left calf transitioned from a fracture to a shattering break. Ultimately, splintered bones pierced through flesh. With renewed force, Qin Feng melded bone and muscle into a grotesque mixture. Blood and gore mingling. Matsushita, now devoid of the strength to scream, lay pale and breathless on the ground. "Even if you hadn't ambushed me, our encounter would have led to your demise," Qin Feng proclaimed. "The citizens of Sakura Nation should be watching the live broadcast now, right?" He glanced around, searching for the camera. However, the battlefield's automatic focus ensured that there were no single cameras. It could be said that every angle was a lens. Finally, Qin Feng abandoned the search and addressed Matsushita. "I shall reclaim the debts owed by your ancestors through you." "Attention, Sakura Nation," Qin Feng declared with fierce intensity. "You are doomed." With that, he placed a foot upon Matsushita's head. Splatter. Another watermelon burst. At that moment, the entire Blue Star looked on as this watermelon exploded. The world was stunned. One man threatening an entire nation. It was utterly insane. On the battlefield, it was reported, the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng, has successfully eliminated the guardian of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Matsushita. Once again, it is this Qin Feng, in a certain corner of the national war arena. Colonel George of the Eagle Sauce Nation furrowed his brow. Chapter 19. A bounty of treasures. This individual from the Dragon Kingdom possesses considerable skill. We must exercise caution when we encounter him again. Lieutenant David, who was accompanying him, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Colonel. How barbaric. What a gruesome display. This person is merciless. How could one treat Matsushita in such a manner? It is utterly cruel. Blast it. Despicable Dragon Kingdom inhabitants. You shall soon learn the might of our Cherry Blossom Nation. Humph. Do you dare oppose the Cherry Blossom Nation, unaware that we have the Eagle Sauce Nation backing us? Oh dear, have you been beaten? Hurry and weep to your Eagle Sauce father. Haha. This is simply delightful. I am overjoyed today. Dragon Kingdom netizens, lurking in the Cherry Blossom Nation's livestream, relished the outrage displayed, emerging to mock and provoke them. The exhilaration was unparalleled. In the national war sector, a wave of jubilation swept through as Li Tai felt a sense of relief. Just then, the Cherry Blossom Nation made a phone call to lodge a complaint. This only heightened Li Tai's delight. On the battlefield, we are unable to control the actions of the Guardians. Moreover, this is a battleground, not a banquet. If one is slain, one must blame their own lack of strength. Li Tai returned the Cherry Blossom Nation's words to them unaltered, inciting the diplomat from the Cherry Blossom Nation to stomp in frustration before abruptly hanging up the phone. Ah, it turns out this is quite enjoyable, Li Tai mused, gazing at the phone in his hand, still yearning for more. If only the little devils hadn't hung up so quickly. He would have loved to retort a few more times. On the battlefield, Matsushita and Meituanku both lay dead, their battlefield storages scattered across the ground. Why? Look at all these treasures, Qin Feng remarked mockingly as he surveyed the supplies strewn about. It seemed they had not been shy about pillaging others. He proceeded to collect the items, one by one, into his national war storage. Congratulations, you have obtained 200 units of wood. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 units of stone. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 units of steel. After gathering several materials, he noticed 2 blueprints lying on the ground. Upon picking them up, he found that both were blueprints for basic walls. How redundant. And I have already constructed basic walls. Could they not have provided something of a higher tier? Though somewhat lackluster, he nonetheless tossed the 2 blueprints into the battlefield storage. Congratulations. You have obtained 4 peachwood swords. Such an abundance of peachwood swords must surely have been scavenged by that fellow from the Iron Brother Nation, Qin Feng surmised. However, it was also plausible that they had been collected by the 2 diminutive inhabitants of the Cherry Blossom Nation. After all, the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Dragon Kingdom belong to the same cultural sphere, and their acceptance of supernatural elements is considerably more uniform compared to other civilizations. Aside from that, all that remained on the ground were a gleaming pair of short blades. Qin Feng picked them up, and an invigorating chill coursed through him. Name: Thunderstrike Twin Blades. Type: Xian Iron Alloy. Cold Weapon. Quality: Grade: Upgrading Method: Slay 100 spirits. Quality Cap: Grade. Description: A pair of dual blades. Slender and lightweight. Crafted from a special alloy imbued with lightning attributes. Possesses formidable power and potential for growth. Observing such a description, Qin Feng found himself pondering in an unseemly direction. He wondered how it compared in thinness to Bayerjet's Okamoto 001. Moreover, what on earth was this mysterious Xiantai alloy? It seemed to be a rare material only found on the battlegrounds of national warfare. Qin Feng subsequently placed the lightning dual blades into the battlefield storage. These blades were perfectly suited for Bayerjet, although she was a formidable warrior. Wielding 2 kitchen knives was truly an eyesore. After securing his belongings, dusk was fast approaching. Should he continue exploring or return? Just as he hesitated, the corpse at his feet suddenly vanished. Battlefield notification: The citizens of Sakura Nation have voted to resurrect Guardian Meichuan Ku. Battlefield notification: The citizens of Sakura Nation have voted to resurrect Guardian Matsushita. The talents of these 2 were exceptionally rare, marked by a striking red hue. While some citizens of Sakura Nation wished to substitute them for a chance at golden talents, the more conservative voices prevailed, opting for their resurrection. After all, the actions and demeanor of these 2 perfectly aligned with the spirit of Sakura Nation. The figures of Meichuan Ku and Matsushita abruptly materialized at the gates of Sakura Nation. Snakes. Venomous snakes. So many venomous snakes. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. As soon as they were resurrected, Meichuan Ku and Matsushita found themselves struggling on the ground. In their worldview, they had just been on the brink of death, only to find themselves back at the national gates in the next moment. Huh? How did I end up here? My legs are fine. The 2 were utterly bewildered, still trying to grasp the situation. Oh, how embarrassing. To beg for mercy from the enemy, what a loss of face. There's not a shred of samurai spirit. I truly regret their resurrection. The scene of their revival was broadcasted live, leading to immense disappointment among the netizens of Sakura Nation. They had expected the chosen members of the self-defense force to embody the virtues of samurai spirit, but instead, the keyboard warriors from Dragon Nation, lurking within Sakura Nation, seized the opportunity to strike. Ha ha ha, is this what you call samurai spirit? You should commit seppuku. This is hilarious. Having died once, they still plead for mercy from our revered Qin Feng. Little devils, you better pray not to encounter our Qin Feng again, or you'll be finished. At the gates of Sakura Nation, Huizi was equally disheartened. At this moment, she was sweating profusely as she painstakingly assembled a makeshift barricade to enclose the gates. She even crafted a few makeshift horse fences to make it appear more formidable. You have already perished. The citizens chose to resurrect you. Do not betray their expectations. Huizi, possessing an exquisite figure and delicate features, had a few strands of bangs dampened by sweat clinging to her smooth forehead, rendering her exceptionally attractive. Yet, her unequivocal tone left the 2 men before her feeling quite embarrassed. Thank you, Miss Huizi. Matsushita accepted the tea she offered and took a sip to steady his nerves. Reflecting on the loss of all his belongings, even his sniper rifle had been crushed, leaving him destitute. He felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him. The remaining ammunition for the firearms was scarce, and Matsushita found himself questioning whether they could withstand the next wave of onslaught. He was unaware of what the next monstrous attack would entail or how many foes they would face. As anxiety gnawed at him, the arrogant Meichuan Ku displayed disdain, swatting away the tea that Keiko had offered, exclaiming, "Those vile Dragon Kingdom people, lacking in martial ethics, resorting to underhanded tactics with venomous serpents." Keiko, as a guardian, was unable to watch the live broadcast and remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Feeling aggrieved after her tea was dismissed, she nearly shed tears, vowing that the next encounter with the Dragon Kingdom people would not go unnoticed. How laughable! Who was it that struck first? Who truly lacks martial ethics? Indeed. Those were the snacks that the great Qin Feng brought for Sister Bauer. They sought their own demise. Huh. As if one could stand against the prowess of the great Qin Feng. Chapter 20. The ferocity of dried eels. Not only the keyboard warriors from the Dragon Kingdom contemplated this, but even Matsushita harbored similar thoughts in secret. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Qin Feng. At that moment, he held a cup of tea, trembling as he took small sips. Despite Meichuan Ku being a master of karate endowed with red talents, facing that Iron Man from the Dragon Kingdom would likely yield no favorable outcome. As the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom remarked, after Qin Feng had dispatched 2 guardians from the Sakura Nation, he confined the red serpents into treasure chests and returned to the gates of the Dragon Kingdom. At the gates, a sturdy wall had automatically been erected. Though merely a basic structure, it stood nearly 10 meters tall and appeared quite formidable. Qin Feng felt a slight sense of relief. Sister Bao sat idly at the base of the wall, playing with mud. At that moment, Lin Jiu had also returned. The ritual had been successfully completed, and the area was rich in spiritual energy. He hoped to witness the emergence of the golden armored corpse by the night of the day after tomorrow. He bore a weary expression, suggesting that the exertion of a forbidden technique had taken its toll. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Jiu. Hey, young man. What's inside that box? Bauer asked, her curiosity piqued by the white box Qin Feng had brought back. The box got splattered with blood. My wife is too adorable. Do all girls from Sichuan enjoy using reduplicated words to appear cute? Trying to entice my husband, huh? Not at all. It's just that reduplication is common in Sichuan dialect. I can't imagine a grown man speaking in such a manner with so many reduplicated words. Don't imagine it. I've already bent. Qin Feng brought the box closer, smiling as he said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Inside are some delectable treats, just for you." Really just for me? Bauer exclaimed with delight. Just as she was about to open it, Qin Feng halted her. Not so fast. These little creatures are quite fierce. With that, he opened the treasure chest himself. Hiss. As soon as it was opened, a red serpent latched onto his hand. Fortunately, the armor provided protection, and he was unscathed. Upon seeing the red serpent, Lin Jiu became animated. Could this be the 9-tailed rooster-crowned snake? Dried eels. Bauer was equally surprised at the abundance of dried eels. Does Uncle Jiu recognize them? Qin Feng explained. The snake's venom is exceptionally potent, fortunately clad in mechanical armor. Lin Jiu avoided a significant misfortune. He grasped a snake by its vital spot, as the creature coiled vigorously in his grip. After a meticulous examination, he confirmed, indeed, it is the 9-tailed coxcomb snake recorded in the Chronicles of the Strange. This snake's venom is renowned as one of the deadliest in the world, aptly named one drop down, signifying that a mere drop is sufficient to claim a life. Is this snake truly that formidable? One drop down is quite the impressive moniker. What did my wife mean by dried eel? Upstairs, it refers to the snake. Silly. The one from Sakura country who wasn't wearing pants died after being bitten by several snakes. Didn't he get what he deserved? Meichuan Kumi wasn't wearing pants either, huh? You're going to make me laugh to death. I did some research, and there really is a book called Chronicles of the Strange. The electronic version describes the 9-tailed coxcomb snake, and it matches perfectly. Haha, I told you, Uncle Jiu is quite impressive. Yet you all still call him a fraud. How embarrassing. These dried eels are rather fierce. Didn't my brother say they were a snack for me? Why do they seem toxic? Sister Bauer expressed a hint of disappointment. Lin Jiu produced a small porcelain vial, biting the snake's fangs against the vial's edge, allowing a few drops of venom to ooze out. With the poison released, everything will be fine, he remarked. Removing the poison fangs as well. This venom will undoubtedly serve a purpose. Thereafter, Lin Jiu extracted the venom and fangs from an entire box of 9-tailed coxcomb snakes, while the remaining smaller snakes were left for Sister Bauer to roast. Hiss, hot, hot. It smells divine. How delightful. Brother, you must try it. It's exquisite. Sister Bauer presented the roasted snake to Qin Feng, who shook his head and said, Sister Bauer, take these 2 blades for your use. In his hands were the Thunderstrike twin blades. What is this? Sister Bauer examined the Thunderstrike twin blades with keen interest. Why? Why does my husband dote on her so much? I refuse to accept this. Who would have thought that the great Qin Feng could not escape the allure of beauty? And yet, he seems to be quite the sycophant. How disappointing. Let us not be so harsh. The great Qin Feng surely has his reasons for his actions. Indeed. My husband acts with purpose, never without reason. Qin Feng then produced a century-old peachwood sword, stating, Uncle Jiu, I wonder if this weapon suits you. Upon receiving the peachwood sword, Lin Jiu's eyes lit up. Is this truly for me? No way. He grinned widely. Oh yes, it fits perfectly. Without even touching the sword, Lin Jiu nodded vigorously. Even though he typically maintained a serious demeanor, he couldn't help but beam with joy. As he held the peachwood sword and channeled his energy, it radiated a golden glow. What a treasure! What a treasure indeed! Lin Jiu caressed the sword. With just a slight infusion of energy, it exhibited such formidable power. His ancestral peachwood sword, which required a drop of his blood to enhance, could hardly compare to this sword's prowess. Qin Xiaogu, this is indeed a magnificent weapon for vanquishing demons, Lin Jiu exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Sister Bauer also infused a bit of energy into the Thunderstrike twin blades, which emitted a faint blue light. It seems this pair of blades is quite unique. It seems to be more formidable than my Okamoto 001. A spark of electricity dances incessantly upon the blade. The interplay of gold and blue illuminates the faces of the 3. Is it really possible? Indeed. The items dropped in the national battlefield are extraordinary. Even Sister Bauer can make her weapon glow. This weapon is truly impressive. Having given it away, what weapon does the great Qin Feng use? My husband has a few peachwood swords. I'm not worried. Moreover, he excels in utilizing battle armor. While the netizens were somewhat astonished, Qin Feng himself was feeling a bit unsettled. Inside his helmet, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, is this the benefit of spiritual energy? One can actually enhance weapons with it. Undoubtedly, the weapons obtained from the national battlefield, when imbued with spiritual energy, would possess formidable power. Qin Feng's desire to learn how to cultivate energy grew stronger. After a long day's work, the 3 rested for the night. The following day, Sister Bauer eagerly exclaimed that she wanted to pilot the mecha. She had awakened in the middle of the night, suddenly recalling that Qin Feng had an unoccupied mecha, the Crab Sea. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep for the latter half of the night. Qin Feng, overwhelmed, had no choice but to comply with her wishes. After all, the prototype was idle. Haha, I finally get to pilot the Crab Sea, Sister Bauer exclaimed as she entered the number 1 mecha, brimming with excitement. She maneuvered the prototype back and forth in front of the national gate. As gleeful as a child. Chapter 21. You are the spirit of the weapon, aren't you? Little brother, this is so much fun. Thank you. Sister Bauer raised her arm, making a series of clicks. Fire. She pulled the trigger, eager to launch a miniature missile for a test. However, during the trial, the ammunition had already been depleted by Qin Feng. The system later restocked the ammunition only for the number 3 mecha that Qin Feng was piloting. Oh, it's out of bullets, she realized after the failed launch, yet she remained cheerful. Qin Feng cautioned, Sister Bauer, please be careful. Some functions shouldn't be recklessly experimented with. If there were ammunition on the mecha, she might accidentally create a hole in the hard-built wall. Sister Bauer laughed heartily. I understand. Little brother, no need to panic. Why? Why is my husband so indulgent towards her? She's merely a naive girl who knows how to act cute. I can do that too. And I'm much more resilient. On Blue Star, Qin Feng's wives were not pleased. Exactly. All she does is eat and drink, utterly carefree and thoughtless. Hey, don't speak ill of my wife. Don't you find her adorably silly? It's not thoughtlessness. It's just her generous spirit. Hee hee. You shameless sycophant. Go away. No sycophants allowed. In the national battlefield. After Sister Bauer had taken a few laps in the prototype, the novelty wore off, and she began to explore other functions. At that moment, a voice emanated from the headset inside her helmet. Hello, Sister Bauer. Huh? Who's speaking? She looked around, but there was no one in sight. I am Jarvis, Mr. Qin Feng's intelligent assistant. Jarvis, why can't I see you? In truth, I lack a physical form. I exist solely in logic, as Jarvis elucidated. Valor raised her eyes to the sky, struggling to turn her rusty mind, murmuring Jarvis's words. Not physically present, but existing in logic? Indeed. Oh, I understand now, Valor exclaimed, as if a long-buried memory had been unearthed, revealing something familiar. Are you a spirit of the device? You are a spirit, aren't you? Jarvis searched the database for relevant information regarding spirits and responded that interpretation is also valid. Valor, brimming with excitement, declared, "Haha, you are amazing, little brother. To possess a spirit. Hey, Bauer, can you hear me?" At that moment, Qin Feng's voice came through the headset. "I can hear you. Go ahead," Bauer replied. Qin Feng continued, "We can communicate using the mecha's built-in radio. Although there is no satellite support, short-range communication is certainly feasible." The short distance he referred to was relative to global communication. Even without satellite signal relay, communication over 100 kilometers is still possible. Perhaps the battlefield is merely a flat expanse, unaffected by planetary curvature, allowing communication over several hundred or even 1,000 kilometers. Valor was overjoyed. Hee, that's wonderful. I can finally venture out. Having been confined to guarding the National Gate for 2 days, she was thoroughly bored. Qin Feng suggested, "Let us split up to search for treasure and resources. If we encounter any issues, we can call each other via radio for support." "Absolutely." Valor nodded eagerly, fearing Qin Feng might change his mind. As for potential issues, she had not given them much thought. What kind of issues could arise? Anything would not be an issue. Just charge ahead. What's happening? Qin Feng actually let my wife venture out alone? A cute girl, knowing nothing. Clad in a mecha with depleted ammunition, how is that not courting disaster? Ha, well done, husband. She has been mooching at home all day. It's time she contributed. Let her perish outside. We voted to replace her. Right. We replaced her. In the National War Department, Li Tai was alarmed as he witnessed Bauer venturing out. What is going on? This girl only possesses a white talent. Is it wise to send her out? His 2 deputy assistants exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, observing their silence. Li Tai prompted, "What are your thoughts? What is Qin Feng's reasoning?" Bauer has merely drawn a white talent. Her physical attributes are less than double that of an ordinary person, and there is no data indicating she possesses any combat skills. What are you trying to say? Li Tai interrupted, urging him to be direct. Yes, Chief. I was wondering if Qin Feng is deliberately sending her out to consider replacing her with another teammate? With a resounding clap, Li Tai slammed his hand on the table, causing his subordinates to fall silent, too intimidated to speak further. I believe Qin Feng is not that kind of person, Li Tai said coldly. Yes, Chief, I shall not speak again. The department head, perhaps, is entirely confident in the protective capabilities of the #1 mech. The 2 of them searching for resources separately is undoubtedly the most efficient choice. At this moment, another assistant spoke up. Li Tai nodded in agreement. Moreover, this assistant, shifting the topic, defended his colleague, stating that, from a rational standpoint, replacing Sister Bauer would indeed be the optimal choice. With both capable aides expressing the sentiment, Li Tai sighed. How could I not be aware of this? Yet, such actions stand in stark contrast to the traditional morals of Long Country. I do not wish to witness Qin Feng becoming the target of public condemnation. Little did he know that the clamor on Long Country's internet to replace Sister Bauer was growing ever louder. After all, the fate of the nation hinges on competition. Intertwined with the whims of keyboard warriors, a defeat would only shorten their lifespans. What difference is there in personally slaying keyboard warriors? The people of Blue Star held no confidence in Sister Bauer, yet Qin Feng's perspective was entirely different. Even Lin Jiao could sense that Sister Bauer was a hidden gem. After all, in the past couple of days, whenever he stood within a certain proximity to her, the spiritual energy surged toward her like a torrent. Lin Jiao felt that as long as he was near her, the environment of spiritual energy transformed, reminiscent of the era before the decline of magic. On the battlefield, Sister Bauer piloted the prototype mech, singing a whimsical tune as she explored eastward. Despite the thick fog obscuring visibility to just a few meters, her spirits remained high. After approximately half an hour of walking eastward, Sister Bauer began to feel a twinge of boredom. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, offering little visibility beyond 10 meters. A Apart from grass and trees, there was nothing else. No monsters, no treasure chests. Were it not for Qin Feng being online, Sister Bauer would have been utterly stifled. Hey, handsome, when will you equip my mech with flight capabilities? Although the prototype could forcefully take flight, it consumed excessive energy. Qin Feng repeatedly cautioned her against flying unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, they would be left without energy to continue. Chapter 22. Sister Bauer's chest is stolen. Sister Bauer carefully tended to her toy, naturally reluctant to waste energy. At this moment, Qin Feng was exploring southward. Having cleared the north the previous day, and today aimed to eradicate the wild monsters in the east and south. Sister Bauer, don't rush. I haven't yet decided on the next generation of mechs. I'll upgrade you once it's ready. Qin Feng nonchalantly reassured her while secretly chuckling to himself. Upgrade? What upgrade? That would only come after increasing the performance metrics and receiving system rewards for the next generation of battle armor. Oh, handsome. I think I've discovered a nest of wild monsters. Sister Bauer's voice sounded somewhat mischievous through the headset. What level are the monsters? Handle them with care, Qin Feng instructed. Oh, I know. I'm quite clever, she exclaimed. This nest of wild monsters is mine. With that, the headset fell silent. Hey, Sister Bauer, Qin Feng thought with exasperation. Clever? More like foolish. Meanwhile, not far ahead of Sister Bauer, 3 pig-headed creatures stood motionless. Between them lay a white treasure chest. This foolish woman is heading toward her doom. Haha, my husband's scheme is about to succeed. Do not, dear Bauer, do not go over there. It's dangerous. Is she really daring enough to approach? Isn't that courting death? Bauer quietly crept forward, yet the prototype was rather clumsy, despite her utmost caution. The clattering sound still resonated somewhat loudly. As she drew near, she triggered a battlefield alert. Battlefield alert. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's guardian, Bauer, for discovering a level wild creature, the wild boar man's lair. In truth, the battlefield alerts had been incessantly flashing, even last night in the dead of night, with guardians from other nations tirelessly exploring and engaging in combat, not to mention during the day. This time, it was finally the Dragon Kingdom's guardian that appeared. Just then, the commotion from the prototype caught the attention of 3 pig-headed beings. They turned their heads and saw an iron behemoth, not weaker than themselves, approaching Bauer. Roar! Roar! The wild boar men howled, raising their enormous spiked clubs, charging towards Bauer. By the ancestors, what a stubborn fool! Bauer cursed, deciding to rise to her feet. The gigantic steel monster rushed to confront the pig-headed beings. Goodness, is Bauer really that reckless? Is this girl seeking death while trying to appear adorable? This girl is quite fierce. I find myself beginning to change my opinion of her. She is not too bad. At that moment, even the National Warfare Department felt a surge of anxiety for Bauer. Although her mech had formidable combat capabilities, that was when Qin Feng was at the helm. As the crowd watched with concern, the screen displayed a pig-headed creature charging directly at Bauer. It raised its club, thick enough for a man to embrace, aimed at Bauer's iron head. If it struck true, one could fear that Bauer's lovely head would be flattened along with the iron. Many timid souls shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending doom. Yet, despite piloting the cumbersome mech, Bauer moved with astonishing swiftness. Dragon, piercing, she unleashed a fierce move. But upon realizing her hands were confined within the frame, she abandoned the idea. When the ultimate technique failed, she resorted to a simple punch. Take this. Boom. As her iron fist struck, the pig-headed creature had yet to bring down its club when it was already hammered in the chest. Roar. It emitted a cry, the club falling to the ground as its hefty body was sent flying. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What power! Bauer attempted to wipe her nose, but found it impossible within the mech. Clang, clang, her iron arm made dull sounds against her iron head as she rubbed it. Just then, the other 2 pig-headed beings flanked her from behind, rushing forward. Behold my spinning kick. Bauer seized the moment, executing a graceful spinning kick in her mech. Suddenly, the cumbersome machine appeared almost nimble. Bang, bang. With 2 resounding thuds, the heads of the 2 pig-headed beings were struck by her iron legs, instantly flattening them. Wail. The pig-headed creatures lamented, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth? Could it be that this mech isn't heavy after all? How is it that I feel Sister Bao operates this mech with greater proficiency than the esteemed Master Qin Feng? What kind of talent has this girl acquired? Golden? Nonsense. It's white. It merely adds 4 points to her attributes. Just 4 points? Surely, with her own physical prowess, she barely reaches twice that of an ordinary person. How has she achieved this? It must be that Master Qin Feng, during the mech's upgrade, made enhancements to this particular unit. The comment above is correct. It must be so. On the battlefield, Sister Bauer lifted her visor and smiled with delight. How splendid. It seems there is sport to be had. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation Guardian Sister Bauer for slaying the Wild Boar Man 3, earning 1 white treasure chest. Upon seeing this notification, Qin Feng smiled knowingly. Sister Bauer has made her first score. Yet, just as she was about to collect her treasure chest, a figure dashed forth. Snatching her chest and fleeing, Sister Bauer was left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Damn. It's the Guardian from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Sister Bauer, hurry and pursue. Don't let him steal it. What audacity. The scoundrels from the Pickled Vegetable Nation have no shame, swooping in to reap the rewards of others' hard-fought battles. Those shameless opportunists from the Pickled Vegetable Nation only know how to exploit. Dragon Nation keyboard warriors can lurk in foreign live streams, and likewise, keyboard warriors from other nations can infiltrate Dragon Nation streams, especially those from countries like Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom, who are at odds with Dragon Nation. Among them are the likes of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, a mere nuisance. Zhenghuan, you're amazing. Zhenghuan, keep it up, love you. Haha, Chinese pig. Consider yourself fortunate that our Zheng Huan didn't slay your guardian. Count your blessings. Die, pickled vegetable scum. Go away and return to your pickled vegetable live stream. Yes, get lost. Just the sight of you is nauseating. The thief of the treasure chest was none other than Park Zhenghuan from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, who had acquired a golden talent. Meanwhile, to the southwest, Qin Feng was scavenging for resources when he heard Jarvis's prompt. Sir, Sister Bauer is encountering the Guardian Park Zhenghuan from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Shall I assist her? Qin Feng chuckled. Jarvis, remember, on this battlefield, everyone may require assistance. But Sister Bauer is the exception. However, I cannot fault you. Your database lacks information on Sister Bauer. Jarvis paused for 2 seconds, perhaps searching for data or reasoning it out. He then replied, Understood, sir. Noted. Seeing that Park Zhenghuan was about to vanish into the fog, Sister Bauer finally realized her treasure chest had been stolen. You little rascal. Stop. That was my chest. Enraged, Sister Bauer let loose a stream of expletives. Oh my goodness. When cursing, one should use reduplication. She piloted her mech in pursuit. However, the prototype was exceedingly cumbersome, unable to accelerate swiftly. Furthermore, the opponent possessed a golden talent, with physical attributes tenfold that of a normal person. As he appeared ready to disappear into the mist, Sister Bauer was both furious and anxious. She could no longer afford to conserve energy. Fly now. Chapter 23. Managing life and death, she maneuvered the mech, taking off into the air to chase after Park Zhenghuan. The latter turned back and was instantly taken aback. Alas, such a massive creature, and yet it can take to the skies? Boom. The mech crashed to the ground, creating a large crater that obstructed the path of Park Zhenghuan. You imbecile. You've made me waste so much energy. Sister Bauer donned her helmet, fuming with indignation. Get down on the ground. That is my precious box. Upon realizing it was a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that, Park Zhenghuan couldn't help but salivate. Huh. I thought she hailed from some foreign land. But she's actually from the Dragon Kingdom. Young lady, with such beauty, would you care to accompany your appa for a while? Sister Bauer spat, launching into action. With a mighty fist, she aimed straight for Park Zhenghuan's head. Hey, Bauer, should we not go through with this? Oh, I'm infuriated. That damn pickled cabbage dares to bully my wife. But he's endowed with golden talent. Bauer, obliterate him. Go for it. My word, this girl is fierce. I'm absolutely smitten. The women from the Dragon Kingdom observed this scene, and although they still regarded Sister Bauer as a burden to Qin Feng, most of them began to develop a fondness for her, not to mention the men who had already fallen under her spell. Even Qin Feng's circle of wives hoped she would survive, at least, not at the hands of that despicable Korean. On the battlefield, Park Jong-hwan, seeing the iron fist barreling toward him, wore a disdainful expression. "Young lady, you won't harm your appa." With deliberate calmness, he tilted his head and effortlessly evaded the iron punch. A tenfold attribute is no trifling matter. In terms of strength, agility, speed, and explosive power, he was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. However, Sister Bauer was no pushover either. Although her mech restricted some of her abilities, her innate strength was undeniable. Seeing her iron fist dodged, Sister Bauer straightened her arm and swept horizontally. The weighty iron limb struck near Park Jong-hwan's handsome face. Bang! Despite his quick reflexes, he managed to dodge some of the force, but still felt the impact on his profile. "How dare you strike my appa's dashing visage?" Poor appa. His face is starting to swell. "You wretched woman from the Dragon Kingdom, utterly ungrateful." The fanbase of Park Jong-hwan from the Pickled Cabbage Nation began to berate Sister Bauer. Park Jong-hwan touched his face, seething with rage. How dare that wretched woman injure him? His profile was his pride, and this woman had dared to mar it. "Return my box, or I shall end you," Sister Bauer threatened. "I will deal with you," she added. "Uft, am I not adorable enough? Even while threatening to deal with you?" My word, Sister Bauer is incredible. She actually struck Park Jong-hwan, who possesses golden talent. Indeed. Men are creatures that think with their lower halves. Park Jong-hwan's combat prowess diminished upon facing Sister Bauer. Now I understand. I was perplexed as to how Bauer, with her white talent, could injure Park Jong-hwan, who possesses golden talent. On the battlefield, Park Jong-hwan spat. "Deal with it. Who's to say who will meet their end?" Crack. Sister Bauer lowered her visor, speaking in a deep, resonant tone. "Very well, then you may proceed. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Even if I were to sit in the depths of the Iron Sea, I would still annihilate you." Park Jong-hwan observed for a while, realizing that his opponent was ensconced within the metallic shell, making it difficult to strike. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him. Target the joints. The iron shell offered formidable protection, but the joints were its Achilles heel. Park Jong-hwan clenched his fist tightly, channeling all his strength. With a burst of energy, he swiftly circled around Sister Bauer, rushing with incredible speed. He darted behind the mecha and delivered a powerful punch to the knee joint. Bang! A resounding impact reverberated, causing the prototype to stagger precariously. "You dare strike my crab shell?" Sister Bauer yelled in fury. The prototype was her prized possession, painstakingly acquired from Qin Feng. And having barely enjoyed it for a moment, she was infuriated at its damage. Bang! Another punch landed on the opposite leg, causing her to stumble once more. "You scoundrel!" This time, Sister Bauer was genuinely enraged. She retrieved her dual thunder blades from the battle warehouse. Park Jong-hwan, seeing his attacks were effective, felt a surge of delight. "I'll finish her off. Everything in her warehouse will belong to me. Furthermore, such a beautiful girl, I shall drag back to my room, while the iron is hot. There's no way to live stream there, huh?" Lost in his thoughts, Park Jong-hwan continued to circle around Sister Bauer, unknowingly chuckling to himself. But at that moment, what was that beneath his eyelids? A blade? The gleam of the blade's edge. Thud! Just as Park Jong-hwan was running with glee, a swift cut severed his head entirely, revealing his milky brain matter. With inertia, his body flew out a good 10 meters before collapsing, while the remaining half of his head clung to Sister Bauer's blade. "This is what you get for stealing my treasures." Sister Bauer spat at the half-head on her blade, then viciously tossed it to the ground. She glanced at her dual blades, red and white, now stained with the remnants of battle. Humph! Disgusted, she wiped them on Park Jong-hwan's corpse. At that moment, the entirety of Long Kingdom and Kimchi Nation fell silent. Almost everyone forgot to send comments. What just happened? Park Jong-hwan was instantaneously defeated by Sister Bauer, a character with 4-point attributes, obliterated by a 50-point talent. I just saw Park Jong-hwan teasing Sister Bauer, laughing. And then, he was gone? The netizens of Long Kingdom could scarcely believe their eyes. The people of Kimchi Nation were even more incredulous. Appa Jong-hwan is dead. Impossible. Appa Jong-hwan possesses a golden talent and is a taekwondo master. How could he be bested by a mere woman? That woman must have used her charms to ensnare Appa. Shameless woman, perish. Nearly everyone believed that Park Jong-hwan had momentarily let his guard down, leading to his swift demise at the hands of Sister Bauer and her mech. The netizens of Kimchi Nation cursed Sister Bauer, yet she remained oblivious. Hee. My treasure has finally returned. Sister Bauer gleefully picked up her box, happily brushing off the dirt from its surface. Battlefield announcement, congratulations to the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. Sister Bauer, for successfully slaying the Guardian of the Kimchi Country, Park Jong-hwan. Upon seeing this announcement, the other Guardians were far from calm. Oh my goodness, another Guardian from the Dragon Kingdom. Are they so bloodthirsty? First it was the Sakura Kingdom, and now the Kimchi Country. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom is at odds with them. Haha. Well done, Big Brother Dragon Kingdom. In the distance, two Guardians from the Eagle Sauce Country exchanged glances. George remarked, again, it's the Dragon Kingdom. Their essay saying, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. It seems the Dragon Kingdom does not regard us Eagle Sauce Country with much respect. David responded fiercely, it's time to teach them a lesson. Commander, look, there seems to be some wild monsters ahead. Let us go check it out. Sister Bauer activated her headset. Hello, Big Brother, can you hear me? I found a plethora of valuable items here, she exclaimed excitedly. With Park Jong-hwan deceased, the items within the National War Warehouse had been unleashed. Chin Feng replied, oh, what valuable items have you found? Some materials, like wood and steel. And there's also some mysterious iron, 30 units of it, Sister Bauer said as she gathered the items from the ground and tossed them into her warehouse. Chapter 24, Level Monster Mysterious Iron Alloy? Now that S truly a treasure, Chin Feng smiled. The Thunderstrike dual blades are crafted from mysterious iron alloy. Although its other uses remain unknown for now, the newly emerged materials are likely to be relatively rare. Sister Bauer beamed with joy. Then I'll bring it all back to you. You can decide how to use it. Great, Chin Feng replied. Sister Bauer opened the white treasure chest in her hand. Another chest. Let me see what's inside. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Sister Bauer, for acquiring level item Tang Dao. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the Guardian of Eagle Sauce Country, George, for discovering level monster Tao Tai's lair. Alongside Sister Bauer's announcement, there was also one for the Eagle Sauce Country. Chin Feng was slightly taken aback. Level? Tao Tai? This was the first time a Guardian had encountered a level monster. He wondered if this Tao Tai was the same as the one from his knowledge. If it were the legendary Tao Tai from Earth, things could become quite troublesome. However, Sister Bauer was unconcerned with such matters. She was solely focused on her own affairs. Hey, it's actually a Tang Dao, Sister Bauer exclaimed, picking up the long blade and examining it with great delight. Since last night, many other Guardians had acquired similar items, and the National War announcements had incessantly cluttered her screen, much to her annoyance. She never expected to find one for herself. This item would be perfect as a gift for her big brother. Chin Feng had gifted her a pair of dual blades, and Sister Bauer had been pondering what to return. Little did she know this opportunity would arise. Name, Tang Dao. Type, mysterious iron alloy. Cold weapon. Quality, level, upgrade method, slay 100 spirits. Quality limit, level. Description, the Tang Dao is forged from mysterious iron alloy. Exceptionally sharp and durable. It also possesses a certain lethality against entities. After reading the description, Sister Bauer felt even more satisfied. Who dares to say my wife is of no use? Step forward. Sister Bauer is indeed quite formidable. Silly girl has her own fortune. Humph. Considering her efforts in assisting her husband in gathering resources, one ought to wish for her well-being. The wives of Chin Feng are remarkably magnanimous. Even Li Tai from the National Warfare Department, while watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but burst into laughter. This girl, though stubborn, is exceptionally fortunate. He gleefully rubbed his hands together and remarked to his subordinates, I must say, beauty does hold its advantages. Look, attractiveness can indeed translate into combat effectiveness. Even Li Tai believed that Sister Bauer's south ability to defeat Park Jong-hwan stemmed from the latter's arrogance and excessive lechery. He attributed it to sheer luck on Bauer's part. At that moment, a call from the Republic of Korea came through. I must lodge a complaint against you for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. The high-ranking officials of the Republic of Korea exclaimed as soon as the call connected. Humph. It was your guardians who acted without decorum, seizing our resources first. With his newfound experience in confrontation and being in the right this time, Li Tai was not inclined to show any courtesy to the Republic of Korea. After a lengthy exchange of barbs, the other side was left utterly exasperated. Let us not forget that we are allies of the Eagle country. Ultimately, unable to best Li Tai in their argument, they resorted to invoking their powerful backers. Li Tai laughed heartily. If you have the gall to declare war, then bring it on. Even if your allies come, I fear them not in the slightest. With a clang, Li Tai rarely deigned to respond to that old fellow. He was merely a dog, and uttering another word would be a waste of time. Let war commence. The high-ranking officials of the Republic of Korea gazed at the phone, muttering to themselves. They began to feel apprehensive. To go to war with the dragon country over a hasty young lad? Wasn't he that akin to seeking one's own demise? Despite their bluster, it turned out that others were not swayed by such tactics, ultimately leading to their own downfall. Sighing, the elder hung up the phone and weakly waved his hand. Go. Gather the reporters for a press conference. He intended to call upon the citizens to collectively vote to resurrect Park Jong-hwan. Although this lad had been somewhat reckless, he was, after all, the only one among nearly 1,000 guardians with a golden talent. If they hastily replaced him, they might end up with a new guardian possessing merely a great talent, which would indeed be tragic. 10 minutes later, Park Jong-hwan was resurrected at the gates of the Republic of Korea. He let out a howl towards the heavens, filled with resentment. Dragon country, I shall slay you all. This time, not only did he fail to steal the enemy's treasure, but he also lost his own life in the process. Furthermore, the resources he had painstakingly gathered were surrendered without a fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, whether through fortune or misfortune, Qin Feng had flown quite a distance without encountering a single monster, let alone any treasure resources. What on earth? I've flown out of the thick fog. Yet there is nothing around? Is the southern region truly this barren? Just yesterday, I found many valuable items in the north, and today, Sister Bauer discovered a chest in the east. Yet here in the south, amidst the fog of war, there wasn't a single thing to be found. Just then, Jarvis alerted him. Sir, a faint sound has been detected approximately 300 meters behind the hill, likely indicating a skirmish. The various sensors of the mech have a limited detection range, and Jarvis, employing every possible method, could only rely on sound to discern distances beyond that limit. However, this method is rife with inaccuracies, causing Qin Feng to make fruitless trips more than once. Regardless of the truth, the distance is only a few hundred meters. Qin Feng flew forward for a while, crossing a hill. From afar, he indeed spotted figures. Who are they? That monster. Qin Feng focused his gaze and commanded, Jarvis, magnify the lens. Understood, sir, replied Jarvis as he adjusted the focus, bringing the distant figures into clearer view. The silhouettes of two individuals emerged. They were white weasels. Engaged in combat with them was a Taotai. This Taotai was familiar to Qin Feng, distinct from the ancient beast of his previous life. It was, in fact, the Taotai from the film The Great Wall, which added an intriguing twist. The first formidable monster he encountered turned out to be such a creature. Seizing the moment while the two were distracted, he descended slowly and concealed himself. Jarvis, record the combat data of those two. Qin Feng ordered. Yes, sir. On the battlefield. Qin Feng believed that a confrontation with the Eagle Sauce Nation was inevitable. If he could obtain their combat data in advance, it would prove invaluable in future endeavors. As Jarvis recorded the data, Qin Feng counted the bodies on the ground. Including those lying there were a total of 10 Taotais. The strength of these grade monsters was indeed far superior. The Eagle Sauce Nation's George and David possessed red talents, with personal attributes of 40, which is 8 times that of an ordinary person. Yet, even they struggled against just the Taotais. These fellows actually brought a Gatling gun, Qin Feng muttered. Not far away, among the 4 Taotai corpses on the ground, lay a Gatling gun, now devoid of ammunition, abandoned and emitting wisps of smoke. The 2 guardians from the Eagle Sauce Nation. Colonel George wielded a saber, while Lieutenant David brandished a military knife about a foot long. They relied on their physical prowess to battle 3 Taotais simultaneously. Chapter 25. Reaping others' harvests. George fought while retreating, handling the situation with remarkable ease. Although 3 Taotais pursued him, Only one was able to engage him at any given moment. George continuously inflicted severe injuries on the approaching beast, demonstrating a sound battle strategy. In contrast, while David managed to throw the attacking Taotais far away and inflict wounds, he was not without his own suffering. His chest bore 3 deep claw marks, and a long, gaping wound extended from his left eye to his chin, bleeding profusely, transforming his pale face into that of a warrior. David, keep moving. These beasts may not be slow, but with our red talents, we still have a speed advantage. George exclaimed, frustrated as he watched the brawny David stand dazed in the face of 3 Taotais. Engaging them head-on, the hulking figure, already robust, had become even more formidable after the enhancement of his red talent, his muscles as hard as iron. This made the iron-loving David even prouder. Yet such strength was relative to humans. Their current adversaries were grade monsters. They were beasts. Reluctantly, David began to move, mimicking George's commands. He shouted furiously, "Colonel, let us exchange weapons." Thus far, the Eagle Sauce Nation had acquired merely a single broadsword, while David still believed that his Gatling gun was far more exhilarating. However, in the wilderness, one cannot carry an abundance of ammunition, and George had forbade him from taking too much. After all, with limited ammunition, some must remain for the defense of the homeland. Who knows what monstrous adversary awaits in the next wave, or how many there might be. Upon encountering this horde of wild beasts, David had swiftly dispatched 4 Taotai with a mere glance. When his bullets ran dry, he was left astounded, resulting in the current predicament. His subordinate requested a weapon exchange. But George was not naive. "Hold on a moment. Once I eliminate these beasts, I shall assist you." David. A Taotai met its demise. In George's hands, the broadsword was wielded with an unadorned, straightforward style. Slash, chop, stab, no more. "Sir, the combat data of the target has been collected," Jarvis reported within minutes. Qin Feng had also discerned their origins. These 2 appeared to be soldiers of a certain nation, employing cold weapons with a simplistic, direct approach to killing. There was no embellishment to speak of. Such techniques would undoubtedly prove effective against ordinary foes, but now they were left at a loss. Qin Feng believed that to combat a beast like the Taotai, a longer cold weapon would yield better results. "All right, I'll wait for them to finish. No need to rush." Leaning against a dirt mound, he casually plucked a blade of foxtail grass, lifted his mask, and placed it in his mouth. How delightful. Huh. What is my husband up to? It seems that Master Qin Feng is about to cause some trouble. The opponents are the guardians of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Colonel George and Lieutenant David, both are of the red talent. But Master Qin Feng only possesses purple talent, meaning his attribute enhancement is merely half of theirs. My husband is in grave danger. Do not set your sights on them. Shouldn't we find the treasure ourselves? These monsters are elite Taotai, looking fearsome with their bared fangs and claws. On Blue Star, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom perceived Qin Feng's intentions. He was attempting to imitate that fellow from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, aiming to snatch someone else's fruit. Yet, the reality was that the opponents were formidable in talent, and there were 2 of them. This was no trivial matter. Meanwhile, in the National Warfare Department, there was a palpable sense of anxiety for Qin Feng. Li Tai stood up, pacing back and forth in agitation. What was that rascal plotting now? Given his character, he might even dare to poke the tigers behind. This was unacceptable. Regardless of the outcome, they must prepare for every eventuality. Promptly, he picked up the phone to contact the Eastern Military District and the 2 naval commanders. On the battlefield, the 2 from the Eagle Sauce Nation were now seated back to back, slowly catching their breath. They had eradicated all 6 Taotai, bringing the total count to 10. No more, no less, including the 4 previously dispatched. "David, quickly bandage your wounds." George tossed a first aid kit to his subordinate. David's military knife had broken, leaving him with little more than the hilt in his hand. Humph. He angrily picked up the first aid kit from the ground, evidently still irate over the colonel's refusal to exchange weapons. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the guardians of the Eagle Sauce Nation, George and David, for slaying the glutton and obtaining a green treasure chest. As soon as this notification emerged, the guardians on the battlefield were taken aback. Truly, the Eagle Sauce Nation remains formidable even in the realm of national destiny. To vanquish a high-level monster, and receive a green treasure chest? One wonders what treasures lie within. Yet, it is my allies who are truly exceptional. The Dragon Nation's guardians merely engage in underhanded tactics. When the national war reaches its climax and I connect with my allies, I shall witness the downfall of the Dragon Nation's guardians. The guardians on the battlefield, upon reading the new announcement, harbored various thoughts. Perhaps the most exhilarated among them was Qin Feng. Goodness, those two pale-skinned swine are actually from the Eagle Sauce Nation. Truly, it seems that enemies do not congregate. This provides even more reason to target you. He spat out the grass he had been chewing, sealing his mask. With a swift motion, he raised his right arm, opening the ammunition chamber. The armor-piercing rounds within ascended. You dare. Those despicable Dragon Nation folk. How dare they ambush our Eagle Sauce Nation? Colonel George, there are enemies behind you. Look back, Colonel George. I'm on the verge of panic. The Eagle Sauce Nation's netizens on Blue Star were hopping with anxiety. However, their cries fell on deaf ears for George and David on the battlefield. Even the supreme leader of the Eagle Sauce Nation could only watch in fury as events unfolded in the Dragon Nation's live stream. Whoosh! Qin Feng aimed at George and launched a miniature missile. Among the two guardians, George only sustained minor injuries, as he was the primary target. The pin-sized missile shot forth directly towards George and David. One wonders what splendid treasures the green treasure chest might yield. At that moment, David, despite being drenched in blood and pale of face, was exhilarated to encounter a green treasure chest for the first time. He had long since developed a newfound appreciation for melee weapons, especially those that emerged from the battlefield. If the green treasure chest were to unveil a magnificent relic, surely it would be his turn to wield it. Colonel George already possessed a tank sword. David thought eagerly, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Just then, George heard the shrill wail of the miniature missile and looked up in alarm. Watch out, he shouted, pushing David aside as he propelled himself backward, leaping 5 or 6 meters away in an instant. Boom! David, who had been bewildered just a moment prior, was instantly reduced to a mere cloud of flesh. The explosion was imminent, and George was significantly affected by the blast. With his 40 attribute points, he was spared from death, though he was hurled a considerable distance away. On Blue Star, billions gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Chapter 26. Do you know who I am? Qin Feng has truly taken action. Yay! My husband is so powerful, so handsome. Oh no, it seems he has stirred a hornet's nest. The Eagle Sauce Nation will not let this go unpunished. Who cares about that? On the battlefield, there can be no two-way communication. The Eagle Sauce Nation cannot restrain their guardians. The citizens of the Dragon Nation were astonished, while the netizens of the Eagle Sauce Nation were incensed. Yet, what frustrated the Eagle Sauce Nation even more was that their great hero had used a teammate as a shield at a critical moment. The command from the United States has been issued. Ahem. Coughing, George struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the remnants of flesh and blood from his face. Who is it? He asked, clutching a tang dao that trembled in his hand. In his blurred vision, he discerned no shadow, rubbing his eyes with his sleeve. He finally saw a figure suspended in midair, a man of iron. Who are you? George demanded, raising his blade. Qin Feng remained silent, slowly approaching him. Well, this old fellow can't be killed by explosions. It was beyond Qin Feng's imagination that the opponent would use his teammate as a shield. Do you know who I am? George threatened. Qin Feng continued to withhold his response. In his eyes, George was already a dead man. Why waste words on the deceased? Better to open a treasure chest. Jarvis, take aim at him. Yes, sir. With a click, 2 armor plates on Qin Feng's shoulders opened, revealing 6 ominous gun barrels. Seeing this, Colonel George panicked. I am Colonel George of the United States. Killing me will bring great trouble to your nation on Blue Star. At that moment, he still could not comprehend the identity of the Iron Man hovering above him. He even questioned whether this Iron Man was one of Blue Star's guardians. After all, when it came to mechanical manufacturing, the United States was unrivaled. Could this fellow be a monster? Impossible. What kind of monster looks like that? Surely, there couldn't be other extraterrestrial civilizations on the battlefield? In this life and death moment, George's imagination ran wild. Jarvis, this guy is fast. Fire 3 shots to seal off his escape route, and don't skimp on the ammo. As he commanded, Qin Feng issued another order. Sir, based on the previous combat data of the United States Guardians, we have estimated a 77 chance of him dodging to the right. Qin Feng replied, Is that so? Then we can save a bullet. Everyone has habitual movements, especially soldiers like George. Fire. Bang. Bang. Upon receiving the order, Jarvis fired. 2 bullets shot forth from Qin Feng's shoulder, one after the other. George's pupils constricted. This Iron Man was not intimidated by the United States threats. He must be a guardian of an extraterrestrial civilization. At the instant one bullet was fired, just as Jarvis predicted, George indeed tilted his head to the right. However, another bullet followed closely behind. Thud. The bullet penetrated George's forehead, leaving a small hole, while the back of his head was blown open, creating a wound the size of a bowl. George's wide eyes gradually dulled, losing their luster. Finally, his body slowly slumped to the ground. Battlefield alert! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's Guardian Qin Feng for successfully killing the United States Guardian George, David. Instantly, George and the items within the David Nation's war warehouse exploded onto the ground. The guardians of other nations received the news and were left in shock. Oh my God! 2 guardians from the United States were killed simultaneously? Is the Dragon Kingdom truly this formidable? First, they eliminate the defenders of the Kimchi Nation. And then they spare not even the defenders of the Eagle Sauce Nation, taking down 2 at once. Alas, it seems that the Blue Star is on the brink of another world war. Well done. Ha ha ha. None of them are virtuous. A mutual destruction would be the best outcome. Alas, the elder brother of the Dragon Kingdom is bound to encounter troubles. Reactions among the defenders vary, some revel in misfortune, while others express concern for the Dragon Kingdom. The most prevalent sentiment, however, is anxiety, fearing that the outbreak of a world war on the Blue Star might adversely affect their own nations. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng remains nonchalant, murmuring, What a pity. I wonder where the last defender of the Eagle Sauce Nation stands. If the defenders of the Eagle Sauce Nation are annihilated, the Blue Star's Eagle Sauce Nation will face the retribution of fate on the battlefield. In his recollection, both in his past life and this one, the Eagle Sauce Nation has consistently opposed the Dragon Kingdom, committing numerous misdeeds. Witnessing the Eagle Sauce Nation suffer losses is something Qin Feng finds quite delightful. Upon hearing this, netizens on the Blue Star express their disquiet. Master Qin Feng, you seem to have even bolder ideas. Oh no, Master Qin Feng has stirred a hornet's nest. We are bound to be implicated. To the one above, are you not a man? What does it matter if we strike at the Eagle Sauce Nation? My husband is a hero. Indeed, I would gladly flush the people of the Eagle Sauce Nation down the toilet or cast them into space to suffocate. The 2 above, such as the perspective of women. I take offense to that. What do you mean by the perspective of women? Should women not voice their opinions? You men, here, a lengthy discourse is omitted, are simply ridiculous. Sister, I concede, I was wrong. Please, no need for violence. The one above, you are indeed the sister. Your entire family are sisters. Meanwhile, the leader of the Eagle Sauce Nation gazes grimly at the unfolding events on the national battlefield. The 2 red-tasseled defenders he took pride in have been stealthily dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom's Iron Man orders have long been issued, and all combat units are poised, awaiting his command. Within the leader's office, none of the advisors dare to speak. Everything that needed to be said has already been articulated. Now, the leader must simply make a decision. Let us proceed. With this declaration, the tension among all present dissipates. The inevitable has finally arrived. Several generals retrieve their phones to issue commands for action. However, just then, a series of urgent reports are laid before the leader. Ultimately, these reports coalesce into a tactical map on the office wall. He glances at it, his pupils narrowing. What? The several generals are equally astonished. Sir, there are 2 mushroom submarines surfacing near the coastlines of both the eastern and western shores. The speaker, a national hero of the Eagle Sauce Nation and former flagship captain of the aircraft carrier fleet, possesses a unique insight into modern warfare on the Blue Star. In terms of joint operations across air, land, and sea, particularly in naval combat, no one on the Blue Star can surpass them. It must be the Dragon Kingdom's submarines. He exclaims in astonishment. How did they manage this? For mushroom submarines, surfacing silently at the coastal line indicate that others could readily plant dozens of mushrooms on the territory of the Eagle Sauce Nation at any moment. Chapter 27. The Seventh World War. Exposure equals destruction. Why was our nation previously oblivious? The generals were furious. How dare the Dragon Nation disturb the tranquility of our territory? Their anger intensified upon realizing that the Dragon Nation had encroached upon our doorstep. And yet our own people remained completely unaware. The mushroom submarines had surfaced, a blatant provocation. More critically, there were 4 mushroom submarines that had emerged. How many more lay hidden beneath the waves? As the generals contemplated this, cold sweat broke out upon their brows. "Mr. General, urgent report." A new assistant rushed in. "What is it? Speak." The general's face darkened, clearly displeased. The assistant, trembling with trepidation, dared not delay or conceal anything. He swiftly navigated his handheld device, causing several new pieces of information to appear on the wall screen. "Mr. General, an unusual fleet has materialized just under 10 nautical miles off the coast of Eagle Nation. The Dragon Nation publicly claims they are conducting live-fire exercises on the high seas, warning other vessels to steer clear. The live-fire exercise area is marked here," the assistant explained, highlighting a substantial section of ocean on the map. The eastern boundary of this area nearly brushed against the territorial waters of the Eagle Nation. Bang! The general could no longer remain seated. He rose and slammed his fist heavily upon the desk. "Damn it! And what else?" The assistant stammered. "In the Dragon Nation's news. They are currently broadcasting information about our fleet." He picked up the remote control and switched to the Dragon Nation's international channel, replaying the news from just a few moments prior. On the screen, a stunning host was presenting the Dragon Nation's latest satellite research achievements. In this footage, we can see the Dragon Nation's fleet cruising in the Pacific Ocean. With a radiant smile, the host feigned surprise and apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I misspoke." Someone beside her handed over a sheet of paper, and she continued, "According to the revised information, this is not the Dragon Nation's fleet, but rather the fleet of the Eagle Nation." "Huh. How did the Eagle Nation's fleet end up in our waters?" In the office of the Eagle Nation's general, silence fell like a heavy shroud. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and even breathing seemed to cease. The generals were astonished that our military secrets were accessible to the opposing media. Clearly, the Dragon Nation had divulged this information. They had uncovered the existence of our fleet. According to the principle that exposure equals destruction, our fleet was effectively annihilated, unless the Dragon Nation chose otherwise. The general slumped into his chair, contemplating his next move, and personally dialed the Dragon Nation's number. Moments earlier, the Dragon Nation's National Warfare Department was abuzz with activity. They had been working tirelessly for 2 days and nights, each individual sporting dark circles under their eyes, their feet barely touching the ground. Even the basic needs of drinking water and restroom breaks seemed a luxury. Directly, the efforts to eradicate the zombies in Asan Nation have failed. The situation is now in utter chaos. The Eagle Nation has deployed troops under the pretext of stabilizing the zombie crisis, and their ground forces have now advanced to our border. Over the past 2 days, Asan Nation has suffered tremendous losses. Had the Eagle Nation not intervened in time, the entire nation would have likely succumbed to becoming a haven for zombies. In merely 2 days, the nation of Eagle Sauce advanced to the borders of the land of Asan. Li Tai's eyes brimmed with concern. Upon receiving news of Eagle Sauce's military deployment to Asan, he discerned that their intentions lay beyond mere territorial ambitions. Indeed, it appeared to be a maneuver directed against Long Nation. Not only from the west, but even from the east, the fleets of Eagle Sauce were encroaching upon territorial waters. Li Tai commanded his subordinates to prepare their hidden traps. These misguided individuals, if they sought to engage in conflict with us, would find no shortage of resistance. Minutes later, the phone rang. "Hello, I wish to speak with your leader," came the voice on the line, unmistakably that of the Grand Overseer of Eagle Sauce. Li Tai scoffed, replying, "The leader is indisposed. I shall handle minor matters. What is it you wish to discuss? Can you truly make decisions?" The Grand Overseer challenged. Li Tai, unfazed, responded, "In matters of this realm, I hold authority. My superior is occupied with more pressing concerns. Speak quickly, for I too am busy." The Grand Overseer seethed with anger. The Seventh World War is on the verge of igniting. What could possibly be more significant than the lives of millions? He perceived this as a jest from Long Nation. Yet acknowledging that someone from Long Nation had spoken, he chose not to escalate the matter further. You, the guardian of Long Nation, have slain 2 of my guardians. How do you intend to address this? Compensation is required. Not only had guardians been lost, but resources had also been plundered. With less than 2 days until the next wave of conflict on the national fortune battlefield, time was of the essence in securing defensive resources. Li Tai chuckled coldly. On the battlefield, communication is unidirectional, as you are well aware. Should our personnel perish, we accept our inadequacies without resorting to lamentation or demanding compensation from others. You are uncouth. The Grand Overseer fumed. It was one thing to be accused of inadequacy. To be likened to a weeping woman was intolerable. Mr. Grand Overseer. Li Tai softened his tone, adopting a more conciliatory stance. You must understand that communication is impossible on the battlefield. Not only had we never encountered those 3 guardians prior to the commencement of hostilities, but even if we had, the outcome would remain unchanged. Life and death on the battlefield are governed by fate, a principle of the national fortune arena. I advise you to focus your energies on defending against the monsters threatening Eagle Sauce, lest your guardians falter in their duty at the gates. Do not indulge in trivialities. Otherwise, should the 7th World War commence, we shall be prepared to engage. I have other matters to attend to and shall not continue this exchange. With that, Li Tai abruptly ended the call. In a single conversation, the Grand Overseer of Eagle Sauce had barely uttered a few words. Continuously subjected to the reprimands of a young man. What an insufferable scoundrel. The 7th World War is imminent, and the leadership of Long Nation permits a mere youth to take charge. What could possibly be more pressing than this crisis? The Grand Overseer was nearly beside himself with rage, prompting his assistant to quickly provide him with a calming remedy. Everyone in the office held their breath, fearful that the Grand Overseer might collapse under the strain. Mr. Grand Overseer? The first to speak up among the troops was that general, the hero of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Naturally, everyone understood whom he was referring to. Weakly waving his hand, he sighed, "Let us withdraw. The young man is right. We cannot control the battlefield. We can only passively prepare our defenses against the monsters at home." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, for they too wished to avoid a complete upheaval in the Dragon Nation, especially in light of the looming crisis on the battlefield. Chapter 28, Resource Level Chief. The Eagle Sauce Nation's forces have retreated, the deputy reported. Li Tai, upon hearing this, also let out a significant sigh of relief. Let our people withdraw as well. Yes. In the Pacific Ocean, the 4 visible mushroom submarines submerged once more. The Dragon Nation's fleet, engaged in live fire drills, announced the cancellation of the exercise. The keyboard warriors on Blue Star continued their quarrels and battles, entirely oblivious to the fact that they were on the brink of the 7th World War just moments prior. In the wake of the incident on Blue Star, only the other 3 major rogues and a few other powerful nations were aware that Blue Star had once again plunged into the crisis of a world war. Among the 5 major rogues, the other 4 took the lead in agreeing that any occurrences on the battlefield must not be transferred as hatred towards Blue Star. The guardians within the battlefield relied on their own abilities. Their lives and deaths were left to fate. The Eagle Sauce Nation had no choice but to sign the agreement, as even they, no matter how powerful, could not stand against the entire world. Of course, this was a matter for days to come. At this moment on the battlefield, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the crisis unfolding. However, even if he had known, what difference would it have made? The white-skinned foes were still meant to be dealt with. Congratulations, you have obtained 70 Xian iron alloys. Congratulations, you have obtained 400 wood. Congratulations. You have obtained 200 steel. Congratulations, you have obtained 300 stone. Wow, such a bounty. Glancing at the weapon in George's hands, Qin Feng did not let the opportunity slip by. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 Tang Dao. The 2 not only collected a wealth of materials but also acquired a Tang Dao, a fine blade. Qin Feng caressed the sword's body and flicked it with his finger. The crisp sound resonated, echoing into the air. Ah, this sword is indeed suited for me. He had clearly observed that this blade was more than capable of dealing with formidable beasts, having slain 6 out of 10 of the terrifying Taotai. Qin Feng picked up the items dropped by the two guardians from the Eagle Sauce Nation's battlefield warehouse and approached a green treasure chest. A green treasure chest. I wonder what treasures lie within. With a thud, he opened the chest, revealing several items before him. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 Tang Dao. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 Tang Dao blueprint. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 intermediate wall blueprint. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 Shin iron alloys. I actually unlocked an intermediate wall blueprint. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Not only did the green chest yield a Tang Dao blueprint, but it also contained plans for an intermediate wall. This meant that the gates of the nation could be upgraded. At the gates of the Eagle Sauce Nation, both George and David had already been revived. Both individuals possess a red talent, enabling them to reach a potential of 40 across all attributes. A gift only surpassed by the golden talent. Should one of them be replaced as the guardian with someone bearing a gray or white talent, the situation for the Eagle Nation would become dire indeed. Presently, the challenge they face is not a lack of resources to defend their borders, but rather the issue of teamwork. Upon their revival, George found himself ensnared by David's grip around his throat. You scoundrel! You actually pushed me to take the bullets, David exclaimed, seething with rage. Had he known he was not merely facing bullets, but missiles that would obliterate him into mere flesh. One wonders what thoughts would have crossed his mind. Cough, cough. Soldier, release me. Colonel George's face turned crimson, struggling to breathe. I command you to let go. George, as a colonel, held rank over David, a mere captain. Yet, in this battlefield, far from the imperial court, rank held little sway. David, consumed by anger, disregarded his superior's authority. Hurry, release me. Dr. Jenny stepped forward, attempting to mediate, but the captain, a fitness enthusiast bolstered by his red talent, proved too formidable. Even together, George and Jenny could not pry his merciless grip from around George's neck. You despicable fiend. If you could push me into the line of fire once, you would do it again and again. I shall end your life. David spat, his words laced with fury, while George gasped for air. Nearly suffocated by the rancid breath of his assailant, I acted out of instinct in a moment of crisis. I never intended. Let go. George protested. Indeed. Who could foresee such treachery from the Dragon Nation, if they could not unite to safeguard their borders and perished in the process? The citizens might very well vote to replace them, and then true doom would befall them. Jenny's words struck fear into David, prompting him to release his grip. Coughing and gasping, George's face and neck remained flushed. What did you say? The assailants were from the Dragon Nation? He inquired of Jenny. Initially, the enemy had said nothing, only that they were formidable warriors. George had assumed he was facing some odd creature, or perhaps a guardian from an extraterrestrial civilization. Jenny nodded in affirmation. Yes. The battlefield notification indicated that you were slain by the Dragon Nation's Qin Feng. Qin Feng. It's him again. Both George and David gritted their teeth in frustration. For David, his beloved Gatling gun lay lost, and the remaining ammunition at the borders was rendered useless. At this moment, Qin Feng had yet to assess the materials required for the intermediate wall when another battlefield notification arrived. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Guardian Qin Feng for obtaining intermediate wall blueprint. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Guardian Qin Feng for acquiring Tang Dao blueprint. Upon seeing the notifications, George was beside himself with rage, jumping up and down at the gates. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. I will kill you. What was once his rightful resource had been snatched away by those detestable Dragon Nation inhabitants. Ha! Witnessing the pale-skinned one seethe with fury brings me an innate sense of joy. Yay, yay, yay. It's a splendid day for celebration. Darling, you've done wonderfully. Look at all the resources we've gathered. Once upon a time, one might ponder, why did the nation of eagles remain utterly indifferent after the slaying of their people and the plundering of their resources? Such a reaction is not characteristic of their nature. Perhaps they are acutely aware that the events unfolding on the battlefield are beyond the control of the Blue Star. Dear Eagles, the waters of war are far too deep for you to navigate. Allow me to take charge, remarked the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, jubilant as if celebrating a festive occasion. Wait, to construct a mid-level wall, titanium alloy is required. Qin Feng observed with some dismay the specifications for the two-grade resources. Among the materials needed for the mid-level wall, in addition to timber, stone, and steel, were 200 units of titanium alloy. Although Qin Feng possessed a considerable amount of materials, including some mysterious iron, he found himself lacking in titanium alloy. Never mind, I'll set it aside for now. He then glanced at the Tang Dao, a weapon of remarkable quality. Yet, he was perplexed as to why the blueprint was classified as a grade resource. Name: Tang Dao Blueprint. Type: Blueprint. Quality: Grade, Upgrade Method: None. Quality Limit: Grade. Description: A specialized blueprint for forging the divine weapon, Tang Dao. Requiring materials: 10 units of mysterious iron. In Chapter 29, a curious notion crossed Qin Feng's mind. With the Tang Dao now in his possession, what purpose did the blueprint serve? Should he forge another for Uncle Gio? That seemed plausible. Just then, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Earning profits, host's cunning and wit level at 1. Perfectly embodying the persona of Iron Man's similarity to Iron Man's character at 2. Rewards obtained. All physical attributes 10. Qin Feng mused, cunning indeed. But what does it mean to be chicken thief? After a moment of contemplation, he noticed the sky darkening. Having spent nearly a day outside, it was time to return. With a burst of fiery propulsion from his battle boots, Qin Feng soared towards the National Gate. Upon his return, Sister Bao had long since arrived. "Young man, come quickly and savor the pork I caught," she exclaimed, with her belly round from feasting. Sister Bao had already grilled the pork and begun her meal. Qin Feng chuckled. This girl remains as innocent as ever. It seems our National Gate will rely on Sister Bao from now on. Of course, she replied, thumping her chest confidently. Rest assured, with me around, there will be no issues. Ha ha ha, my wife is as adorable as ever. You silly girl. So boastful. Isn't it just a stroke of luck to have taken down a fool? Moreover, it was all thanks to my husband's mech. What luck. My wife also brought back 3 pigs. Indeed, I must say, the least needed among us is that Taoist, always pretending to be mysterious to swindle food. I concur. Lord Qin Feng should persuade him to venture outside, where he can meet his demise. We could then replace him and find a new ally for Lord Qin. At that moment, Uncle Gio appeared troubled and lacked appetite, holding the roasted pork without any desire to eat. What's wrong, Uncle Gio? Did you encounter trouble today? Qin Feng inquired. Lin Gio promptly shook his head, slightly embarrassed. No. It is just that I feel quite ashamed to stand here while you two guard the gate without me contributing anything. Huh. It seems you are not entirely oblivious to your own shortcomings. In the tranquility of the night, Dao was Chang'an reassured with the presence of the great Qin Feng. All shall remain well. Qin Feng responded. Oh, Uncle Gio, you are too modest. Your profound mastery will be essential should any demons arise. The emergence of foreign undead such as zombies has already occurred. It is only a matter of time before local supernatural entities in the Dragon Kingdom manifest. Qin Feng understood that Uncle Gio would not remain idle. Why overthink it, Uncle? Bauer cheerfully interjected. When dawn breaks, you should take a stroll. This place is quite delightful. Lin Gio managed a forced smile. Very well, but tonight at the hour of the rat, I must return to the burial grounds to conduct a ritual, hastening the emergence of the golden armored corpse, so we may have an additional ally before tomorrow's impending chaos. That would be splendid, Qin Feng replied with a smile. It was essential to provide the Taoist with an opportunity to showcase his skills. Otherwise, he would remain here, mired in self-doubt and unproductive thoughts, Qin Feng contemplated. Unfettered by such concerns, Bauer was intrigued by the golden armored corpse. Uncle, is that golden armored corpse formidable? Which is stronger, it or my crab sea? She playfully tapped the prototype beside her. Well, it has its strengths, Lin Jiu replied, a bit awkwardly. How could he assert that his golden armored corpse was superior in front of Qin Feng? That would be boastful, although he wished to be humble. The reality of him doing nothing but idling and consuming food made it difficult to maintain such humility. Despite Lin Jiu's evasive response, Bauer remained enthusiastic. Hey, I haven't checked yet. Did that fool today smash my crab sea? With that, she moved to inspect the scars on her knee. Upon seeing them, her mood soured. That little brat hit me twice. When I see him again, I'll make sure to bury him. Let us see how he resurrects then. Bauer exclaimed angrily, recounting how the guardian from the pickled vegetable nation had stolen her treasure and how she heroically reclaimed it. That silly girl is at it again, being cute. What I say anyway? Someone enlighten me, came a voice from above. It refers to the dent made by the mech, another chimed in. Ha ha ha, my wife is adorable. I must marry a Sichuan girl. Hey, don't steal my thunder, came another voice. Hey, just a bunch of creatures thinking with their lower halves. As if Sichuan girls are up for grabs. Do you have a throne to inherit? If you want a Sichuan girl, you have to earn one. Exactly, too funny. After sharing her heroic tale, Linjia was left in awe. The young girl truly concealed her talents. She could best even those with golden gifts. With his own purple gift and 20 attribute points, Linjio felt he had made significant strides in both physical prowess and understanding of Taoist arts. Not to mention that the terrifying golden gift was twice his own. Yet, he had still been defeated, and swiftly, at that. The girl before him was indeed formidable. And Linjio's mind raced with myriad thoughts. Truly, young sir, I had nearly forgotten these items for you. With that, she emptied the contents of the battlefield warehouse with a flourish. Instantly, a sizable heap of materials gathered by the campfire. Wow, so many items. Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that Sister Bauer had struck a small fortune. What can I say? Sister Bauer raised her charming face, basking in the praise. Sister Bauer is quite fierce. Qin Feng playfully mimicked her, adopting a Sichuan accent. Haha, young sir, you possess a knack for speaking Sichuan dialect. If you diligently learn from your sister, you will surely master it in due time. Indeed, Qin Feng responded, echoing her enthusiasm. Their laughter lifted Linjio's spirits considerably as well. After all the supplies were stored, Qin Feng conducted an inventory check. 900 units of wood, 650 units of stone, 490 units of steel, and 200 units of dark iron. So much material? Unbeknownst to me, I've become quite wealthy. This was merely the raw materials, not accounting for several blueprints and weapons. The blueprints included one for the Tang Dao, one for a mid-level wall, and two for a basic wall, along with 4 peachwood swords and, oh yes, a Tang Dao. Qin Feng retrieved the Tang Dao and offered it to Linjio, saying, Uncle Jio, why not make use of this sword? Linjio felt even more embarrassed. Previously, someone had gifted him a century-old peachwood sword, and now he was being presented with a dark iron Tang Dao. He truly felt unworthy. Just as Linjio hesitated, Sister Bauer chimed in, Oh wow. Young sir already has a Tang Dao? I was planning to keep a surprise for you and gift you one. At that moment, Sister Bauer produced a prepared gift and handed it to Qin Feng. That works perfectly. I shall give my gift to Uncle Jio, and I will use the one you bestowed upon me. Seeing this, Linjio no longer hesitated and accepted the Tang Dao. After all, weapons were not in short supply, and further delay would seem rather petty. Chapter 30, Exploding Coordinates. This mid-level wall blueprint, is it intended for upgrading our walls? Sister Bauer took the blueprint and examined it. Wall, mid-level, required materials, wood 500, stone 200, steel 400, titanium alloy 200. Description, a steel-structured wall, primarily supported by titanium alloy, capable of withstanding impacts from monsters of level 6 and below. However, its resilience is limited, and one should not fully rely on this wall to safeguard the nation's gates. Construction time required, 240 minutes, materials insufficient. Upon comparing the required materials with what they had on hand, they found that the other common materials were sufficient, but they were woefully short on titanium alloy, possessing not even a single unit. Indeed, it is unfortunate that we lack titanium alloy, Qin Feng sighed. However, for the upcoming wave of attacks, we should be fine. We can consider upgrading the wall afterward. Yes, that works, Sister Bauer replied, returning the blueprint to Qin Feng. Aside from Linjio, who was engaged in late-night rituals at the corpse-rearing grounds, the other two had nothing more to say that night and retired to rest. Among those who toiled through the night were the guardians from other nations, particularly those from the pickled cabbage country, the eagle country, and the cherry blossom country, who were especially anxious as they had garnered little during the day, securing neither wall blueprints nor weapons. Anxiety loomed as the imminent assault approached. With less than 20 hours remaining, due to their resources being nearly entirely seized by Qin Feng, after a night of searching, the three kingdoms experienced varying degrees of success. However, they were still far from recovering the resources they had before the plunder. With only a tang knife at their disposal, what were they to do? Hours had passed since dawn, and the three members of Eagle Sauce Nation were resting at the front gate. Should we not seize the opportunity to search again? Perhaps fortune will favor us, suggested Dr. Jenny. No, we must conserve some strength to withstand the impending onslaught, replied George, inquiring with David about their remaining weapons and ammunition. David, with his head hung low, began to tally them up. 5 landmines, 20 kilograms of explosives, and a few dozen. 556 rounds. The mention of bullets made David's heart bleed. His beloved Gatling gun, along with a full 1,000 rounds, was now useless. The weapon had been reduced to 2 shattered pieces. A clear handiwork of Qin Feng. Now possessing bullets without a gun left David feeling utterly frustrated. What a pity, our firearms are all in. 556 caliber, lamented Jenny. There is no need for lamentation, it's merely the second wave of assault. Let us not forget our high-tier talents, George encouraged his teammates. If we cannot withstand the second wave, surely other nations will falter as well. Comparatively, the situation for Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation was slightly better. Only one individual from Kimchi Nation had been robbed, while Cherry Blossom Nation, despite losing 2 members, had a day and night to gather resources since their last casualties. Battlefield notification. Esteemed Guardians, there are only 6 hours remaining until the second wave of assault. Please prepare yourselves. Battlefield notification. The formal assault is about to commence. With a countdown of 6 hours, the National Fortune Battlefield chat channel has been activated. Upon seeing this notification, Qin Feng leaped out of bed in astonishment. To think there was a chat channel. With this, other Guardians could also communicate with their teammates. The slight advantage he had gained by contacting Sister Bao through Jarvis had vanished in an instant. To Qin Feng's surprise, the chat channel not only allowed for communication among teammates but also enabled the dissemination of information on a public channel. Bear Country's Andre, the second wave of assault is imminent. Aha. My Bear Country is fully prepared. The only issue is that our vodka is nearly finished. Who among you has brought some vodka? We could use a few bottles. Kangaroo Country's doing. Haha. We can actually chat. This will ease the boredom of staring at these 2 fellows all day. Are the Guardians of Eagle Sauce Nation online? Come and have a chat. Ink Country's Ollie, huh? Finally, salvation has arrived. Brothers, do you have any surplus food? Could you sell us some? The terrain in front of Ink Country is desert. There is nothing around. Kimchi Nation's Park Jongwon. Is Eagle Sauce's ally online? I have something to discuss. In an instant, the Guardians, who had been silent for 2 days, began to flood the chat with messages. Qin Feng read through the messages, and his mood soured further. With so many sycophants from Eagle Sauce Nation, if they were to unite, it would become quite troublesome. At this moment, even Sister Bauer could no longer contain herself and sent a message. Dragon Kingdom Sister Bauer. Wow, so many fools have suddenly appeared. Guardians, Qin Feng, Lingio, as the 2 fell silent, the Guardians from Pickled Vegetable Nation, who had had unpleasant encounters with the Dragon Kingdom, seized the opportunity to unleash their vitriol upon Sister Bauer. Pickled Vegetable Nation Park Jongwon. How dare you, Dragon Kingdom girl, show up. If you have the guts, reveal your coordinates, and watch as I obliterate your nation. Sakura Nation Mei Chuanku. Dragon Kingdom Guardians, if you're men, reveal your coordinates. I challenge you to a duel. Choose between a one-on-one battle or a wheel battle. Eagle Sauce Nation George, Sister Bauer from the Dragon Kingdom, let your Iron Man show up. As a gentleman, I wish to challenge him one-on-one, wagering the resources from our respective national war stores. Guardians. Damn it, the Dragon Kingdom Guardians are in dire straits now. Having provoked Pickled Vegetable Nation and Sakura Nation is one thing, but now they've also drawn the ire of Eagle Sauce Nation. It's quite the predicament, with Guardians from multiple nations converging simultaneously. Qin Feng chuckled. Reveal coordinates? The problem is, there are no coordinates at all. Even now, the small map constructed by Jarvis only displays a tiny area. Moreover, this is based on the Dragon Kingdom's gate as the origin point. There is no way around it. The National Fortune battlefield is exceedingly strange, and even the shape of the land beneath their feet remains unclear. For several days, Not a single gate location from another country has been found, not to mention the absence of coordinates. Even if there were, revealing them is out of the question. No one is foolish enough to do that. In the public chat channel, guardians from Eagle Sauce Nation and the other two countries relentlessly targeted Sister Bauer. The guardians from other nations simply watched the spectacle, tacitly choosing not to speak. How could Sister Bauer hold back? She immediately retaliated. Dragon Kingdom Sister Bauer, you bunch of fools, if you have the guts, reveal your own coordinates. Watch me come over and smash you into the ground. I'll bury you. Dragon Kingdom Sister Bauer, you lack the ability yet still covet others' treasures. Those who treat pickled vegetables as national treasures, accustomed to stealing on Blue Star. Come to the national battlefield to steal from others. I should have buried you back then. Dragon Kingdom Sister Bauer, and you little devils. How dare you ambush my brother? It's laughable that you tried to ambush someone only to be countered. Lacking skill yet still bold enough to boast. Chapter 31. He actually dares to show up. Sister Bauer, not satisfied with her initial tirade, continued. Dragon Kingdom Sister Bauer, Eagle Sauce Nation George. I've never seen you before and can't recognize you, but I've heard you've had a streak of bad luck. Who told you to encounter my brother? Huh? Haha. After delivering a barrage of insults, Sister Bauer burst into laughter, completely disregarding her image as a beautiful woman. In an instant, the guardians from the three nations fell silent, rendered speechless by her sharp tongue. The other guardians were equally bewildered. This is absurd. She has managed to take on three at once. The Dragon Kingdom's millennia-long legacy is truly not to be underestimated. When faced with her scathing remarks, one could very well be utterly defeated. The keyboard warriors of Blue Star, witnessing this scene, erupted in excitement. Wow, my wife is incredible, battling wits with everyone. In the upper room, is your last idiom serious? Fury, I am coming through the network cable to strangle you. Do not insult Sister Bao. The young lady exhibits a flair reminiscent of Zhuge Liang's scathing rebukes from days of yore. Ha ha, to those who claim Sister Bao is ineffectual. Observe her prowess in confrontation. You should count yourselves fortunate not to have faced her directly, instead cowering behind to disparage her. Hooray, Sister Bao, please unleash your wrath upon them for my husband. He is refined and cannot utter foul language. Li Tai from the National War Department sensed impending doom upon witnessing this scene. The Blue Star has just signed the National War Guardians Covenant of Fate, ensuring that nations will not seek trouble with the involved parties on Blue Star due to encounters in the battlefield. Now, this implies that the Guardians on the battlefield can communicate, which means they can form alliances. The Eagle Sauce Nation has numerous allies, while Qin Feng and his group are making enemies left and right. This is dire, truly dire. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Sauce Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation are reveling in delight. Haha, heaven aids me. Allowing their Dragon Nation Guardians to be so arrogant. It seems Colonel Mei Chuanku has successfully contacted the Guardians of the Eagle Sauce Nation. After nearly 2 hours of friendly exchanges with the multinational Guardians in the battlefield, Sister Bao, weary of the bickering, decided to log off. In the public chat channel, the Guardians, having had their fill of gossip, began to engage actively again. Initially, they exchanged experiences in combating monsters, but soon it evolved into a barter for supplies and weapons. However, after reaching a tentative agreement, they ultimately abandoned the transaction due to the inability to locate the gates of the opposing nations. Moreover, the Guardians harbored additional concerns. Revealing the location of their national gates was hardly advantageous. Although today they could negotiate amicably and share resources, tomorrow they might engage in fierce conflict over certain commodities. Qin Feng observed all of this in silence, muttering, if only there were a trading channel, how delightful it would be. He had watched for quite some time and noted that the Guardians in need of food were few. The majority sought weapons, followed by those in search of materials for constructing walls, with a handful needing blueprints for walls. Notably, all were seeking basic walls. Currently, the wealthiest was the Dragon Nation, which could not even construct intermediate walls, let alone the other Guardians. Battlefield notification. Formal assault is about to commence. Countdown. 3 hours. The trading channel for the National War battlefield is now open. Just as he was feeling despondent, the battlefield notification sounded. To his surprise, trading was indeed possible. Qin Feng closed his eyes in contentment, his nostrils flaring. In an instant, he caught a whiff of wealth's essence. A trading bar appeared on the right side of each Guardian's chat channel. Indeed, almost immediately, purchase requests began flooding the chat channel. Ink Nation Ollie, is there a kind soul who can exchange some food with us? My two teammates and I are on the brink of starvation. This cursed place is all desert, and the only treasure chest we encountered was filled with materials. Eagle Sauce Nation George, offering a handsome reward for a Tang Dao. Rotten Nation Smith, seeking steel. I only need 10 units. We can negotiate what to exchange, as I have plenty of other items. In the land of the kangaroo, Albert expressed a desire for a Tang Dao, stating that the price was negotiable and that he had the means to afford it. Meanwhile, Ahmed from the land of Pakistan sought both a Tang Dao and blueprints for basic walls. In an instant, nearly 100 purchase requests flooded the forum, with weapons being the most sought-after items. The lowest tier of weaponry currently available on the battlefield includes the Tang Dao, the century-old Peachwood sword, and the dual-edged Thunderstrike blade. Based on previous experiences with trial assaults, it appears that the Tang Dao is the most suitable weapon for the impending second wave. Additionally, the most frequently dropped items on the battlefield thus far have been the Peachwood sword and the Tang Dao, suggesting a strong likelihood that the Tang Dao will be effective in the next onslaught. Should the Peachwood sword prove to be the most appropriate weapon, the defenders of all nations would find themselves in dire straits, except for the Dragon Nation, thanks to the presence of Uncle Gio. After contemplating this for a moment, Qin Feng of the Dragon Nation smiled broadly. It was evident that the Dragon Nation possessed the strongest foundation and was best prepared, regardless of what the next wave entailed. It was certain that the Dragon Nation would emerge victorious. He quickly set about his tasks, prioritizing profit. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, selling one Tang Dao for 100 units of Xian iron or 50 units of titanium alloy. Casting a glance at his inventory, he noted he had 200 units of Xian iron, with only 10 units required to craft a Tang Dao. He set the price high to allow for negotiation. And who knows, perhaps he might encounter an unsuspecting buyer and make a significant profit. He opted for Xian iron and titanium alloy as trade items because, as of now, titanium alloy was the only high-tier material available. Among high-tier materials, Xian iron was considerably rarer compared to steel or stone. Once this information circulated, nearly all defenders lost their composure. "Hey, look! Qin Feng from the Dragon Nation has finally spoken," exclaimed one. "Oh my goodness, he dares to show himself. May the heavens protect our elder brother from the Dragon Nation," shouted another. "Baka, Qin Feng has appeared," resonated through the crowd, as hundreds of defenders expressed their astonishment simultaneously, either talking to themselves or calling friends, even forgetting to send messages in the chat channel. After all, Qin Feng had garnered much attention on the battlefield. During the trial assault, he achieved the first kill and led the Dragon Nation to be the first to complete the challenge. He single-handedly eliminated George and David from the Eagle Nation, as well as Meichuan and Matsushita from the Cherry Blossom Nation, the latter even in a surprise counterattack. While others were seeking equipment, Qin Feng was selling it. It was said, comparisons breed envy. One's worth is revealed in contrast to others. At that moment, the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Eagle Nation harbored intense resentment towards Qin Feng, for the items he offered were originally theirs. Eagle Nation George, Qin Feng. If you are a man, come to the site of our last battle for a duel between men. Cherry Blossom Nation Meichuan. Yes, Dragon Nation's pig. Resorting to despicable tactics like using venomous snakes. Chapter 32. The only conclusion is death. The defenders shook their heads in disbelief. Were they really about to engage in another round of insults? This was supposed to be a marketplace. The second wave of assault was imminent. Who had time for idle gossip? At that moment, numerous quick-witted individuals initiated trade requests directed at Qin Feng. Battlefield notification. The Ink Mud Kingdom's Ollie has initiated a trade. Tang Dao 1, Xiantai 50. Qin Feng chuckled. Wasn't he this fellow in need of sustenance? After muttering a remark, he quickly realized the situation. Weapons were in short supply. Acquiring a new weapon would alleviate his concerns about procuring food. The brothers from the Ink Mud Kingdom were quite astute, he mused. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng refrained from rushing into action. Battlefield notification. The Kangaroo Kingdom's Albert has initiated a trade. Tang Dao 3, Xiantai 30. Upon reviewing the information, Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. Goodness, how fitting for a rogue emerging from the land of exile. My own cost is a minimum of 10 units of Xiantai, and this one seeks to seize my resources directly. Moreover, this individual was even more cunning than the one from the Ink Mud Kingdom, attempting to purchase 3 at once. Did they truly possess no weapons at all? How could that be? Clearly, they aimed to take advantage of the situation, intending to resell at a markup. It appeared that within the ranks of the Guardians, cunning was a common trait. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly dismissed the trade request. Beyond these 2 trade requests, dozens more surfaced simultaneously, with prices ranging from 50 to 10. Naturally, the majority of bids hovered around 30 or 40, with only the shameless Becky from the Kangaroo Kingdom offering a meager 10. Without exception, all proposed items were Xiantai, not a single unit of titanium alloy to be found. Furthermore, amidst this barrage of messages, there were also communications from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the Kimchi Kingdom, alongside private messages. The content was primarily aimed at provoking him into a confrontation, laden with juvenile insults questioning his masculinity. To Qin Feng, such remarks seemed rather childish. Please, let us be honest. Your indignation only masks your desire to seize my resources. The cunning of the white-skinned individuals was matched by his own intellect. However, the incessant influx of messages and private communications began to irk him. Ultimately, he made a statement in the public channel. Long Kingdom Qin Feng, Eagle Sauce Kingdom, Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and Kimchi Kingdom's guardians. You had better pray that you do not encounter me or my teammates again. Otherwise, the only outcome will be death. The chat channel fell silent in an instant. Not a single message emerged. Qin Feng's threat to the 3 nations lingered in the air for an extended period, long enough for everyone to lose track of time, and long enough for the guardians of the 3 nations to break into a cold sweat. This Qin Feng was utterly audacious. Not only were those on the battlefield astonished, but the entire online audience across Blue Star watching the live stream was equally taken aback. Wow, our Qin god is impressive. Ha ha ha. I'm off to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's live stream to see their expressions. Screenshot it, bro. I'm heading to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom for screenshots. I'm going to the Kimchi Kingdom. Ha ha ha, their reactions must be priceless. Darling 587, I love my darling, moi. Oh dear, Dragon Kingdom's pig will eventually be doomed by your Qin Feng. In our Kimchi Kingdom, we have a saying, the towering tree will be felled by the wind. Just wait and see. Baka. That's right. You Dragon Kingdom have Qin Feng. Your fate is sealed. But speaking of which, Kimchi brothers, why do I recall that the saying belongs to the Dragon Kingdom? 2 clouds infiltrated our live broadcast room. Hilariously, the treachery of the traitors has even drawn the ire of the enemy forces. As for the nation of pickled vegetables, they might as well apply for heritage status for Chinese characters. On Blue Star's internet, keyboard warriors from various countries are once again clashing. Qin Feng remains indifferent to their disputes as long as they do not engage him directly. In the National War chat room, the guardians from Eagle Sauce Nation and 2 other nations found their provocations ineffective and were left speechless by Qin Feng's sharp retorts, ultimately silencing them. Congratulations. You have successfully traded with Ollie from India. Congratulations, you have received 50 units of Xian iron. Qin Feng opted for the highest bid in the trade. Meanwhile, the countdown for crafting the Tang Dao continued to tick away. 0133, 0132. Each Tang Dao requires merely 10 minutes to forge. With this transaction, he netted a profit of 40 units of Xian iron. How delightful. Qin Feng murmured to himself. This means I can sell 1 every 10 minutes. That's rather splendid. Glancing at the chat room, he noticed a flurry of purchase requests. The majority of guardians seeking the Tang Dao privately messaged Qin Feng, only to receive no response. Consequently, they resorted to continuously calling out to him in the chat. In exasperation, Qin Feng sent a message, Dragon Nation Qin Feng, the Tang Dao has been sold, and I am quite satisfied with the price. If any friends wish to purchase, please include a sincere offer next time. Those looking for a bargain need not apply. Kangaroo Nation. Upon reading this, the guardians were left disheartened. Rotten Country Wilson. Why was it sold already? Is there any stock left? I recall you opened a green treasure chest that contained Tang Dao blueprints. Bear Country Andre. Haha. Eagle Sauce Nation George. Upon seeing this, George was nearly driven to fury. The rotten country truly knows how to push buttons. Still a staunch ally? Bah. In Bear Country, why are you everywhere? Naturally, George refrained from responding in the chat, as it would only invite further torment. India Nation Ali. Dragon Nation Chin Fong. I am eternally grateful. May the Lord bless you. Iron Brother Nation Ahmed. So it was the Guardian from India who made the purchase. Congratulations. India Nation Ali. Hee hee. Does anyone have extra food? Let us trade for it with Tang Dao. The gathered Guardians realized the young man had a clever scheme. The onlookers of Blue Star couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Guarding the borders is not as crucial as guarding one's own belly. The Guardians of India Nation have come to a realization. Isn't it about time they saw the light? Have you not seen the news? Blue Star's India is nearly overrun by zombies. What good is guarding the borders? I watched the aerial footage. It is truly tragic. Almost everyone is turned into a zombie. India Nation's borders were breached during the trials by 3 night demons. As 3 entered, Blue Star's India manifested 30,000 night demons. A minuscule nation, lacking in economy, military, and territorial depth. How could it withstand such a relentless assault from the undead? Not only that, but with over half of the monsters breaching the borders, the trials faced by the nation of Indu were deemed a failure in defending their gates, resulting in a 3-year reduction in the lifespan of all its citizens. Given that the average lifespan in Indu was already low, this further decrement exacerbated the dire situation against the zombie threat, leading to a rapid decline. In less than 3 days, 30,000 night demons laid waste to the nation of Indu. Chapter 33. The First Nation to Fall. George, witnessing the defenders of Indu resorting to offering tang swords for food, could not help but chuckle. Was food really that scarce? There was an abundance of meat from the pig-headed men. George of Eagle Sauce Nation. Indu, Ali, I'll trade you. Food is plentiful. Meituan of Sakura Nation. I can also make a trade. I offer you 2 pig-headed men, weighing over 800 pounds. Enough to feed your trio for several months. George of Eagle Sauce Nation. Sakura Nation, do you dare to compete with me? Upon hearing these words, the Kimchi Nation, which had been poised to make an offer, immediately fell silent. They certainly did not wish to provoke him. The Kangaroo Nation also refrained from speaking up, remaining mute. In contrast, the Sakura Nation maintained a facade of respect, bowing and addressing him as father, while secretly plotting treachery. This was the very nature of the Sakura Nation, deeply ingrained within their character. Meituan of Sakura Nation. Apologies, dear ally. We too are in need of tang swords. George of Eagle Sauce Nation. Scram. I contacted Indu first. The battlefield and all inhabitants of Blue Star watched with keen interest as the nations turned against each other. Citizens of Eagle Sauce Nation and Sakura Nation sighed and shook their heads in dismay. With a heavy heart, the leader of Eagle Sauce Nation immediately called the Sakura Nation for clarification. What are you planning? Are you rebelling against the heavens? On the other end, the representative of Sakura Nation repeatedly bowed and apologized. Seizing this opportunity, the leader of Eagle Sauce Nation extorted another sum from the Sakura Nation. Despite not losing anything in this looting incident, being the master while the Sakura Nation played the role of the dog, any disgrace brought upon the master was indeed a loss. Ali, witnessing this unfold, was overjoyed. Could he, even as a mere middleman, turn a profit? He could sell that tang sword for 50 pieces of dark iron, plus a pig. Was that not akin to earning a pig for free? Delightful. Ali of Indu. Hold on. Take your time. I will sell to whoever offers the highest price. All defenders present. How cunning. Truly devious. Chin Fong could not help but laugh. This lad was exceptionally shrewd. However, seeing his own items being traded, regardless of whether sold to Eagle Sauce or Sakura Nation, left him feeling quite unsettled. Yet, as the items remained in the possession of Indu, there had been no prior agreement prohibiting exclusive sales to Eagle Sauce or similar nations. Thus, it seemed he would have to establish verbal agreements in future transactions. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Battlefield alert. The entire territory of Indu has fallen, completely occupied by the night demons. Battlefield alert. The nation of Indu has succumbed, entirely overtaken by zombies. Indu is annihilated. The three guardians of Indu are erased from existence. Upon the announcement of this news, nearly all the defenders were struck with terror. What? Indu has fallen? The guardians of the nation have been utterly erased. No, please, do not. The multitude of guardians, especially those unfortunate souls with minimal talent, appeared pale and stricken, as if they themselves were to be erased. On the battlefield of national fortune, regardless of which nation's guardians, whether allies or adversaries on Blue Star, there lingered a sense of collective sorrow akin to that of a fox mourning a fallen hare. It was not only the guardians who were astonished. The populace of Blue Star was equally taken aback. What in the world? The Ink country was obliterated by the night demon? Oh dear, how terrifying. I am so frightened. Will we be next? Fear not, for we have the great Qin Feng. The Dragon Kingdom will surely be safe. Indeed, we are under the protection of the great Qin Feng. In the Dragon Kingdom's National Warfare Department, Li Tai rubbed his temples. The cigarette in his hand had burned down to the nub, and the ashtray on the table was overflowing with butts. He had relied on this vice to endure these past few days. Li Ku, the documents are all here, said his deputy, presenting the report from the Ink country. Beneath it was another document, a collaborative proposal drafted by several factions for a wall plan. Their goal was to completely isolate the Ink country. The wall plan did not intend to construct an actual barrier along the borders of the Ink country. Rather, it aimed for a total blockade, by land, sea, and air. Any route leading out of the Ink country would be comprehensively sealed. The neighboring countries bordering the Ink country found themselves in unfortunate circumstances, as border patrols and defense duties escalated significantly. At this critical juncture of the second wave of assaults, no one would be inclined to assist the Ink country in vanquishing the Night Demon, except for those like Asan, who still saw some utility in the Eagle country and possessed a modicum of strength. The Eagle country would extend a helping hand. All right, Li Tai signed the agreement, instructing his deputy to fax it back to the United Nations. The wall plan was officially sanctioned by the 5 major factions and was set to take immediate effect. The news of the Ink country's demise on the battlefield stirred an urgent sense of readiness among the Guardians as they prepared their supplies. George from the Eagle country, Ollie from the Ink country, are you still there? You're headed to heaven anyway. Hurry up and give me your Tang Dao. Meichuan from the Cherry Blossom country, hurry and sell it to me. Don't waste it, Ollie-san. At that moment, at the gates of the Ink country, Ollie and his 2 companions wept bitterly, clutching their heads. What they beheld, the gates and the resting quarters, was gradually vanishing. It was evident that in mere minutes, they too would cease to exist. Ollie from the Ink country, huh? Damn the Eagle country and the Cherry Blossom country. I would rather break my Tang Dao than give it to you. Both your nations are demons, and your people will descend into hell after death. Ollie from the Ink country, I shall bequeath my sword and remaining resources to our friends in the Dragon country. They alone are the true friends of our impoverished nation, having genuinely aided us. George from the Eagle country, how can you say such things? We, the Eagle country, strive to uphold world peace. The remaining Guardians fell into a profound silence, even unable to muster a laugh at George's jest. After all, the first national gate to be erased was right before their eyes. Who could guarantee that they would not be next? Observing this scene, Qin Feng felt an unsettling sensation in his heart, especially as a transaction notification popped up, adding to his unease. Battlefield notification, congratulations. The nation of Indon has gifted you supplies. Tang Dao X1, Steel X100, Wood X200. Note, wishing you good luck, my friends, farewell. Qin Feng promptly sent a message in the chat room. Dragon Nation Qin Feng. Indon Nation Ollie, my friend, rest easy. I shall pierce through this wretched battlefield and avenge you. Indon Nation Ollie, thank you, my friend. Before the message could be completed, at the gates of the Indon Nation, only a desolate expanse of yellow sand remained, devoid of any traces of former inhabitants. Battlefield notification. The formal assault is about to commence. Countdown. 3 hours. All Guardians, please prepare yourselves. While everyone remained immersed in the sorrow of loss, the notification once again jolted all Guardians back to reality. The deceased had perished. Those who lived must continue to struggle. The fall of the Indon nation underscored the necessity and urgency for weaponry. Chapter 34. A muscular bicep, corrupt nation Thomas. Who is a Tang Dao? Seeking to purchase. Quickly. Kangaroo Nation Brinton. Dragon Nation Chin Feng. I sincerely apologize. My teammate was quite rude earlier. We are willing to pay a high price for a Tang Dao. Kimchi Nation Park Jungwon. I refuse to believe that only the Dragon Nation has surplus Tang Daos. Who is willing to part with one? I will exchange all my resources, please. In an instant, the chat overflowed once more. The majority were requests for Chin Feng to release a sword. At this moment, having crafted a new Tang Dao from the blueprint, along with the one gifted from Indian Nation, Chin Feng possessed 2 additional Tang Daos. With 3 hours remaining before the assault, he could still forge 18 more, including the 2 at hand and the 6 hastily crafted an hour prior. He could potentially sell 26. A lucrative opportunity indeed. Dragon Nation Chin Feng. Well, since so many are seeking to purchase, I cannot act unjustly. I do indeed have Tang Daos available. You may propose a fair price for the transaction, and should I find it agreeable, I shall confirm. Upon these words, guardians from over 100 nations erupted in jubilant cheers. This was also part of Chin Feng's cunning strategy. He refrained from explicitly stating a price. Wishing to buy a sword? Certainly. Estimate a price that might entice me. What? Difficult to guess? Alas, if you hesitate, the sword may be snatched by someone else. However, the guardians in need of swords failed to grasp this nuance. They feared that the remaining swords would be claimed by others first. Pakistan Nation Ahmed, Dragon Nation Big Brother. Truly impressive. Ethiopia Simba, the Dragon Nation embodies the grandeur of a great power, unlike certain rogue nations. Italy Alexander, Dragon Nation, my friend. We are still in need of weaponry. For the sake of the divine, oh no, for the sake of our past friendship, do sell us one. In an instant. Pleas for relationships and expressions of woe filled the air. This was no longer a guardian chat room. It had transformed into a gathering place for online beggars. Dragon Nation Chin Feng. Do not rush to send me transaction requests. I have conditions. Dragon Nation Chin Feng. Hereby, I solemnly declare that I initiate economic sanctions against the Eagle Sauce Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation, effective immediately. Those traders from the 3 nations shall henceforth find themselves permanently blacklisted from engaging in trade with me. Of course, while I may not be able to immediately verify clandestine dealings, should I uncover such actions, not only will they be barred from future transactions, but they shall also become my enemies. Upon uttering these words, a collective gasp echoed through both realms. A personal economic sanction against 3 nations? At first glance, such a notion may appear ludicrous, yet upon deeper reflection, given Chin Feng's prowess and potential, he is entirely justified in making such declarations. In the realm of nations, genuine friendships and enmities are mere illusions, only interests persist. However, Chin Feng is an individual with his own emotions, and these 3 detestable nations have transformed into his true adversaries. The other guardians began to grasp this reality, contemplating whether it was prudent to continue trading with Chin Feng. After all, engaging in commerce with him would signify a severance of ties with the Eagle country. Even if they chose to remain neutral, should Chin Feng discover their duplicity, who could say they might not cross paths with him on the battlefield? With formidable foes like the Dragon country and the Eagle country lurking about, what else might transpire? As the Guardians envisioned a future where they became bitter enemies with Chin Feng, they trembled with trepidation. How impressive is our god, Chin! His strength grants him an unyielding stature. Chin Feng embodies more than mere resilience. He possesses an undeniable might. Oh dear, what are you all thinking? He was merely speaking of his biceps. George from Eagle Country. Ha ha ha. My goodness, look at this Dragon Country fellow, truly taking himself too seriously. Park Jongwon from Kimchi Country. Come on, Chin Feng of Dragon Country, who do you think you are? Do you genuinely believe that the other 200 nations would forsake their alliance with the Eagle Country and my great universe country because of you? Dream on. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the 3 nations, dozens of trade requests had materialized before Chin Feng. Battlefield notification. Ahmed from Iron Brother Country has initiated a trade. 1 Tang Dao for 30 units of titanium alloy. Note, dear Big Brother of Dragon Country, I am aware of your need for titanium alloy, but we have only procured 30 units by chance, and I hope you will not find it too little. Battlefield notification. Brinton from Kangaroo Country has initiated a trade. 1 Tang Dao for 70 units of dark iron. Battlefield notification. Keiko from Cherry Blossom Country has initiated a trade. 1 Tang Dao for 100 units of dark iron. Note, Mr. Qin Feng, I acknowledge that there have been some unpleasant occurrences between our two nations. However, I humbly request you to sell us a sword. Please. I bow to you 90 bows. Iron Brother has titanium alloy. What a good comrade, delivering 30 units directly to me. And now, a young lady from Cherry Blossom Country has come knocking. Doesn't her man have the decency to plead on his own behalf? Qin Feng sifted through the numerous trade propositions, selecting those that offered the highest bids. Upon noticing the young lady from Cherry Blossom Country approaching, he couldn't help but chuckle. After capturing a screenshot, he shared it in the chat room. Qin Feng of Dragon Country, George from Eagle Country, I shall observe without a word. Qin Feng of Dragon Country, Kimchi Country. Step aside. You lack the standing to converse with me. Dare to cast your eyes upon my beloved sister, and I shall slay you at every encounter henceforth. Park Zhonghuan. Oh my, Qin Feng, how arrogant. George, upon seeing the screenshot, was infuriated, his anger palpable. The image not only contained references to the land of cherry blossoms but also the land of kangaroos. A typically obedient sycophant had the audacity to betray him. While the treachery of the land of cherry blossoms was well known, what was the matter with the land of kangaroos? Did they consider his existence irrelevant? No. He was publicly humiliated with the screenshot. The other guardians could not suppress their laughter, particularly those smaller nations who had often been bullied by the Eagle Nation. They were reveling in the moment. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have obtained 30 titanium alloy. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have obtained 80 dark iron. Battlefield notification. Congratulations. You have obtained 300 steel. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have obtained 200-year peachwood swords. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have obtained 90 dark iron. Battlefield notification. Congratulations. You have obtained 80 dark iron. As he awaited the impending onslaught, every item he possessed was sold, including the production capacity for the next 2 hours. All converted into resources. Additionally, he sold a set of basic wall blueprints, retaining one for himself. Had he known about the trading channel, he would have spent the previous night crafting dozens or even hundreds of items. If not for the time constraint, Qin Feng could have amassed an even greater fortune. Nevertheless, his current gains were still substantial. Chapter 35, Brotherhood. The dark iron had been exchanged for 1420. The titanium alloy was a half barter with the Iron Brotherhood. And he also acquired 600 steel. Furthermore, someone traded 2 peachwood swords for a Tang Dao. Qin Feng was convinced that since the battlefield could yield peachwood swords, they would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. As he was tallying his spoils, another system notification chimed in. Ding. Host Business Genius 1. Highly aligned with the persona of Iron Man. Similarity to Iron Man 2. Reward received. All physical attributes 10. Mech number 3's automatic repairs are complete. Ammunition and energy are fully replenished. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He had just made a modest fortune, and now his similarity rating had increased. Not to mention, his mech was back to full operational status. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 22. Strength, 155. Average for an adult is 5. Agility, 154. Stamina, 156. Current persona, Iron Man. Current skill, Series Mech Null. 3. Similarity, 26. His physical attributes were nearing 160. Now, Qin Feng's physique was 31 times that of an ordinary adult, whereas the golden talent that the Kimchi Nation prided itself on was merely 10 times. If it weren't necessary to continue embodying Iron Man to enhance his similarity and strength, shedding the mech might allow Qin Feng to effortlessly overpower 2 Park Zhonghuans with a single punch. Just then, the final moment arrived. Battlefield notification. The countdown for the second wave of assaults has begun. There are 2 hours remaining. All Guardians, please prepare yourselves. Battlefield alert. The upcoming assault involves the formidable pighead monsters, totaling 50 in number. To successfully defend against their attack for 15 minutes, fewer than 25 monsters must breach the national gate. Otherwise, the defense will be deemed a failure. A successful defense will result in a performance rating and corresponding rewards for the defending nation. Conversely, failure will incur a penalty of 10 to the average physical constitution of its citizens. As the countdown ticked away, anxiety gripped the hearts of all. The inevitable confrontation had finally arrived. Oh dear, losing 10 to my constitution is terrifying. Cough, cough, this is dire. A reduction of 10 might spell my end. Help. 50 pighead monsters. Why is the second wave assault so overwhelming? Hang in there, God Chin Fong. It's merely 15 minutes. Don't worry, dear friends. Our husband is quite resilient. 15 minutes is hardly a challenge for him. Oh my, the wives of God Chin Fong are quite something. I foresee no issues. Remember the Eagle Nation? They managed to fend off 10 monsters in the wild. This is merely a level 1 threat, and we have walls for defense. No need to fear. But can we compare, my friend? There are a full 50. Just one per person or pig, and surely they could crush the defenders. Not all gates are fortified. Nearly half lack even basic walls, like ours in Ba Tai. Across Blue Star, a somber atmosphere prevailed, with most lacking faith in the second wave of assault, while only a select few held confidence in their defenders. However, one thing was certain: Blue Star would not be wanting for pork in the future. Meanwhile, the National Warfare Department of Blue Star was inundated with activity. Li Tai was confident in holding the National Gate. Yet the prospect of allowing even a single monster to enter seemed exceedingly slim, given the overwhelming disparity in numbers, 3 defenders against 50 pighead monsters. Fortunately, prior to the trial assault, Dragon Nation had already executed its strategic deployments to counter the manifestation of the monsters. Now, the focus shifted towards addressing requests for assistance from other nations. At this moment, senior officials from Ba Tai personally reached out, hoping Dragon Nation could dispatch reinforcements. As their gate lacked any fortifications, aside from rudimentary structures they had erected, there was nothing but barren ground. In a manner akin to a flirtatious courtesan beckoning with a handkerchief, they implored for aid. Setting aside the long-standing friendship between the two nations, Dragon Nation could not turn a blind eye to this situation. Geographically adjacent, should Ba Tai face a significant monster assault, the pressure on Dragon Nation would undoubtedly increase. As Ba Tai's officials expressed their profound gratitude, a heartwarming scene unfolded on the battlefield. Chin Fong had intentionally retained an unused blueprint for a basic wall, specifically for the defenders of Ba Tai. He then privately messaged Ahmed from Ba Tai. "Brother, have you yet constructed your walls?" "Indeed, dear elder brother. I have an extra blueprint here. Please take it for your emergency needs." "Really? Let us purchase it from the big brother." Chin Fong chuckled, responding, "This blueprint rightfully belongs to you. It was merely seized by the Sakura Nation. Now, it is returning to its rightful owner. Furthermore, when you procured the Tang Dao, the 30 units of titanium alloy were excessive. Titanium alloy is a precious resource, and I cannot take advantage of you indiscriminately." After a series of operations, he initiated a transaction. Battlefield notification. Complimentary transfer of Basic Wall Blueprint 1. Recipient: Ahmed of the Iron Brother Nation. Please confirm. Without hesitation, Chin Fong clicked to confirm. The other party remained silent for a few moments before responding with a simple 2-word message: "Thank you." This expression of gratitude conveyed a multitude of sentiments. Chin Fong inquired further, "Do you have sufficient building materials?" Ahmed promptly replied, "Yes, indeed. We prepared the materials long ago, but we have been unable to find the blueprint until now. Thank you for your assistance, big brother." Chin Fong smiled. "What is there to thank? We are all brothers." Upon hearing this, the 3 guardians of the Iron Brother Nation were moved to tears. "Brother, the Dragon Nation truly regards us as kin," exclaimed one. "Oh, great Chin Fong. How heartwarming." Another added, "Wah, I'm bending over backwards. I want to give birth to little ones for great Chin Fong." Chin Feng's wife team. "Do you discriminate against transgender individuals? Get lost, you effeminate fool. We only assist our husband in finding real women, and they must pass an online beauty verification." Wow. Great Chin Feng's wife team is quite proud. All members are from the Beauty Association. Indeed, the Dragon Nation and the Iron Brother Nation are destined to be eternal brothers. Well done, my Chin God. Upholding the weak against the strong is the chivalrous spirit of our Dragon Nation. Thank you, Dragon Nation, for aiding our guardians. May the heavens bless Qin Feng, free from illness, disaster, and pain. 2 hours, just in time. Not only were the common folk of the Iron Brother Nation and the Dragon Nation moved, but even the high-ranking officials of the Iron Brother Nation were deeply touched. Before the call ended, they witnessed this scene unfold live and immediately expressed their profound gratitude to Li Tai, despite the fact that Li Tai had done nothing. Although it was impossible to control the movements of the Guardians on the battlefield in the Blue Star, he still sincerely appreciated the Dragon Nation for its genuine assistance. With Qin Feng's help, construction of the walls commenced at the gates of the Iron Brother Nation, while Li Tai continued to deploy troops into the Iron Brother Nation as a precaution. Chapter 36. Uncle Gio has fled. Time passed, leaving only 10 minutes remaining. The sky had completely darkened. Qin Feng, clad in his mech suit, stood resolutely at the forefront, prepared for the impending confrontation. Behind and in front of him, bonfires blazed in straight lines, resembling a runway in the night sky from a distance. This was a tactic learned from prior assaults, allowing for earlier engagement with the enemy and providing a strategic advantage in rankings. Sister Bauer, do not kill too swiftly. Wait for Uncle Gio to return, Qin Feng instructed through his earpiece. In her prototype, Sister Bauer appeared bewildered, questioning why they could not dispatch the approaching monsters quickly. What logic is this? Monsters are coming to their demise, yet we cannot kill them swiftly? Aren't we striving for first place? The rewards would be the highest. Sister Bauer could not comprehend. Although Sister Bauer does not particularly covet rewards, she certainly cherishes the title of being first. Lo and behold, that deceitful, gluttonous rogue has indeed fled. With only a few minutes left until the onslaught, where has the charlatan vanished? What is this madness? I told you that the so-called Master Gio was nothing but a fraud, yet you all doubted me and scorned my words. Do you see it now? Open your eyes wide. My goodness, was he not able to command the dead? He spoke so earnestly of the golden-armored corpses, yet when the moment of truth arrived, he disappeared without a trace. Perhaps, upon witnessing the second wave of 50 monstrous beasts, he was paralyzed with fear, realizing that the great Qin Feng could not withstand the onslaught, and chose to flee to save his own skin. Indeed, he remains invulnerable on the battlefield, and we are powerless against him. I've discovered that this elderly man is a solitary figure, without any kin on Blue Star. Is this truly the case? How tragic. It's a pity that I held such high hopes for him to showcase his prowess. Alas, they say loyalty lies with my wife. Here she stands at the National Gate, unwavering. To be fair, while Sister Bauer may be quite weak, indeed, exceedingly weak, she remains resolute in her principles. But why do you all extol her virtues so? Is it not simply her stubbornness and foolishness? Indeed, in her own dialect, she would be called a simpleton. The rogue certainly understands that if he perishes, we will undoubtedly vote to replace him, sealing his fate. Once again, my husband bears the weight of responsibility. I will not stand idly by. I must assist him. At the National Gate, only 2 guardians remain, and Lingio is nowhere to be seen, prompting a flurry of criticism from netizens. Even the National War Department is growing anxious. Li Tai commands, shift the focus to Lingio. Report to Li Ku. The monster onslaught is imminent, and the visuals are locked on the vicinity of the National Gate, rendering any switch of focus impossible. Li Tai's eyes widen in disbelief. What? He is equally powerless against Lingio. Even if he knew Lingio's whereabouts, what could he do? The people of Blue Star can only watch in despair. Countdown reaches 0. National War Alert. The second wave of the assault begins. Esteemed Guardians, we wish you good fortune. The announcement echoed ominously through the sky, instilling dread in the hearts of Guardians across the nations. Following the announcement, a resounding chorus of pig-like grunts erupted from the darkness. Dozens of such sounds melded into a cacophony. A pack of ferocious beasts, as if released from confinement, surged forth with unparalleled excitement. In the shadows, they caught sight of the glow emanating from the National Gate, raising their spiked clubs high and charging toward it. Their hefty forms trampled the ground in a rhythmic march, causing the earth to tremble and dust to swirl. My goodness, they are coming. Just hearing this commotion is terrifying. Even as a 2-meter-tall man, I feel goosebumps rise at the sound. I can only wonder what the guardians on the battlefield must be feeling right now. Being chosen as a guardian is truly unfortunate. I have observed other live streams showcasing guardians from dozens of countries, including homemakers, many of whom possess only gray talents. That truly is a situation where the heavens do not respond and the earth offers no solace. Fearful yet curious, what should one do? Perhaps seek comfort from your mother while watching, or I could embrace you as we view together. Meanwhile, some netizens are amusingly flirting. On the battlefield. Before the gates of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng could faintly discern the shadowy outline of a pig-headed creature lurking in the darkness. Sister Bao, I have arrived. The task behind me is yours. We must not allow the monsters to breach our gates, not even a single one. Tada. Sister Bao took a couple of steps forward, her mech emitting an exhilarating sound. Rest assured, young man, there is nothing to worry about. Just after speaking, she recalled the considerable strength of the pig-headed creatures. Having experienced it firsthand yesterday, would those enormous wolf-tooth clubs once again threaten her cherished toys? No, best to keep my crabs safe at the edge, Sister Bao murmured. Before emerging from the mech, what is my wife planning to do? Goodness, what mischief is this iron-headed child up to now? Is she intending to operate without the mech? Unclear, I cannot comprehend. Just then, the following scene nearly caused the viewer's jaws to drop to the ground. Sister Bao cautiously crouched down, wrapping her arms around the thigh of the prototype mech. With a sharp exhale, her lovely eyes widened as she astonishingly lifted the prototype mech. Wow, is this special effects? Director, come out. This effect is far too unrealistic. What this Sister Bao possesses such strength? This mech must weigh at least 600 or 700 kilograms. If I'm not mistaken, Sister Bao only has a white attribute with a mere 4 points. How could her strength be so immense? It seems there is only one explanation. Her natural strength must be considerable. But what is she planning to do with the mech? To throw it at the monsters? As the viewers were simultaneously astonished and bewildered, Sister Bao, cradling the prototype mech, huffed and puffed her way to the gates. Hey, then. With utmost care, she placed the prototype mech gently on the ground. You shall patiently await here while I deal with them, and then we shall play together. Sister Bao affectionately patted her beloved toy before turning back towards her battle position. After just a few steps, she scratched her head and glanced back at her cherished toy. Why did I not simply pilot it over? Why carry it? Alas, I could choke on my own blood. Someone please end my suffering. Haha, please forgive me. My wife sometimes has a rather peculiar mindset. Oh dear, what time is it? Still acting cute. Hurry back into the mech and assist the great Qin Feng. 5555. My husband is so unfortunate. Each teammate is worse than the last. Ahem, I fear I cannot escape this time. Doctor, please remove the tubes. Let us make it quick. Though the great Qin Feng is quite formidable, these two oddballs are truly exasperating. The netizens were instantly in a state of despair. Chapter 37. Do not strain any further. Brother, at this moment, Li Tai from the National War Department could hardly bear to gaze at the screen. He sighed deeply, persistently rubbing his temples. It appeared that the gates of the Dragon Nation were on the verge of being breached. Jarvis, thermal imaging. Upon issuing the command, Qin Feng awaited Jarvis's response. Yes, sir. In an instant, what had been a realm of darkness within the helmet transformed, revealing a vivid expanse of red. This was the heat signature emitted by the pig-headed creatures. Above this crimson tableau, dozens of large pig heads became distinctly visible. In the shadows, their hands were raised high, and their movements appeared somewhat ludicrous through the thermal imaging. The first kill is ours. A plume of white smoke erupted beneath Qin Feng's feet, lifting him slowly into the air as he charged towards the pig-headed creatures. Launch the missiles. He raised his arm, and the missiles within the launch bay ascended. There was no need for precise targeting. Simply firing towards the densest cluster of pig heads would suffice. With a piercing whistle, the size of a fountain pen, the armor-piercing missile soared towards the herd. It traversed past 2 rows of bonfires before plunging into the darkness. A brilliant trail of flame illuminated the inky void. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted among the pig pack. 3 or 4 of the wild pig-headed creatures were obliterated, while another 5 or 6 were sent soaring into the air. Thud, thud, thud. Several pig-headed creatures landed heavily. Disoriented and dazed, Shaking their heads, they emitted sounds akin to munching, gradually rising to their feet. Undeterred by the chaos, they charged toward the gates once more. What on earth? Is their flesh so thick that they remain unharmed? It seems they are entirely unfazed. How many did Qin Feng's missiles actually take down? There are still over 40 left. What now? Darling, keep it up. I'm waiting for your return. All the girls are waiting for you. Judging by the situation up there, it seems that being outside is far more comfortable for Qin Feng. Otherwise, he'd be drained dry upon returning to Blue Star. In the war zone, as the pig horde surged into the bonfire area, 3 miniature cannon barrels rose from Qin Feng's shoulders. Jarvis, target their eyes. Aim for a decisive strike. The pig heads were thick-skinned, their skulls solid. Only their eyes represented a reliable vulnerability. Yes, 6 circular red markers locked onto 6 pig-headed creatures. Following their movements, the targeting system adjusted automatically, maintaining a constant aim. Fire. Whoosh. The 6 miniature cannons discharged simultaneously. With muffled thuds, the 6 foremost pigs fell, lifeless. From the launch of the missile to the firing of the miniature cannons, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. At this juncture, the Warzone system finally registered the events. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's guardian, Qin Feng, for achieving the first kill of the second wave of monsters. First kill reward: 5 to all attributes, 100 titanium alloy, 100 crimson stones, 100 dark iron. The announcement echoed in the air. The other guardians were left in stunned silence. Once again, it was Qin Feng from the Dragon Nation. Indeed, the first kill was his once more. George, how did they manage it? We haven't seen a single monster. We only heard the repugnant squeals of pigs. Silence, David. Be alert. When you spot the pig-headed horde, detonate the bomb. Qin Feng's face brightened. Ah. This time they are quite generous, gifting us 100 units of titanium alloy. I wonder what this crimson crystal is for, he muttered, hovering in midair, relentlessly targeting the pig-headed creatures below with his palm cannon. Boom, boom. He attacked with fervor, not pausing for a moment. Instantly, the pig-headed beings began to fall one after another. Yet, despite his efforts, they continued to surge forward. This won't do, Qin Feng realized. Merely using the palm cannon was insufficient to halt these creatures. They may be corpulent, but their speed was astonishing. As the lengthy runway dwindled to half its length, he knew that Bauer would soon engage the enemy. Here they come. At that moment, Bauer sharpened her blades, ready to unleash her dual thunder strikes. However, Qin Feng landed with a crash, positioning himself before the pig-headed creatures. With each punch and kick, he sent one flying back. The creature quickly regained its footing and rushed forward once more. In an instant, Qin Feng became engulfed in the throng of pigs. Were it not for the relentless pig-headed beings flying out, the netizens of Blue Star might have believed Qin Feng was finished. Husband, quickly fly. If you take to the air, they won't be able to reach you. Oh no, the great Qin Feng is surrounded. Why doesn't the Great One continue using the palm cannon? Isn't it a direct method to dispatch them? If you think you can do better, go ahead. The palm cannon? You could just use a mouth cannon. What kind of talk is that? Isn't the palm cannon ineffective against them? By the time he fires a few shots, those pig-headed creatures will have breached our borders. In the National Warfare Department, everyone paused their tasks, anxiously watching the screen. For the first time in over 100 hours, it was eerily quiet. They watched with bated breath, catching glimpses of that man amidst the swarming pigs. At this moment, he was the sole barrier between the Dragon Kingdom and the monstrous horde. Without him, the 50 billion innocent citizens of the Dragon Kingdom would face these vicious beasts head-on. The sound of sobbing echoed softly as some clerical women, clutching their documents, could no longer contain their tears. Their sorrow dampened the papers in their arms. Li Tai rose, pounding his fist on the desk in frustration. Now, wielding formidable power, he felt utterly helpless. All he could do was watch. This scene unfolded in military tint across the land. Whether among high-ranking officials, young generals, or ordinary soldiers, each was filled with righteous indignation, nearly grinding their teeth in anger. After nurturing their troops for so long, now that the nation faced peril, they could only stand by and watch. They looked on as their fellow countrymen faced such overwhelming odds alone. It was stifling, truly stifling. Qin Feng, though I have never met you, you are my dear brother. In the next life, I shall fight alongside you. Qin Feng, my brother, let them through. The Dragon Kingdom stands with us. Indeed, cease the pretense, my brother. Let them come forth, for our homeland still awaits us. The warriors, filled with fervor, would ascend a celestial ladder leading directly to the battlefield of national destiny without a moment's hesitation, eager to stand alongside Qin Feng and confront the enemy. As countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star were moved to tears, the Qin Feng within the mech remained at ease and untroubled. My goodness. The enhancement of over 30 times human capability is no exaggeration. This marked his inaugural experience engaging in hand-to-hand combat with all his might. The towering, corpulent, pig-headed creatures appeared as mere children before him, unable to touch Qin Feng's form at all. With a single punch, he sent one child flying, then another. Though the children were ejected from the encirclement, they rose unscathed and regrouped, causing Qin Feng some annoyance. If Uncle Jiu does not return soon, I shall leave not a single pig for him. Chapter 38. The autonomous humanoid charger. In deference to Lin Jiu's sentiments, Qin Feng deliberately held back, refraining from delivering lethal blows. Humph. The young man was well aware of his capacity for slaughter, yet still implored me to spare a few for Uncle. Thou pouted from behind, her dissatisfaction evident. Hey, she called through her earpiece, young man, send a couple of pigs my way for me to have some fun. Standing here is rather dull. Qin Feng replied, Bower, please take this seriously, this is not a game. Just then, a chilling breath echoed from the shadows, sending shivers down one's spine. The voice seemed to drift from afar, yet felt as if it whispered directly into one's ear. Suddenly, a vague figure leaped forth from the darkness, rapidly approaching. In an instant, a golden-armored pig-headed creature, a pig-headed zombie, came into Qin Feng's view. Uncle Jiu, you have finally succeeded, Qin Feng exclaimed with joy. As his words echoed, Lin Jiu finally made his appearance. Oh my goodness! That charlatan dares to show his face. What in the world is this? A golden pig-headed creature? Could it truly be a golden-armored corpse? The old man must have upgraded his toy with some premium skins. Good grief, Lin Jiu, you've left my husband to face the monster alone. He is doomed. Boom. Across the land of the Dragon Kingdom, screens shattered under the force of punches delivered by enthusiastic maidens. By decree, golden-armored corpse, heed my command. As soon as Lin Jiu emerged, he gesticulated with his hands, chanting incantations incessantly. With a resounding explosion, the corpse restraining talisman upon the pig-headed zombie's forehead vanished into thin air. Bower, with keen eyesight, observed from a distance, exclaiming, Wow, Uncle! Your golden-armored corpse has succeeded. Come over, let us compare whose is more formidable, yours or my crab. Lin Jiu, Qin Feng, everyone. Oh my, can he perform magic too? This technique has quite the flair. Oh venerable charlatan, what are you doing still bickering at such a time? This is Uncle Jiu's spellcraft. I remained silent, merely observing the commotion unfolding before me. Lin Jiu pointed at the forehead of the golden-armored corpse, causing its pig-like eyes to snap open with a fierce glint of bloodlust. Go forth, and show no mercy, Lin Jiu commanded, gesturing towards the herd of pigs. The golden-armored corpse inhaled deeply, releasing a mist of corpse energy akin to a white ribbon from its mouth. Its tusks were long and curvaceous, nearly forming a complete circle. In addition to the tusks signifying its status within the pack, two elongated canine teeth protruded ominously from its snout, rendering it a sight most fearsome. With another deep breath, the golden-armored corpse leaped thrice, landing beside the swine-headed man, who was being mercilessly beaten by Qin Feng and remained oblivious to the arrival of this unnatural ally. The corpse, with its rigid arms, thrust forward, its fingers, sharp as steel blades, plunging into the unfortunate pig-headed creature's waist. A horrid scream escaped its lips as it was impaled by the golden-armored corpse. Subsequently, the corpse opened its mouth and bit down. The grotesque sounds of swallowing resonated through the chaotic battlefield, piercingly distinct amidst the turmoil. Why am I compelled to swallow along with it? It appears delicious, an onlooker lamented. Is that truly a zombie? A pig-headed zombie. Another gasped in astonishment. Uncle Jiu is remarkable. Truly remarkable. I want to fight for you, Uncle Jiu. A voice echoed from above, while another retorted, Why don't you bear children for Uncle Jiu? Do you look down upon him? At this moment, The crowd's eyes widened in shock, captivated by the spectacle before them. Taoism. It truly exists, they exclaimed. The presence of a zombie before them left no room for doubt. Li Tai, after a brief moment of astonishment, began contemplating how to disseminate the teachings of Taoism. Not merely for dissemination, but to gather a sufficient number of capable individuals who possess such arcane knowledge for future contingencies. On the battlefield, Lin Jiu noticed the golden-armored corpse fixating on a single beast, incessantly draining its essence. There are numerous creatures. Why focus on just one? He thought anxiously, his hands gesturing once more. Go. The corpse obeyed, discarding its current prey to target the next source of blood. Another pig succumbed to its fate. Qin Feng stole a glance at the creature that had been drained, now lying on the ground, convulsing, uncertain if it was merely writhing or on the verge of transformation. As he threw a punch, Qin Feng muttered to himself, contemplating the possibility of the creature's transformation into a zombie. This time, the golden-armored corpse was not greedy. It bit down on its prey, taking a few sips of blood before moving on to the next target. Remarkably, its efficiency was commendable. Seeing Qin Feng still surrounded by the pig-like beings, Lin Jiu felt a rush of urgency. Qin, I shall assist you. From his treasure pouch, he produced 5 lightning talismans. 5 thunder gods, true symbols of alliance, come forth with the 5 thunders. Upon reciting the incantation, the talismans soared forth, adhering to the chests, arms, and waist of 5 pig men, while one unfortunate soul had a talisman affixed directly to its forehead. Thunderstrike. Lin Jiu bellowed, and the sky erupted with thunderous roars. Boom. 5 bolts of lightning cleaved the heavens, illuminating the earth below. All the swine stood in stupefied awe, gazing skyward. Simultaneously, the lightning struck, severally impacting a number of thunder talismans. The pig-headed beings adorned with these talismans were instantaneously transformed into roasted pork, emitting not a single cry as they collapsed. Wisps of smoke trailing from their forms in reluctant surrender. The scent of roasted pork wafted from the fallen carcasses. Oh my, this is quite delightful. The meat comes swiftly, exclaimed Sister Bao with a nonchalant tone, unable to resist a salivating sigh. She had witnessed much in her life, yet the others were utterly unprepared for such a spectacle. Even Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing the formidable prowess of the 9th uncle far beyond his expectations. If the mecha runs out of energy in the future, perhaps I could ask 9th uncle for assistance? He mused, envisioning Lin Jiu as a veritable power bank, an autonomous, humanoid energy source. Across Blue Star, 5 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation stood agape, transfixed by the spectacle of divine retribution. My heavens, 9th uncle appears akin to a celestial being, a true deity indeed. It seems 9th uncle has never deceived us. Have I been the fool all along? No, we are the jesters, each and every one of us. On the battlefield, witnessing that a significant number of pigs remained, Lin Jiu pressed on without hesitation. He bit into his fingertip, swiftly inscribing a Tai Chi symbol in his palm. Once completed, he joined his hands, continuously reciting the incantation, the boundless heavens and earth, the universe borrows its might. Chapter 39, The absence of chi is truly infuriating. Behold my palm thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Jiu intertwined his hands, relentlessly unleashing palm thunder upon the swine. When a pig-headed creature was struck, it fell with a resounding thud. The cacophony of impacts echoed throughout the arena. At the National Gate, Sister Bao clapped her hands in approval. Impressive. The uncle can indeed strike true, and consecutively at that. Am I dreaming? 9th uncle is this formidable? What did Sister Bao just say? Striking true? Why does it feel like my wife has a rather scandalous mind? Haha, our Dragon Nation possesses 2 great powers. One acting as support. The upstairs sycophant is out of his depth. What has Sister Bao supported? Merely cheering from the sidelines? Pretender. Sister Bao is putting on quite the show. You are the least useful here. I still cannot see my husband amidst all these pigs. Will he be all right? As the citizens of the Dragon Nation were astonished, they continued to jest about Sister Bao's apparent lack of contribution. Observing Lin Jiu unleash his full firepower, Qin Feng too ceased to hold back. He unleashed his palm cannon, sending the surrounding pig-headed beings hurtling away. Yet it was still too sluggish. While donning the mecha was undeniably impressive, this was not the time for grandstanding. Swift resolution of the battle was imperative to secure a higher score. Next, Qin Feng retrieved a Tang Dao from the battlefield armory. With the exquisite blade in hand and his terrifying physical prowess, strength, durability, and agility at 31 times that of an ordinary person, he wielded the Tang Dao with such speed that it left no trace of its passage. The dismembered limbs of the pig-headed man danced through the air, while Sister Bao embraced the situation, exclaiming, "Young man, with that knife in your hand, it can only serve as a firewood stick. The true essence is undeniably infuriating. What is happening?" I'm drenched in excitement. Our husband has displayed his prowess. Yay. As long as my husband is unharmed, everything is well. It turns out that Master Qin Feng had a hidden skill. I found it curious that he hadn't employed the Tang knife until now. Witnessing the tragic state of the pig-headed man, it seems he remembered he possessed it. As the number of pig-headed men dwindled, Qin Feng's figure finally became visible. A collective sigh of relief swept through all on Blue Star. The battlefield erupted in thunderous applause. Their hero was safe. Li Tai exhaled deeply, collapsing into his chair, appearing as if a great burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Click. He ignited a cigarette, savoring a deep inhalation. Just one puff, and half of the newly lit cigarette was consumed. A long plume of white smoke escaped from Li Tai's mouth and nostrils. The sensation was exhilarating. A similar scene unfolded in military tents across the Dragon Kingdom. Brother Qin is all right. How splendid. Haha. Comrades, look how swift Qin Feng's knife is. The efficiency of his kills surpasses that of a firearm. In close combat, cold weapons are indispensable. Colonel Liu, should we report this to the higher-ups and enhance the soldiers' training in close-quarters combat skills? Indeed, this matter must be implemented promptly. On the battlefield, Qin Feng and Lin Jiu executed a coordinated attack. Within 2 minutes, only 2 pig-headed men remained standing, one of which was being gnawed upon by the golden-armored corpse. As Qin Feng prepared to engage the last remaining foe, Lin Jiu intervened. Wait a moment, Brother Qin. What is it, Uncle Jiu? With a swift kick, Qin Feng sent the last pig-headed man flying. Let the golden-armored corpse deal with it. I have further use for it, Lin Jiu stated. Qin Feng nodded in understanding. He had noticed that several pig-headed men bitten by the golden-armored corpse were convulsing on the ground, evidently undergoing a transformation. Uncle Jiu's mention of use likely referred to augmenting their ranks. The kick beast, undeterred by death, rose once more and charged forward. Qin Feng, with another kick, sent it flying towards the golden-armored corpse. The latter, abandoning its current prey, grasped the new blood package that had come its way. A mournful howl echoed as the last pig-headed man met a grim fate. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of the golden-armored corpse swallowing reverberated through the quiet of the national gates, rendering the atmosphere somewhat eerie. Oh my, that zombie is terrifying. This zombie, crafted from a level beast and further empowered by Uncle Jiu's Maoshan techniques for several days, has become the golden-armored corpse. What level do you think it holds within the battlefield's power hierarchy? At least level 5. Nonsense, I believe it's level 6. What kind of figure is Uncle Jiu? A godlike being, capable of creating such rubbish at level 5? I am left speechless. Just 10 minutes ago, these days now? 5 minutes ago. Who among you did not refer to others as liars or charlatans? I confess, I am guilty. However, I do not include you in my disbelief. Indeed, Uncle Jiu possesses remarkable skills, yet he had not been afforded the opportunity to showcase them. On the battlefield, the golden-armored corpse's abdomen has swollen, and it prepares to cast away the last remnants of its vitality. It lets out a resounding howl, and a long stream of corpse energy visibly erupts. The golden-armored corpse, now drenched in blood, has transformed its once golden form into a crimson spectacle. Lin Jiu, with deft movements, conjures a corpse-restraining talisman. Go. The talisman adheres to the corpse's brow, and in an instant, the golden-armored corpse's eyes close, its arms slowly lowering as it falls into a tranquil state. Having secured the golden-armored corpse, Lin Jiu retrieves a stack of yellow talismans from his treasure pouch and begins to scatter them. Unhurriedly, he then produces a soul-restraining bell, circling around a dozen corpses while chanting incantations. Goodness, Uncle Jiu has begun his ritual again. How does he have everything in that pouch? Could it be the legendary bag of holding? What now? Is Uncle Jiu truly attempting to guide them to the afterlife? One might say your imaginations are quite vivid. From dust to dust, you have lived half as pig and half as human in this life. May you be reborn as humans in your next life. Amen. You possess the potential to be a charlatan yourself. On the battlefield, Linjiao intones a series of mantras before casting another stack of yellow paper. As per the decree, pig-headed beings, heed my call. With a flick of his right hand, the pig-headed zombies that were previously swaying suddenly stand erect, their arms stiffly raised, nails visibly elongating, and their canine teeth protruding from their snouts. The sounds of their labored breaths echo as the pig-headed zombies' nostrils flare, searching for the scent of the living. Suddenly, they lunge toward Linjiao, who swiftly produces the corpse-restraining talisman, nimbly maneuvering among the encroaching undead. The zombies, upon receiving the talisman to their foreheads, cease their movements, quietly lowering their arms. Chapter 40. The second wave of assault, evaluation, abundant harvest. What on earth is happening? 1-2-30. There are a full 10 additional golden armored corpses. These are not golden armored corpses, they appear to be mere ordinary zombies. This technique is impressive. Truly impressive. Haha. With so many additional helpers at the gates of our dragon nation, this is splendid. These should not be considered golden armored corpses. They are merely the subordinates of the golden armored corpses. You've brought a pyramid scheme into this. No. It is Uncle Gio who has introduced the scheme to the battlefield. One wonders if the subordinates of the golden armored corpses can recruit more. In the future, let Uncle Gio's zombie legion take command of the battlefield. At this moment on the battlefield, Sister Bauer was equally astonished. Wow, Uncle, you possess so many golden armored corpses. How delightful. It looks like great fun. Teach me, I wish to join in as well. Linjiao dusted off his clothing and replied with a hearty smile. The young Lady Bauer wishes to learn, and I shall certainly impart my knowledge without reservation. However, the art of repelling zombies is not a skill that can be mastered in a mere moment. Sister Bauer appears somewhat disheartened. Is that so? Then, I suppose it cannot be helped. I have an aversion to causing trouble. At that very instant, a battlefield notification resounded. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's defenders for vanquishing the second wave of monsters. Time taken, 532 seconds. Upon hearing this, the defenders from other nations nearly choked on their own frustration. My heavens, they annihilated all the monsters? That amounts to 50. We only engaged for 4 minutes. How could they have eliminated every last pig-headed creature? Enough talk. Quickly, retreat to the main gate of the wall. There are too many monsters. Leave a gap to confront them. David, why are you standing there like a fool? Detonate the explosives. Jenny, keep an eye on those breaching my defense. Shoot them down. Come on, pig-headed monsters, let me demonstrate the prowess of my legs. Yes, after years of rigorous training in karate, I never anticipated it would serve me here. Bring it on. The battle for the Dragon Kingdom had concluded, and billions of online spectators, each with their own mindset, flocked to the live streams of other nations to witness the spectacle, primarily indulging in gossip and revelry. Meanwhile, the defenders from the remaining 298 nations were embroiled in fierce combat. The astute among them would pile earth at the main gate, leaving a single point of defense that could withstand countless foes. The less clever stood foolishly outside the wall, confronting dozens of pig-headed creatures head-on. Those with ample ammunition found their situation slightly more bearable. David from Eagle Sauce Nation longed dearly for his Gatling gun. After nearly 10 more minutes, the second wave of assaults officially concluded. Battlefield notification. The second wave of assaults has ended. Congratulations to all defenders. Calculating assault results. Please hold on. At last, it was over. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. The creature, surprisingly, turned and fled. In the final moments, many defenders found themselves at death's door, such as Albert from Kangaroo Nation. Just as the assault ended, a pig-headed creature's spiked club came crashing down before him, abruptly halted in midair. It then turned and vanished into the darkness. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Albert wept, covering his face. Looking around, he saw comrades either dead or wounded. A heap of pig-headed monster corpses littering the ground. The Tang Dao in his hand had become bent and deformed, and the wall behind him bore the scars of battle. The main gate had been breached, and he had no idea how many pig-headed creatures had surged through the nation's gates. In the chaos of the earlier battle, There had been no time to consider the integrity of the gates. Lost in thought, the results of the statistics were tallied. Battlefield notification. The results of the second wave of assaults for each nation are as follows. First place, Dragon Kingdom. Enemies slain, 50. Time taken, 532 seconds. Rating, A. Click to view details. Second place, Eagle Sauce Nation. Enemies slain, 50. Time taken, 1,108 seconds. Rating, B. Click to view details. Third place, Bear Nation. Enemies slain, 50. Time taken, 1,240 seconds. Rating, B. Click to view details. Fourth place, Cherry Blossom Nation. Enemies slain, 45. Time taken, 1,500 seconds. Rating, C. Upon the release of the rankings, although it was not unexpected, the two worlds were nonetheless astonished. The Dragon Kingdom once again claimed the top position, achieving a remarkable rating. It is indeed an arduous task for us to safeguard our borders, yet they have managed to eliminate all monsters with such prowess. How did the Guardians of the Dragon Kingdom accomplish this? It is truly perplexing how they eradicated all the beasts in such a brief span of time. To my dismay, the Dragon Kingdom has once again secured the first place. The Guardians on the battlefield were unable to view the live broadcast or the replay, and thus were oblivious to the methods employed by the Dragon Kingdom. However, the people on the blue planet could access the replays. As the second wave of attacks concluded, keyboard warriors from overseas began to ponder how the Dragon Kingdom managed to vanquish the monsters in a mere 5.5 minutes. In no time, a multitude of netizens flooded the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. Click to replay. Oh my goodness, this Iron Man must be Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom. He is nothing short of a celestial being, single-handedly fending off so many monsters. Wait, why is there a pig-headed figure assisting the Guardians of the Dragon Kingdom? Look, look. This robed guardian seems to have control over that golden pig-headed creature. A summoner. He is indeed a summoner. Ah, no wonder the Dragon Kingdom was so swift. They had summoned monsters to aid them. How outrageous. The Dragon Kingdom is cheating. Referee. The Dragon Kingdom has enlisted help to cheat. Indeed. They have mechas and are still seeking assistance. This is unfair. These foreigners are truly insufferable. I summon your sister. Stealing nations and bribing referees are your specialties. Cheating is your prerogative, so refrain from barking nonsense. Haha, your ignorance is quite endearing. This is called Taoism. Do you comprehend? In an instant, netizens from various nations engaged in a lengthy and friendly discourse. Naturally, the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom, having endured the trials of various competitive scenarios, had cultivated a vast array of elite debaters. Against the subpar debating skills of the netizens from Kimchi Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Eagle Sauce Nation, they faltered in this amicable exchange. On the battlefield, after a fierce battle, Qin Feng was drenched in the blood of the pig monsters. The color of his mecha, reminiscent of tomato scrambled eggs, had transformed into a deep crimson. It seemed that no one had slain more than he had. Qin Feng perused the details of the top-ranking nations, noting that he had defeated the most pig-headed creatures, totaling 33. Had it not been for his consideration of Lin Jiu's feelings, he could have resolved the matter in an even shorter time frame. Next in line were George from Eagle Sauce Nation and Mei Chuan Ku from Cherry Blossom Nation. Oddly enough, the effeminate Park Young-hwan, with his golden talent, trailed behind them. Familiar names followed in the rankings. What rewards could possibly accompany the first place? There was no mention of it. Chapter 41. Mecha number 4. As Qin Feng was perusing, the rewards for the battlefield had yet to arrive, but his system rewards had already manifested. Ding. Host has displayed divine grace, exceedingly fitting the persona of Iron Man. Similarity to Iron Man. 2. Rewards granted. All physical attributes increased by 10. Mecha number 3 has completed automatic repairs. Ammunition and energy have been fully replenished. Ding. The host is attentive to the mental well-being of team members, possessing a cold exterior yet a warm heart, perfectly embodying the persona of Iron Man. The similarity to Iron Man has increased to 2, resulting in a reward, an enhancement of 10 points to all physical attributes. The repair of the third mech has been completed, and its ammunition and energy reserves are now fully replenished. Such a flurry of notifications leaves Qin Feng momentarily taken aback. Wow, I've suddenly gained 4 points in similarity. Quite impressive. Not only has his similarity risen by 4, but his personal attributes have also surged by 20 points. Just as he is about to check his attribute panel, another system notification arrives. Ding. Congratulations, host. The similarity to Iron Man has increased to 30. Reward. Mechno. 4 is available for collection. Qin Feng blinks in surprise. Has my similarity really reached 30 without me noticing? A new mech to claim. How delightful. In his recollection, Mech No. 4 is not vastly different from Mech number 3. Aside from a sleeker external design, it boasts slightly enhanced durability, making it less susceptible to damage during confrontations. I'll collect it when I return to my room. There are billions of eyes watching here. Qin Feng suppresses his excitement, guarding against prying eyes. His greatest concern is Sister Bauer. If she discovers that there's a new mech, she will undoubtedly clamor for a new toy. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's Guardian, Qin Feng, for achieving rewards in this round. Rewards have been distributed. Battlefield notification. Based on the performance of Guardians from various nations, rewards and penalties have been dispensed. Please check your accounts. These 2 battlefield notifications resonate in the ears of the populace. Instantly, both worlds are no longer astonished by Qin Feng's accomplishments. Their focus shifts to personal interests. Hey, what's the reward? Our evaluation must be significant. The reward shouldn't be trivial, right? I have no idea. The battlefield didn't broadcast anything. I'm unaware of the rewards, but I do know that the nation of Asan is in dire straits. They allowed over 40 pig-headed creatures to infiltrate. My goodness. That's 400,000 pig-headed creatures. The neighbors surely won't be short of pork. Not only Asan, but over 70 nations on Blue Star have also been invaded by pig-headed entities, including the nation of Batai. Fortunately, before the second wave of attacks, Qin Feng had provided them with wall blueprints, resulting in only 3 pig-headed creatures breaching the borders of Batai. Even so, with 30,000 pig-headed creatures now within Batai, they have their hands full. However, with the support of the Dragon Kingdom, netizens are confident that the situation will soon be under control. After all, pig-headed creatures are unlike night demons. They do not multiply with each encounter, while Blue Star descends into chaos. The people of the Dragon Kingdom remain blissfully unconcerned. What a pity. No pork to eat. The upstairs neighbor is indulging in vanity. What's more tedious is the delay in rewards. As the masses eagerly await, the battlefield notification resonates in the ears of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens. For the first time, they find the battlefield notifications to be remarkably endearing. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Due to the exceptional performance of your nation's guardian, you have achieved a passing evaluation in the second wave of the assault. The Dragon Nation is poised to receive the following rewards within its borders. The spiritual energy will be enhanced by 100 units. All citizens possessing pure Dragon Nation bloodline will automatically comprehend the Qi cultivation technique. As the announcement concluded, the spiritual energy within the Dragon Nation grew even more abundant. Ancient martial artists and practitioners, who had long remained hidden, instinctively inhaled deeply, savoring the rich energy before exhaling the impurities with great satisfaction. Upon hearing the news, everyone was invigorated. What the heck? The spiritual energy has doubled? And there's the Qi cultivation technique. I must absorb some of this energy immediately. I truly feel as though I have acquired a new method of cultivation. Is this my golden finger? I'm destined to soar to new heights. I am indeed no ordinary person. There are 5 billion others just like you. These are the benefits my husband has bestowed upon everyone. I eagerly await his return to Blue Star, thanks to the divine Qin Feng. But perhaps he should refrain from returning. With the Qi cultivation technique, your wives in Blue Star will become even more formidable. Even 10 of them would be drained. Sigh. Having the Qi cultivation technique without martial prowess is of little use. Go to Shaolin, Wudong, or Orome, Deer, and learn some martial arts. Foreigners, it's confirmed. They say you Dragon Nation folks can't fight. The atmosphere in the Dragon Nation was one of exuberant joy. The National Warfare Department had initially anticipated a day of respite following the second wave of conflict, after enduring 3 or 4 sleepless nights. However, With such a momentous occurrence unfolding, how could anyone possibly rest? Quickly, contact the major martial arts sects and have them report on their internal conditions. Li Tai ordered urgently. Yes, Officer Li. Moreover, for any newly accepted disciples, ensure thorough background checks are conducted, and do not allow martial arts to be passed to those with ill intentions. Also, do not rush off. Have the martial arts experts from these sects report to the military district. If they are to teach martial arts, they must first instruct our personnel. Furthermore, all martial arts manuals must be reported. As for the martial arts resources available online, let the public explore their authenticity on their own. A flurry of commands emanated from the National Warfare Department. Instantly, both prominent sects and lesser-known schools, as well as the enigmatic ancient martial artists and cultivators, received the Dragon Nation's summons. Martial arts should not be transmitted lightly. With the revival of spiritual energy in the Dragon Nation and the automatic dissemination of the Qi cultivation technique to 5 billion individuals, it is inevitable that some unscrupulous elements may emerge. To prevent any leaks to foreign entities, Li Tai implemented preliminary safeguards. Moreover, the training regarding martial arts within the military was promptly prioritized. In the span of just the past few days, the significance of martial arts had become evident to all. On the battlefield, Qin Feng and his companions were also engaged in their respective tasks. Lin Jiao whistled cheerfully, in high spirits. During the second wave of conflict, he finally showcased his worth. The usually stern Uncle Jiao wore a smile as he busily arranged for his newly accepted 10 younger brothers. Together with the golden armored corpse, he now commanded 11 zombies, albeit the newly acquired 10 were merely ordinary zombies, possessing only the strength of a mid-tier monster. To elevate oneself, one must invest in the cultivation grounds. As for Sister Bauer, she indeed approached the charred remains of several struck pigs, meticulously selecting the best cuts of meat. How delectable! Young sir, are you partaking? The lightning summoned by the elder had just finished its work, and the aroma is irresistible. Chapter 42's rewards left Qin Feng speechless. Go ahead and eat. I am not hungry at the moment. If you won't eat, I shall indulge myself. Sister Bauer murmured, relishing her feast. The trio from the Dragon Kingdom instinctively grasped the essence of the Qi cultivation technique. Just as Qin Feng was about to attempt drawing Qi into his body, a sudden notification echoed in his ears. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to you, Qin Feng, the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, for your outstanding performance during the second wave. Earning a title. You have received the following reward. Heavenly Creation Qi Guide. Qin Feng listened intently to the reward. Is that all? Wasn't there supposed to be more? Just a few words. As he pondered, a stream of consciousness surged into his mind. Qin Feng seamlessly comprehended the entirety of the Heavenly Creation Qi Guide and its intricacies. It appears to be far more advanced than the Qi cultivation technique. Eager to test the new skill, Qin Feng couldn't help but be delighted. Both Heavenly Creation Qi Guide and Qi cultivation technique are methods of Qi cultivation. Functionally, they are equivalent, yet in terms of efficiency, the former surpasses the latter by more than tenfold. How delightful! Qin Feng grinned broadly. It seems that in the future, one must strive for such rewards, for if they fall into the hands of outsiders, it would be quite troublesome. If any formidable weapon were to be seized by the despicable forces of the Eagle Nation, what joy would remain? Like the Dragon Kingdom, other nations received their respective rewards or punishments in turn. The nation of Asan was penalized once more, with the overall physical constitution of its citizens diminished by 10. During the trials, the night demons that had not been eradicated were now joined by hundreds of thousands of robust pig-headed creatures. Despite the presence of Eagle Nation troops, chaos ensued. Especially after the universal constitution reduction, the aftereffects became increasingly apparent. There were almost no healthy individuals left within the borders. Previously healthy populations had devolved into a state of subhealth, while those already ailing found themselves hospitalized. In summary, the situation was dire. Even the keyboard warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, upon witnessing this, shook their heads and silently exited the live stream, unable to mock any longer. Conversely, several other nations that performed admirably received commendable rewards. The average lifespan in the Eagle Nation was reduced to 60 days. Citizens of the Bear Nation enjoyed an increase of 3 points in strength attributes, becoming a nation of formidable strength. On the battlefield, there was no need to manage the terrain. Based on previous experiences, the new wave would replace the old map. After a long night, Qin Feng and the others returned to their quarters to rest. Those still alive in the Guardian chat room exchanged insights and experiences. Especially the Guardians who successfully cleared the challenges and received rewards were particularly elated. Wilson from the Corrupt Nation. Thankfully, my cleverness prevailed. I fortified the walls before the onslaught arrived. Our reward is an enhancement of all attributes by 10. What about you? Albert from Kangaroo Nation. Sigh. Let us not even speak of it. Our Guardians failed, and both Brinton and Derwent perished. I wonder if our citizens will be resurrected. Andre from Bear Nation. Are you telling me that you couldn't defeat a mere dozen pig-headed creatures? Kangaroo Nation, are you all swine? We achieved a flawless clearance. Yet all we received were a few attribute points. What good are those? They cannot be consumed like wine, and if only they could be exchanged for vodka. Simba from Ethiopia, Dragon Nation, Qin Feng, what reward did you receive? It must be something quite extraordinary. Alexander from Italy. Indeed, Qin Feng, do share with us. In an instant, numerous Guardians gazed eagerly at the chat room, all yearning to discern the benefits. However, Qin Feng was not so naive as to divulge such information easily. The rewards he possessed were among his trump cards. Especially with fools like George from Eagle Sauce Nation lurking behind their screens. As messages and private chats proliferated, Qin Feng decided to close the chat room entirely. After shutting down the chat panel, he commanded, "System, claim the mecha number 4. Ding. Claim successful. In the blink of an eye, a brand new mecha, nearly indistinguishable from mecha number 3, materialized before him. How delightful. Stepping out of mecha number 3, Qin Feng donned mecha number 4. Jarvis. Report on the status of mecha number 4. Certainly, sir. Mecha number 4 possesses flight capabilities and is currently equipped with a palm cannon and 6 fully stocked mini-missiles. From Jarvis's brief overview, it became evident that mecha number 4 was quite similar to mecha number 3, apart from a slight increase in durability. It featured an additional filtration system, allowing Qin Feng to relieve himself within the mech, with the output rendered potable. What on earth? What purpose does this serve? Qin Feng mused over Tony's eccentricity in creating such a feature, seemingly just for show. Glancing at the vacant mecha number 3, he patted its shoulder. Rest well, my friend. Should the opportunity arise, we shall fight side by side once more. And for heaven's sake, do not let Sister Bauer discover your whereabouts, or you will be in for it. The next day at dawn, at the gates of Eagle Sauce Nation. Where did my thunder go? David from Eagle Sauce Nation was once again tasked with the dirty work, following a fierce battle the previous night. Eagle Sauce Nation had spent over 11 minutes exterminating all 50 pig-headed creatures. Truly, a nation boasting 2 red-gifted guardians. Their well-equipped arsenal played a significant role, with 6 landmines and 20 kilograms of explosives proving particularly effective. Unfortunately, not all 6 landmines were detonated. The pig-headed creatures were fortunate enough to have only triggered 4. As dawn broke, David was persuaded by George to retrieve the 2 undetonated mines. This would serve a dual purpose. They could be useful in the future and also prevent any of their own from stumbling upon them. David was clearly buried nearby, yet he could not seem to find it. As he scratched his head and mumbled, a thunderous explosion erupted, propelling the unfortunate David into the sky amidst a shower of debris. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. How could one be so foolish? Exclaimed a spectator. Is this really what you can tolerate? Such idiocy, and yet you refuse to replace the Guardian? The keyboard warriors from the Dragon Kingdom, lurking in the Eagle Nation's livestream, resurfaced to taunt their adversaries. Oh my goodness, David is truly unfortunate, one remarked. Perhaps the sentiments of the Dragon Kingdom hold some truth. Should we not consider replacing David, given his questionable intellect? Yet David possesses the red talent, having vanquished so many beasts. It won't be long before he ascends to golden talent. Moreover, if he were to be replaced, he would lose the attributes gained from this encounter. Another interjected. Indeed, David is diligent and obedient, following George's commands. What if the replacement ends up being my mother? She can only cook. Chapter 43. Jarvis, your value diminishes with each passing moment. The citizens of Eagle Nation held diverse opinions. Some supported David while others advocated for a replacement. However, the majority leaned towards supporting David, perhaps out of fear of being selected themselves. No one wished to become a guardian, facing bizarre monsters and the terrifying Dragon Kingdom's Qin. Isn't it far more delightful to remain on Blue Star, tapping away at a keyboard as a keyboard warrior? Although they may struggle against the detestable Dragon Kingdom, life on Blue Star is undeniably preferable. In less than 10 minutes, the voting results emerged. David was resurrected once more at the gates of Eagle Nation. Wait, how did I teleport here? He asked his two teammates, bewildered. George and Jenny sighed deeply, reluctant to reveal the harsh reality. Did you really let your own landmine blow you up? How did you not manage to kill yourself? Jenny kindly explained, you fainted earlier, and we dragged you back. Furthermore, George has disarmed the remaining landmine. David, puzzled, remarked, but weren't there two left that hadn't exploded? George, exasperated, retorted, there was only one left. Ha ha, with your intellect, David. You might rival our dear Bower. Hey, don't speak ill of our Bower. She is exceptionally clever. Oh my God, why are there Dragon Kingdom people everywhere? At that moment, daylight broke. Battlefield notification. A new day, a new beginning. The third wave of impact will arrive in 3 days. New map generation underway. The notification echoed through the sky, clearly heard by all Guardians. The ground trembled incessantly, with a rumbling sound emanating from beneath, enshrouded in the fog of war. The limited visibility revealed only a stark white expanse, accompanied by strange noises that hinted at the presence of formidable beasts lurking in the shadows. The Guardians, trembling with trepidation, stood behind the walls, apprehensively observing the unfolding scene. They were left to ponder what kind of environment awaited them. Battlefield notification. The National Fortune battlefield has entered a new phase. Map functions are now activated. A small map projected in the peripheral vision of all Guardians. With a mere thought, the map expanded to fill their view. With a startled exclamation, Qin blurted out, Jarvis, your worth is diminishing by the day. Initially equipped with a chat function, the Guardians could communicate among themselves. Now, every Guardian possessed a map, albeit shrouded in darkness. Much like in Qin previous life within the game, it was a blank slate, revealing nothing but the minuscule dot representing oneself. Jarvis, devoid of emotion, retorted, Sir, my value is irreplaceable. Qin chuckled, all right, you are indeed one of a kind. Are you satisfied? Sir, my map has also been upgraded. All you need to do is venture outside to scan the new terrain, and I shall record and archive it. I can mark countless coordinates with just a word from you. Moreover, I am capable of alerting you and providing warnings at any time. Qin shook his head in resignation, realizing that even in jest, Jarvis took his words to heart. It seemed this fellow was quite wary of being sidelined. Looking outside, Qin noticed the corpses of the pig-headed creatures gradually vanishing. Even the lush green grass had disappeared. The familiar sound of trickling water faded away, replaced by the rustling of leaves in the wind, which also ceased. In its stead lay an expanse of yellow sand. What on earth? Despite his usual composure, Qin could not refrain from cursing. He lifted his visor, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. This was a death sentence. Everything was desert. Not only was the area near the Dragon Kingdom's gate engulfed in desert, but over 2/3 of the 299 country gates were also situated in arid landscapes. Chaos erupted in the chat room, as the majority of the Guardians were ill-prepared for a lack of water. What now? Can we survive 3 days? Aha, I have water here. Any brothers in need can trade. Come on, it's just a bit of water. Don't be so stingy. The next map transition might not favor you. Who are you to tell me? I love selling. If you don't want to buy, then get lost. Instantly, the Guardians in the chat room began to bicker. The ones most pleased, it seemed, were the Guardians of Eagle Sauce Nation, for they had a river right at their doorstep. George laughed heartily at his fortune and promptly seized control of the waterway. The Guardian beasts protecting the resources were familiar foes, only 3 in number this time. George and David quickly secured the river's resources. Battlefield alert. Congratulations to Guardians George and David of Eagle Sauce Nation for claiming premium freshwater resources. Consequently, within Eagle Sauce Nation, A river manifested that was 100 times broader and longer. The notification echoed in the ears of all guardians, and those situated in desert environments immediately darkened in countenance. This is outrageous. Envy is one thing, but this is too much. Eagle Sauce Nation's George, friends in need of fresh water, feel free to come to me. 10 units of Shen iron can be exchanged for 10 liters of water. As soon as this message was sent, the guardians erupted in uproar. Italy's Alexander, are you trying to rob us? Water isn't that expensive. Qin Feng was selling a Tang Dao, which could be purchased for a mere 40 or 50 pieces of Shantai when the price was low. That scoundrel from Eagle Sauce Nation is utterly untrustworthy. Yes, taking advantage of others in their time of need. Buy if you wish, or get lost. I swear to God, only I possess the fresh water here. Competing with me for business makes you an enemy of Eagle Sauce Nation. He emulated Qin Feng, intimidating other guardians with freshwater resources. Although private transactions occurred among the guardians, there were no secrets that could remain hidden. Selling water to others essentially provided the buyer with leverage against them. Who knew when they might report it to Eagle Sauce Nation? Thus, guardians with freshwater resources had no choice but to swallow their grievances, reminding themselves that safeguarding the borders was far more crucial than a trivial amount of money. Oh no, who would have thought our borders would also be in a desert environment? What should we do now? Oh dear, my husband can't take a shower anymore. What should we do? Why are you worrying about showers at a time like this? We can't even solve the issue of drinking water. That's the real problem. I'm dizzy. Have you all lost your minds? Qin Feng's mech can fly. It can fly. Forgive me. I'm just flustered with concern. I'll keep quiet. At that moment, not only were the netizens flustered, forgetting that Qin Feng could fly, but even Sister Bao was anxious. She knocked urgently on Qin Feng's door. Young man, what are we going to do? It's all desert. We can't even get water to wash our faces. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Feng was startled, fearing that the impulsive Sister Bao would crash through the door. He hurriedly grabbed a bedsheet to cover the mech hidden by the wall. It felt like being caught in an affair. Open up. What are you doing in there? Sister Bao urged. Just woke up, Qin Feng replied, opening the door with a feigned yawn. What's the matter, Sister Bao? Are you sleeping in the mech? Sister Bao, usually carefree, surprisingly displayed acute wit now. Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly, spinning a tale he was accustomed to weaving. You see, it's all sand. She pointed outside the wall. I just went for a stroll, and after walking for quite some time, I couldn't find any water. What should we do about washing our faces? How are we going to take a shower? Qin Feng thought. Why are women always concerned with such trivial matters? It seems the filtration system of number 4 might come in handy. Otherwise, should I offer Sister Bao a little? Self-sufficient, water-saving, and environmentally friendly. Don't worry, I'll go out and look for water shortly. Oh, I almost forgot. Your mech can fly. That's convenient. Exactly. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, subtly shifting to conceal number 3 behind the bedsheet. If only I had your mech. Life would be so much easier, then I could fly freely. Qin Feng chuckled. What you fear often comes true. Oh, well, that's easy to say someday. I'll get you a set. Sister Bao's eyes widened in delight, her already large eyes growing even wider. Really? Definitely, next time for sure. Qin Feng, with a dismissive gesture, removed her small hand from the doorknob and, with a forced smile, closed the door. Well, I'm off to fetch some water. You should return to your room and rest for a few minutes. I promise to bring back water shortly. With that, he gently pushed her towards his room. As they passed by Uncle Gio's door, it swung open. You are here too. Uncle Gio sighed deeply. Good morning, Uncle. What troubles you? Qin Feng inquired, noting the frown on Uncle Gio's face. Is it due to the lack of water? Not quite. I can manage without water for 4 or 5 days, Uncle Gio replied. It's just that the terrain has changed. The burial ground we found last time is gone. Such a pity. The burial ground had taken them half a day to locate. A stroke of luck considering the difficulty of the search. Now, with the terrain altered, not only was the burial ground lost, but the desert landscape was buried under sand, making the quest for an optimal burial site exponentially more challenging. Qin Feng glanced at the 11 zombies standing in Uncle Gio's room. A chill ran down his spine. He couldn't fathom how Uncle Gio managed to sleep with those creatures. Don't worry, I'll assist you in finding it, Qin Feng suggested. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. Do you know where to find a burial site? This is desert terrain, after all. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Have you forgotten? I had Jarvis scan and record the terrain features last time. Desert areas can indeed be explored, right, Jarvis? Jarvis activated the external speaker, affirming, yes, sir. Matching the terrain characteristics of the burial ground poses no issue. The sensors embedded in the mech can also survey sandy landscapes. Lin Jiao was overjoyed and clasped his hands in gratitude. Then I must trouble you, young Qin. He sought the burial ground to enhance the strength of his newly acquired disciples. If he could transform this batch of zombies into golden armor corpses, the third wave of attacks would be considerably more manageable. Qin Feng smiled. We are all family. There is no need for such formality. I'll leave everything here to you. With that, he soared into the sky. Upon exiting the gate, Qin Feng commanded, Jarvis, initiate scanning and match the terrain features of the burial ground. Understood, sir. As Qin Feng flew north, he recalled that the last time he ventured in that direction, he had discovered a stream and a treasure chest. He hoped for a stroke of good fortune again. As he sped along, the yellow sands rushed past, and the battle map grew increasingly populated with newly explored areas. The dark map revealed a straight line being drawn. However, in the side areas, apart from a small dot representing himself, nothing else was visible. The fog remained thick. Qin Feng had learned from experience that the thinning fog indicated greater distance from his homeland, and thus proximity to new terrains. Jarvis, have we made any discoveries regarding the burial ground? After flying for about 10 minutes, the area scanned was substantial, certainly exceeding the size of the region they had searched together with Uncle Jiao. Sir, we have identified 943 potential terrains. However, after thorough analysis, none meet the criteria for a burial ground. Qin Feng exclaimed in frustration. After all this effort, we are still left with nothing. To speak of the esteemed ninth uncle. Wielding a compass, he can effortlessly discern the direction of treasures with a mere spin, unlike myself, who flounders about like a headless fly. Henceforth, only the outcomes need be conveyed to me, and I shall trust that you have not been idle. Very well, sir. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. Despite Jarvis being an artificial intelligence, he harbored his own little schemes. Earlier, he jested about his diminishing value. Yet now he was striving to prove his worth. It was reminiscent of a certain antivirus software from my past life, incessantly bombarding users with pop-ups claiming to have scanned a file and isolated a suspicious target. Little did they know, it was the rogue software that truly deserved to be uninstalled. Qin Feng's thoughts drifted back to his previous life on Earth, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Sir, Jarvis interrupted Qin Feng's reverie. I propose deploying Unit 3 to scan the terrain, which would enhance efficiency manifold. Moreover, it can simultaneously search for fresh water. Here he comes, ready to validate his value. Qin Feng slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten. Then, you may command Unit 3 to venture forth, heading west, Qin Feng instructed. Acknowledged. Sir. With Qin Feng's authorization, Jarvis promptly activated Unit 3. It shed the sheet covering it and exited with a swift gait. Upon opening the door, it encountered Sister Bauer. Yai? Little brother? Weren't you supposed to be searching for water? Why have you returned? Sister Bauer blinked, eager to glimpse the handsome face behind the mask and decipher his thoughts. Sir, Jarvis urgently contacted Qin Feng. What is it? Sister Bauer has blocked Unit 3 at the entrance. In midair, Qin Feng stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Quick, quick. Connect with Unit 3. Switch to external speakers. Connection established, sir. Sister Bauer playfully tapped Unit 3's head. Little brother, what's wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. At a critical moment, Qin Feng's voice emanated from the helmet of Unit 3. Why are you back? Weren't you looking for water? I returned for a brief moment. It's rather inconvenient outside with billions of eyes upon me. Oh, I understand. Sister Bauer replied mysteriously, whispering, just don't let them see your sensitive areas. Cough. 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 Qin Feng awkwardly cleared his throat. Indeed, I am rather imposing. I fear I might frighten the young maidens of Blue Star. Chapter 45. A new corpse raising ground by the heavens. Another set of mecha. Can Qin Shun control 2 sets of mecha? Indeed, my Qin Shun is unparalleled. possessing two identical sets of mecha. Yet, why does the great Qin Feng seem so apprehensive of Sister Bao? Almost as if he were a thief. Ha ha. The great Qin Feng, you amuse me to no end. He nearly let Sister Bao or catch him red-handed, fearing she might demand another set. Ah. The trials of a hero in the presence of beauty. Mecha enthusiasts, take heed. The focus of the Blue Star Qin Feng's wife brigade is distinctly different. Fuming. That wretched girl. Why does she constantly cling to my husband? What concern is it of hers what my husband chooses to do? Indeed, I am quite eager to witness the majestic visage of my husband as he blushes. Ah, I suspected as much. The wise of the esteemed Qin Feng are indeed rather eager. It would be prudent for Qin to remain on the battlefield for his own safety. Not only are the online observers astonished by Qin Feng's acquisition of an additional set of armor, but the National Warfare Department is also diligently comparing the two sets of mechas. Have we reached any conclusions? Li Tai inquired of his subordinate. Report, upon thorough comparison. The two sets of mechas exhibit only slight differences. However, the new mecha has yet to showcase its weapon systems, leaving its firepower and defensive capabilities uncertain. The mecha utilized by Qin Feng upon his departure appears to be an upgraded model, while the one that was halted at the entrance by Sister Bauer corresponds to the one designed to counter the second wave of attacks. Li Tai nodded and further queried. How is it that he can simultaneously operate both mechas? Jarvis, lacking a physical form, primarily communicated through earpieces, and nearly everyone on Blue Star remained oblivious to Jarvis's existence. Report, Li Ku. Based on the playback of the live stream from 14 minutes ago, it is apparent that Qin Feng's mecha possesses an autonomous system. Or perhaps an artificial intelligence assistant. Oh, is that so? Li Tai was increasingly intrigued. He was well aware of artificial intelligence, yet such advanced technology seemed extraordinary. Even the artificial intelligence developed by the five great rogues could only be deemed as a form of artificial incompetence. How had Qin Feng managed to create such a marvel? Li Ku, pay close attention. His assistant adjusted the playback to reveal the scene from earlier that morning, where Qin Feng, while escorting Sister Bauer back to her room, passed by the entrance of Uncle Gio. Li Tai focused intently, straining to catch every detail. Subsequently, the playback revealed Jarvis's voice, as he confirmed to Uncle Gio his capability to locate the resting place of the corpses. This seemingly innocuous statement allowed the National Warfare Department to realize that Qin Feng had such an intelligent assistant at his disposal. Jarvis? Well, it truly exists. Li Tai's expression brightened with delight. Could these advancements be rewards from the battlefield? Considering Qin Feng's exemplary performance during both the trial and the second wave of attacks, it seemed reasonable that the National Warfare Department would bestow upon him rewards in the realm of mechanics. Li Tai's imagination ran wild as he stood up, pacing back and forth in excitement. With an intelligent assistant and multiple sets of mechas, does this not mean we have gained another ally at our national gates? Even if the combat capability of the mecha controlled by Jarvis is only 50% of Qin Feng's, it would still be remarkably advantageous. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Qin Feng took the initiative and asked, Sister Bauer, is there something you need? With a smile, Sister Bauer replied, I initially intended to discreetly borrow your toolbox. I wish to repair my crab's nest. The prototype was dented by 2 punches from Park Jong-won, and I have been quite distressed about it. Qin Feng felt a pang of concern. Sister, could you please refrain from trespassing into others' rooms? Had it not been for Jarvis's suggestion, I fear that the idle no. 3 would have been exposed. Ah, I see. The toolbox is inside. You may assist yourself. Oh, very well. You continue with your tasks. I shall manage on my own. With that, Qin Feng bid her farewell and instructed Jarvis to direct number 3 to the west. Phew, that was close. In the northern skies, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. 2 sets of mechas operated independently, with Qin Feng personally embarking on an expedition to the north. Number 3, controlled by Jarvis, ventured westward. In the previous mapping, Qin Feng had explored both the northern and southern directions, while the eastern side had been surveyed by Sister Bauer. Regrettably, the western region remained untouched, which left Qin Feng feeling somewhat disappointed. Therefore, this time, he prioritized the west. On the battlefield map, 2 straight lines extended simultaneously, revealing an ever-expanding area of exploration. Yet, There were still no discoveries to be made. Aside from the endless yellow sand, there was nothing, no sign of monsters whatsoever. After nearly 20 minutes had elapsed, Jarvis finally transmitted some delightful news. Sir, number 3 has detected a corpse rearing ground. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng hovered midair. Indeed, sir. It matches the corpse rearing ground previously identified by Uncle Gio with a 100 accuracy rate. Although there were other scanning results along the routes, none could compare to the quality of the site found by Uncle Gio. After all, the location he discovered is not only a yin-yang death ground, but also features the ghostly bearers that lock in malevolent energy. With yin and yang surrounding it and ghostly bearers on either side, this treasure site is an exceptional location for rearing corpses. Jarvis, eager to prove his worth, would naturally not settle for a site inferior to that of Uncle Gio. Excellent, I shall proceed there as well. Please scout the vicinity for any potential threats. Qin Feng instructed before swiftly heading southwest. Yes, sir. After marking the coordinates of the corpse rearing ground, number 3 began to patrol the vicinity. Should any wild creatures appear, Qin Feng would eliminate them for Uncle Gio, as he required a secure environment to nurture his 10 subordinates. Uncle Gio, approximately 10 kilometers west of the national border. There lies an outstanding corpse rearing ground. You may bring them along. Qin Feng relayed the geographical location in the national war chat. Uncle Gio was overjoyed. Really? Oh my. Qin Xiaoga is truly efficient. I never expected that within less than half an hour, you would find it. Qin Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Such praise was undeserved. Without Jarvis and the mechas, he would not have recognized the corpse-rearing treasure site, even if it were presented before him. However, when it comes to locating treasure sites, both Jarvis and Uncle Gio have their unique merits with their respective methods. Jarvis may take less time, but he could at most find a site on par with Uncle Gio's. On the other hand, Uncle Gio might even discover a more remarkable treasure site. Uncle Gio ensured his subordinates were adequately shielded from light. And as soon as the soul-stabilizing bell chimed, 11 subordinates set off in an orderly single-file line. Qin Feng raced ahead, and the thick fog gradually thinned until it completely dissipated. He soon approached the marked coordinates. Just then, a shadow flickered across the ground. Jarvis alerted him, "Sir, you just passed by a humanoid entity." Qin Feng executed a drift and turned back to investigate. Within moments, a scan confirmed the presence of human physiological characteristics. Jarvis reiterated his warning. Qin Feng flew a few hundred meters closer, observing the trembling figure beneath him with keen scrutiny. "Which country do you hail from?" Qin Feng mumbled, noting the individual's darker complexion, indicating they were not of Caucasian descent. His throat was parched and his lips cracked. Adorned with a headscarf, he seemed accustomed to such attire. At that moment, the individual on the ground cautiously raised his head, wary of the Iron Man hovering above. It mattered not. He was neither from the Eagle Country nor from the Cherry Blossom or Kimchi nations. The priority was to gather resources. The new map had just loaded, and there were numerous resources yet to be claimed. Instead of engaging in trivial matters, it was far more prudent to seize some resources. Qin Feng spared him a glance and continued his flight toward the designated location. "Cheong Hanapuchu, may the steam bless me, I just saw a flying Iron Man." Not long after, a message appeared in the National Battlefield chatroom. Qin Feng cast a brief glance, breaking into a smile. It turned out that the individual earlier was a companion of Cheong Han. Previously, this fellow had even purchased a Tang Dao from him. Speaking of the Tang Dao, Qin Feng had been crafting them all evening. He still had a bit of stock left. Occasionally, trade requests would come his way. During the second wave of assaults, not everyone was equipped with weapons, resulting in heavy casualties among the Guardians. Now that he had time to produce more, Qin Feng, having ample supplies, lowered his prices slightly. A Tang Dao could be acquired for around 40 units of dark iron. After all, the other Guardians were not foolish. There were 3 days until the next wave of attacks. If the prices were too high, it would be wiser to search for the resources oneself. Kangaroo Country Albert. Iron Man? A flying Iron Man? You must be joking. Cheong Country Apuchu. I swear it's true. I promise. Cherry Blossom Country Meichuan Ku. He must be referring to Qin Feng from Dragon Country. You all should be cautious. This individual is cunning and treacherous. Beware of his treachery. Eagle Country George. Indeed, we have suffered losses. Everyone, be wary of this bandit. By the way, who still needs water? How can one explore resources without it? Are you prepared to die of thirst in the desert? Rotten Country Smith, ally, your water is too expensive. Can you lower the price a bit? Eagle Country George, no way. Buy it if you want. Isn't it wiser to spend a little on water for resource hunting? What if you strike it rich? Kimchi Country Park, Jongwon. Does Dragon Country have Iron Men? If he crosses paths with me, I'll turn that Iron Man into scrap metal. He doesn't know my prowess as a Taekwondo black belt. A Cheong Country Apuchu. Oh, it's the esteemed Chin Fong. What an honor to meet you. I must thank you for selling me the Tang Dao at a bargain for my protection. I am immensely grateful and wish for your blessings. Chin Fong glanced at their chat records, amused. The Eagle Country remained as stubborn as ever, and their allies were equally troublesome. As for the disparaging remarks from Kimchi Country, Chin Fong chose to ignore them entirely. As he spoke, he arrived at the designated location marked by Jarvis. However, upon landing, there was no sign of anyone. Jarvis, where are you? More precisely, where has Jarvis maneuvered Unit 3? A voice crackled through his earpiece. Sir, the map has indicated the location of Unit 3. I have discovered a lake, which is guarded by a nest of wild creatures. Chin Fong was elated. Jarvis, you've made a significant contribution today. Not only have you found the resting ground for the corpses, but now you've also located fresh water. Delightful. Thank you, sir. There are 3 Taudai at the marked point. The resources here are likely under their protection, Jarvis added. Indeed. Chin Fong eagerly soared towards the marked location. The resource points were guarded by various monsters, their scale corresponding to the value of the resources. The more precious the resources, the larger the monsters, making them increasingly formidable foes. The Taudai, a formidable creature, appeared in triplicate. This particular lake was likely small in size, Chin Fong mused, as he soon arrived near the marked point. Upon landing, he spotted the 3rd Taudai stealthily lurking on a cliff. He approached with deliberate steps, and upon reaching the creature, he gazed down into a shallow gorge, approximately 20 meters below. 3 Taudai lay sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber, with the central one being slightly larger. That must be the leader. Chin Fong was convinced that the central Taudai was the key to claiming this lake's resources. Jarvis, well done. If you had unleashed a missile just now, we would have wasted these resources. The leader monster guarding the resources had to be defeated before the corresponding resource point could be bound to its conqueror's nation. Stay vigilant. I shall deal with them. Chin Fong commanded. Yes, sir, came the prompt reply. He then drew his Tang Dao, channeling a modicum of energy into it. The blade shimmered, seemingly enveloped in a translucent, ethereal substance, radiating a faint blue hue. This must be Qi, he thought, though the spiritual energy in his dantian was limited. Akin to that of Zhou Shu or Sister Bauer, who could unleash it recklessly, he had enough to augment his Tang Dao for a brief skirmish. Previously, when George and David had spied on the American resource point, they had encountered 10 Taudai, which had proven quite challenging for them. Without the enhancement of spiritual energy, wielding a high-grade weapon like the Tang Dao against such formidable foes had been somewhat precarious. Now, he was eager to test the blade's potential under the influence of spiritual energy. Chin Fong, having considered all these factors, proceeded cautiously. He ascended slowly, wielding his long knife gracefully in the air, exclaiming in admiration, "This feels just right. Wow, Chin Fong has discovered another resource point, and it's fresh water. Hubby, you look so handsome. The way you hover with that long knife is like a celestial being. Look, Chin Feng's Tang Dao is glowing. It must be the spiritual energy. Our great Chin Fong, a Dragon Kingdom inhabitant, has received the battlefield reward of the Qi cultivation method. Wait, can spiritual energy be used like this? Why does it feel ineffective for me, despite having drawn Qi into my body? Could it be a lack of spiritual energy? Didn't the Dragon Kingdom's rewards double? Fool. Zhou Shu mentioned that the battlefield is brimming with spiritual energy. Blue Star is in a decline of spiritual energy, even if we increased it by 100. It would still be in a state of decline. Does that mean the Dragon Kingdom's spiritual energy must be multiplied several times over? Enough chatter. Our great Chin Fong is making his move. As the gentle breeze carried Chin Fong silently above the heads of the 3 monstrous Taudai, he suddenly inverted, executing a breathtaking descent akin to a celestial blade descending from the heavens. With increasing velocity, he approached the Taodai, and before he had even reached midway, a battlefield notification resonated, announcing the discovery of a prime resource point, a vast freshwater lake spanning 1,000 acres. Caught off guard, Qin Feng could not suppress an exclamation of surprise. The Taotai below were startled by the commotion, their eyes snapping open as they let out ferocious roars. Yet, despite their menacing displays in all directions, they failed to catch sight of a single enemy. A smirk crept across Qin Feng's lips as he thought, what about up here? No sooner had he uttered these words than the lead tout lifted its head, only to be met with the sight of a crimson object accompanied by a gleaming long blade. With a swift thrust, the Tang Dao plunged directly into the creature's massive skull. The unfortunate tout didn't even have time to utter a sound before its life was extinguished. With a thunderous crash, Qin Feng landed atop the fallen beast, the impact audibly shattering its thigh bones. It was only at this moment that the two remaining minions realized an enemy had descended upon them, and their leader had been slain in an instant. With twin roars of rage, they opened their mouths wide enough to consume Qin Feng whole, and in their fury, they lunged forward to seize him with their claws. Yet, Qin Feng was not one to be caught off guard. He swiftly twisted his body, his right hand wielding the Tang Dao, which traced a perfect circle in the air. In a dazzling display of 360-degree assault, the two Taotai were cleanly severed in half at the upper jaws. The astonishment of the Dragon Kingdom's onlookers was palpable, as they marveled at Qin Feng's prowess. Foreign viewers watching the live stream, along with intelligence agencies from various nations, were equally taken aback. How could a mere human dispatch such formidable foes in the blink of an eye? The sheer might of spiritual energy was becoming evident, and in that moment, the world recognized its formidable power. Reports began circulating that the concentration of spiritual energy within the Dragon Kingdom had doubled. Urgent calls went out to recruit martial practitioners from the region. Whispers of hidden cultivators and ancient warriors reached foreign ears, prompting a scramble to acquire these individuals for intelligence purposes. It was rumored that the Dragon Kingdom's citizens had grasped a technique known as the Qi cultivation method. In an instant, nations around the globe issued similar commands, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom became the most sought-after individuals on the planet. Not only did individuals from abroad take notice, but the Dragon Kingdom's War Department also recognized the extraordinary prowess of Qin Feng, who vanquished his foes with a single strike, elevating their reverence for martial arts to unparalleled heights. Amidst the chaos enveloping Blue Star, Qin Feng rose gracefully, sheathing his blade. Was it merely a great weapon, augmented by such formidable spiritual energy? Glancing at the lifeless bodies on the ground, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's Guardian for defeating the Grade Monster, Taotai, and seizing a Grade resource point comprising 1,000 acres of freshwater lake. The Guardians were momentarily taken aback by this announcement. OMG, didn't Qin Feng just discover the resource point less than 3 seconds ago? And he has already dispatched 3 Taodais? Dragon Kingdom's Qin Feng is truly terrifying. Ha ha, our big brother in the Dragon Kingdom has secured the water resources. Now we can purchase water at a lower price. Indeed, given the hostile relations between the Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Sauce Nation, it is likely that Qin Feng will not let this lucrative opportunity slip by. Pancake Nation-S Park Zhonghuan. Seriously, what is so impressive about a mere 1,000-acre lake? I just acquired a Grade weapon, the Spirit-Slaying Blade. Haha, with my golden talent, I now possess a Grade weapon. Who dares challenge me? In the Guardian chatroom, the Guardians expressed their disdain for the arrogant Park Zhonghuan from Pancake Nation, who was insufferably boastful. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. In fact, they had inadvertently sparked a brilliant idea to vex the Eagle Sauce Nation. However, first, he needed to open the treasure chest and see what lay within. Qin Feng opened the white treasure chest of the Taodai Guardian. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 red crystals. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 titanium alloys. Just these 2 items? He had anticipated something more remarkable. Park Zhonghuan had stumbled upon a Grade weapon, the Spirit-Slaying Blade, while he was left with mere materials. It seemed rather unjust. Nevertheless, it appeared that he had gathered enough materials for the intermediate wall. The list required 200 units of titanium alloy, which had long been the missing component preventing its construction. Previously, the Iron Brotherhood had gifted him 30 units, and during the second wave, he was rewarded with 100 units. Now, having opened the chest, he had another 100, just enough. At that moment, every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star heard the battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for manifesting a 100-fold grade freshwater resource, a 1,000-acre lake. Oh my goodness, a 1,000-acre lake equates to how many? Let me calculate. How many zeros? This is exhilarating. Don't bother calculating. It's 100,000 acres. 100,000? How vast is 100,000 acres? Forgive my lack of imagination. It's roughly the size of 10,000 standard football fields. Wow, a freshwater lake the size of 10,000 football fields is already quite substantial. The personnel from the War Department were equally thrilled. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom had gained a river, and now they had a freshwater lake spanning 100,000 acres. For a nation starved for freshwater, this was akin to a timely boon. Quick, investigate the exact location of the lake. Li Tai was flushed with excitement. A few hours later, reports from Xianing City indicated that a vast lake had unexpectedly appeared in the Gobi Desert on the outskirts. Li Tai was overjoyed upon hearing this news. Indeed, it must be a manifestation of the national war battlefield. The report further stated that the lake spanned approximately 100,000 acres and was surrounded by several inlet streams. Preliminary investigations suggested that the largest inlet might be connected to an underground river. This revelation made Li Tai even more restless as he paced back and forth in excitement. This meant that the lake had a stable inflow of fresh water and would likely never dry up. Could it be that our dragon country could recreate a southern paradise in the desert? The relevant departments of Dragon Country immediately sprang into action. Within the National Fate battlefield, Qin Feng instructed Number 3 to return to the corpse-rearing site and continue waiting for Uncle Gio. He himself quietly slipped back to the National Gate, mindful not to let Bauer discover his return. Moving stealthily, Qin Feng opened the door to his house, akin to a thief, and once inside, he silently closed the door behind him. Unbeknownst to anyone, he was back. Jarvis, I am about to attempt to draw qi into my body. Please utilize the mecha's physiological sensors to analyze the nature of this qi. If we can decipher its mysteries through the capabilities of the mecha, we might be able to develop weapons that harness qi, he instructed. Chapter 48. Determined to oppose. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. However, the contact sensors may not yield accurate results. For precision, I will employ intrusive sensors for detection. Qin Feng settled into a cross-legged position and replied, No worries, a little prick doesn't hurt. Let us begin. Very well, sir. With that, Qin Feng activated the opening of Heaven's great cannon. He could distinctly feel streams of qi penetrating his body from the surrounding air. With each breath, the qi circulated within him before settling in his lower abdomen, radiating warmth. This sensation brought him a sense of tranquility, and he unknowingly drifted into a meditative state. Time passed, though Qin Feng could not tell how long it had been, until Jarvis interrupted this enchanting state. Sir. Huh? What is it? Sir, 29 minutes and 32 seconds have elapsed. Qin Feng was taken aback. Has it been that long? Do we have any results? Jarvis hesitated for a moment before responding. Sir, the analysis indicates that qi exists in a state between energy and matter, in the air or in other substances. It manifests as a material form, but once absorbed into the human body, it transforms into energy. Oh, how fascinating. Are there any other findings? According to the data from Blue Star, in ancient times, the density of qi was comparable to that of the national war battlefield. The sages of Dragon Country, through exploration, recognized this existence and referred to it as qi, yuan qi, or qi energy, among other names. They also categorized various methods of cultivation. Moreover, through years of study, they discovered that qi flows through the meridians in the human body and is ultimately stored in the lower abdominal region, which they termed the dantian. Qin Feng nodded, absorbing this fundamental knowledge of cultivation. So, the human body is a natural nuclear reactor, And the absorption and release of qi is a process of mass energy conversion? Jarvis affirmed. Indeed, sir, that is a suitable interpretation. Upon reflection, it is rather astonishing that the culmination of several centuries of industrial civilization within the nuclear sector was, in fact, achieved millennia ago by the sages of the Dragon Country. Qin Feng found this revelation somewhat surreal. However, as he pondered further, he discerned a striking similarity between the utilization of qi within the Dantian for spiritual cultivation and the operation of his mecha's arc reactor, which harnesses nuclear energy. Is it possible to manufacture spiritual energy-based weaponry? Qin Feng inquired. Jarvis replied, in the absence of a human environment, it appears that spiritual energy necessitates specific materials for confinement and storage, a domain that requires further exploration. However, I lack a physical form, rendering experimentation impossible. Qin Feng felt somewhat despondent upon hearing this. The battleground was not Blue Star, and even if it were, he lacked the sophisticated RD equipment that Tony possessed for Jarvis's utilization. Competing with him were also 300 nations and thousands of corporate entities on Blue Star. If the mysteries of spiritual energy could be unraveled and weaponized, even the 5 major rogue nations could be toppled, and the world's wealthiest would be mere trifles. Moreover, when that time arrives, what would the battleground signify? A direct counteroffensive could penetrate the realm and strike at otherworldly territories. Of course, these were merely the lofty aspirations of researchers. The current reality was that scholars on Blue Star were equally perplexed. Not only were they bewildered, but they also lacked clarity on the essence of spiritual energy and its operational mechanics. Compared to Jarvis, they were woefully inadequate. Let us set this matter aside for the time being and revisit it later. Qin Feng continued to cultivate and enhance his Dantian. However, this time he refrained from entering a meditative state, as he still had matters to attend to externally. Jarvis, please relay the real-time visuals from Sector 3. Certainly, sir. The connection is established. Instantly, the imagery of the corpse rearing ground materialized within Qin Feng's helmet. Uncle Nun hasn't arrived yet, he muttered. But his attention was soon captured by the messages from the Guardian's chatroom. Italiana Alexander, Dragon Country Qin Feng, my brother, let us discuss a business opportunity. We would like to purchase some of your water. Akiangana Puchiu, yes, we're not unwilling to pay. Body Country Ahmed, esteemed brother from the Dragon Country. I feel quite embarrassed to message you, but could you lend us a hand once more? I truly apologize, but we are in dire straits without water. We cannot venture forth to explore resources, and the third wave of impact is imminent. Eagle Sauce Country George, he dares. Freshwater can only be sold by me. Corrupted Country Wilson, Dragon Country Qin Feng, ignore this fellow, please sell us some. Initially, the Kimchi Country and Cherry Blossom Country also faced water shortages, but, fearing the wrath of their benefactor, dared not speak up and could only covertly observe the Guardians persuading Qin Feng. Should the opportunity to purchase water arise at a favorable price, they would undoubtedly seize it. After much anticipation, Qin Feng finally responded. Dragon Country Qin Feng, initially, I had no intention of participating, as it seemed trivial. However, upon witnessing Eagle Sauce Country's attitude, I have decided to sell water to all of you. Eagle Sauce Country George. Excellent. Many thanks, esteemed brother from the Dragon Country. Grateful. What about the price? Qin Feng inquired. What price does Eagle Sauce Country offer? Wilson from the United Kingdom remarked, 10 units of black iron for 10 liters of water. This is exorbitant. Albert from Kangaroo Country responded, indeed, we have a strong odor. We must bathe daily. It takes 3 of us nearly 200 liters of water to get by. That is equivalent to 200 units of black iron. We need to conserve these materials for constructing buildings. Otherwise, we cannot defend our borders and might end up fleeing to Blue Star. Precisely, Blue Star belongs to everyone. If it falls, can your Eagle Country remain unscathed? Someone interjected. In that moment, a wave of criticism against Eagle Country arose, emboldening even the smaller nations. Even the subservient allies of Eagle Country chuckled behind their screens. Upon seeing the price, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, isn't this extortion? 10 liters of water for 10 units of black iron. How about I offer a discount? 5 units of black iron for 10 liters of water. Qin Feng proposed. This announcement sent the water-deprived guardians into a frenzy. "Oh, Dragon Country is so righteous," they cheered. "Now we can venture out to explore for resources. Let us hurry. We've already wasted half a day. And only 2.5 days remain until the next wave arrives." George from Eagle Country fumed. "You scoundrels." He was infuriated. Business had been flourishing. And over the past 3 days, the profits from selling water should have allowed him to exchange for other resources and upgrade defensive structures. Couldn't he enjoy a 3-day break? Suddenly, an audacious individual appeared. If they were both selling at the same price, it was fine, each could conduct their own business. But this Qin Feng from Dragon Country had the audacity to offer a 50 discount. Was this a deliberate act of defiance? Qin Feng from Dragon Country. "Are you determined to oppose me?" George demanded. Chapter 49. The righteousness of Dragon Country. All the guardians fell silent. They had all experienced the rogue tendencies of Eagle Country. For their own selfish interests, they would not hesitate to betray even their own lackeys. Yet, Qin Feng smiled. The more furious George became, the more delighted he felt. It seemed George had forgotten how he had previously met his demise at Qin Feng's hands. They were already mortal enemies. Was it not customary to engage in conflict? And if so, what of it? Qin Feng retorted. At the gates of Eagle Country, George was seething with rage. This Qin Feng was utterly despicable. David shook his head and sighed. "It seems we must rely on ourselves to seek out resources." However, Dr. Jenny suggested, "George, why not privately message him to explore the possibility of collaboration? After all, this is a lucrative venture." She had her own motives. If George and David could avoid venturing out, they could fortify the walls alongside her. George pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I'll give it a try." He promptly initiated a private message. "Qin Feng, let us set our grievances aside for the moment. How about we collaborate on this freshwater business?" A profit split of 55 to 45. Upon receiving the message, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. This fellow was willing to put aside their enmity for the sake of profit. Truly a commendable capitalist. Yet for Qin Feng, as an emotional citizen of Dragon Country, how could he possibly partner with an enemy? Moreover, the sale of Tang knives had already filled his coffers to the brim. His foray into the freshwater business was merely to vex the Eagle Sauce Nation. With this thought, he chuckled and replied, "Qin Feng, collaboration sounds good. A 90 to 10 split. I take the 90, you take the 10. George, impossible. 55-45, this is my utmost concession." George had calculated that nearly 200 countries faced water scarcity. Each country consumed 200 liters daily, which amounted to 12 units of mysterious iron over 3 days. Dividing that in half yields 6,000, which could easily be exchanged for resources to construct intermediate walls. Perhaps he could even procure a couple of fine weapons. "Qin Feng, if you refuse, so be it. I've given you a chance, but you chose not to cherish it." Qin Feng smirked as he clicked send, then promptly blocked him. The thrill of causing disruption was exhilarating. "George, we can negotiate further. 64, you take 6. Message failed to send. You have been blocked by the recipient. George, Jenny wore a look of exasperation. If a price war was on the horizon, then he would gladly engage. George, with determination, immediately lowered his prices in the chat room. Eagle Sauce Nation George, 10 liters of water for only 4 units of mysterious iron. What is going on? The Eagle Sauce Nation has lowered prices too? Wow, the Eagle Sauce Nation is feeling the heat. Buy, stock up a bit. This is great news. Competition benefits us consumers. Immediately, transactions were initiated with the Eagle Sauce Nation. George was elated. Haha, a price war? Can Dragon Nation really outmatch us? However, just as he thought this, Qin Feng slashed his prices again. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, 10 liters of water for just 3 units of mysterious iron. As soon as this news broke, the transaction requests just received by the Eagle Sauce Nation were promptly canceled. George, what? That scoundrel. He is deliberately seeking to ruin things. Jenny shook her head repeatedly. Even the dim-witted David could see it. This business was doomed. Others were clearly intent on causing trouble. Eagle Sauce Nation George, 2 units. I only need 2 units. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, 1 unit. George was furious, realizing that further reductions would yield little profit. It would be better to venture out and search for resources himself. Eagle Sauce Nation George, 1 unit for 20 liters of water. Yet, Qin Feng continued to make covert moves. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, to all guardians in need of water, my price is always half that of the Eagle Sauce Nation, and you are welcome to purchase at any time. Upon this announcement, the faces of all water-deprived guardians lit up with joy. This meant that for 1 unit of mysterious iron, one could exchange for 40 liters of water. Just 10 minutes prior, that would have cost 40 units of mysterious iron. Dragon Nation truly exemplified righteousness. Ha ha ha, it turns out that Qin Feng of Dragon Nation was not in it for profit. He was merely intent on vexing the Eagle Sauce Nation. Well done, Big Brother Dragon Nation. As the guardians trapped at various borders chuckled, an idea sparked in Qin Feng's mind. Such a prime opportunity for engagement could not be squandered. Without hesitation, he sent out another message. In the realm of the Dragon Nation, Qin Feng, faced with a scarcity of water, urged friends to procure supplies. Emphasizing the necessity of both water and weapons for protection during resource expeditions, he offered the Tang Dao for a mere 30 units of Shin iron. The Guardians, deprived of both water and weapons, were unable to contain their desperation, exclaiming that the Dragon Nation truly upheld principles of righteousness. They promptly initiated trades with Qin Feng. Battlefield notification. Corrupt Wilson has proposed a trade. Shin iron 10, freshwater 400. Note: thank you, brothers of the Dragon Nation. But we currently have no need for the Tang Dao. In the spirit of brotherhood, we shall endeavor to assist you in the future if needed. Battlefield notification. Italy Alexander has initiated a trade. Shin iron 10, freshwater 400, Tang Dao 1, Shin iron 30. Note: thank you, my friend. You have been a tremendous help. In an instant, nearly 200 guardians from various nations sought to trade with Qin Feng, with almost a third desiring the Tang Dao. However, Qin Feng possessed only the Tang Dao. The water remained in the lake. Contemplating his predicament, he decided to enlist the aid of Sister Bao, who was idly at home. Indeed, he would have them wait to purchase water from her. Thus, the distribution of trades commenced. Those lacking Shin iron exchanged steel instead, while a few guardians surprisingly possessed titanium alloy, which naturally found its way into Qin Feng's possession. At this juncture, they were still unaware of the alloy's potential. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Marketing genius. Host possesses a keen sense for profit, greatly aligning with the persona of Iron Man's similarity to Iron Man. 2. Reward. All physical attributes increased by 10. Mech number 4 has completed automatic repairs. Ammunition and energy are fully replenished. Qin Feng mused. Is this even possible? Glancing at his attribute panel, he was astonished to see his attributes nearing 185. The similarity score had also reached 32, bringing him one step closer to the coveted nanomech. Meanwhile, Sister Bao was diligently engaged in repairing a prototype in her room. Qin Feng's voice echoed through the headset. Sister Bao, I've discovered fresh water. With her wrench in hand, Bao continued to hammer at the prototype's knee. You found it. Then bring back some water. I haven't washed my face today. Qin Feng realized that water alone wouldn't entice her, so he concocted another story. I'm still by the lake and have found the burial grounds Uncle Gio needs. You know, don't you love burying people? Hurry and help Uncle Gio. There are 11 bodies. Chapter 50, Another Blast, Constructing Intermediate Walls with a Clang. Bao's eyes widened in astonishment. She shouted into the headset, You tell Uncle Gio to wait a moment. I'll be right there. I'm coming to bury. Ever since arriving on the battlefield, she hadn't had the chance to bury anyone, and the urge had been building within her. Without hesitation, she tossed her wrench aside and dashed out of the room like the wind. Yay, which way do I go? Once outside the walls, Bao found herself bewildered. Qin Feng, realizing her confusion, thought to himself, let Jarvis guide you. Oh, indeed, he had nearly forgotten about Jarvis. Under the guidance of Jarvis, Sister Bao sprinted westward like the wind. Along the way, she reminded Qin Feng, if only I could fly, life would be so much easier. Don't forget, dear brother, you promised me a new mech. Qin Feng chuckled. This girl is remarkably clever. Does she have such an excellent memory? Yes, I remember, of course. Feeling somewhat guilty, he replied. In just a few minutes, Sister Bao astonishingly caught up with the gravekeeper, Uncle Gio, who was transporting corpses near the burial grounds. "I've caught up, finally," she exclaimed, panting heavily. Uncle Gio, bewildered, was at a loss as to what this energetic girl was up to. The two of them soon arrived at the burial site. What a splendid grave! Upon arrival, Uncle Gio could not help but marvel. This grave measures 10 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 5 feet deep. Truly ample enough to bury sideways. He stroked his mustache, quite pleased with himself. Naturally, he wouldn't bury them sideways. He had numerous little brothers who required financial investment. The first little brother, covered in gold, was nearly obscured by pig's blood. However, after a night, the clotted blood had mostly peeled away. This zombie had absorbed gold and consumed copious amounts of blood. Currently, among the 11 corpses, it possessed the greatest strength. Yet, according to Uncle Gio, with further nurturing, this zombie still had room for improvement. The saying, "burying upright leads to wealth for future generations," had its merits, even when buried upright. These beings could still reap significant benefits. The available space for this burial site was considerably larger than the previous one, but now Uncle Gio had many little brothers. With less than 3 days remaining, he could only allow them to be invested in batches. Uncle Gio cleared the weeds from the burial site. "Chin, could you please fire another blast?" Chin Feng replied, "Uncle Gio, could you find a different way to phrase that?" No, let me do it," Sister Bao volunteered. Pulling out a shovel, 10 feet long, 3 feet wide, 5 feet deep, right? She confirmed with Uncle Gio, who nodded, still bewildered. Spitting into her hand, without concern for her feminine image, Sister Bao began her work. Chin Feng chuckled, "You all take your time. I'll search for additional resources to upgrade the walls." Sister Bao replied, satisfied, "All right, you go ahead. I'll have this dug up in no time. Be careful, Chin," she said as they bid farewell, and the sound of their conversation faded behind her. "Miss Bao, let me help you dig," offered Uncle Gio. "But isn't Sister Bao assisting you?" Chin Feng retorted. Little did he know, Sister Bao's next words nearly caused him to tumble from the sky. "Uncle, I didn't know you had a penchant for burying people too." Uncle Gio was momentarily speechless in response to this mysterious girl's rather unique hobby. Meanwhile, the third zombie was being guided by Jarvis, exploring towards the southern gate of the nation. Chin Feng stepped out of the house, retrieving the blueprint for the intermediate wall. Intermediate, required materials, 500 wood, 200 stone, 400 steel, 200 titanium alloy. Description: a steel-structured wall, primarily supported by titanium alloy, capable of withstanding impacts from monsters of level and below. However, the capacity to endure is limited. One must not place unwavering faith in this wall to safeguard the nation's gates. The construction time required is 240 minutes. Upon glancing at the necessary materials, it became evident that the resources for erecting the intermediate wall were more than sufficient. Without hesitation, Chin Feng initiated the construction, and the intermediate wall began to rise, creating a bustling construction site outside the National Gate. Contrary to expectations of an upgrade from the primary wall, it turned out that a new intermediate wall was being constructed on the periphery. This was indeed a positive development, adding an extra layer of protection. The intermediate wall is currently under construction. The materials required include 500 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 400 units of steel, and 200 units of titanium alloy. The remaining construction time is 23,959 seconds. Chin Feng cast a glance at the National War Warehouse, noting an abundance of materials: 1,100 units of wood, 650 units of stone, 5,190 units of steel, 4,470 units of dark iron, 70 units of titanium alloy, 100 units of crimson crystal, 6-century-old peachwood swords, and 7 tank swords. Over the past few days, quite a fortune had been amassed. Grumbling softly to himself, he continued to explore northward. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, as news of the National Gate being under construction spread, netizens were filled with excitement. "Wow, what is Qingshan building? It must be a more advanced wall. We're secure now. The third wave of attacks is assured." With so many subordinates under Jioshu, the National Gate has 2 layers of wall protection. Even if Beiyerjie is of little use, we are still safe. Indeed, We are two strong players supporting one burden. Do not speak so. Bayer Jia is still helpful. Haven't you seen how others are striving to assist? More like hindering. Qin Feng could resolve this with a single hand cannon, yet they insist on digging with shovels. Bayer Jia worked swiftly, completing the digging within 10 minutes. Jushu directed 3 pig-headed men to jump into the pit, and then Bayer Jia joyfully filled in the earth. After finishing, she meticulously patted down the soil with a shovel, compacting it. Jioshu found himself momentarily speechless and cautioned Bayer Jia. There is no need to compact it so firmly. We will need to excavate them again tomorrow. Bayer Jia replied, I will help you dig them out then. Do not worry about the trouble. This procedure cannot be omitted. It is the essence of burying souls. At that moment, Qin Feng's voice came through the headset. Bayer Jia, have you finished burying them? All done, big brother. Qin Feng continued. Would you like to engage in something amusing? Something fun? What is it? Are we burying something else? Qin Feng explained, no, the Guardians in the chat channel wish to purchase our fresh water. You can sell it to them. Trading? That sounds good. I have yet to experience it. Subsequently, Qin Feng sent a message in the chat channel. Long Kingdom Qin Feng. Friends wishing to buy fresh water may initiate a trade with my companion, Long Kingdom Bayer Jia. Long Kingdom Bayer Jia. Are these fools again? Which fools want to buy water? Hurry up. I do. I want to buy. We need some too. By the way, Bayer Jia, what does fool mean? In the National War Arena, both spoken words and chat messages are automatically translated into the native language. However, the term fool left the National War Arena perplexed. The foreigner remained oblivious, unaware of how many times Sister Bauer had referred to them as literal translation, melon-headed. This left Sister Bauer in a quandary as she tilted her head and scratched it in contemplation. Suddenly, she had a realization. Chapter 51. The Lightning 5 Whips, Dragon Kingdom. Sister Bauer, in my homeland, is an affectionate term. In your region, it should correspond to darling. Oh, I understand now. I never anticipated being called by Sister Bauer. What an honor. This is initiating a trade with you, Sister Bauer. I will sell to this. Queue up. I've been waiting for quite some time. The Guardians jostled eagerly, unable to contain their excitement to venture out in search of resources. If they delayed any longer, an entire day would be squandered. Dragon Kingdom. Sister Bauer, what are you all fussing about? One at a time. Your noise is giving me a headache. Sister Bauer arrived by the lakeside, ready to fulfill her transactions. Among the numerous trade requests, she noticed one from the pickled vegetable nation. Had it not been for her keen eyesight, she might have inadvertently completed the transaction. Dragon Kingdom. Sister Bauer, you dare come back, you scoundrel. Park Jongwon from the pickled vegetable nation. After ruining my crab trap, I will bury you sooner or later. Get lost. Park Jongwon was taken aback, discovering that his clandestine dealings with the arch-nemesis of his patron had been publicly exposed. The embarrassment was compounded by the palpable anxiety that followed. To make matters worse, he was thoroughly berated by Sister Bauer. Come on, was it just a din in her mech? Do Dragon Kingdom women hold grudges like this? I was even killed by her once, yet she doesn't mention that. Park Jong-hwan lamented, pouting his cracked lips. The online spectators found the spectacle utterly amusing. Sister Bauer is quite clever, teaching the foreigner to speak the dialect. Those are fortunate to encounter our divine Qin Feng. Otherwise, they would be left to perish of thirst. Indeed, and let it be known that Sister Bauer is not useless. Look, she can assist divine Qin with certain matters. This time, the wives of divine Qin have chosen to remain silent. The freshwater trade proceeded smoothly, and Sister Bauer found joy in her endeavors. During this time, she also met many female guardians who shared her experiences. As fellow women with a common guardianship, they found camaraderie in this perilous world. Once the guardians had their weapons and water, they swiftly set out to gather resources. For Qin Feng, it was a relief to see other guardians safeguarding the borders. As one guardian aptly stated, Blue Star belongs to us all, though their borders differed. The emergence of monsters on Blue Star posed a risk to the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, nations across Blue Star were diligently implementing their emergency evacuation plans, with the concentric circle plan drawing notable attention. This plan entailed constructing layers of walls in urban areas akin to circular roadways. When monsters attacked, even if the outermost defenses fell, there would be a fallback to the next layer of walls while awaiting external support. In Eagle Sauce Nation at the Grand Barrel office. An assistant approached with a report. Mr. Grand Barrel, that Dragon Kingdom individual, is unable to draft the decree. What do you mean by unable to draft? Grand Barrel replied, slightly irked. The previous day, they had engaged a martial artist from Chinatown at a high price, the master of the mixed origin fist, Ma Baojia. This individual claims that his family has sustained itself through the operation of boxing gyms for 5 generations, and he has been an immigrant in the United States for several decades. He further asserts that he has vanquished all opponents in the Dragon Kingdom with his lightning 5-strike whip. In pursuit of the highest realm of martial arts, he ventured abroad. During yesterday's reward event in the Dragon Kingdom, he received the Qi cultivation technique. The general was incensed, and his assistant stammered, according to him. It's something that can only be understood intuitively and cannot be articulated. The Qi cultivation technique, in a stream of consciousness form, directly entered the minds of the people from the Dragon Kingdom. However, they were unable to verbalize the mantra or even write it down, rendering it impossible to impart to others. In other words, the transmission of this martial art is determined by the battlefield of national conflict. Outrageous. The general was furious. Could he be a fraud? He had encountered many charlatans like Ma Baojia before. A thorough background check had been conducted. And while he professed to earn a living by teaching martial arts, whether he truly dominated the world with his lightning 5-strike whip in the Dragon Kingdom remained uncertain. As the assistant replied, the general pondered for a moment, and to be cautious, he immediately arranged for personnel to test the authenticity of this individual's skills. Yes, General. Subsequently, 10 soldiers proficient in hand-to-hand combat were dispatched from the Special Forces of the United States. Faced with these muscular soldiers, Ma Baojia exhibited no signs of trepidation and even let out a cold snicker. Humph, since you wish to witness the might of my Hunyuan fist, I shall not hold back. Standing on the arena, he assumed his stance. The autonomously comprehended Qi cultivation technique instilled him with tremendous confidence. After merely one night of breathing exercises, Ma Baojia appeared to have rejuvenated by a decade. This was still in the United States. He mused that the spiritual energy back home was double that of abroad. Earning a windfall from the general could allow him to return and develop further. Moreover, having once served as a coach to the general, returning home would certainly confer him great prestige. Ma Baojia's mind raced with calculations. With a flourish of his hand, he prepared to unleash the lightning 5-strike whip. Who will come first? Below the stage, the general expressed skepticism and inquired of his assistant. Can an old man like him truly succeed? I hope he doesn't get himself killed. The assistant chuckled awkwardly, after all. He had paid a handsome sum for this individual. His current concern was whether Ma Baojia possessed genuine skill, while the old man's survival was of little consequence, as they had signed a life-or-death contract. Rest assured, Mr. General, there is no issue. Furthermore, this was the United States. Who would know if a fraud from the Dragon Kingdom were to be eliminated? On the stage, a muscular man could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Delta Scorpion Team Leader Mike? Ma Baojia cast a glance at him and retorted, Be careful, young man. I shall show no mercy. Huh. Mike, enraged, launched a punch. However, despite his age, Ma Baojia was far from feeble. With a sharp exclamation, he declared, One whip. With a resounding clap, his palm struck Mike's nape. Mike's punch went wide, and he was met with a slap that left him momentarily dazed. The general rejoiced at the sight. The news was true. The Qi cultivation technique was indeed authentic. Not only the general, but even Ma Baojia himself reacted similarly. My lightning 5-strike whip truly works. With the Qi cultivation technique, even the special forces of Eagle Sauce Nation are no match. In an instant, Ma Baojia's confidence soared as he shouted, Come at me all together, 10 of you, simultaneously. The soldiers, already brimming with vigor, could hardly refuse such a challenge. Suddenly, 10 muscular men surrounded him. 10 seconds later, Ma Baojia lay on a stretcher, bruised and battered. Muttering, Youngsters today lack martial ethics, attacking an old man like me. Where are we going? ISNT it to the hospital? The stretcher entered an elevator, descending to the 20th floor. Upon arriving, a vast medical room awaited him. What are you all planning to do? Ma Baojia exclaimed in panic. One of the assistants, with a sinister smile, replied, Mr. Ma, Did you not claim to be unable to articulate the chi cultivation technique? In that case, as per our contractual agreement, we require information regarding spiritual energy and meridians. As he spoke, Ma Baojia was hoisted onto the operating table. Chapter 52, The Covert Frontline. National Martial Arts Conference. On one side of the operating table, an array of medical instruments lay in wait, glinting ominously under the surgical lights. It dawned on him that he was about to undergo vivisection. No, you cannot do this. We have a contract, he pleaded. The assistant chuckled. Indeed. You signed a contract with us. However, during the recent capability assessment, you unfortunately suffered a fatal incident. We are merely investigating the cause of death, so your family can have an explanation. Haha. No, no. Ma Baojia's face turned pale as he bellowed. I don't want your money. I'll return it. I beg you. Spare me, please. His cries gradually morphed into screams. The Eagle Sauce Nation was intent on acquiring first-hand information to study the relationship between spiritual energy and meridians. Naturally, the subjects needed to be fully conscious for optimal results. Therefore, throughout the ordeal, Ma Baojia was not administered any psychoactive substances. Such events were also transpiring in the darker corners of Blue Star. In the Cherry Blossom Nation's Palmistry Bureau, a palm reader scrutinized the autopsy report. The data on the chi cultivation technique is unattainable. The meridian system cannot be validated within the current framework of Western medical theory. There is no collection of human spiritual energy. The palm reader slammed the report onto the table. The aides flanking him stood nervously, reluctant to speak. After 2 minutes, the palm reader finally broke the silence. Go. Hire more individuals from the Dragon Nation. One aide responded, Sir, in areas densely populated by Dragon Nation individuals, several martial arts experts have already gone missing consecutively. They become suspicious and refuse to come? The palm reader shot a cold glance, causing the aide to immediately lower his head and kneel properly. The palm reader declared, among the Dragon Nation's populace, there is no shortage of traitors. What they call Han traitors. Such individuals, who would forsake their ancestors for money, are hardly likely to refuse our invitations. Hurry. Yes, sir. In contrast to the cruel experiments abroad, the Dragon Nation's approach to the study of spiritual energy was considerably more humane. Though there were no substantial theoretical advancements, practical applications had seen significant progress. After all, the Dragon Kingdom possesses numerous relevant texts, and there are even some reclusive martial practitioners who have been summoned from their secluded abodes within the major military districts. The practice of martial arts has been promoted in a commendable manner, to the extent that special operations units dedicated to martial arts have emerged. In the civilian realm, the admiration for martial arts has reached an unparalleled zenith. On the internet, as long as Qin Feng is not causing a stir, keyboard warriors engage in discussions about martial arts. The discourse surrounding young ladies has diminished, with even some sports enthusiasts turning their focus towards self-cultivation, aspiring to join the Martial Arts Special Operations Unit. In the National War Department, Li Tai fell asleep while puffing on a cigarette. In less than 10 minutes, the cigarette had burned down to its end. Ouch! That is hot. Li Tai was jolted awake by the burning end, shaking his hand repeatedly. At that moment, his deputy happened to walk into the office, accompanied by an unassuming old man. This elderly gentleman, named Lu Zhong, was utterly inconspicuous amidst a crowd. Lu Zhong held the position of second-in-command on the secret battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Ke, here is the latest confidential report. The major powers of Blue Star have been in a state of perpetual tension, with levels of infiltration beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, with the arrival of the National Fortune battlefield, this unprecedented crisis has seen espionage activities reach their zenith. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all, Li Ke. You should be the one to prioritize rest. Li Tai sighed heavily, expressing, even though Qin Feng and his team are doing well and relieving us of worries, the enemies of Blue Star will not allow us a moment's peace. The old man shook his head helplessly, a glimmer of sympathy evident in his eyes. Li Tai took the confidential report and tore open the top-secret seal. The document contained intelligence regarding the chi cultivation technique and experiments related to spiritual energy and meridians from countries such as the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Damn, they are quite swift in their actions. After reviewing the information, Li Tai discarded it into a shredder. The sound of shredding paper echoed, and within 10 seconds, the thick stack of documents had been reduced to tiny particles. Even the shredded remnants could not escape the confines of the National War Department. Every day at closing time, designated personnel would collect the materials after obtaining signatures from various leaders to incinerate them downstairs. Li Tai gazed at the shredded paper, contemplating. Fortunately, they have not made any substantial gains. The old man nodded in agreement, stating, one could say they have gained nothing. Yet it is undeniable that traders abroad have provided them with the qi cultivation technique, acting as their pawns. Li Tai held these individuals in disdain. It was one thing for them to engage in wrongdoing abroad, but to audaciously assist foreign adversaries in actions detrimental to the interests of the Dragon Kingdom was something that would incur his wrath. Old Liu, please communicate with the higher-ups and expedite the initiation of the traitor eradication plan. Lu Zhong nodded solemnly, replying, understood, but this time the scope is quite broad, and we may face challenges with manpower. Moreover, when it comes to assassination, the Dragon Kingdom cannot afford to be overtly involved. Allowing them to seize upon weaknesses would be detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom. The employment of traders from the Dragon Kingdom is not limited to a few prominent nations. Dozens of smaller countries are also complicit. In fact, hundreds, if not thousands, of overseas conglomerates are engaged in similar activities. For the Dragon Kingdom to take decisive action, both feasibility and impact render such measures somewhat impractical. Li Tai pondered for a moment before retrieving a substantial stack of documents from his drawer. These contained information about various martial arts sects, both large and small, within the nation. The foreign elements, who were essentially traitors, were invariably linked to them, whether they were misguided disciples or rogue martial artists seeking to operate independently. It was only fitting for these sects to take the initiative in cleansing their ranks. Li Zhong chuckled, acknowledging Li Ku's cleverness. Furthermore, Li Tai continued, a martial arts university is being established domestically. You should have your subordinates disseminate this information widely, enticing those exceptionally talented individuals abroad to return to our homeland. This poses no challenge. Li Tai sighed once more, as the national conflicts persist. It is inevitable that nations like the Eagle Empire will eventually gain access to the qi cultivation techniques. Before that happens, we must strive to widen the gap in martial prowess between us. The figures like Qin Feng on the battlefield have already provided our nation with a temporal advantage. For a long country to maintain its lead in martial arts, it must launch a comprehensive offensive, blooming in every facet. There is also another matter that requires your assistance. Old Li, after outlining the first two issues, Li Tai proceeded to mention the third. Lu Zhong replied, Li Ku, you may speak. I am taking notes. As a seasoned intelligence officer, Lu Zhong naturally committed every word to memory. To attract martial artists scattered across the Blue Planet to return home. A national martial arts tournament will be held in Long Country in a week. This endeavor also necessitates your connections abroad for extensive publicity. Chapter 53. The open oil field. Since the second wave of impact, the spiritual energy in Long Country has revived. To draw more martial talents back to serve the nation and to shield them from the temptations of foreign allure. Long Country is hosting a martial arts tournament under the guise of a civilian initiative. Achieving victory in this tournament promises both fame and fortune, with limitless prospects. I have made a note of this. Lu Zhong nodded emphatically and hurriedly departed. Within an hour, the Blue Planet's online platforms were inundated with information regarding the Long Country Martial Arts Competition. National Martial Arts Tournament. First prize 10 billion? Led by the Hongmen. An astonishingly grand affair. Haha, with hundreds of thousands of disciples under Hongmen, the first prize will likely go to one of their own. The prize money is probably just a matter of shifting hands, mere theatrics. Not just the first prize. Those in the top 50 will also receive rewards. I sense there is more to this. In just 1 week, the chance to marry a wealthy beauty and ascend to the pinnacle of life is at hand, brothers. Logging off, powering down, time to cultivate. My husband is on the battlefield. If he returns, ISNT that 10 billion is sure thing? This undoubtedly has official backing. Just the return of Hongmen's hundreds of thousands of disciples will significantly bolster the domestic martial arts strength. I agree. Even without inducements from Long Country, they would likely return. The spiritual energy here is far superior to that abroad. I must cultivate. I aspire to become a grandmaster. Through this martial arts tournament, Long Country not only gathered numerous martial talents but also categorized the martial artists into different ranks based on their abilities. Akin to the colored belts of the Pickle Nation's martial arts scene. The classification of martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom ranges from the 1st to the 7th rank. And those who surpass the 7th rank are revered as Grand Masters of martial arts. Thus, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the golden age of martial artists has finally arrived. Concurrently, whether it be the renowned sects such as Hongmin, Shaolin, and Wudong, or lesser-known factions, as well as traditional underworld organizations like the Qin Gang, they have all received an inescapable mandate to eradicate treachery. Any organization with a martial arts background has begun to rigorously scrutinize their disciples. Should any hint of disloyalty arise, the errant individuals would be swiftly cast aside. If any unworthy descendants choose to reject this honor, their masters would ensure their disgrace for the sake of preserving their own dignity. On the battlefield, Qin Feng soared northward for an extensive duration, yet yielded no results. Indeed, the war's fog enveloped naught but desert terrain. Upon emerging from the war's mist, Qin Feng continued his ascent, while Jarvis ventured southward, both finding themselves equally bereft of fortune. The desolate landscape could scarcely sustain large beasts, let alone provide any resources. Fortunately, upon breaking free from the war fog, they entered mountainous and hilly terrains. Surely there must be wild creatures capable of survival here, Qin Feng muttered, pressing onward in his northern exploration. Not long after, a battlefield notification altered Qin Feng's course. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Sakura Nation's guardian, Meichuan Ku, for discovering a level resource point, an open-air oil field of 400,000 tons. How fortunate for the Sakura Nation. The first level resource point was fortuitously uncovered by them. Qin Feng felt a surge of indignation. He was not alone. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star lamented in unison. The heavens are unjust. How could the little devils stumble upon an oil field? And an open-air one at that, of 400,000 tons. Wait, 400,000 times 100, what does that amount to? 4,000,000 tons. Equivalent to a major oil field. Alas, the heavens are cruel. Ha ha ha. What a boon for the Sakura Empire. We shall no longer be choked by oil shortages. Indeed, jealousy consumes these Chinese pigs. What? The Dragon Kingdom's livestream has little devils? Brothers, let us bombard them. Damn those little devils. I'll strangle you through the internet. Hurry and scram. Yo, if you're a man, come at me. As the netizens of the Sakura Nation reveled in their triumph, Meichuan Ku stood with hands on hips, gazing skyward with a triumphant howl. Ha ha ha, indeed. I, Meichuan Ku, am the chosen one. I have discovered the first level resource point. However, where were the wild creatures guarding this resource point? They seemed conspicuously absent. A level resource point, it would likely be challenging to secure. Perhaps I should summon Matsushita. Just as Meichuan Ku hesitated, the next battlefield notification left him utterly bewildered. Battlefield notification. The coordinates of the level resource point discovered by the Sakura Nation's guardian Meichuan Ku are 23348733. Note: coordinates of level and above resource points will be reported across the battlefield. The discoverer should occupy it as soon as possible. Meichuan Ku. Pfef. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Baka. Why is this happening? Ha ha ha. I can't breathe from laughter. Look at the expression of the little Japanese. It's as if they've been struck dumb. Ah, how swiftly joy can turn to sorrow. Are you now feeling at ease? What were the coordinates again? Can the great Qin Feng make it there? It seems he has paused, perhaps calculating the distance. Alas, it appears to be rather far. How far can it truly be? Can one not even fly there in time? Until now, no one had discovered a high-level resource point. Even high-level ones are exceedingly rare, the vast majority being merely mid-level. Upon discovering these resource points, the Guardians leisurely engaged in combat to secure their claim. Unexpectedly, Meichuan Ku's fortune was extraordinary. He initially thought encountering a high-level resource point was a stroke of luck. Yet, It became imperative to secure it swiftly. But where are the wild monsters guarding the resources? Meichuan-ku gazed around anxiously, nearly digging a hole in the ground with his toes from worry. However, all that met his eyes was an expanse of inky darkness surrounding the open oil field, devoid of anything else. For several thousand meters around the oil field, not a single blade of grass grew. There was no time to lose. Meichuan-ku decisively notified his teammates to come to his aid. Eagle Sauce Nation, George, Meichuan-ku. Don't fret, I'm on my way. Upon seeing this message in the chat room, Meichuan-ku's heart sank to the depths. Yet, it was not over. Bear Nation, Andre. Ha ha ha. A high-level resource point. Our brave warriors from Bear Nation are coming, hooray. Rotten Nation, Wilson. Looking at the coordinates. It seems a bit distant for us, but everyone, wait a moment. The depths of high-level resources are vast. You won't be able to seize them. Allow me. Kimchi Nation, Park Jonghwan, as the sole wielder of the high-level weapon, the Spirit Slayer, and the strongest among the Guardians. We from Kimchi Nation shall undoubtedly claim the high-level resource point. All Guardians, what nonsense are you spouting? Does the Spirit Slayer come with a decrease in intelligence? Regardless of the distance or their ability to reach, the Guardians were as jubilant as if it were a festive occasion. Those who were too far away cheered and shouted in the chat room, causing Meichuan-ku, the Discoverer, to feel increasingly anxious. Even his godfather intended to come? What business did Eagle Sauce Nation have with the Sakura Nation? Meichuan-ku was in a state of frantic urgency, praying for his teammates to arrive swiftly. Fortunately, the one he feared most, Qin Feng, remained silent. Perhaps the distance was indeed too great. At that moment, Qin Feng was indeed calculating the distance and time. You should be able to make it in time, he murmured to himself. Chapter 54. What on earth is this? The high-level resource point is likely guarded by formidable creatures. A challenging endeavor. The battlefield broadcasted the coordinates of the resource point, and Guardians began to converge, making a chaotic melee all but inevitable. The resource point wasn't too far, which suggests that the gates of Sakura Nation should be in proximity to the resource point. A bold idea emerged in Qin Feng's mind. If he were to head to the gates of Sakura Nation now, eliminate Meichuan-ku's two teammates, breach their defenses, and then assassinate Meichuan-ku. With all the resources of Sakura Nation at his disposal, and the complete annihilation of their three guardians, Sakura Nation would face the repercussions of national warfare. The mere thought of this filled Qin Feng with exhilaration. However, how much time would it take to locate the gates of Sakura Nation? This was a matter of probability. Furthermore, the feasibility of successfully assassinating Meichuan-ku was also a question of chance. Two probability dilemmas overlapped, but ultimately, Qin Feng resolved to seize the precious resources instead. At that moment, Meichuan-ku could no longer afford to hesitate. He had to secure the resource point before the guardians from neighboring nations arrived. Among his greatest fears were the formidable Eagle Nation and the detestable Qin Feng of the Dragon Nation. With a sinister chuckle, Meichuan-ku bellowed, attempting to attract the attention of the monsters guarding the resource point, hoping they would reveal themselves. After shouting twice, he crouched low, gripping his Tang Dao, his entire being poised like a bowstring ready to unleash. His narrow, calculating eyes scanned from left to right, then back again. Yet, there was nothing, only the tranquil, obsidian surface of the oil lake, devoid of any ripples. Was there truly nothing? Meichuan-ku grew increasingly anxious. He had disregarded his own safety, daringly luring the monsters to emerge. Undeterred, he roared once more. Suddenly, a colossal bubble surfaced from the depths of the inky lake. Could it be lurking beneath the oil? Beads of sweat streamed down Meichuan-ku's forehead as he fixated on the location of the bubble. Then, two more bubbles erupted. Meichuan-kun, you must persevere, cheered the young ladies in the Eagle Nation's live stream, rallying behind their great hero. Meichuan-san, hold on a little longer. Matsushita-kun will arrive shortly. This is so terrifying. I can't bear to watch. Little sisters from Sakura Country, if you're frightened, come into the embrace of the Dragon Nation brothers. We will comfort you. Haha, indeed. The embrace of the Dragon Nation brothers is quite warm. Look at the Sakura Nation guardian, living a rather comfortable life. It seems they possess some spirit, daring to attract monsters without even knowing what they are. Fear not, little devils, your great savior, Qin Feng, is on the way to your rescue. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. The comments above are outrageous. Indeed, little devils, thank you for discovering the resources, especially the first tier ones. When Qin Feng arrives, the first thing he'll do is send you back home. Ha ha ha. Damn those Chinese pigs, go back to your own live stream. Baka, you all will suffer dearly. Faced with the derision of the Dragon Nation keyboard warriors, the Sakura Nation netizens were fuming. They could only hurl a few repetitive insults. Their language pitifully barren compared to the rich vocabulary of the dragon tongue, which could effortlessly deliver scathing retorts. As the citizens of both nations exchanged their cordial greetings, the surface of the oil lake before Meichuan-ku bubbled incessantly, resembling boiling water. Come forth, you fierce beasts. My Meichuan family has no cowards, Meichuan-ku shouted, gripping his Tang Dao tightly above his head. Meichuan, where are the monsters? At that moment, a voice from behind called out, Matsushita had arrived. Meichuan-ku let out a sigh of relief. At last, he had a companion. Matsushita-kun, be cautious, there are monsters in the oil lake. In the oil? Initially, Matsushita was in awe upon encountering the open oil field for the first time. However, upon hearing his superior's words, a twinge of trepidation enveloped him. What monstrous creature could thrive in this inky abyss of oil? Coupled with the realization that this resource point was of the highest grade, the only one of its kind in the entire national battlefield, Matsushita felt his legs involuntarily quiver. Matsushita, draw your weapon and fight alongside me. Meichuan-ku fixated on the surface of the lake, oblivious to the apprehension of his subordinate. Understood. Matsushita nodded resolutely, unsheathing his tang sword. Aware that the nation was undoubtedly watching him, he summoned his courage and slowly advanced. He had to maintain a fade. Disappointing the citizens was not an option. Should he fail and meet his demise, how could the nation hope to revive him? Despite his youth, Matsushita harbored a shrewd mind. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, a dorsal fin, reminiscent of a coffee table, gradually emerged from the oil lake. Prominent, 3-foot-long spines protruded from it, as thick as an arm. What manner of beast is this? Where is its head? Where are its eyes and mouth? Panic gripped Matsushita completely. He glanced behind him, safety. Then he cautiously scanned left and right, still finding no sign of other creatures. Could this resource point harbor only this singular beast? What level of creature was tasked with guarding such a resource? Grade? A grade beast? The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him. He had never encountered a grade beast, let alone one of a higher order. Whatever it was, he resolved to slay it first and ask questions later. Meichuan-ku felt a flicker of unease as well, but with the arrow knocked, there was no turning back. Matsushita-kun, let us charge together, he exclaimed, launching himself forward with a dramatic shout. With a powerful push off the lake's edge, he soared into the air, his tang sword glinting ominously as it arced towards the grotesque creature. Matsushita's eyes widened in disbelief. His superior was truly this brave? To him, time seemed to freeze. The valiant figure of Meichuan-ku was reflected on the inky lake, slowly advancing towards the monstrosity. Matsushita-kun, you must succeed. That creature looks so sinister. Will Meichuan-kun prevail? Incredible. Meichuan-kun is so courageous. He embodies the spirit of a true samurai. Just as the eagle-eyed netizens of the nation sang praises, Meichuan-ku was within 3 meters of striking the hideous beast. A triumphant grin spread across his face. This oil field belongs to our great cherry blossom nation. Suddenly, a massive maw erupted from the oil beneath him. Faced with the terrifying darkness of the gaping mouth, Meichuan-ku was momentarily stunned. What on earth is this? Chapter 55, The Grade Beast, High-Spined Songlong Yet. In response to his bewilderment, the maw opened wide. Crack. Crunch. The creature savored its meal, relishing the taste of chicken. With a slow blink, it disdainfully regarded the trembling Matsushita on the shore, as if to say, come on, I'm still hungry. Subsequently, closing his eyes once more, he lowered his head and submerged beneath the surface of the oil lake. The spiny back of the creature remained eerily silent, floating on the lake's surface like an enigmatic island. With a splash, Songxiao was so startled that he fell onto the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. Battlefield alert. The guardian of Sakura Nation, Meichuan-ku, has been slain by a level monster, the high-spined azure dragon. Upon receiving this notification, all the guardians gasped in astonishment. To think it was a level beast. If memory serves correctly, Meichuan-ku is seemingly the first guardian to be killed by a wild monster in Sakura Nation. Level? What kind of power does that entail? For those heading to the resource point, please share the details afterward. Thank you. Should we simply forego the venture? It appears that going there would only lead to our demise. In an instant, the guardians en route began to reconsider their decisions. However, George from Eagle Nation began to reproach Meichuan-ku. He immediately sent a private message. Did I not instruct you to wait for me? How dare you act on your own? Do you wish to monopolize the resources? Yet, as soon as the message was dispatched, the battlefield responded with a failure notice. George then realized that Meichuan-ku had perished and had yet to revive. David, hasten your pace. We cannot allow others to seize the resources. That is a level resource. The level resource corresponds to a blue treasure chest, a rarity that had never before been encountered. George was indifferent to the notion of resource competition, after all. Eagle Nation is the mightiest among the Blue Star nations. Whether one less oil field mattered little to him, as his primary ambition was to grow stronger. Is Meichuan-ku truly dead? How can this be? Meichuan-ku, citizens, let us revive Meichuan-ku together. Let him continue to fight for Sakura Nation's oil. Indeed, that is the way. Not only were the netizens of Eagle Nation astonished, but those from Dragon Nation were also taken aback. After all, their opponent possessed a red talent and a staggering 40 attribute points, placing him among the elite guardians. Coupled with Sakura Nation's impressive performance in the previous skirmishes. Having earned numerous rewards, it was shocking that he was still defeated so swiftly. Alas, such deep emotions, and yet the little devil was dispatched in a single blow. Qin Feng, the Great One, is unaware and still en route. Return quickly, Qin Feng, it's dangerous. Yes, my dear. Let us abandon that resource and seek out weaker foes instead. Sigh. Isn't a gradual approach more appealing? Why rush headlong? Qin Feng has received the battlefield alert as well. He is still making his way there. Surely he possesses confidence. Let us trust Qin Feng. Indeed, the Great One would not act recklessly. While the netizens expressed their concerns, the National Warfare Department was also assessing the situation. Have the simulations been completed? At this moment, Li Tai anxiously stood behind the technical team, where the technicians felt as though they were sitting on pins and needles. Li, we are still in the calculation phase. The final 30 seconds of rendering are underway. As the monstrous beast revealed its spine, the technical personnel of the National Warfare Department began simulating its potential forms, particularly upon the exposure of its head and neck. More body parts were confirmed, significantly reducing the computational workload. Li Ku, the results are in. The technician struck the enter key forcefully, and on the large screen appeared the silhouette of a monstrous creature. Based on the existing anatomical information and the profile sketch of the high-spined Songlong provided by the national battlefield, it is highly likely that this formidable beast resembles this. The technician elaborated, revealing that they had collaborated with leading paleobiologists from the nation. As the crowd gazed at the image projected on the screen, cold sweat trickled down their brows. The creature was as large as a semi-truck, with a long neck supporting an enormous head capable of swallowing 4 to 5 adults whole. 13 razor-sharp thorns jutted from its back. On either side of its rotund belly were fish-like wings spanning 10 square meters, including its robust, elongated tail. The creature measured at least 30 meters from head to tail. Its obsidian body, whether stained by oil or inherently black, exuded an aura of terror. Could such a monster be slain by human hands? Li Tai stared blankly at the screen, murmuring. He felt a pang of anxiety for Qin Feng. The thought of such a beast breaching the national borders sent shivers down his spine, for if one were to enter, it could manifest 1,000 more within the Dragon Kingdom. Surely, 1,000 of these monsters could deplete half of the nation's military strength. Within 5 minutes, the Sakura Nation swiftly voted in favor of resurrecting Meichuan-ku. Another 10 minutes elapsed on the battlefield, and upon his revival at the National Gate, Meichuan-ku hurriedly made his way to the resource point. Meichuan-san, you're here. Matsushita had not anticipated the opponent's swift resurrection and arrival. With a steadfast ally, Matsushita felt a sense of calm. However, recalling that he hadn't charged alongside Meichuan-ku earlier left him somewhat flustered. but Meichuan-ku did not bring it up. That was careless. I didn't expect this creature to be so formidable. Fortunately, you didn't charge in with me. Dying once isn't a significant loss. Luckily, I entrusted all supplies to the station Miss Keiko when I left. That was our contingency plan. Matsushita-kun, there are 3 grenades left. This time, you should go. His meaning was clear. He intended for Matsushita to face the beast. Matsushita immediately faltered. Am I supposed to jump into its mouth? Meichuan-ku urged, hurry. Otherwise, the other guardians will arrive. Now is your moment to prove your courage. The entire nation is watching you. Don't worry, the citizens have revived you. You will be fine. Come, hand over all the resources from your national battlefield warehouse for me to safeguard, or else they will all end up in the monster's belly. Matsushita exclaimed, ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Why doesn't this guy go himself? This is the typical mindset of those little devils. They'd rather let others die than themselves. Wow, this strategy is quite cunning. Speaking of which, these two are quite the predicament. They are exploiting the resurrection mechanism to defeat a creature far stronger than themselves at no cost. I must say, this is a brilliant tactic. At this moment, the netizens of the Sakura Nation eagerly urged Matsushita to take action swiftly. If he delayed any longer, the guardians from the Eagle Nation would truly arrive. They harbored no fear of the Qin wind. Rather, they dreaded the arrival of the guardians from Eagle Sauce Nation. Matsushita's chest heaved as he gripped a grenade, repeatedly bolstering his own resolve. I can do this. Here I come. With a running start, he propelled himself into the air. Simultaneously, he pulled the pin from the grenade. Ah, cursed beast, I shall perish alongside you. Before he could finish his declaration, a thick, elongated tail suddenly lashed out from the lake. Bang! The tail struck Matsushita, sending him hurtling backward. When Meichuan-ku noticed the figure soaring through the air, he quickly crouched down. Fortunately, Matsushita flew right over his head. After soaring for about 10 meters, boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as Matsushita was obliterated by the grenade. Goodness! Is that how unfortunate the little devils are? Ha ha ha, pardon my laughter. Wow, the unfortunate little devil. This beast is remarkably clever. Not just clever, it exhibits disdain as well. This time, it didn't even show its head, just a swift flick of its tail. Confirmed. Beasts of level or higher possess intelligence. Battlefield notification. Guardian Matsushita of Sakura Nation has been slain by the high-level wild creature, the Serpent Dragon. Upon receiving this alert, the Guardians were momentarily stunned. Is this truly how one delivers a defeat? Within mere minutes, another had fallen. George from Eagle Sauce Nation cursed. Sakura Nation dares to strike. Commander, it seems we are just ahead. David glanced at the coordinates, comparing them to the map, and found them to be identical. At last, we have arrived. In Eagle Sauce Nation, one could always find transportation, yet here, they could only rely on their own legs. Fortunately, endowed with the gift of red talent, both their explosive power and endurance had seen a significant enhancement. As they sprinted, George and David were among the first to arrive. However, mocking voices from behind filled them with trepidation. Ah, aren't these the little ones from Eagle Sauce Nation? Hey, do you have any vodka on you? If not, whiskey will suffice. Whiskey? What am I, without any pride? Well, my brother, the young ladies from Eagle Sauce Nation do not fancy strong spirits. The speakers were evidently 3 guardians from Bear Country, each more vigorous than the last. They regarded their mortal enemies from Eagle Sauce Nation with a mocking expression. Today, we seek no trouble, we simply desire resources, George asserted. Outnumbered 2 to 3, they faced adversaries who had abandoned their homes, embodying the very essence of Bear Country's audacity. For Bear Country, overthinking was futile, action was paramount. Defend our homes? If no attack is imminent, why bother? Better to revel in the chaos. The leader of the Bear Guardians laughed heartily. Well then, since we cannot eliminate all of you, we shan't bother. George and David's expressions turned cold. It was as if the Bear Guardians believed they could crush them with ease. Let us agree that whoever slays the high-level beast shall claim the resources, George proposed. Agreed. But the finest spoils shall belong to Bear Country. Yura! Yura! The trio erupted with fervor, simultaneously letting out wild cries. Oh, what a commotion! At that moment, Park Jong-hwan from the land of kimchi, along with the guardians from the land of corruption and the kangaroo nation, unexpectedly arrived together. These three were allies of the Eagle Sauce Nation. George, emboldened by their presence, contemplated the possibility of eliminating these three bear guardians. Should he succeed, not only would there be no one to contest him for the treasure chest, but the annihilation of the Bear Nation's guardians would also invite retribution upon their homeland. Such thoughts lingered persistently in George's mind. However, the trio from the Bear Nation remained undeterred, gazing at the five adversaries with an air of indifference, as if challenging them to act without delay. Their innate talents were formidable, and their combat prowess was exceptional, further bolstered by the presence of Yura. Let us seek out the detestable guardians of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Ultimately, the invisible standoff lasted less than 3 seconds before George relented once more. Finding the disobedient subordinate took precedence. Otherwise, allowing resources to be consumed would render their efforts futile. Meanwhile, Chin Feng had also arrived at the destination. Jarvis, are there any signs detected? At that moment, concealed within the thicket, he observed the surface of the oil lake, which lay still and calm, contrary to expectations. The two from the Cherry Blossom Nation had been sending out resources. Surely there should have been some evidence of combat. Jarvis replied, Sir, there are no signs of human activity within a radius of 374 meters. Could they be on the opposite shore of the lake? Chin Feng murmured, stealthily making his way along the lake's edge. On the other side, George and the others met up with Mei-Chuan-Ku. As soon as they met, George accused Mei-Chuan-Ku of acting independently. Naturally, Mei-Chuan-Ku responded with a deep bow, showcasing his signature skill. My sincerest apologies, Mr. George. We acted to assess the strength of the monsters on your behalf. The group thought, goodness, what audacity. Not only was his bow impeccable, but his words were also melodious. George cast a cold glance at him before letting it pass, then turned his attention to the small hill rising from the lake's surface, inquiring, Is that the High Ridge Songlone? Mei-Chuan-Ku cautiously replied, Indeed, sir. Haha. Park Jong-hwan from the land of kimchi remarked sarcastically, You Cherry Blossom Nation folks are lacking. Mei-Chuan-Ku's expression turned frosty. Was it appropriate to belittle oneself in front of the sovereign nation upon their first meeting? Yet, Park Jong-hwan continued, It's merely a red talent. When it comes to tiered monsters, one must look to my cosmic nation. As he spoke, he produced his newly acquired tiered weapon, the Spirit-Severing Blade. Instantly, discontent rippled through the crowd. As expected, this Spirit-Severing Blade bore an intelligence-decreasing quality, or perhaps the fool before them was simply a fool. One reckless remark had offended all 8 present. Among them, only Park Jong-hwan boasted the highest talent, golden in hue. The others, aside from the guardian from the land of corruption, who possessed a weaker purple talent, were all red. Appa Jong-hwan is so handsome, sending hearts. Our Appa Jong-hwan is the strongest, boasting the highest talent and the mightiest weapon. Even before the Eagle Sauce Nation, Appa stands firm, vying for resources on behalf of our great cosmic nation. At this moment, within the live broadcast room of the Blue Star Pickle Nation, Park Jong-hwan's little fans were almost collectively ecstatic. However, the Dragon Kingdom's keyboard warriors lurking here felt utterly nauseated. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I lasted only a minute. I'm sorry. Are there any brothers from the Dragon Kingdom here? Quickly, help me back to our Dragon Kingdom live room. I can't handle this. I'm still here. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, lend a hand, brothers. This damn pickle, flaunting his golden talents endlessly. Aren't there others who have earned attributes of 10? Several have caught up to and even surpassed Park Jong-hwan. Let him show off. I suspect that George from Eagle Sauce Nation has his eyes on his weapon. His godfather is going to make him surrender that weapon. Just wait and see. On the battlefield, Mei-Chuan-Ku retorted with scorn, Park Jong-hwan, is it? I've heard of you. You were taken out by that little woman of the Dragon Kingdom with her white talent, and here you are, reveling in your triumph. The little woman of the Dragon Kingdom, Auntie, even sold him water, and Mei-Chuan-Ku held a grudge. Chapter 57. A stubborn child among a pack of foxes. The guardians couldn't help but laugh heartily, especially the 3 guardians from the bear country, who were particularly unrestrained. I remember that little girl from the Dragon Kingdom has quite the sharp tongue. How did you, Park Jong-hwan? Get defeated by someone with a mere attribute of 4 in white talent? I'm quite curious, Park Jong-won. Do tell us, enlighten us. Haha. Park Jong-won, beset by ridicule, felt his pride wounded, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. Through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, Dragon Kingdom. Wretched woman. Enraged, he raised his spirit-slaying blade. Mei Chuan-ku, if you're a man, let us have a contest. Let us see whose martial arts are superior, your empty-handed techniques or our taekwondo from the great universe nation. Mei Chuan-ku was momentarily taken aback. In terms of personal attributes, he was indeed somewhat weaker. What? Are you afraid? Park Jong-won basked in his triumph. You coward from Cherry Blossom Nation. Just as they were at each other's throats, Qin Feng stealthily approached the vicinity. So many people. Isn't that George from Eagle Sauce Nation? And David. Oh, and Mei Chuan-ku is also here. Qin Feng recognized these three, having slain them before. The others, whom he and T encountered, remained unknown to him. Quite reasonable. Jarvis. Amplify their conversation. Yes, sir. Immediately, the dialogue from dozens of meters away, filtered of noise by Jarvis, resonated in Qin Feng's ears. All right, George interjected, halting their ruckus. The most pressing matter now is to subdue this beast. That's the crux of the issue, Andre replied. There's only one resource point and one monster. How do we divide it? Everyone knew that whoever killed the guardian of the resource point would claim it. With many contenders and scarce resources, the situation was dire. Why don't we duel? Whoever survives can go slay that beast, proposed another guardian from Bear Country. The moment those words were spoken, the remaining guardians were left speechless. Wilson from the corrupted nation turned pale. Here, his talent was the weakest, and without allies to assist him, a duel seemed futile. Suicide would be a more straightforward option. To their surprise, the other two guardians from the Bear Country chimed in. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. After all, we can always be resurrected. The crowd, having listened to several minutes of bickering, led Qin Feng to deduce the identities of approximately 8 or 9 individuals. Astonishingly, they were guardians of the Bear Country. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Jarvis, are there any other individuals nearby? No other guardians have been detected within the vicinity, sir, Jarvis responded. A grin spread across Qin Feng's face. In that case, this resource point shall be mine. With merely a dozen foes, he felt no threat. Just as he was about to reveal himself, a battlefield notification echoed in his ears. However, this alert was not intended for Qin Feng but for the group of guardians engaged in discussion before him. Before them lay an operational panel. Battlefield notification, a team-up request initiated by the Eagle Sauce Nation to jointly eliminate the level resource point monster. Do you agree? Note, upon successful defeat, battlefield rewards and Blue Star manifestation rewards will be evenly distributed. Leaving the resource point area will automatically disband the team. 2 buttons followed the notification, agree, disagree. The Guardians were taken aback, realizing for the first time that collaboration was a possibility. What the heck? We can team up? Isn't that cheating? It's unfair. Indeed. It's not just unfair to our god Qin Feng. Let them cooperate. Do you think those old foxes will willingly join forces? We must not let them succeed. Even if they quarrel later, the resources will be divided among them, akin to a vast oil field. Yes. I believe Qin Feng should launch a surprise attack on them, sending them to their demise. TSK, have you forgotten? There are 3 guardians from Bear Country. Given their vengeful nature, even if just one guardian were to fall, they would surely retaliate against us. Indeed, I think Qin Feng is considering this as well. Otherwise, why would he leave a path for the Eagle Sauce and Kimchi nations? Didn't they sign the life and death pact? How can Bear Country play tricks? Huh. Have you completed your summer homework? In international affairs, might makes right. Who cares about treaties? At that moment, Li Tai from the National War Department felt beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. His back was already drenched in perspiration. What would he do? Li Tai was also anxious about Qin Feng potentially wiping them out. If that were to happen, the Guardians would face severe penalties in the national war. At that point, the situation would likely be what the Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom nations most desired. Don't fret, Li. Qin Feng is hesitating, likely pondering this very issue. His assistant reassured him. Little did they know, All of this was merely the one-sided wishful thinking of the Dragon Nation on Blue Star. In the national battlefield, Qin Feng was entirely unconcerned with such matters. He solely aimed to seize this resource. Damn, they can team up. If they eliminate the high-ridged Songlong together, my efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, the dark lake surface began to stir. The high-backed Songlong appeared to be growing impatient, revealing a pair of lifeless, piercing eyes that fixated ominously on the few humans ashore. Jarvis, could you provide a thermal imaging scan to ascertain its size? 2 seconds later, the thermal image of the Songlong materialized on the helmet's display, accompanied by a small figure. Sir, the scale beside the image represents an average adult height. Based on the thermal map, the Songlong measures approximately 30 meters from head to tail, with a wingspan exceeding 45 meters. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but express his astonishment. What an enormous creature! What would be the most efficient method to eliminate it? Jarvis replied, apologies, sir, but I lack any physical or combat data regarding the Songlong, hence I cannot provide recommendations. Then let them test the waters before we take action, Qin Feng mused. He estimated that if this colossal beast were on land, the 10 or so guardians present would have no issue dispatching it. Most of them possessed red and golden talents, and they had gained considerable enhancements from 2 previous assaults. These individuals represented the pinnacle of combat prowess among the guardians. However, in the lake, the situation appeared dire. Unsurprisingly, all the guardians present clicked to confirm their agreement to form a team. Seeing that Songlong's half-exposed head, a sense of trepidation settled among them. Yet, Park Jong-hwan brandished his spirit-slaying blade with enthusiasm, proclaiming, "Allow me to demonstrate my skills." Witnessing his bravado, the other guardians exchanged knowing smiles, relishing the opportunity for a spectacle. Now that the team was successfully formed, the monster belonged to all, and the rewards would be shared. If they could avoid engaging, they would. Conversely, a bold individual stepped forward, urging, then go for it. It would be splendid if he could eliminate that Songlong in one fell swoop. If not, he could at least gauge their firepower. Chapter 58. A slip and a leap to victory. Go for it. Zhonghwan Appa. Our Zhonghwan is the best. He will surely slay this hideous beast. Haha, Zhonghwan Appa, show them the might of your golden talent level weapon. Netizens from the pickled vegetable nation on Blue Star, regardless of gender, were filled with anticipation for their hero's extraordinary performance. Park Jong-hwan exchanged a provocative smile with Mei Chuan-ku, who merely snorted in response, remaining silent. After Park Jong-hwan departed, a glint of malice flickered in Mei Chuan-ku's shifty eyes. Park Jong-hwan kicked a few pieces of wood onto the lake's surface and shouted, then sprinted forward with all his might. This act earned him a flurry of enthusiastic praise from the netizens of the pickled vegetable nation on Blue Star. Brilliant! Look at our Appa. Even in battle, he utilizes his intellect. Not only is Appa handsome, but he is also so clever. How wonderful it would be to marry him. Oh, I can't hold on any longer. Are there any hidden brothers from the Dragon Nation? Quickly, help me back. Ha ha, that sissy has no clue where his charm lies. The pickled vegetable aesthetic is truly peculiar. Suddenly, Park Jong-hwan gathered his strength and leaped, soaring 6 or 7 meters onto a piece of wood. He intended to use the momentum to maneuver behind the beast. However, a deep, rumbling roar emanated from the water. The creature's webbed wings flicked gently, and the lake erupted in towering waves. The force of the wave struck, sending Park Jong-hwan, who was perched on the wood, crashing back to shore. In a fleeting moment, the vain and delicate youth found himself utterly besmirched by oil, transforming his fair visage into a darkened mask. How revolting! Upon rising from the ground, he caught a whiff of his own underarms and was immediately overcome with nausea. Qin Feng exclaimed, utterly useless. You can't even handle such a simple task as traversing a minefield. What purpose do you serve? His words dripped with disappointment. Before the other guardians could mock him, the young man, Park Jong-hwan, shook off the oil from his blade and defended himself, saying, it was carelessness. I shall rectify my mistake this time. Emboldened by his shame, he charged forth once more. This time, he strategically kicked several logs into the lake to serve as makeshift stepping stones. With unyielding velocity, he leaped between them, skillfully evading the strikes of the formidable high-spined Songlong. At last, he landed upon its thorny back. Huh, is that all you've got? Witness as I deliver this beast its demise. With a flourish, Park Jong-hwan swung his blade, driving it forcefully into the creature's back. A resounding clash reverberated through the air, startling him. The other guardians were equally taken aback. On the back of the high-spined Songlong, only a faint white mark remained. It had suffered no real harm. With a disgruntled moo, the high-spined Songlong, irritated by the human's presence, raised its long neck, fully revealing its back above the water's surface. A massive tail swung forth with alarming speed, and Park Jong-won's heart sank. If struck by such a formidable appendage, he would surely be reduced to a pulp. In a desperate moment, he noticed the creature's vulnerable neck. A smirk crossed his face as he leaped, narrowly avoiding the tail's wrath and launching an assault on its neck. However, the Songlong's immense size belied the agility of its tail, which, having missed its target, coiled around Park Jong-hwan with unyielding strength. "Ah!" he screamed as he felt the crushing force. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he hacked at the tail with all his might, but to no avail. The high-spined Songlong seemed only mildly annoyed, akin to swatting away a bothersome mosquito, before drawing its prey closer to its gaping maw. With a sickening gulp, Park Jong-hwan was swallowed whole. "No, please, save me." The sound of crunching echoed ominously soon after. Battlefield notification. Guardian Park Jong-hwan of the Kimchi Nation has been slain by the elite beast, the high-spined Songlong. In that moment, silence enveloped both realms. Goodness. A triple kill. Truly a formidable creature. Is its defense not too high? How can it be defeated? I wonder if the godly Qin Feng's armor-piercing missile will work. My husband can surely handle it. There is nothing he cannot do. The citizens of the Dragon Nation began to feel a sense of unease. Those lurking in the Kimchi Nation's live stream could not contain their glee. "Ah, I'm glad I stayed. I would have missed such a spectacle otherwise. Appa Jong-hwan is the greatest, the most formidable hero in the universe." Some Dragon Nation netizens mocked the Guardians, imitating the tone of the Kimchi Nation. Yet, the fervent fans of the Kimchi Nation remained in disbelief. Did Appa really perish? Our beloved Oppa has perished? Once again, little sister from the land of pickled vegetables. You must add again to that statement for it to possess true essence. Go away, retreat to your Dragon Nation's live stream. The most despicable of all are the Guardians from the land of cherry blossoms. Having suffered losses from the monster's tail, they failed to warn us about our Oppa. Mei Chuanku Jian found the obnoxious individual following in his own footsteps and nearly laughed aloud. Moo. On the battlefield, the high-ridged Songlong howled towards the heavens, exuding an air of invincibility. George and the others hastily retreated. "Jarvis, what is the situation now?" Qin Feng inquired once again, seeking any sound advice. Jarvis responded, "Sir, based on the attributes of Park Jong-hwan and his sword-swinging speed, the tough hide of the high-ridged Songlong can withstand the assault of armor-piercing missiles." Qin Feng exclaimed, "So it's that tough?" "Sir, this calculation does not account for the power augmentation of the spirit-slashing blade. Without the weapon data, I had to rely on the Tang Dao data for estimation." At this, Qin Feng grew increasingly anxious. "In other words, it is even tougher than you calculated?" "Indeed, sir." "Is its neck not a weak point?" "Correct, sir. Scanning indicates that the hide of the high-ridged Songlong is uniform with no weak points in hardness. I recommend utilizing a blunt weapon. It may yield results." Qin Feng was rendered speechless. Despite his considerable strength, he had no idea how he could measure up against this beast. But where could he find a suitable blunt weapon? His gaze shifted towards the mountaintop, not far away. Should he perhaps blast a massive boulder and bring it down to crush it? Just then, the team of Guardians devised the most primitive of solutions. They began hurling torches onto the surface of the lake, igniting patches of fire across the oil-laden waters. "Haha, this oil field has more like crude oil. It can be ignited and burn it to death," George exclaimed with great enthusiasm. The others, having previously attempted various methods, were astonished that it actually worked. The area of burning oil did not spread rapidly, but as the area increased, the flames propagated more swiftly. Moo. The high-ridged Songlong was enraged. It plunged its head into the oil and inhaled deeply. Glug glug. Thank you to all the friends for your donations and for watching the advertisements, especially to Su Zhang, who loves fresh corn pancakes. Yenner from Lianbao Hall. Username 967784453. Yamamoto the Immortal, Dongbaodian. and the irritable brother Ihua, among others. Thank you. Chapter 59. Slaughtering you with ease. The top layer of the burning oil on the lake was drawn into its belly. Observing the area of fire diminishing, George shouted, "Quick! Throw the torches! Throw the torches!" David sighed heavily, feeling a deep longing for his Gatling gun. Just as the group was about to reignite their torches, the beast unexpectedly spewed the burning oil back out. My God, a fire-breathing dragon! Several guardians, fearing for their safety, fled hundreds of meters before halting. Turning back to observe, they found the muddy ground where they had stood transformed into a sea of flames. Moo! Moo! The high-ridged Songlong howled in fury. This beast must be lured ashore, proposed Andre. At that moment, a faint yet ominous sound echoed in the air. What could it be? George and Mei Chuan-ku leaned in to listen, sensing a familiarity in the sound. In an instant, they exchanged glances and discerned a hint of despair in one another's eyes. Dandan nearly shrank back in terror. It was that sound, the dreadful noise emitted when the Iron Man took flight. Mei Chuan-ku's face turned pale as he uttered in despair. He has arrived. He truly has. Ah, the great Qin Feng has finally made his move. Eliminate them first. Do not allow them to escape. The most detestable of all was that scoundrel George, who, while asserting his dominance in the battlefield, never forgot to bully the smaller nations. Qin Feng, do not rush. First collect the resources. Where else will that beast find its way into the oil later? Indeed, killing those few individuals yields no profit. Annihilating them would be a sheer waste of time. Baka, how audacious of you, you despicable Chinese pig. Does your Qin Feng truly believe he can be so brazen? There are 8 guardians present. Mr. George, swiftly deal with Qin Feng and avenge our Oppa. Dragon Kingdom netizens chimed in, you pathetic cowards. Can't you just slide and deliver your own demise? Qin Feng has never even encountered you. As Qin Feng slowly ascended into the air, several hundred meters away, he cast a taunting glance in their direction. Earlier, when the high-ridged Songlong unleashed its fiery breath, he had concocted a brilliant plan. Though somewhat perilous, it was most certainly feasible. After I deal with this monster, I shall turn my attention to you, Eagle Sauce Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. George and his 2 companions felt a shudder run through them, as if they had heard the call of death. Upon sighting Qin Feng, their instinctive reaction was to flee, an unconscious reflex. George took a deep breath, attempting to steady his nerves. With so many allies present, what was there to fear? Moreover, at this moment, even the 3 from the Bear Nation were teammates. Ah, that's right. The Bear Nation desires that blue treasure chest as well. With this thought, George's expression transformed into one of smug satisfaction, his fear dissipating. Just as he was about to incite discord, Andre unexpectedly inquired, Hey, who are you? Having never encountered a guardian from the Dragon Kingdom or the Iron Man, Andre was at a loss. Iron Man? Suddenly, he recalled a mention in the Guardian chatroom of a flying Iron Man. Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom. Hiss. Andre covertly inhaled sharply, feeling a twinge of trepidation. This was the individual who had excelled in both of his previous assaults and had slain numerous guardians from Eagle Sauce Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. Though internally intimidated, he maintained a facade of bravado. The 2 from the Rotten Country and Kangaroo Country also felt a pang of anxiety. They knew that despite their lack of direct conflicts with Qin Feng on the battlefield, they had not shied away from making things difficult for the Dragon Kingdom back on Blue Star, particularly while trailing behind the Eagle Sauce Nation, where they had set numerous traps. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. I am Qin Feng of the Dragon Kingdom. At this declaration, those who had never met him wore expressions of predictable discomfort. Today, this treasure chest seems to hold little of its own significance. Yet, Qin Feng continued, I only seek the lives of a few from Eagle Sauce Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. Should you insist on intervening, I would not hesitate to eliminate you as well. At that moment, a chill swept through the crowd, and they found themselves rendered speechless, as if a lump had lodged in their throats. Such audacity. It was overwhelmingly brazen. Li Tai from the Dragon Nation's National Warfare Department muttered to himself, shaking his head helplessly. At this point, he realized how naive he had been, thinking that Qin Feng would show some consideration for the complexities faced by the Dragon Nation. To his astonishment, this young man acted solely according to his own whims. The scene of the Guardians captivated by Qin Feng's imposing presence was broadcasted live across their respective nations. Instantly, nearly half the planet on Blue Star fell into silence, forgetting to send comments. This was an exceptionally rare moment of low internet traffic since the onset of the national warfare. Wow, our Qin god exudes an overwhelming aura. Haha. Citizens of the rotten country, I advise you to face reality sooner rather than later. Don't follow behind Eagle Sauce Nation, lest you find yourselves betrayed. Don't let the Kangaroo Nation escape. They deserve to perish. The descendants of exiles inherently possess a taint of treachery in their blood. Ah, my husband is so handsome. This is the manner befitting a national husband. What of the wretched Kimchi Nation? It is nothing but a source of disgust. How shameless, that Chinese pig. I shall see how he meets his end. Indeed, indeed. The monsters that our handsome oppas cannot defeat are certainly beyond the capacity of your grotesque Iron Man. On screen, Andre and his companions from Bear Country seethed with fury, their jaws clenched tight, fists white-knuckled. They had never endured such humiliation. However, their rage, while intense, could not be unleashed, for Qin Feng's power was inscrutable. Witnessing such a scene made Li Tai let out a faint sigh. Quickly, contact Bear Country and give them a precautionary warning. After a moment's contemplation, Li Tai personally picked up the phone. Bear Country had signed the Treaty of Surrender, and while their adherence to it was uncertain, it could still serve as a point of leverage. Inform General Zhang to elevate the alert status. Li Tai instructed his subordinate before dialing. General Zhang was responsible for the defense of the northern military forces of the Dragon Nation. Understood, Director Li. On the battlefield, Qin Feng soared toward the high-ridged Songlong, drawing forth his Tang Dao and infusing it with a slight surge of energy. Instantly, the Tang Dao gleamed with a faint blue light. This sight nearly caused the other guardians to widen their eyes in disbelief. What weapon did he wield? A Tang Dao. It was indeed a Tang Dao. How could it possibly radiate light? Meichuan Ku glanced at the weapon in his own hand. It appeared identical. The guardians from the Rotten Country and Kangaroo Nation hastily unsheathed their own Tang Daos, all procured from Qin Feng. They looked alike, yet felt entirely different. What could be the reason? Was it possible that he had sold them inferior goods? It must be so. Otherwise, how could he have sold them at such a low price? The Kangaroo Nation's guardian expressed his indignation. The despicable denizens of the Dragon Kingdom, utilizing authentic goods for themselves while peddling counterfeit trinkets to others. Behold, what we possess is merely a lump of iron, while in their hands lies a radiant weapon of considerable might. It is no wonder that Qin Feng exhibited such remarkable prowess in the previous two confrontations. A few individuals whispered amongst themselves, arriving at a plausible conclusion. Chapter 60. If everyone falls into the cesspit, then there is no shame in it. The foreigner's naivety is truly endearing. That is the enhancement of spiritual energy. Do you understand? If not, allow me to demonstrate. Through arduous cultivation, I have reached the grand realm of channeling energy into my body. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom's citizens are indeed martial arts masters. It is now confirmed. The foreigner remarked, you claim that the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom lack martial prowess. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now the little devils in the Pickled Cabbage Nation have fallen silent. Citizens of the Cherry Blossom and Pickled Cabbage Nations, come out for a stroll. Enough of the chatter, the divine Qin has taken action. Qin Feng soared above the oil lake, and the beast seemed to regard the weapon in his hand with trepidation. Moo! It let out a call, heavy yet piercing. The distant onlookers, guardians of the area, clutched their ears in agony. Qin Feng pointed his blade at the high-ridged Songlong, declaring, little creature, if you were to blame, let it be for encountering me today. Moo! To his surprise, the high-ridged Songlong dove into the oil, attempting to escape. Ah, damn it! Qin Feng could not help but curse. Just moments ago, this creature was taunting him, and now it sought to flee? How audacious! Where do you think you're going? Qin Feng would not allow it to escape. The oil lake was vast, and its depths remained a mystery. Should it elude him, where would he search? With determination, he raised his hand, launching a missile into the oil lake. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted from the depths of the lake, and a towering wave of oil surged forth, exploding into a dark plume that reached 10 meters high. The high-ridged Songlong had not submerged too deeply and was catapulted from the surface of the lake. The once dark expanse of the oil lake now ignited, the high-ridged Songlong enveloped in flames. George was utterly astonished, exclaiming, using armor-piercing missiles as deep-sea explosives. How did you conceive such an idea? The other Guardians, having never witnessed such a spectacle, stood in wide-eyed disbelief. To claim that you could fly in mechanized armor was already cheating, but to launch missiles as well? This was truly excessive. At this moment, Andre felt fortunate not to have clashed with Qin Feng earlier, while Mei Chuanku contemplated whether to flee or observe the battle further. Above the lake, the high-ridged Songlong, disoriented and engulfed in flames, was now enraged. Moo! It bellowed, flapping its webbed wings like an insect, striking out toward Qin Feng. A powerful gust of wind surged forth. Qin Feng's mechanized battle boots immediately increased power output, propelling him out of the tempest. With a resounding clap, its webbed wings collided, creating a shockwave. At this moment, Qin Feng had gracefully landed upon the back of the high-ridged Songlong. Gripping his blade with both hands, he summoned all his strength. With a mighty roar, he swung down toward the creature's spiny back. With a sharp sound, the first thorn, akin to a long grain of rice, snapped in response. However, the blue-glowing long blade was forcibly halted by a second thorn. The high-cresting Songlong let out a painful cry, its robust tail immediately swinging towards Qin Feng. He muttered, "Indeed quite formidable. Let us see if I can pierce its armor." With a swift motion, he flipped the tang knife downward and thrust it fiercely into the thick, tough hide. The Songlong emitted another cry. Qin Feng sighed, as if everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The tang knife merely left a shallow cut of less than an inch on the beast's back. To end this creature using such a method would require at least a dozen more strikes at that wound. Possessing considerable intelligence, the high-cresting Songlong would not simply remain still and allow itself to be stabbed, and its back was not its vital point. "Jarvis, your calculations were indeed accurate. Sir, please do not doubt the science, and let us hope your suggestions are not amiss." Qin Feng sheathed the tang knife. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared by the tail. At that moment, the resurrected Park Zhonghuan arrived at the oil lake, coincidentally witnessing Qin Feng entangled by the tail. "Iron Man, is he the Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom?" Park Zhonghuan chuckled at Qin Feng's predicament, reveling in the misfortune of the Dragon Kingdom citizen. "Ha ha! You vile Dragon Kingdom person, who would have thought today would be your turn?" Though he had once been defeated by the Dragon Kingdom's Bao'erjia, he had not suffered at Qin Feng's hands. Thus, witnessing the tribulation of a compatriot was immensely gratifying. Moreover, as he stumbled into a similar plight, his joy was compounded. It is one thing to fall into a dung pit alone, but when everyone does, it becomes less shameful. Yes, just like that. Continue. That beast, devour him. Devour him. It was clear that two individuals had fallen into the proverbial dung pit, as Mei Chuanku and the newly arrived Park Zhonghuan nearly bounced with excitement, urging the high-cresting Songlong onward as if they were supporters at an Olympic event. The other guards stood in stunned silence as they watched Qin Feng being ensnared by the beast and drawn toward its maw. Despite his 36-fold adult strength, he struggled to create just a bit of space with his arms and legs. Goodness, this creature possesses considerable strength. With sparks flying from the mech, Jarvis cautioned, "Sir, we are nearing the mech's tolerance limit." Qin Feng felt a pang of concern, though he recalled that the system could self-repair. Just hold on. This scene left the online spectators on Blue Star astounded. Did the god Qin get taken down so quickly? No. Don't eat our husband. Fire the cannons. Qin Feng, quickly fire, or you'll miss your chance. Doesn't the great Qin Feng have 6 mini cannons on his shoulder? Surely he's aiming for its eyes. Missed it. Missed it. He can only fire inside its mouth now. Ha ha ha. Incredible. The high-cresting Songlong truly is formidable. Devour that detestable Chinese pig. Devour him. Avenge our Zhonghuan Appa. At this moment, the individuals occupied with the national war, as well as the soldiers stationed in various strategic tents across the vast expanse of Longhua, were all intently observing the unfolding scene. They were utterly perplexed by Qin Feng's actions. With the mobility of the mecha, evading the monster's recent strike should have been a near certainty. Yet, Qin Feng found himself ensnared. On the battlefield, Qin Feng was ultimately engulfed by the maw of the towering Songlong. He retched at the first whiff of the foul odor emanating from the creature's mouth. Jarvis, activate the air circulation. Activated, sir. Instantly, Qin Feng felt a significant relief. However, the monster's jaws snapped shut, its terrifying fangs descending upon him. With a forceful push, he propelled himself directly into the creature's belly. That Songlong. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. The creature was seized by an uncontrollable fit of coughing and retching, as if it had ingested something repugnant. It was not merely hard, it had reached its stomach. A solid lump indeed. Yoshi. Yoshi. Ah, this is it, ha ha. Mei Chuan Ku and Park Zhonghuan witnessed the formidable Qin Feng fall into a pit of filth, sharing a similar fate as themselves. In that instant, they felt a sense of pride and honor, realizing they were not alone in their embarrassment. George rejoiced. Qin Feng is finished. The treasure chest is ours. Fire attacks are ineffective. We must draw it onto land. He remained confident, immediately commencing his strategic deployment. Chapter 61. The first discovery of a legendary treasure chest. Ha ha ha. The detestable Chinese pig has finally been devoured. Indeed, what so-called spiritual energy, it was all for naught. The martial prowess of the Longwa people is merely inflated. It pales in comparison to the might of our great universe nation's taekwondo. Hey, where are the Longwa netizens? Weren't they just saying they'd come out for a stroll? The netizens from Pickled Cabbage Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation, upon witnessing Qin Feng's demise, finally seized the opportunity to mock their Longwa counterparts. Having endured relentless ridicule from them, this was a moment of sweet, vindictive satisfaction. Get lost. This blocking is ridiculous. You. Pickled Cabbage, go lick your master. Wah, my husband has been eaten. Quickly, vote to resurrect him. Sigh, the great Qin Feng has met his downfall in the gutter. Everyone, cast your votes. Yes, yes, yes. Although Qin Feng's innate talent is merely a purple 20, his performance is impeccable and his combat prowess is formidable. We must not vote to replace him. Who hasn't died at least once? Look at Park Zhonghuan, with his golden talent, who has died twice. We must vote to resurrect the great Qin. If you don't vote, I'll be furious. As Qin Feng was consumed, chaos erupted across Blue Star. Yet, among the tumult, a clever child posted a striking green message. Everyone, remain calm. The battlefield prompt hasn't appeared. Could it mean that Qin Feng is unscathed? Not necessarily. It could possibly mean that. At this moment, Li Tai from the National War Department was also fixated on the screen. He understood that Qin Feng was not to be underestimated. Could he truly have perished so easily? It seemed almost ludicrous. Was he attempting an internal breach? Li Tai muttered to himself. On the battlefield, Qin Feng found himself within the vast belly of a monstrous creature. To his astonishment, the treasure chest he sought was nestled inside this beast. Earlier, he had thoroughly scanned the lake's surface, finding no signs of resource points or treasure chests. Based on previous encounters, treasure chests were typically guarded by monsters and not too far away. This time, however, it was directly within the creature's belly. Inside the stomach of the high-backed Songlong, there lay a fleshy platform, untouched by the gastric juices. Was this beast harboring some sort of tumor? Upon that platform rested a blue treasure chest. At that moment, the exterior of his mech began to emit smoke. Sir, the gastric acid of this creature is highly corrosive. It is advisable that you act swiftly, Jarvis urged, his tone betraying a hint of urgency. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and ascended to the elevated platform. Just before taking flight, his hand inadvertently brushed against something hard. Grasping it instinctively, he brought it along with him. Standing atop the platform, the mech was no longer subjected to corrosion, though arcs of electricity danced between the armor plates, indicating significant damage. The defense of the number 4 model remained somewhat inadequate. Qin Feng lamented. He examined the item in his possession, revealing a long blade. Measuring just over a meter, its design bore resemblance to a tang sword, albeit with a more pronounced curvature at the tip. What is this? Qin Feng pondered. Could it be that besides the treasure chest, there were weapons to be claimed within the monster's belly? As he contemplated this, the battlefield encyclopedia materialized before him. Name, Spirit-Slaying Blade. Type, Cold Weapon. Quality, Level, Upgrade Method, Slay 100 spirits. Quality cap, Level. Description, the Spirit-Slaying Blade, forged from mysterious iron and crimson crystal, serves as a nemesis to malevolent spirits. Reading the description brought a smile to Qin Feng's face. Ah, so it was an item favored by the deceased. Although he had never encountered Park Jong-hwan, he often observed him flaunting this weapon in the chat room. Was this the first-level weapon obtained among the Guardians? Qin Feng channeled his spiritual energy to empower the spirit-slaying blade. Instantly, the blade was enveloped in a radiant white light, illuminating the entire gastric chamber. It had not succumbed to the corrosive gastric acid of the high-backed Songlong. Truly a splendid weapon. After securing the spirit-slaying blade, he opened the blue treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 crimson crystals. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 intermediate wall blueprint. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 basic defense tower blueprint. Congratulations. You have automatically comprehended Qian Yuan 13 blades. In a flurry, numerous notifications appeared. A surge of awareness surged into Qin Feng's mind. He had instinctively grasped the Qian Yuan 13 blades. Quickly, that beast is about to submerge. On the tidal flats, George and the other guardians sprang into action, relentlessly provoking the high-backed Songlong. Yet, no matter how they leapt and shouted, the creature paid them no heed. The most anxious among them was undoubtedly Park Jong-hwan. We must bring it down. Don't let it escape. My spirit-slaying blade is still in its belly. Not only the spirit-cutting blade, but all the supplies he had searched for in the past few days had ended up in the belly of the monster. At this moment, Park Jong-hwan could only pray to the heavens, hoping that these items remained intact. Previously, when he was devoured, he had experienced the formidable strength of the high-ridged Songlong's gastric acid just before his demise. George, upon hearing this, chuckled ominously. The spirit-cutting blade? If it has fallen into the monster's belly, then it is the spoils of the team. Killing this monster and distributing the loot fairly seems only just. As for who gets what, that is a matter to be discussed thoroughly. As the 8 members of the team harbored their own ulterior motives, the battlefield notifications echoed in their ears. Battlefield notification, congratulations to the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng, for obtaining intermediate wall blueprint. Battlefield notification, congratulations to the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng, for obtaining basic defense tower blueprint. Battlefield notification, congratulations to the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng, for obtaining Qian Yuan 13 blades. Everyone was astounded. He did not perish? The level treasure chest lies within the monster's belly. How infuriating. He actually survived and opened the treasure chest. What is the Qian Yuan 13 blades? It seems exceedingly rare. No need to worry. Do not be afraid. Qin Feng cannot survive long in the belly of the monster. The gastric acid inside is highly corrosive. While the Guardians were in shock, netizens from various countries on Blue Star were equally astonished. Ha ha ha. I guessed right. The great Qin Feng is indeed fine. I'm relieved that my husband is safe. I thought I would be left a widow. Pfft. Aren't you a bit too engrossed in the drama? Yea, not only is the great Qin Feng unharmed, but he has also gained substantial benefits from this misadventure. What misfortune! This is the strategy of the god Qin, unable to break through from the outside. He took the initiative to enter the belly of the monster to break through from within. Wah, my husband is so brave, daring to enter the belly willingly. Netizens from Kimchi Nation, where are you? Come out and see how your national oppa cried before being devoured by the monster. Just a coward afraid of death. Look at our husband, who took the initiative to enter the monster's belly. That is a true man. Humph. Oh no, how will the god Qin come out? He has exhausted all his armor-piercing missiles. Chapter 62. The prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom. Isn't there still the handheld cannon? No worries. Unfortunately, the god Qin is not you. He lacks the mouth cannon. I fear the handheld cannon's power won't penetrate such a tough hide. Wouldn't the god Qin need to enter the belly if he could kill the monster with the handheld cannon? In an instant, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom activated their live-fire drill mode, turning on each other. On the battlefield, George commanded, David, go, lure it up. David, who was chasing the monster along the mudflats, nearly stumbled into the mire. Isn't that just delivering food? Why don't you go? David hesitated for a few seconds. And just as George was about to scold him, Mei Chuan-ku shouted, it has submerged, it has submerged. Now everyone was truly at a loss, watching helplessly as the high-ridged Songlong sank into the oil. While they could attempt to dive into the lake, The oil rendered any hope futile. Sir, detected that the high-ridged Songlong is diving, Jarvis reminded within the monster's belly. Qin Feng nonchalantly replied, let it dive. What we need to do now is to tenderize it. At that moment, both palms gathered energy. Bang, bang. With a flurry of strikes, pulses of energy were unleashed. The pulse cannon struck the high-ridged Songlong's abdominal wall, instantly creating several large holes. Moo. The high-ridged Songlong, in pain, let out a deep, muffled cry in the oil lake. The surface of the lake was churned as if it were a tumultuous sea. It rose again. George and the others, helplessly standing on the shore, watched in astonishment as the high-ridged Songlong surfaced from the lake, only to submerge once more, repeating this cycle. This is bad. Qin Feng is up to something inside. George quickly deduced that Qin Feng was not only unscathed, but was also on the verge of severely injuring the high-ridged Songlong. Bang, bang, bang. Within the creature's belly, Qin Feng fired again. One side of the abdominal wall was nearly obliterated. Tons of gastric acid flowed into the beast's cavity, and billows of white smoke erupted forth. Oh no, the high-ridged Songlong was about to be consumed by its own digestion. Moo. The high-ridged Songlong arched its long neck to the sky, howling in what appeared to be excruciating agony, a pitiful sight indeed. Why must such a lovely dragon be subjected to torment? Oh, while I hope for Qin Feng's safety, it is hard to bear watching the creature suffer so terribly. Qin Feng, please emerge soon. To the one above, are you a saint? The monster's suffering is deserved. Is it not? What about Mei Chuan Ku and Park Zhongguan, who were devoured? They certainly had it coming. My apologies if I misspoke. Dear, put it out of its misery. Its cries are unsettling, and it looks so wretched. Do you think your man doesn't want to? Such a massive beast, it won't be easy to kill. At that moment, Qin Feng pondered this very issue. He inquired, Jarvis, where's the creature's heart? Mark it. Marked, sir. As Jarvis spoke, a pulsating holographic image appeared within the helmet. Qin Feng drew the spirit-severing blade. Although it was designed to counter ethereal spirits, it was still a formidable weapon, likely superior to the Tang Dao. He infused it with spiritual energy and swung the blade. However, to his surprise, a loud clang echoed as the spirit-severing blade struck an unseen hard object, ricocheting back and numbing his entire arm. What the heck? Jarvis, conduct a scan. Yes, sir. The helmet emitted a series of red beams, tracing the shallow wounds. 10 seconds later, Jarvis reported, Sir, the entire heart of the high-ridged Songlong is encased within its sturdy bones. Qin Feng responded, Then where are the aorta and vena cava? Cutting them should resolve the issue. Jarvis replied, Sir, they are both concealed behind the heart. Goodness, this truly is a tank. Qin Feng lamented. He hadn't anticipated that it would be so difficult to deal with from the inside. After some contemplation, an idea struck him. Eureka! This should work. He retrieved a fist-sized porcelain vial from the battlefield warehouse. Inside was a potent venom extracted from a nine-tailed coxcomb snake. Last time, Uncle Gio had collected some snake venom as a precaution, and Qin Feng had taken a vial for emergencies. Little did he know it would prove useful here. This stuff is potent. A single drop might not suffice to deliver you to the afterlife, so I'll grant you a whole vial. Qin Feng mumbled to himself, pouring the entire bottle's contents into the intestines of the high-spined Songlong. In an instant, the creature floating on the lake's surface lifted its neck once more. A long, mournful bellow erupted, as if it were expending every ounce of its strength. After a full half-minute, with a thunderous crash, the massive head of the high-spined Songlong, along with its long and thick neck, slammed against the dark surface of the lake, creating towering waves. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's guardian Qin Feng for slaying the elite monster high-spined Songlong. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's guardian Qin Feng for capturing the elite resource point, a 400,000-ton open oil field. The announcements reverberated in the ears of all guardians. What? The resource point discovered by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was seized by the Dragon Kingdom? Once again, it was Qin Feng. It seemed that in this national fortune battlefield, the ultimate victor would be the Dragon Kingdom. Truly, the Dragon Kingdom stands as a paragon for our smaller nation. The Dragon Kingdom is the hope of the Third World. In an instant, the guardians who had yet to arrive particularly those from weaker nations, began to extol the virtues of the Dragon Kingdom in various ways. Even Bauer, who was waiting to bury the dead and was utterly bored, couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. "Uncle, did you see? The young man has captured another resource point." Not far away, Jiu Shu, who was performing a ritual, paused. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he approached. "I also saw. Young lady, Qin Xiaogu is truly a dragon among men. With a guardian like him, the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes are indeed flourishing. Why don't you say it's because of me that the Dragon Kingdom is prospering?" Bauer pouted, questioning him. Jiu Shu, though upright, was quite shrewd. He promptly changed the subject. "Bauer, why don't you head back to rest? This ritual won't conclude until tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you to bury the dead." With a yawn, Bauer replied, "All right. You all take care. I shall take my leave." After saying this, she walked eastward, yawning all the while. Jiu Shu shook his head with a wry smile. This girl was adept at shifting topics, and he felt it was only fair to tease her a bit. Meanwhile, observing the fallen high-spined Songlong, which now lay belly up on the lake's surface, the guardians on the shore were thrown into a panic. Particularly, George, Mei Chuan-ku, and Park Yung-hwan were in a state of alarm. Qin Feng had previously threatened them, stating that he would deal with them after seizing the resources and reaping the benefits. "Let's go, hurry up, David," George urged the burly David, who stood dazed, wanting to see how Qin Feng would emerge from this. "Are you trying to get us killed? Move it," George scolded, and without further ado, the two of them fled. "I'll seek other resources. Perhaps we'll team up again another time. Farewell." Park Yung-hwan elegantly expressed his parting words and made a hasty exit. This time, he had not only failed to gain any advantage, but had also lost his prized soul-cutting blade. Moreover, everything he had in the National War Warehouse had been left behind in the monster's belly. Seeing his allies abandon him, Mei Chuan-ku realized he had no chance against Qin Feng, and that remaining there would only lead to his demise. Not just him, but the two from the Corrupt Nation and Kangaroo Nation also followed suit in fleeing. In an instant, the small team, composed of scattered individuals, disbanded autonomously. Even the three guardians from the Bear Nation fled. Chapter 63, Iron Man's Workshop, where Jarvis showcased his prowess. "Ha! What a splendid moment. Quickly, capture a screenshot. Look at their pitiful escape. Splendid indeed. Did even our Appa run away? The way the Kimchi Appa is fleeing is so dashing. I cannot relish this alone. I must capture it and share it in the Kimchi Nation S livestream. Why has T, our husband, emerged yet? Wasn't T everything resolved?" Amidst the bustling activity, a notification appeared before them. "Congratulations to the Dragon Nation, 100-fold manifestation level resource, a 400,000-ton open-pit oil field." At this, the Dragon Nation erupted in jubilation. "My goodness, how much is 400,000 tons multiplied by 100? As the math class representative, allow me to calculate. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2. Stop calculating. A 4-ton oil field is equivalent to yet another Daqing oil field. Moreover, being an open-pit field, it poses no extraction difficulty whatsoever. Just pump it out directly. Ha ha. Now the Dragon Nation will no longer have its fuel supply choked by foreign powers. Oh my Qin God, how formidable you are. Securing such a vast oil field for the Dragon Nation. May I timidly inquire, will oil prices drop?" To the commenter above, your perspective is rather limited. While we cannot ascertain if oil prices will decrease, prices in general are sure to fall, as the netizens reveled in excitement. The atmosphere in the National War Department was equally jubilant. Li Tai rubbed his hands together in exhilaration. Just moments ago, news arrived that a vast open-pit oil field had suddenly appeared in the Gobi Desert. Its scale had yet to be fully assessed. It was undoubtedly a new resource reward from the battleground. Qin Feng was safe, and the resources for the Dragon Nation were secured. Li Tai let out a great sigh of relief. He glanced at the time, picked up the microphone for the National War Department's broadcast, and declared, "Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Once you finish your tasks, return home and enjoy a good night's rest. Long live. Haha, finally, I can sleep. I was on the verge of exhaustion. Nearly everyone in the National War Department, save for a few who were on constant shifts, had been residing in the building for days. Those who had managed more than 12 hours of sleep were considered lazy. Tonight, they could finally rest. All thanks to the favorable situation secured by Qin Feng. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Qin Feng remained trapped within the belly of the High-Ridge Songlong. How could he possibly escape now? It was unrealistic to think of cutting a hole in the belly, and escaping from the back was out of the question. Never mind. I shall exit as I entered. Just as he crawled into the monster's mouth, a long-awaited notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Wit and Bravery Level 1. Extremely fitting for the persona of Iron Man. Similarity to Iron Man's portrayal. Level 2. Reward acquired. All physical attributes increased by 10. Mech number 4 has completed automatic repairs. Ammunition and energy are now fully replenished. Oh, has it increased again? Qin Feng lay within the beast's mouth, opening his personal attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 22. Strength, 195. The average for an ordinary adult is 5. Agility, 194. Stamina, 196. Current role, Iron Man. Current skills, Series Number 4 Machine. The Great Opening of the Heavens, 13 Swords of the Qian Yuan, beginner level. Similarity, 34. To my astonishment, my attributes have nearly reached 200. That's 40 times the average. Before I could fully appreciate this, a notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. The similarity to your current role, Iron Man, has reached 1/3. You are awarded a complete Iron Man workshop. Click to claim. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible. Tony's work equipment. Jarvis. It's time for you to shine, he remarked. Thank you, sir, Jarvis replied. Tony's workshop is equipped with everything, resembling the most advanced mechanical manufacturing base from my previous life on Earth. I'll claim it when I return. With a powerful push of his legs, Qin Feng snapped the entire upper jaw of the High-Ridge dragon backward in an instant, exposing a long tongue lying in the air, revealing a brand new iron lump. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng finally emerged. Turning to the shore, he noted the absence of any figures. Those rascals fled rather swiftly. He had intended to confront George and his companions, but since they had escaped, he saw no point in pursuing them further. Only George and David likely possessed anything of value. The other two were utterly devoid of resources. There was no merit in obliterating any of their nation's guardians, as it would yield no benefits. Killing them would merely be a waste of time, he muttered disdainfully. Yet, this expedition proved worthwhile. The rewards were substantial. Not only had he obtained a blueprint for an intermediate wall, but also one for a basic defense tower. He pondered the purpose of this defense tower. Furthermore, he had grasped a set of sword techniques, albeit at a rudimentary level, yet it was preferable to merely flailing about. He had also acquired 100 red crystal stones and managed to retrieve a high-level weapon from the fallen foes. Most importantly, he had secured an oil field for the Dragon Kingdom, which would alleviate its energy crisis, albeit slightly. As the sky began to darken, Qin Feng collected himself and slowly flew towards the national border. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since Mei Chuanku had discovered resources in this vicinity, it indicated that the border of Sakura country was not far off. Moreover, considering that the Eagle country and Bear country could arrive here, their borders must be closer than that of the Dragon Kingdom. Should I attempt to reach their borders? To dismantle their defenses, annihilate the guardians of Sakura country, seize all resources, and incinerate their resting quarters? The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose a direction to search for the border of Sakura country. He not only sought it himself, but also summoned Unit 3 to join in the overnight search. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uncle Gio had nearly completed the rites, awaiting dawn when the 3 buried zombies could finally be activated. When the time comes, I shall replace the batch. He sought a comfortable spot and reclined to rest. Surrounding him were several underlings on watch, one of whom, a striking golden figure, stood out prominently. Even while spending the night in the wilderness, Jiu Shu felt no anxiety, for he was well guarded. Among them was a golden-armored corpse, more formidable than a high-level monster. Jiu Shu was confident that, should he encounter any nefarious individuals, he possessed ample strength for self-preservation. At that moment, a rustling sound reached his ears. Who goes there? Jiu Shu stood alert, retrieving 3 thunder talismans from his possession. Please, don't kill me. A woman timidly emerged from the underbrush, cradling a ceramic jar in her arms. The jar was large enough to be embraced by a single person, its surface uneven. Likely a product of her own handiwork. I apologize for disturbing you. I merely wish to fetch some water. My teammates and I have not had a drop to drink all day. The woman was fair of face, yet her hands were rough and calloused. Indicative of a life spent in domesticity. Chapter 64, Mechanical Ascendancy? Upon realizing she was a young woman, Jioshu returned the talismans to his bag. What astonished him most was that she was, in fact, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Nevertheless, his wariness remained, a lesson imparted by Qin Feng. Here, apart from allies, trust was a scarce commodity. Fetching water, you say? Then go ahead and do so. He gestured toward the lakeside. The woman, trembling, inquired, "Excuse me. How much does the water cost?" Jioshu was taken aback. Cost? No, it's free. Take as much as you need. The woman could hardly believe her ears. Free? But this is a battlefield. Everything requires exchange. Jioshu chuckled, considering a mere jar of water hardly worth a price. He sighed inwardly. It was unfortunate for an ordinary housewife to be thrust into this realm of national strife, bearing the weight of her country as hopes and aspirations. Would her compatriots revive her were she to fall prey to the claws of monsters? He pondered how she had endured the previous 2 assaults. Is it truly free? I cannot thank you enough. The woman nodded gratefully at Jioshu before hastening to the lakeside. Gulping and splashing, she quickly filled her jar. May I return for water tomorrow? She asked as she prepared to leave. Of course, Jioshu replied, but it is quite late. Do you not fear returning alone? Where is your national gate? Will your teammates not come to escort you? In the battlefield, directly inquiring about another's national gate was considered extremely impolite. Revealing one's own national gate's location was an unwise act. However, to Jioshu's surprise, the woman displayed no caution. She pointed to the south and said, My national gate is just over there, only a few miles away. Encountering a fellow East Asian guardian seemed to excite her. Jioshu understood. Oh, so we are neighbors. Our Dragon Kingdom's gate lies 10 miles to the east. Were there other guardians present, overhearing this Navi exchange, they would likely be rendered speechless. There are no other guardians here, but netizens from Blue Star are watching the live stream. What is happening? This woman seems to disregard the rules. How could Uncle Gio be so unguarded, exposing the position of the national border? Both of them appear quite innocent. Indeed, I concur. Uncle Gio, seeing her pitiable state, likely let his guard down. Yet, this is a battlefield for the nation. Perhaps both individuals are from the Dragon Nation, which caused them to lower their vigilance. Can individuals from the Dragon Nation also serve as guardians for other countries? Friends, I have a bold notion. They are probably just of Chinese descent, after all. Others have families abroad too. For her, the Dragon Nation is merely a homeland. While the netizens were discussing, Uncle Gio and the woman continued their conversation. Upon hearing the term Dragon Nation, the woman was almost overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that she has encountered a fellow compatriot? So, you truly are from the Dragon Nation? Are you Qin Feng from the Dragon Nation? Greetings, I am Suri, a guardian from the Nil Nation. Suri introduced herself. Uncle Gio was puzzled. Why would this woman, evidently from the Dragon Nation, serve as a guardian for another country? It turned out that Suri's ancestors had settled in the Nil Nation hundreds of years ago, fleeing persecution from the imperial court at the time. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio nodded in understanding. He then smiled awkwardly and said, I am not Qin Feng. He is my teammate. However, which country is Nil Nation? Uncle Gio was not well versed in foreign affairs and had never even heard of some smaller nations. Oh, Suri appeared somewhat disappointed. My teammates and I are aware of you. Thank you for protecting our small nation and providing us with water. However, we simply cannot afford it. Uncle Gio was slightly taken aback and directly inquired. Didn't Qin Xiaogu reduce the price of water significantly? Suri smiled awkwardly. Well, exchanging 1 unit of dark iron for 40 liters of water is still too expensive. We don't even have a single unit of dark iron. My teammates and I have not dared to venture out for exploration in days. Uncle Gio was even more astonished. It turned out that the 3 guardians of the Nil Nation were all women, and they had been hiding behind the national border since their arrival. The defense of the border relied entirely on their own efforts to construct fortifications. They built rudimentary walls, set up stakes, dug traps, and crafted bows and arrows, all by themselves. Uncle Gio was even more astounded. Remarkably, they had managed to withstand 2 waves of attacks. The first wave was forgivable, consisting of merely 5 night demons. The second wave, however, comprised 50 pig-headed men. The pig-headed men are tough-skinned and strong. He truly could not fathom how they had survived. Because of this, their defensive works had nearly been obliterated, with only 2 days remaining. They needed to expedite the fortification efforts, otherwise, Suri's eyes reddened at this point. Among the 3 female guardians, only Suri possessed a red talent. The other 2 were either gray or white. Should they fall in battle, the Nil nation would surely suffer a loss. Even Suri, who could merely cultivate crops, would likely not be resurrected if she perished. Which nation does not desire its guardians to be powerful male warriors? In light of this, Uncle Gio sighed inwardly again, feeling a twinge of pity for Suri. Oh, are they not pig-headed men? Why do you stand here so honestly and quietly? Upon encountering the fearsome zombie pig head, Suri displayed no fear, only curiosity. What is this? She approached the golden-armored corpse and reached out to touch the corpse restraining talisman. Don't move. Uncle Gio quickly interjected. Suri's hand froze before the golden-armored corpse. TSK, 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 this woman is exceedingly bold. Whoa, she is not afraid at all? Even I dare only to peek through my fingers. Suri timidly replied, Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just curious. Uncle Gio's tone softened as he explained, this is a corpse restraining talisman, capable of subduing these zombies. Zombies? Suri's interest was piqued. Noticing her lack of fear, Uncle Gio began to enlighten her. After listening, Suri expressed admiration. Uncle Gio, you are truly remarkable, able to command them to fight for you. If I could do that, I would no longer fear monsters. The speaker was oblivious. While the listener was attentive, Uncle Gio inquired, Do you wish to learn? Upon careful observation, he noted Suri's unique constitution, her calm demeanor, and her red talent. She harbored no fear of these sinister entities, but rather an interest. She was indeed an excellent candidate for studying the arts of Maoshan. After asking Suri for her birth date and calculating, he found it did not conflict with his own. In his youth, Uncle Gio had 2 disciples, but they were both disappointing, spending their days goofing off. Unfortunately, this promising prospect was a woman, and as a man, teaching a female disciple the arts always felt somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, although she was of the Dragon Kingdom, she now held citizenship in the Near Kingdom. It seemed that the lineage of Mao Shan was about to be extinguished in his generation. Uncle Gio suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Although Bayer Girl showed interest in the arts, her playful nature was a significant obstacle to learning. Most importantly, her strength was likely superior to his own. Passing the knowledge on to her was not feasible. What about Qin? He was intelligent, yet seemingly disinterested in the arts. Others possessed extraordinary talent in machinery, reaching heights unimaginable to ordinary folk. Perhaps the legendary mechanical ascension could indeed be realized through Qin. If that were the case, the propagation of Maoshan arts would appear trivial. He considered the treacherous nature of the national battlefield. He could perish at any moment. If that were to happen, the Maoshan techniques would be completely severed from his lineage. I, Lin Fengjiao, am the most unworthy of descendants of Maoshan. Sigh. Uncle Gio's thoughts turned increasingly pessimistic, enveloping him in sorrow. Chapter 65. Is the Tao not lightly transmitted? Uncle Gio's online class. Suri's eyes widened in astonishment. Can Uncle Gio teach me? Uncle Gio pondered seriously and replied, It is possible, but what? I will agree to any of your requests. As she spoke, Suri's cheeks flushed. Oh no, Uncle Gio also has his moments of infatuation. I thought I was the only one who felt this way. Goodness, you all are too indecent. Uncle Gio, however, remained upright, determined never to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Moreover, have you all beheld the visage of Suri? I find Suri rather appealing. Ahem, the well-fed cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. It is certainly preferable to purchasing a piece of pork, is it not? Alas, must you compel me to utter harsh words? You lot who can think only with your lower bodies. I shall block and report you all, never to be seen again. On the battlefield, realizing that Suri had misunderstood, Uncle Joe awkwardly stated, "No, no, no. It is not as you think. What I mean to convey is that, after all, there are distinctions between men and women." Upon hearing this, Suri's gaze dimmed with disappointment as she murmured, "Is that so?" Her once bright eyes gradually dulled. She spoke to herself. "I long to return to the Blue Star and watch my child grow. He is merely 3 years old." With these words, she began to wipe away her tears in secret. Uncle Gio felt a surge of compassion. After much contemplation, he proposed, "If you can vow to learn the Tao and subsequently relocate to my homeland, sharing your knowledge solely with the people of the Dragon Nation, I shall teach you." Suri was overjoyed, wiping her tears away. If she could truly study the Tao under Uncle Gio, he would become her master, and she would not dare disregard his words. "I vow, upon returning to the Blue Star, I will settle in my ancestral homeland, and my disciples shall certainly be citizens of the Dragon Nation." Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio's face broke into a smile, and he eagerly nodded. "Excellent, excellent." Traditionally, at this moment, Suri would kneel and present tea to her master. However, on the battlefield, there was none of that. Furthermore, having grown up abroad, Suri knew little of the traditions of the Dragon Nation and was oblivious to the custom of kneeling to pay respects to her master. Has Uncle Gio taken on a foreign disciple? And a lady at that? What lady? She is at most under 30, a young woman. Besides, she merely holds citizenship in the Neil Nation. At her core, she is still of the Dragon Nation. Ha ha ha. I realize that I can now learn from afar online. I shall become a great practitioner of Maoshan. Shil, hush. Do not mention this topic again. We must not let the foreigners discover it. Let us learn in secrecy. Fear not. The foreigners will not believe in Uncle Gio's teachings, and how could they learn? The spiritual energy is too thin, and they cannot comprehend talismans or formations. Ultimately, the cultural chasm is too profound. Yash, that's a brilliant idea. I fear Uncle Gio has not even realized that he has unwittingly become the first Taoist master with online disciples of Maoshan. Wow, keeping up with the trends. My Uncle Gio is quite impressive. Uncle Gio, your disciples and descendants will number in the thousands. Do not ever claim that the Maoshan teachings have come to an end. Prompted by the remarks of netizens, the staff on duty in the National War Department noted this and immediately contacted Li Tai. Poor Li Tai had just settled down to sleep. Upon hearing this news, he recognized it as an unprecedented opportunity. He promptly climbed out of bed and reviewed the footage from a few minutes prior. He then resolved to establish a rapid training group for Taoism within the National War Department, openly recruiting some clever young individuals as the official military arm of Taoism. Secretly, he would also keep an eye on self-taught individuals, for true Maoshan prodigies might very well emerge from among them. As for any psychological burden regarding stealing knowledge, Li Tai had none. The teachings of the Tao are not to be lightly passed on. The Blue Star is on the brink of collapse. What need is there to adhere to such outdated customs? Li Tai's primary concern revolves around the impending threats, particularly those that may be supernatural in nature. After all, with zombies already manifesting, it is not far-fetched to anticipate the presence of malevolent spirits, while the next wave of assault might simply involve figures like Xiao Qian, who can be reasoned with. The potential arrival of entities such as Sadako or Kayako across national borders could spell doom for all, rendering the notion of border defense moot. In light of these apprehensions, Li Tai has been diligently preparing a reserve of talent in both martial arts and Taoist practices. He has convened the prominent figures of Taoism from various sects within Long Country, urging them to focus intently on the screens, awaiting the commencement of Master Gio's online lectures. Although these Taoist leaders may not rival Master Gio in skill, they represent a lineage of tradition, and their receptiveness vastly surpasses that of ordinary individuals. With their guidance, the novice learners from the National Defense Department should find the challenge considerably less daunting. Meanwhile, the realm of Neil is engulfed in turmoil. This diminutive nation, with a mere population of 5 million, has managed to survive the previous 2 onslaughts largely by fortune. As concerns mount regarding a third wave, the unexpected news arrives that Long Country's protector has taken Suri as an apprentice. The King of Neil promptly dispatches emissaries to scrutinize Master Gio's prior exploits. To their astonishment, they discover the prowess of this Eastern mage, who can command a pig-headed creature as a bodyguard and summon thunderbolts. The revelations regarding Master Jio's abilities leave not only the King of Neil, but also his advisory council in utter disbelief. Should Suri acquire the skills of this Eastern sorcerer, the gates of Neil would be secure. With hopeful eyes turned towards the moonlit sky, the King of Neil picks up the phone and calls Li Tai, expressing profound gratitude for Long Country's generosity. He declares Neil's unwavering alliance with Long Country, prioritizing all economic collaborations with them above all others, only considering projects from other nations if they are deemed undesirable by Long Country. Li Tai, astute as ever, readily agrees to this arrangement. Even before a formal agreement is drafted, the King of Neil announces to the world that Neil is now a loyal friend of Long Country. Upon hearing this news, the nation of Asan is thrown into disarray, particularly the Eagle Nation, as Asan has already been rendered nearly defunct after the previous assaults. Without the presence of Eagle Nation's troops, Asan would have vanished from the Blue Planet entirely. Since the stationing of Eagle Nation's forces, Long Country has faced a two-front threat, creating significant discomfort. Previously, Neil had adeptly navigated between the two great powers, but now, with Neil's allegiance firmly established with Long Country, it is only natural for Eagle Nation to be alarmed. As the populace awaits developments with bated breath, Master Jio turns to Suri and advises, "It is quite late now. You should return to rest and deliver water to your teammates. Come back tomorrow morning, and we shall begin our lessons on repelling zombies." In his mind, Master Jio has already mapped out a learning pathway for Suri. Given her innate talent and aptitude, mastering the Taoist arts should prove to be an attainable endeavor. The battlefield is saturated with a dense aura, making it quite feasible for one to grasp the techniques of the Maoshan corpse reviving art within a mere 2 days. The priority lies in mastering this art, as it will undoubtedly serve Su Li in the forthcoming wave of turmoil. Su Li nodded eagerly, affirming, "Yes, master." She picked up the ceramic jar from the ground and headed south. However, after taking only a few steps, Jioshu suggested, "As night has fallen, shall I send this golden armored corpse to escort you?" Jioshu, you're being rather blunt, allowing a zombie to accompany a woman," Su Li mused. The notion of traversing the pitch-black night with a corpse trailing behind was quite the spectacle. Nevertheless, warmth filled her heart, arriving at the battlefield. She had never felt such a profound sense of security. Yet, she politely declined, explaining that the distance was less than 10 miles, through a path devoid of beasts. Nearly desert and war fog. "Rest assured, master, let it remain here to guard you," she added. Jioshu smiled, conceding, "Very well." This newly accepted disciple demonstrates concern for her master, commendable indeed, far superior to those previous two rascals. Jioshu was thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 66. The Balding After Su Li departed. Jioshu reclined once more to rest. Not long after lying down, a faint, anguished cry emanated from the south. "Oh no, it's Su Li." Jioshu sprang up, hastily securing his treasure bag and dashing southward. He did not venture far before returning. The chime of the soul-guarding bell resonated as the golden-armored corpse hopped after him. Subsequently, the duo hurried southward, traversing the darkened terrain. In less than a mile, they entered the thinning war fog, which grew denser as they proceeded south. Jioshu discerned that this fog was likely emanating from the nation of Neil, where Su Li was located. Such patterns had been imparted to him by Qin Feng. After a few paces, he spotted a dubious figure crouching on the ground, drinking from something. Upon noticing someone approaching from behind, the figure cautiously called out, "Who goes there?" In the dim light, he discerned the bloodied form of Su Li lying beside him. The man was gulping down water as if it were Su Li's blood. An ominous sight indeed. The ceramic jar had shattered into several pieces, with a significant portion of its contents spilled across the ground. Approximately 1/3 of the jar remained intact, still holding some water. Seeing Su Li sprawled on the ground, unconscious, Jioshu's fury ignited. "How dare you harm my disciple?" he bellowed. After laboriously acquiring a promising apprentice, to have her gravely injured so swiftly incited his wrath, no divine being could quell it, let alone Jioshu himself. He immediately raised his peachwood sword, preparing to strike. However, a moment of reflection led him to retrieve a tang knife from the battlefield's arsenal. Jioshu was determined to slay a man today, not merely exorcise ghosts. "Humph, I didn't expect to encounter a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Just when I needed an outlet for my frustration, the one who had grievously harmed Su Li was none other than the effeminate Park Jong-hwan from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Ever since Qin Feng had dispatched the Songlong, Park Jong-hwan had fled for miles. During his heated confrontation, he fortuitously stumbled upon Su Li while she was drawing water, initially intending to rob her, only to discover she was as impoverished as he, netting only a jar of water. Oh dear, oh dear. Jioshu possesses merely a purple talent. How can he contend with him? That fellow possesses a golden talent. Quickly, Uncle Jio, flee. Suri can be revived. Not necessarily. The three guardians of the kingdom of Nier are all women. If I were a citizen of Nier, I would certainly vote to change. As for me, I would definitely cast my vote for a replacement. Do not panic. Do not panic. Fortunately, Uncle Jio brought the golden armored corpse. Ha ha ha, go Appa. Vanquish that dragon country dweller. Those detestable dragon country people have opposed us time and again. Alas, Appa's supreme weapon has been taken by the vile Qin Feng. How infuriating. You foolish pickled cabbage, mark my words, your Appa shall perish a second time today. Prepare for today's second vote. On the battlefield, Uncle Jio and Park Jong-hwan are engaged in combat. Meanwhile, the people of Blue Star are not idle. The netizens from the Dragon Country and the Pickled Cabbage Country are clashing once more in the live stream. Park Jong-hwan, relying on his golden talent, overwhelms Uncle Jio in both strength and agility. However, Uncle Jio, seasoned from countless battles, possesses martial skills beyond the ordinary. Coupled with the Tang Dao in his hand, which shines with a blue luminescence under the aura's enhancement, it is particularly dazzling in the night. Uncle Jio wields the Tang Dao with remarkable ferocity, leaving Park Jong-hwan at a loss. The luminous weapon instills a sense of dread in Park Jong-hwan, who has witnessed the power of such weapons firsthand. His golden talent cannot inflict even a scratch on the high-spined Songlong, yet the Dragon Country's Qin Feng can pierce that beast with a luminous weapon. This luminous weapon must be acquired tonight, no matter the cost. Newly revived and utterly destitute, Park Jong-hwan sets his sights on Uncle Jio's glowing weapon. With a thunderous shout, Uncle Jio swings his long blade, forcing Park Jong-hwan back. He creates some distance and then swiftly performs a series of incantations. As commanded, the golden armored corpse shall slay without mercy. Boom. Amidst the fog of war, a faint glimmer of fire flickers. The corpse-restraining talisman on the golden armored corpse disintegrates into ashes. A long, drawn-out exhalation sends shivers down one's spine. What on earth is that? Park Jong-hwan gazes nervously into the battle fog. Suddenly, a row of elongated, claw-like appendages burst forth from the mist, coming into his view. Park Jong-hwan retreats in fright as those iron-like claws pursue him relentlessly. What in the world is this? At last, he comprehends that before him stands a pig-headed creature, a golden pig-headed being with sharp fangs. Bang, bang, bang. Enraged, Park Jong-hwan strikes the pig-headed creature repeatedly, with tenfold the strength and reflexes of an ordinary person. He sends the creature flying several yards away. However, even so, the golden armored corpse remains unscathed. It crashes to the ground but swiftly rises, its knees unbent, leaping 3 to 4 meters high with a single push of its toes, bounding 5 to 6 meters forward, lunging once more with an air of elegance. Park Jong-hwan's eyes nearly pop out in disbelief. Can it be killed? Ha ha ha, splendid. Finish him off. Eliminate that wretched coward. Killing Uncle Jio's disciple over a mere drop of water. Poor Suri, it seems he may not survive. Master Jio, eliminate him. Let the dead stick experience a revival today. Kimchi Nation, come out for a stroll. Witness how your Appa meets his demise. Despicable Dragon Kingdom. How dare they employ dark sorcery? Appa, cease battling that monster. Slay the sorcerer instead. The creature will perish without its master. Huh. Do you think Master Jio is so easily vanquished? On the battlefield, upon seeing the golden armored corpse ensnaring Park Jong-hwan, Master Jio rushed to Su Li's side to assess her injuries. There, he discovered a gaping wound the size of a fist in her chest. Had it not been for her innate abilities and robust vitality, she would have surely succumbed long ago. This wound, alas, was beyond salvation. It is truly regrettable, Master. That I could not learn the ways of the Tao, Suli murmured, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she managed a faint smile. Master Gio pressed his hand over her injury, yet it was futile. Blood continued to gush forth. Do not speak. I shall deal with that scoundrel first. At that moment, Park Jong-hwan was engaged in fierce combat with the golden-armored corpse. It was evident that the dead dandy held a slight advantage. The golden talent? Indeed. It was effortlessly managing the formidable beast. Master Jiu released his disciple with a sigh. He had invested 3 days and much gold to enhance his own golden-armored corpse, which had consumed the blood of numerous kin. He estimated its strength had ascended beyond that of a mere beast, yet unexpectedly, against Park Jong-hwan's golden talent, it still faltered. Consequently, Master Gio joined the fray. 1 man and 1 corpse faced off against Park Jong-hwan. Curse you, old man. What dark sorcery are you employing? Park Jong-hwan nimbly darted about, evading the high leaps of the golden-armored corpse. Meanwhile, Master Gio, wielding a glowing tang knife, awaited below. Yet, with remarkable agility, Park Jong-hwan narrowly escaped, feeling a sudden chill atop his head. Curse it, my hair, he exclaimed, discovering to his horror that he had been left bald. Chapter 67. The Sovereign Nation, the Vassal Nation. Damn old man, I shall take your life. Park Jong-hwan cherished his hair above all, as it was one of his 2 prized assets for attracting women, aside from his self-proclaimed handsome features. How could he endure having it reduced to a mere patch? Enraged, he sent the golden-armored corpse flying and charged straight at Master Gio. Master Gio's heart raced as he raised his tang knife to block. His feet slid, swiftly drawing a pit trap in the sandy ground. Clang! Park Jong-hwan's fist struck against Master Gio's blade, sending him staggering back. At that moment, the flung golden-armored corpse lunged forward to protect its master. In a fit of rage, Park Jong-hwan prepared to unleash a kick, only to find his feet ensnared in the sand, immobilized. What is happening? He wondered, glancing down to see a 2-square-meter patch of sand marked with strange lines, glowing a faint crimson. His legs were slowly sinking into the ground. This is merely ordinary sand. How can I not pull my legs free with tenfold human strength? Just as he was struck by shock, the golden-armored corpse charged at him. Thud. The corpse's 10-inch long, steel-like claws pierced directly into Park Jong-hwan's chest. Boom. The golden-armored corpse landed with a thud, but soon began to sink into the pit trap. You demon, sorcerer. Park Jong-hwan resembled a deflated balloon, utterly devoid of strength, struggling to articulate a word. Yet, the golden-armored corpse showed no signs of mercy. With a piercing howl, it lunged at Park Jong-hwan's neck. The chilling sound of crunching and swallowing followed. Park Jong-hwan, powerless to resist, hung his hands limply, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with despair. Uncle Gio let out a cold snort and approached his disciple. Suli barely clung to life, as if her breath could falter at any moment. Master, you have avenged me, she uttered weakly. Thank you, master. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented the loss of her 3-year-old child. I can no longer accompany him, help him grow. With that, Suli drew her last breath. She understood well that as a mere peasant woman, there would be no resurrection for her in the eyes of her countrymen. As Suli had stated, her battlefield inventory held nothing, and in death, nothing would emerge. Uncle Joe gripped his disciple's hand, his face flushed with rage. He cast a menacing glare at Park Jong-hwan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Battlefield notification. Guardian of Pickled Vegetable Nation, Park Jong-hwan, successfully eliminated Guardian of Near Nation, Suli. The notification floated before the eyes of the people from both worlds. A chilling cackle escaped from Park Jong-hwan's throat. I can still be revived. She is nothing but a useless waste. No resurrection for her, ha ha ha. Uncle Gio, infuriated, gestured with a swift motion, commanding the golden-armored corpse to release its prey. You still wish for revival? The normally benevolent Uncle Gio now revealed a sinister demeanor. The king of Near Nation, seething with rage, unleashed a torrent of insults upon the citizens of Pickled Vegetable Nation. After all, how could a prominent figure, who was supposed to guide their guardian, perish so easily? What would happen next? Revive Suli? Or choose another guardian? This dilemma lay before all the citizens of Near Nation. Many inclined towards selecting a new guardian. The three guardians of Near Nation were all women, with Su Li being the most talented among them, albeit only possessing a red talent. Yet, for a mere peasant woman like Su Li to withstand 2 waves of assault was nothing short of miraculous. Surviving a 3rd wave would be akin to chasing a dream. Should they manage to replace her with a male guardian, perhaps even a soldier from Near Nation, it would be most fortuitous. This matter was brazenly discussed in the live broadcast of Near Nation. Had it been Long Nation, one could only imagine the martial masters gearing up for combat again. The remaining citizens of Long Nation were equally taken aback, particularly Li Tai from the National War Department. The online class he had just established for spellcasting had not even commenced before it was abruptly disrupted. Shortly after, Uncle Gio seemed to recollect something. After securing permission from Qin Feng through the private messaging feature of the battlefield, he felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, searching for the gates of Sakura Nation from a distance, smirked and remarked, "This Park Zhonghuan is rather detestable. He has managed to provoke such fury in Uncle Gio. Strangely enough, he has yet to meet Park Zhonghuan in person. One wonders if it is luck or misfortune that he encountered Sister Bauer first and met his demise. Now, trouble has once again found its way to Uncle Gio." He gently placed his disciple's hand on his chest and raised his head to search for the camera. But there was none to be found. In a moment of spontaneity, he shouted to the heavens, "I, Lin Fengjiao, address all the citizens of the Near Kingdom." The sky offered no response, yet Uncle Gio was certain that, at this moment, the Near Kingdom was undoubtedly watching him closely. "You voted to resurrect my disciple, and I, Lin Fengjiao, am willing to assist you, ensuring that the gates of the Near Kingdom remain secure." This proclamation ignited fervor among the citizens of both nations. Wow, Uncle Gio is so imposing. I think he might be a bit overconfident. How can he protect their gates when he can't even safeguard his own? He can do it. He definitely can. Don't forget, Uncle Gio has his little brothers. If he teaches Suri the art of corpse reanimation, his little brothers will multiply. And protecting the gates of the Near Kingdom won't be a far-fetched dream. They might even raid the homelands of the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Exactly. Uncle Gio is remarkably composed. If he can say this, he must have confidence. Wow, our 2 guardians from the Dragon Kingdom can pull off such bravado. I'm impressed. Humph, isn't it my husband's job to show off? Uncle Gio is overstepping. Don't be like that. Among the 3 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, 2 are in charge of showing off, and 1 is responsible for being cute. Upstairs, I believe you're subtly implying something about my wife, and I have evidence. Moreover, my wife is not just cute, she is genuinely adorable. Seeing that the esteemed figure from the Dragon Kingdom had spoken with such authority, all citizens of the Near Kingdom joyfully chose to resurrect Suri. At Uncle Gio's feet, Suri's corpse transformed into shimmering starlight and vanished. Suri was resurrected at the gates of the Near Kingdom, where a choice box appeared before her and her 2 companions. Battlefield prompt. The Dragon Kingdom Guardian Lin Fengjiao is willing to accept your nation as a vassal state. Please choose. Agree. Disagree. Note 1. Once you become a vassal state, your gates will be relocated to the capital of the suzerain nation. Note 2. Resources acquired as a vassal state will be subject to the jurisdiction of the suzerain nation. The 3 guardians of the Near Kingdom stared at this choice in bewilderment. Should they vote in favor, their gates would be moved to the Dragon Kingdom's gates. In other words, not only would their gates be safeguarded, but they themselves would also enjoy the protection of the Dragon Kingdom's guardians. However, the price for this security would be that all resources they occupy would belong to the Dragon Kingdom. For the 3 guardians, the decision was initially clear. Their instinct for survival dictated that they should choose to become vassals of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, they represented the Near Kingdom. Would their nation support such a decision? At that moment, the entire Near Kingdom was anxiously focused on the 3 guardians. Choose quickly, select agree. Yes. Is there even a need to think? After all, they want to withstand the 3rd wave anyway. Agree. Agree. The citizens of the Near Kingdom wished fervently that they could make the choice for them. Alas, they were not guardians. At this time, the king of the Near Kingdom was also watching with bated breath. As their fingers pressed down, we would inevitably become vassals of the Dragon Kingdom. He found himself in a quandary, yearning for the protection of the Dragon Kingdom while simultaneously resisting the notion of servitude. One cannot expect to have the best of both worlds. The most critical concern was that if a guardian from the suzerain nation harbored ill intentions during an impending assault, they might unleash monstrosities upon the gates of the vassal state. The mere thought of such a scenario is terrifying. In essence, a guardian from the suzerain state could potentially dictate the rise and fall of the vassal nation. Alas, once a guardian steps onto the battlefield, their every action undeniably influences the fate of the nation, the king of Neil lamented. No, the Dragon Kingdom is not like the Eagle Nation. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are deeply principled. Should they accept us as their vassal state, they would surely treat us with sincerity. Upon contemplating this, the king grew anxious that the guardians of the Dragon Kingdom might be reluctant to accept them as their suzerain. Ultimately, amidst the anticipation of the masses, Suri and her companions chose to consent. A great sigh of relief swept through the entirety of Neil. The next step was to see whether the guardians of the Dragon Kingdom would choose to accept. Simultaneously, a corresponding notification appeared before the three from the Dragon Kingdom. Battlefield notification. The Kingdom of Neil has applied to become your vassal state. Please choose, accept, reject. Remarks. The remarks contained information nearly identical to what Suri and her companions had seen. Naturally, Jisoo opted for acceptance. However, the flying Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Is there such a team formation mode in the national battlefield? Would this not bind them to other nations? He pondered, realizing that the guardians of the vassal state would, from this point onwards, become his subordinates. Discovering resources would inherently belong to the Dragon Kingdom, which did not seem too bad. He clicked accept. Both Qin Feng and Jisoo clicked accept, yet the entire voting process stalled at Bauer, who was still asleep. The large selection box hung prominently before Bauer, failing to rouse her from slumber. Jisoo was uncertain whether his apprentice had been revived, yet he had done what was necessary. The only task remaining was to deal with that insufferable guardian of the pickled vegetable nation. Gao Jinghuan gasped for his last breath, trembling all over after being poisoned. Yet, a sinister smile remained on his lips. Rest assured, upon my revival, I shall annihilate you all, Dragon Kingdom. Jisoo remained silent, making a swift motion with his right foot to break the formation. He then effortlessly lifted Gao Jinghuan. Uncertain of Jisoo's intentions and unable to move, Gao Jinghuan could only submit to his whims. Jisoo retrieved talisman paper, yellow paper, vermilion powder, a brush, a lotus lamp, and various other magical implements from his treasure bag. He then set the stage and commenced his incantation. What is Jisoo planning? I do not know. All I am aware of is that the dead stick will encounter calamity, and it will be grave. Oh dear, Suri is so unfortunate to die like this. She mentioned her child is only 3. Can we contact her hometown? I wish to donate to her child. Hey, what are your Dragon Kingdom sorcerers planning to do to our Appa? Release Appa at once, or you shall face the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, the netizens from the Pickled Cabbage Nation surged into the Dragon Nation's live stream, reigniting their fierce rivalry. On the battlefield, Park Jong-hwan had exhausted all his strength, slowly closing his eyes with a serene expression. Master Jio's hands danced gracefully, his incantations constantly shifting. Finally, he pressed a finger dusted with vermilion onto Park Jong-hwan's face, inscribing a symbol. This urgent ritual was deemed complete. Whether it would be effective remained uncertain, Master Jio murmured, casting his gaze skyward. The battlefield was peculiar. Even the dead could be resurrected. His ritual had forcibly bound Park Jong-hwan's spirit. If successful, it would prevent him from returning to life. Battlefield notification. Dragon Nation Guardian Lin Fengjiao has successfully slain Pickled Cabbage Nation's Park Jong-hwan. At that moment, the battlefield notification echoed in their ears. The Guardians were left bewildered. What had transpired? First, Park Jong-hwan had killed a guardian from the Neil Nation, and now, within mere minutes, he had been slain by someone from the Dragon Nation. Goodness, what a golden talent! He had died twice in one day. TSK, 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 is survival not appealing? Did the Guardians of the Pickled Cabbage Nation seek to experience 108 unique methods of demise? Perhaps the people of Pickled Cabbage Nation harbored such peculiar inclinations. Who was this Lin Fengjiao from the Dragon Nation? So formidable. Are there truly 2 female guardians in the Dragon Nation? TSK, TSK, TSK. It would be wise to keep a distance from the guardians of the Dragon Nation and conduct business from afar. In the Guardian chat room, the guardians remained detached, indulging in gossip with great enthusiasm. Among them, only Sister Bauer appeared composed as she was still snoring peacefully in bed. The entire Pickled Cabbage Nation swiftly voted to resurrect Park Jong-hwan, their eyes eagerly fixed on the National Gate, hoping to catch a glimpse of their hero as soon as possible. Yet, they remained oblivious to whether their appa would still sport a bald head. That would render him less than perfect. Master Joe patiently awaited the outcome, when suddenly, the corpse at his feet began to tremble incessantly, as if something were striving to break free from within. Indeed, Master Joe's hands continued to weave incantations, and he sprinkled a stack of yellow paper over the corpse. Moments later, the trembling subsided. Humph, let us see how you are resurrected. Arise. With a flick of his fingers, Park Jong-hwan stood up in a daze. He opened his mouth, revealing 2 protruding teeth. His arms raised, and long nails sprouted forth. In that instant, Park Jong-hwan had unmistakably been transformed into a zombie. Oh my goodness! My uncle, my old idol, truly remarkable. Ahaha, what a delightful turn of events. Master Geo has turned Park Jong-hwan into a zombie. I can hardly believe it. This is real. Master Geo is amazing. Daring to seize souls on the battlefield, truly impressive. Battlefield, are you being polite? Politeness, are you the battlefield? Oh ho ho, today is genuinely joyful. Pickled Cabbage Nation, come out and witness your bald-headed appa. The netizens of the Dragon Nation celebrated as if it were the new year, almost setting off firecrackers. However, at that moment, the Dragon Nation's live stream was devoid of any individuals from the Pickled Cabbage Nation, as they remained in their own streaming room, anxiously awaiting their appa's resurrection. However, based on the abundant resurrection experience of the elder brother, one might wonder if this time the duration has been excessively prolonged. Chapter 69, Punching a Hole in the Sky. With Sister Bauer supporting, Elder Brother, what has happened? Oh my, hurry to the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. Elder Brother has been turned into a zombie by that sorcerer. No, that's impossible. It can't be true. I assure you, it is indeed real. Elder Brother has turned into that ghastly form. A young girl from the Pickled Cabbage Nation rushed to the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room and, after witnessing the scene with her own eyes, fainted in front of the screen, unable to bear the shock. The girls who dared not venture into the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast remained seated, muttering incantations to themselves. No, it cannot be true. Little did they know, the next moment, an unprecedented notification echoed across the battlefield. Battlefield notice, due to unknown reasons. The resurrection of Park Jong-hwan has failed. Within 30 minutes, a new guardian will be randomly selected from the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Upon the release of this message, silence engulfed both worlds. The Pickled Cabbage Nation finally accepted the grim reality that their golden talent hero could not be resurrected. No, please don't let it be me. I know nothing. I do not wish to die. I do not want to go to that battlefield. There are monsters and Dragon Kingdom people there. I refuse to go. Absolutely not. Do not worry. With so many people nationwide, the chances of being randomly selected are exceedingly slim. What was most shocking were the guardians on the battlefield. What is happening? Why can't he be resurrected? Oh my, what could the unknown reason be? Is it impossible to resurrect on the battlefield? Panic spread as they realized there were game rules they were unaware of. It seemed they must tread carefully in the future. Before the impending crisis struck, the Guardians had exhibited reckless bravado, relying on their ability to vote for resurrection, especially those with high talents and formidable combat power. However, the immediate evidence of an inability to resurrect left them in disbelief. As the chat room erupted in chaos, it was for the first time that the ninth uncle spoke. Dragon Kingdom Lin Fengjiao. Fellow colleagues, please take heed. This guardian from the Pickled Cabbage Nation, Park Jong-hwan, has truly gone too far. In my fury, I forcibly seized his soul and essence, transforming him into a zombie. Upon hearing this declaration, the guardians were taken aback. What on earth? Is the woman from the Dragon Kingdom truly that formidable? To forcibly seize a soul, competing for lives on the battlefield? And what has she turned him into? A zombie? What kind of creature is that? A vampire? One by one, the guardians fell into a stunned silence, not daring to utter a word. Qin Feng was also somewhat surprised. Indeed, It appears Park Jong-hwan has truly provoked the ninth uncle. Previously, when the ninth uncle communicated with him, he had taken on a disciple, vowing to protect the borders of his disciple-s nation. Qin Feng naturally aligned with the ninth uncle's intentions. He understood the ninth uncle's character, steady and discerning. Such matters as taking on a disciple would not be done recklessly. Moreover, considering the ninth uncle's formidable strength, what harm could there be in accepting one or two disciples? Ninth uncle, proceed with confidence. Should the heavens tear asunder, Sister Bauer shall support you. It was this very assurance that solidified the ninth uncle's resolve to safeguard Su Li. However, when seeking opinions, the ninth uncle refrained from mentioning the incident involving Park Jong-hwan. Qin Feng had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Uncle Gio felt somewhat awkward. It was his inaugural speech in the chat room, and he found himself met with an uncomfortable silence. Dragon Kingdom Lin Fengjiao. Fellow colleagues, do not be alarmed. I, too, am a person of principle and would never engage in wanton slaughter. On the battlefield, we should stand united, safeguarding our homeland and striving to minimize the invasion of monsters. After all, as one colleague aptly stated, Blue Star belongs to us all. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled. Uncle Gio still harbored a touch of idealism. Oblivious to the fact that among the Guardians, simply refraining from treachery was already a significant virtue. The notion of mutual support was perhaps too optimistic. Qin Feng recognized that a person like Uncle Gio, who sought the path, naturally retained a glimmer of hope for humanity. Lin Fengjiao speaks wisely. Indeed, indeed. The esteemed one articulates well. I am enlightened. Exactly, exactly. In an instant, the Guardians, wary of Uncle Gio, hurried to flatter him. After all, could they provoke someone capable of vanquishing even the most formidable talents? No, they could not. Could they afford to challenge someone who could seize the very soul required on the battlefield? No, they could not. If they could not challenge him, they had no choice but to curry favor. Neil Kingdom Suri, Master, I have resurrected. At that moment, Suri's private message arrived at Uncle Gio's end. Upon reading the message, Uncle Gio finally felt a sense of relief. Dragon Kingdom Lin Fengjiao. That is good, that is good. Neil Kingdom Suri, but Master, all three of us have applied to become vassal states of the Dragon Kingdom. Why has there been no response? Dragon Kingdom Lin Fengjiao. I am not certain about that. Just after sending the message, it occurred to her that the issue must lie with Miss Bauer. At that moment, Sister Bauer, still in a daze, turned over, intending to continue her slumber. Ultimately, she was roused by the glaring light of a selection box hovering over her. What is this thing? Immediately, Sister Bauer contacted Qin Feng. Little brother, there's a box in front of me prompting me to make a choice. What should I select? Qin Feng, bewildered, asked, Box? What box? He was on his way back and found himself perplexed by Sister Bauer's inquiry. Having wandered around Oil Lake for quite some time, and with number 3 arriving later, they had split up but still had not located the entrance to Sakura Kingdom. Suddenly, he recalled that the system had rewarded him with Iron Man's workshop. Fully equipped with tools and materials, why not create some detection devices? Tasks like searching for targets and mapping uncharted territories could easily liberate both himself and number 3. Oh, it's just a box regarding the vassal state thing, asking me to select either agree or disagree. Sister Bauer's voice came through the headset. Ah. Qin Feng finally understood what she meant by the box. It turned out that since Neil Kingdom had applied for vassal status, she had not yet made a choice. Simply clicking agree would suffice. Oh, very well. Sister Bauer decisively clicked agree. Battlefield notification. All 3 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom unanimously agree to become vassal states of Neil Kingdom. As the broadcast echoed across the battlefield, the other guardians were left in a state of bewilderment. A suzerain state? It could work this way. Does this imply that the guardian of Neil is under the protection of the Dragon Kingdom? With rights come corresponding obligations. It certainly cannot be so simple. This relationship appears to be a bond stronger than mere alliance. While the Guardians remain oblivious to the situation, the citizens of Blue Star, well versed in the entire process and the rules of the game, exhibit mixed reactions. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom express their contentment. Haha, our Dragon Kingdom has finally regained a glimmer of its former glory. Is this akin to being a vassal state? It seems that Uncle Gio has inadvertently accomplished something remarkable. However, it appears to only influence the battlefield. Your perspective is narrow. The true impact lies in the geopolitical landscape of Blue Star. The citizens of Asan must be terrified at this moment, while the Eagle Nation is likely in a state of panic. I don't understand. I only care about my husband. Chapter 70. The metal 3D printer powers on at last, the dust has settled, and the King of Neil exhales a long sigh. The benefits of the battlefield are largely irrelevant to them now. However, with the assistance of the Dragon Kingdom's guardians, the gates of Neil should remain secure. Currently, the combat prowess of the two guardians from the Dragon Kingdom is truly formidable. The pivotal question now is whether they can secure the protection of the Dragon Kingdom over Blue Star. More than half of Neil's territory borders Asan, and they have previously oscillated between the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Kingdom. Now, having become a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom on the battlefield, can the Eagle Nation afford to remain passive? Will they not send a horde of monsters from the border with Asan? If they are merely pig-headed creatures, that might be manageable. At least there would be pork to eat. But if it is the night demons, that would be dire. Draft a global announcement, essentially stating, from this day forth, Neil shall be an unshakable loyal friend of the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately, the secretary worked through the night to release a global announcement across Blue Star, making this news public, transitioning from mere loyal friends with only economic privileges to now being unwavering loyal allies. This grants the Dragon Kingdom comprehensive economic and military privileges. Upon the release of this news, the world erupted in astonishment. This is essentially a declaration of loyalty, a significant rupture with the Eagle Nation. As the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom remarked, both Asan and the Eagle Nation are now in a state of alarm. To the north of Asan lies the Iron Brother Nation, which has Dragon Kingdom troops assisting in the defense against monster incursions. To the south, with Neil aligning with the Dragon Kingdom, it is foreseeable that within the next 2 to 3 days, Dragon Kingdom troops will also be stationed there. To the east of Asan lies the Dragon Kingdom itself. The Eagle Nation has stationed a strong military presence in Asan, originally with ulterior motives. Now, they find themselves ensnared in their own scheme. Upon hearing the news from Neil, Li Tai rubbed his hands in excitement. At long last, the Dragon Kingdom has had its moment of vindication. Let us see how the Eagle Nation continues to encircle our Dragon Kingdom. On the battlefield, a tremor shook the gates of the Dragon Kingdom and Neil. Sister Bao hurriedly leaped out of bed. What is going on? Is there an earthquake? She dashed out of her room to find a new gate unexpectedly appearing beside the Dragon Kingdom's gates, inscribed with the 3 large characters, Neil Kingdom. Not only has a new national gate emerged, but within the walls, 3 living quarters have also appeared, occupied by Suri and her 2 teammates. Oh, so this is the abode of the vassal nation. Sister Bauer was delighted, as it meant there would be more individuals to converse with in the future. Upon returning to her residence, Qin Feng also discovered the addition of a new national gate and 3 new houses. They must be the guardians of the Near Nation. Moreover, Sister Bauer was engaged in an animated conversation with the 3 Near guardians, proudly showcasing her number 1. Among the trio of Near women, aside from Suri, the other 2 appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, seemingly of similar age to Sister Bauer, which facilitated their lively exchange. The 3 women were quite skilled, and Sister Bauer was learning the art of pottery from them. In no time, Sister Bauer had acquired a new pastime. After quietly entering her room, Qin Feng swiftly accessed the system interface to claim her rewards. Ding! Reward successfully claimed. Immediately, the room underwent a transformation, revealing an entire set of Iron Man mechanical manufacturing equipment before her eyes. The workbench was fully equipped. A mechanical arm with artificial intelligence? I believe your name is Bobo, isn't it? Qin Feng, in high spirits, playfully teased the mechanical arm on the table. The arm waved in protest, seemingly displeased with the name Bobo. In addition to the mechanical arm on the workbench, there was also a small mechanical vehicle equipped with independent artificial intelligence. However, what truly captured Qin Feng's attention was the holographic projection system. Virtually all design activities could be accomplished through this system, which could also serve as a display monitor. Jarvis, please showcase the status of the workspace. Certainly, sir. Instantly, The workspace was filled with holographic projections, depicting the workspace and the equipment in the underground warehouse below. Sir, aside from the standard mechanical devices and the two mechanical arms, the main features of the underground warehouse are the metal 3D printer and the painting workshop. With a flourish. As Jarvis reported, the circular steel floor in the center of the workspace opened, revealing the underground 3D printing equipment, the painting workshop, and the material storage warehouse. Qin Feng grinned broadly. Not bad, not bad. If I could produce more number 4s, that would be splendid. With so many younger brothers under Uncle Joe's command. And now with this apprentice to assist, Qin Feng felt a pang of envy. She mused that she too needed to create some helpers. Freeing her hands to delve into the study of spiritual energy and cultivation methods. Jarvis, estimate how long it will take to manufacture a set of number 4s. Of course. Sir, on the holographic display, the design blueprint for a set of number 4 armor materialized. The entire suit was subdivided into numerous individual components. The parameters of each component flashed by, accumulating to indicate the time required by the metal 3D printer. The final statistical result emerged. Sir, the complete printing and assembly of a set of number 4s, including painting, will take approximately 70 hours. Qin Feng exclaimed, is that not 3 days and nights? Such a lengthy duration? Given the current intervals between the two impacts, each impact occurred every 3 days. Uncertain of the interval between subsequent assaults, one wonders whether it will lengthen or shorten. Will the swarm tactics be shelved? Presently, Qin Feng's proficiency level stands at 34, and his repository of knowledge and design schematics remains limited. Even with a workspace and the necessary materials at hand, the only model feasible for production is the Type 24. Moreover, the notion of implementing swarm tactics seems overly ambitious. Time, indeed, is of the essence. Qin Feng paced back and forth, contemplating potential solutions. At this juncture, Jarvis suggested, Sir, given the current intensity of the assaults and the combat prowess of both yourself and Uncle Joe, the urgency for a mech swarm is not as pressing as it may seem. Naturally, Sister Bauer's combat capabilities have not been factored in, as we currently lack her battle data. However, based on your guidance, we must not underestimate her strength. In light of this, considering the estimated combat effectiveness of Sister Bauer, Uncle Joe, in the anticipated escalation in the intensity of the monster assaults, it appears we can withstand the forthcoming 3 waves without significant peril. Upon hearing Jarvis's assessment, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. You've managed to calculate all this? What if the intensity of the assaults were to surge suddenly? Jarvis replied, such low probability events do not warrant the expenditure of substantial resources for countermeasures. Qin Feng responded, that indeed sounds reasonable. In that case, let us not rush into swarm tactics. When the printer is available, you may oversee the production of the components. After all, the principle remains, keep the printer active. Jarvis acknowledged, understood, sir. As these words left his lips, a faint yet discernible hum resonated beneath him, indicating that the metal 3D printer had commenced its operations. Chapter 71. Swarm Tactics at Present. My foremost objective is to explore the map and ascertain the locations of the national borders of Sakura and Eagle Sauce nations. Additionally, I must seek treasure chests and resources. Ground-based traversal is certainly inadequate. The terrain here is highly variable. Deploying mechanical spiders may conserve energy, yet their movement is significantly hindered by the landscape and their speed limitations. Thus, aerial transportation is imperative. Qin Feng murmured to himself, suddenly recalling the time he played with a racing drone in his previous life. The racing drone is a quadcopter equipped with a gimbal, capable of broadcasting surrounding visuals in real time, and possessing remarkable speed. A well-designed racing drone can even exceed speeds of 200 kilometers per hour. Qin Feng exclaimed, Jarvis, how long will it take to print a small racing drone? Jarvis replied, that depends on the parameters and specifications of the design. Instantly, a series of ready-made quadcopter schematics materialized before Qin Feng, considering functional requirements. I currently seek reconnaissance capabilities, terrain scanning functions, and real-time broadcasting features. With a flurry of activity, the holographic projection filtered out designs lacking the requisite functionalities, leaving 5 viable options. After some contemplation, Qin Feng acknowledged that he might eventually require them to possess offensive capabilities. Do you require sustained attack capabilities, sir? Jarvis inquired, prominently displaying a design for a larger aircraft before Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. No, that is unnecessary. If sustained attack capabilities were needed, it would necessitate the inclusion of machine guns or cannons, which would impose excessive demands on the drone structure, significantly increase its weight, and diminish its endurance. Qin Feng required an aircraft primarily focused on reconnaissance capabilities, with merely a payload for explosives. In his vision, an entire fleet, even after the impact, would swiftly scan the new terrain, facilitating the exploration of maps and resolving the obscurities of war with ease. Moreover, dispatching aircraft to scout the borders of other nations was exceedingly simple. If necessary, the aircraft could even self-destruct, employing a swarm tactics approach. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through Qin Feng. Very well, sir, Jarvis remarked, eliminating 3 unsuitable design drafts. Only 2 designs remained before Qin Feng. They needed to be sufficiently compact while possessing ample endurance. As he examined the 2 drafts, Qin Feng articulated his requirements. However, Jarvis interjected, Sir, if the aircraft is too small, it will not be able to carry enough explosives. I recommend you choose this design. He presented the larger aircraft design before Qin Feng. Qin Feng scrutinized the palm-sized aircraft and inquired, how long can it sustain flight? Based on your specified functions, including all equipment and a payload of 50 grams. It can approximately fly for 7 hours, Jarvis replied. 7 hours seems a bit short, Qin Feng frowned. Extend the search radius as much as possible. Jarvis responded, Sir. Utilizing the latest solar charging film will perfectly address the need for return charging. A spectral image of the solar charging film appeared on the design draft, with weight parameters displaying 5 and area parameters showing 3. Qin Feng's eyes lit up at this revelation. Solar charging film? That is excellent. Weighing only 5 grams. It must not take long to fully charge with an area of 3 square meters, right? Indeed, it can be fully charged in just half an hour. The printing and assembly of this aircraft will take 29 minutes and 12 seconds, Jarvis confirmed. Then this design will do. Pause the mecha printing and prioritize the aircraft. Qin Feng commanded, adding, print 24 units for now. With less than half an hour for one, the time is entirely acceptable. Qin Feng intended for 24 aircraft, each responsible for a 15-degree search radius within a 360-degree span around the national borders. Most crucially, the area shrouded in the fog of war had visibility limited to merely 10 meters, necessitating a controlled speed for the aircraft, alongside the scanning and recording of terrain data. Nonetheless, the number of aircraft was presently sufficient. Additional units could be printed if necessary. Understood, sir. The buzzing beneath his feet ceased, and a partially printed armor plate was replaced as the printer began producing the components for the aircraft. He accessed his personal attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng, age, 22, strength, 195, average for an adult is 5, agility, 194, stamina, 196, current role, Iron Man. Current skills, series for unit. Heavenly opening technique, 13 blades of Qian Yuan, beginner, similarity, 34 merely at the beginner level. This outing had yielded numerous valuable resources, among which the most enigmatic was this technique of swordsmanship. Jarvis, I wish to practice the Qian Yuan 13 blades several times, and please take note of the various data changes. With the equipment in the workshop, Qin Feng can delve deeper into the mysteries of spiritual energy. Moreover, with the presence of surveillance like the swarm, his time has been entirely liberated. With both equipment and time at his disposal, there is no better moment to engage in practice. Very well, sir. The equipment is now activated, Jarvis responded, as the detection apparatus descended from the ceiling of the workshop. Qin Feng deftly grasped the spirit-slaying blade in his right hand. He slowly closed his eyes, calming his mind. As the Kaidian Dadayan Xingqi commenced, the spiritual energy in the room instinctively surged toward him. Within his dantian, the rich spiritual energy began to circulate through his meridians. The spirit-slaying blade emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, Qin Feng opened his eyes. He had already mastered the intricacies of the Qian Yuan 13 blades. With swift precision, The blade light flickered as the spiritual energy in the air rushed along the blade's trajectory. In less than a minute, he completed the entire sequence of the Qianyuan 13 blades. True to its name, this technique is characterized by its ferocity, consisting of 13 lethal strikes, each more deft and decisive than the last. This martial art emphasizes offense over defense, culminating in the last 3 moves, which are the most powerful and represent a reckless gamble for life. Have you recorded it? Qin Feng asked, his complexion unperturbed and breath steady after the rigorous practice. Satisfied with its potency, Jarvis replied, "Sir, your movements and the trajectory of the blade have been recorded, as well as the airflow data within the room. However, further experimentation is required to ascertain the characteristics of the spiritual energy." Qin Feng was momentarily speechless, having forgotten this aspect. Utilize the invasive sensors to examine the fluctuations of spiritual energy in my body. All major meridians and acupoints must be assessed. Jarvis paused for 2 seconds before responding, "Understood, sir." Immediately, Qin Feng felt sharp stings across various parts of his skin, akin to receiving multiple injections. Yet, the discomfort was fleeting. After a brief moment, he flexed his limbs, feeling no residual sensation. "Sir, I am currently analyzing the flow of your spiritual energy and the condition of your meridians." "Good," Qin Feng nodded. "I shall practice a few more times. Ensure you record the data." "Yes, sir." In the following half hour, Qin Feng alternated between bouts of practice, executing the Qianyuan 13 blades over a dozen times. Jarvis not only documented the techniques of the blades, but also meticulously recorded the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians. This meant that the technique had been inscribed. Should Qin Feng desire, he could impart it to anyone. Previously, he had attempted to articulate the operational methods of both the Qi cultivation method and the Qianyuan 13 blades, but found himself unable to express them. At that time, he suspected it was a limitation imposed by the battlefield. Now, with Jarvis's assistance, Qin Feng had shattered that constraint. Moreover, upon reviewing Jarvis's recorded data, Qin Feng discovered that the more he practiced the technique, the greater the spiritual energy he could summon from his dantian, thereby amplifying its power. It seems that with diligent practice at this foundational level, proficiency could be attained. Qin Feng mumbled to himself. "Sir, the first aircraft has been assembled," Jarvis remarked. "Bring it forth for a trial," Qin Feng commanded. "Yes, sir." The circular floor in the studio slowly opened to reveal a platform rising from below, upon which rested the inaugural aircraft. "Indeed, well done, Jarvis. Let it take flight and project the visuals before me." "Certainly, sir." Under Jarvis's control, the aircraft emitted 2 beeps as it powered on. The footage it captured was projected in front of Qin Feng, revealing a strikingly handsome figure, himself. Subsequently, the 4 propellers began to rotate gently, gradually gaining speed. Finally, they produced a soft buzzing sound, akin to the gentle flutter of a bee's wings, barely audible from 5 or 6 meters away. Qin Feng found this rather surprising. The noise from the time machines in his previous life had been considerably louder. The relatively quiet operation of this aircraft could indeed serve as an effective surveillance device. "Jarvis, proceed to deploy it according to our exploratory plan," Qin Feng instructed. "Understood, sir." The first aircraft ascended slowly, then flew out through the window. In the projected imagery, Sister Bauer was obliviously engrossed in her research with her 3 new friends, entirely unaware of the aircraft hovering above them. The aircraft ventured beyond the walls, heading eastward in pursuit of exploration. The oil lake lay in that direction, and Qin Feng surmised that the national border of Sakura country was also in that vicinity. "Very well, let us continue," Qin Feng said to Jarvis in the workshop. "I now wish to experiment with several items that can be imbued with spiritual energy. Please test how this energy is stored within them." "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied. Subsequently, a containment platform descended from the ceiling, settling upon the workbench. The platform featured 2 openings for hands to reach inside, while its walls were composed entirely of transparent tempered glass. Within, apart from cameras, various detection instruments were present. Qin Feng placed a tang knife and a spirit-slaying blade inside. After contemplating, he added a piece of dark iron and a fragment of crimson crystal. These two materials form the core of the Tang knife and the spirit-slaying blade. They should both be capable of storing spiritual energy. Qin Feng extended his hand into the containment platform, conducting experiments one by one. He spent the entire night immersed in his research. Before dawn on the following day, Sister Bauer tugged at Suri, urging him to hurry westward. Quickly, we must move swiftly, or else your master will have buried the zombies, leaving us with nothing. Sister Bauer exclaimed anxiously, fearful that her beloved activity would be seized by Uncle Gio. Suri, still bewildered by the situation, pondered whether burying corpses was truly so entertaining. Before long, the two arrived at the lakeside, where Uncle Gio had just unearthed 3 golden armored corpses he had trained. These corpses had only been buried for a day and had not consumed any blood. Thus their strength was understandably inferior to that of Ada, the first zombie. Sister Bauer named them Ada, Air, and Asan. I knew Uncle Gio wouldn't wait for me, she exclaimed, her frustration evident as she witnessed Uncle Gio taking matters into his own hands. Caught in the act, Uncle Gio felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. As I glanced at the waning daylight, I realized that Miss Bauer had yet to arrive. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. At that moment, Sully approached with tear-filled eyes, expressing her gratitude to her master for saving her. It was evident to her that Uncle Gio had lent his support. Otherwise, given her circumstances, resurrection would have been utterly impossible. Saying this, she knelt and bowed deeply. In the kingdom of Neil, Buddhism flourishes, and it operates under a constitutional monarchy. In this land, kneeling before someone is regarded as the highest form of respect. Uncle Gio hurriedly assisted her to her feet, urging her to rise, insisting that it was merely his duty as a master. Having finally acquired a disciple, he needed to seize the opportunity to impart his skills. According to the timeline, the third wave of attacks would arrive by tomorrow night. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom individuals, who were preparing to learn from Uncle Gio, stared in eager anticipation, awaiting the commencement of his lessons. However, it was Miss Bauer who first noticed a familiar figure standing nearby. Approaching, she exclaimed, This child seems strangely familiar. Her gaze fell upon a bald, undead creature. And after scrutinizing him, she swiftly tore off the corpse-restraining talisman from his forehead to uncover the truth. Ah, so it is you, you silly child. As soon as the talisman was removed, Bauer recognized the fanged Park Jong-hwan. With the talisman no longer restraining him, Park Jong-hwan's eyes widened, and he lunged toward Bauer. Be careful, Uncle Gio cautioned his disciple, unaware of Bauer's boldness in removing the talisman. Oh dear. Park Jong-hwan is about to bite my wife. What on earth? How can this fierce girl be so audacious? Uncle Gio will intervene to stop the zombie. It will be fine. Before the watching crowd, Uncle Gio rushed to intervene. However, Bauer, with a powerful shout of poison dragon drill, struck Park Jong-hwan squarely in the chest. Instantly, he was sent flying backward, crashing through 3 large trees in succession. Sully stood in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The charming girl from the Dragon Kingdom, with whom she had conversed all night, possessed such ferocity? The viewers on Blue Star were equally astonished, their eyes wide as they stared at their screens. Am I seeing things? It seems Uncle Gio was actually trying to stop Bauer. What on earth? My wife is so fierce? What did she just say? The wind was too strong. I couldn't hear clearly. Stop pretending. You heard exactly what she said. This girl is intriguing. I like her. On the battlefield. It was indeed Uncle Gio's intention to prevent Bauer from attacking. He rushed over to check on his newly acquired disciple, who was a zombie crafted with golden talent. His power surpassed that of a superior beast. With the right enhancements, his strength could increase even further. If he were to receive blood nourishment, the potential for growth was astonishing. Uncle Gio, feeling a pang of sympathy, helped the nearly crumbling Park Jong-hwan to his feet, anxiously assessing his injuries, his heart aching at the sight. Chapter 73, Park Jong-chang's Investment. Uncle Gio's Lesson. The bald zombie gasped weakly, seemingly intimidated by Bauer's fierce demeanor. With a talisman affixed to his forehead, Master Gio remarked, Miss Bauer, you ought to exercise a gentler touch henceforth. The gates of Surili still require assistance. Aware of her misdeed, Bauer pouted and kicked a nearby stone, expressing her grievance, who said they wanted to bite me. At that moment, Suri intervened diplomatically, saying, "Master, have you forgotten? The gates of the kingdom of Neil have also shifted to our dragon kingdom." Implicitly, it was evident that they had become allies. Meanwhile, the king of Neil, watching the live broadcast, felt his aged visage darken with disbelief. Is this treachery after merely one night? Indeed. The people of Dragon Kingdom will always remain who they are, not only Suri, but now within Neil. It was a point of pride to be associated with the Dragon Kingdom, which had become their sovereign state. Following an urgent overnight discussion between the two nations, Dragon Kingdom's troops had already advanced into Neil, heading northwest to guard against the threats from the Third Nation and Eagle Sauce country. As the viewers witnessed Bauer's woeful expression, they erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this girl is truly something. She nearly knocked Master Joe's new disciple out with a single strike. Oh my, poor Park Jong-hwan. He looks utterly terrified. Wait, what did I miss? After a night's rest, how did my kimchi appa end up like this? You missed a whole chapter of life. Go watch the replay. Screenshot. Appa's reaction will be a perfect meme to send to the Kimchi Nation's live stream to annoy them. The comments above are outrageous, but I love it. I'll grab a few screenshots to share as well. Count me in, great ones. In an instant, numerous netizens from the Dragon Kingdom captured the moment of Park Jong-hwan and posted it in the Kimchi Nation's live stream. Appa, what has happened to you? After posting, they couldn't resist adding a snarky remark. Why hasn't your hair grown back, Appa? Ha. Curse those dragon people. Park Jong-hwan, his eyes slightly closed, revealed long fangs. His expression one of despair. Fortunately, the talisman shielded part of his visage, allowing for a sliver of imaginative interpretation. Yet, he was drenched in blood. With a trace of black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, an utterly tragic sight. Coupled with his shiny bald head, the overall appearance was indeed quite jarring. The citizens of the Kimchi Nation, upon witnessing Park Jong-hwan's current state, felt their hearts bleed. Especially his devoted fan club, just recovering from unconsciousness, was struck down once more upon seeing the Dragon Kingdom's memes, leading to a drastic reduction in their numbers on the battlefield. As a result, the boastful denizens of the Dragon Kingdom nearly overtook the Kimchi Nation's live stream. Dragon Kingdom, you shall pay dearly for this. Ha ha, on what grounds? On the basis of your new guardian's red talent? Let me enlighten you. Even if all three of your guardians possessed golden talents, it would be of no avail. The new guardian of the Kimchi Nation, who had randomly emerged the previous night, was merely a male insurance salesman with an unremarkable red talent. At this moment, the guardians on the battlefield have endured 2 waves of assault, reaping numerous rewards and enhancements, including various attributes. Moreover, those venturing into the wilderness have also garnered substantial advantages, with some guardians having vanquished over 100 monsters, leading to a direct elevation in their talents. Consequently, many guardians have experienced a significant enhancement in their overall strength, rivaling even the golden talents. The netizens of Dragon Country reveled in their audacity, boldly boasting in the live stream of Pickled Vegetable Country. On the battlefield, Sister Bao has already begun to bury Park Jong-hwan. She patted Park Jong-hwan on the shoulder and exclaimed, "You rascal, come and face my wrath." With a playful tone, she declared, "You're in for it. If I say I'll bury you, I shall." She pointed toward an available burial pit and commanded, "Everyone, jump in." However, Park Jong-hwan, adhered to a talisman, remained unmoving, indifferent to her orders. Huh, are you going to resist me? Sister Bao approached him from behind, raising her foot to deliver a playful kick. Just then, Uncle Gio, who was explaining something to Suli, rushed over. Wait, let me handle it, Bauer." Sister Bao's foot barely missed its target, halted in midair by Uncle Gio's intervention. He was nearly sweating from the fright. Subsequently, he picked up the soul-capturing bell and gave it a shake, prompting Park Jong-hwan to leap into the burial pit on his own. "See, he listens to you, Uncle. Not to me," she remarked, ready to reach for the bell. Uncle Gio quickly dodged, thinking that if they were to play, they should first learn the art of corpse driving. He calculated that if he could persuade Sister Bao to learn the Taoist techniques of Mao Shan, it would be splendid. However, Sister Bao looked on with disdain. "If it's not fun, I'm not interested. Your methods are so dull. I can't learn all that," Uncle Gio exclaimed. Blue Star's many seekers. "Uncle Gio, let me try." Uncle, invite 2 more in. Sister Bao instructed him. Uncle Gio appeared bewildered, prompting her to clarify. Aren't we burying 3 at once? We still need 2 more. Understanding dawned on him. She meant to drive 2 more zombies in. With a ring of the soul-capturing bell, 3 zombies sprang to life. All right then, you go give Suli a lesson, Sister Bao mumbled dismissively. Continuing to sing to herself as she filled the burial pit with earth, her demeanor radiating satisfaction. Uncle Gio felt a wave of frustration. It seemed that before conversing with Sister Bao, one must first master the dialect of Sichuan, lest they face her ire. All right, Suli, let us continue. Uncle Gio turned to Suli. Before the screens across Blue Star, the guardians from Dragon Country assumed the guise of diligent students, notebooks open and pens clutched tightly. Their postures straightened. They exhibited more diligence in this setting than they ever had in school. Rows upon rows of formal guardians organized by the War Department occupied nearly 200 seats, all filled. A glance around revealed a scene reminiscent of an internet CAF. Before them stood the eminent figures from various Taoist mountains of Dragon Country. Observing this scene, Li Tai finally felt his anxious heart settle. Ah! The online classroom of the esteemed Master Gio, traversing 2 realms, has finally commenced. In the battleground of national warfare, Master Gio and Suri sit upon the ground. The art of Maoshan encompasses a myriad of disciplines, including feng shui, talismans, yin-yang calculations, formations, and the subjugation of malevolent spirits. Naturally, it also involves the fundamental techniques of martial prowess. However, the spiritual energy on Blue Star is rather thin, having reached a state of decline in my generation. Many methods can no longer manifest their corresponding powers, and numerous techniques have been lost to time. Chapter 74. The Efficacy of Swarm Tactics. A new discovery. Suri was taken aback, astonished to learn that it encompasses such a wealth of knowledge. No wonder Sister Bauer shook her head vigorously at the mere suggestion of learning it. Observing this, Master Gio chuckled warmly. Given the abundance of spiritual energy here, you should achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. The situation is urgent, so let us begin with the art of corpse driving, applying what we learned for swift mastery. Suri smiled broadly. All right, I shall follow my master's guidance. The practice of driving away zombies originates from the subjugation of malevolent spirits, initially a forbidden technique of our sect. Yet, in these dire circumstances, it has become a significant asset for us. To learn the art of corpse driving, one must first master talisman drawing, which involves the study of talismans such as the spirit-repelling talisman and the corpse-restraining talisman. Master Gio expounded passionately, pouring forth knowledge without regard for his novice disciple's experience level. However, Suri, endowed with remarkable intelligence and recognized as a promising apprentice by Master Gio, quickly grasped many concepts, aided by her innate red talent. Under her keen perception, she learned rapidly. The would-be thieves of knowledge on Blue Star, however, were less fortunate, previously seated with utmost seriousness, only to find themselves idly twirling their pens before the screen mere minutes later. Alas, it seems I am indeed a subpar student in every regard, I concede. I shall cease my efforts. Impossible. I am a genius in the ways of Taoism. There must be some way to comprehend this. I refuse to believe that replaying it 100 times won't yield understanding. Yellow paper, talisman paper, vermilion, brush, ink, ruler, and lotus lanterns. All available in ample quantities at favorable prices. What a hassle, in comparison to the scattered individual seekers of knowledge. The regular army of the National Warfare Department, though somewhat bewildered, maintained commendable classroom discipline. Moreover, with the guidance of esteemed Taoist masters providing explanations, they managed to keep pace, albeit with difficulty. Meanwhile, the disciples of these Taoist masters listened to Master Gio's teachings with insatiable hunger, fully aware of the power of Maoshan's techniques. Should a supernatural invasion occur on Blue Star, it would present an excellent opportunity to showcase their skills. After a full night of testing, the data collected allowed Jarvis to ascertain the characteristics of spiritual energy. Sir, it can be confirmed that both Xian iron and red crystal are solid-state storage forms of spiritual energy. The only distinction lies in their storage densities, with red crystal possessing a density 134 times greater than that of Xian iron. Such a significant difference? This revelation surprised Qin Feng. However, upon reflection. He recalled that red crystal was classified as a superior raw material on the battleground, whereas Xian iron was merely a standard raw material. What about the density of the spiritual energy in the air? Qin Feng inquired further. Jarvis replied, the free state of spiritual energy in the air differs from its material form and storage. There is also a variance in concentration. However, at present, the density discrepancy is minimal. Render the spiritual energy in the air visible for me, Qin Feng commanded as he donned the helmet, activating it. Understood, sir. As Jarvis's voice faded, a delicate hue of purple enveloped the air within the display, akin to a layer of filter, rendering the scene somewhat surreal. Qin Feng raised his hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that instantly intensified into a visible orb of deepening purple. With his current level of cultivation, he found himself unable to manipulate the energy with finesse. Amused, Qin Feng shook his head. To observe his own accumulation of spiritual energy, he required Jarvis's detection capabilities. Realizing this, he removed his helmet. Compared to the battlefield on Blue Star, the concentration of spiritual energy here was abundant. Yet it paled in comparison to the energy stored within his reserves. Could this phenomenon serve as a sort of power bank? He weighed the crimson crystal in his hand. Indeed, sir, Jarvis confirmed. At this juncture, Qin Feng recalled the formations mentioned by Master Jiao. Perhaps the Maoshan lineage possessed methods to create formations that enhanced spiritual energy concentration, which might enable the production of crimson crystals or even superior spiritual energy storage items. His arduous night had not been in vain, yielding significant insights into spiritual energy. Furthermore, assisting Jarvis in testing the characteristics of this energy would surely expedite future research endeavors with Jarvis's support. How is the terrain scanning progressing? Qin Feng inquired. Throughout the night, 24 drones had been completed. Every half hour, one had been dispatched to survey the map's terrain. While scanning, the drones also explored new burial grounds. Currently, with Master Jiao's numerous disciples queuing to invest, the burial grounds were proving insufficient. Please observe, sir, Jarvis replied. As a three-dimensional terrain map gradually unfurled before Qin Feng's eyes. Rendered in holographic imagery, the landscape emerged clearly, revealing dunes stripped of the fog of war. Very well, Qin Feng remarked approvingly. After completing the scanning of the terrain within the fog of war, they would continue to expand outward. The radius of the war fog surrounding the Dragon Country was approximately 10 miles, predominantly desert terrain, void of monsters or resources thus far. Beyond the fog lay new terrain, which might unveil unexpected benefits. Since yesterday, the battlefield had intermittently reported the findings of other guardians, who, it seemed, had scarcely returned home for rest after venturing out. They had recklessly engaged in skirmishes for several hours before rising once more to explore. After all, everyone was concerned about withstanding the impending third wave of attacks. The luxury of rest was a concern of Blue Star. Now, preserving one's life was paramount. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Qin Feng opened it to find two young sisters from the Nile Kingdom, timidly presenting a platter of food and a jug of water. You must be Mr. Qin Feng. Thank you for your protection. This meal has been prepared as instructed by Suri, one of the sisters said. The name of Qin Feng reverberated in their ears. He was not only the most distinguished among the guardians but also the most formidable, having claimed the lives of numerous guardians, particularly those from the Eagle Nation. The notorious reputation of the Eagle Nation on Blue Star is widely acknowledged. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Qin displayed no fear. The two young ladies appeared either terrified or shy, with one blushing as she spoke, while the other shyly hid behind, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Stealing a furtive glance or two, she quickly lowered her head again. Oh my, Mr. Qin is so handsome, they realized, dispelling the notion that he was a fearsome monster. This marked the first formal meeting between Qin Feng and the two sisters. With a gentle demeanor, Qin Feng replied, "Thank you. You may set it aside for now." Instantly, the two young ladies were smitten. Not only was he not frightening, but he also exuded warmth. One of them asked, "Mr. Qin, we are about to deliver meals to Suri and Uncle Jiao. Is there anything you would like me to take to them?" Qin Feng shook his head, replying, "No. Just be careful." Somewhat disappointed, the two young ladies retreated to their room. Qin Feng smiled and resumed eating from his plate, which, along with the water jug, was crafted from freshly fired pottery. The plate was quite well made, though the jug resembled something a dog had gnawed on. Qin Feng was certain that this peculiar item was the result of Sister Bauer's careless handiwork from the previous night. At that moment, Jarvis reported, "Sir, the number 7 aircraft has just emerged from the fog of war and has detected a nest of monsters." Qin Feng's expression brightened at the prospect of swift results. "Let us project the footage," he instructed. Instantly, an image of a cluster of pig-headed creatures was magnified before him. The aircraft hovered at a considerable distance, successfully capturing their image. Setting aside his plate, Qin Feng remarked, "Just 3 heads. There should only be a single white treasure chest." He had little regard for such resources, finding the prospect of even a short trip to be bothersome. Perhaps I could let Suri and the others practice their skills? With the guardians of the Neil Nation present, they couldn't remain idle forever. It might be beneficial for them to demonstrate some worth. In the event of a heroic sacrifice, they could potentially be replaced and resurrected by their citizens. Low talent could still lead to gradual growth through monster hunting. Moreover, Qin Feng was not a caretaker, expected to provide everything. In addition, he could gather some resources in return. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and little by little, it adds up. This, indeed, encapsulates the value of the workforce. With this thought, Qin Feng dispatched number 3. "Jarvis, take these 3 tang swords and send those 2 young ladies from the Neil Nation to Uncle Gio." "Yes, sir." Immediately, Qin Feng retrieved 3 tang swords and entrusted them to number 3, who, under Jarvis's control, marched out. Note: some readers have expressed concern about the timing of releases. Henceforth, 2 fixed chapters will be published promptly at noon, with any additional chapters appearing at 6 p.m., if available. Please engage with the advertisements. Friends, Chapter 75, Talented in the Way, the strike upon learning that Qin Feng was willing to accompany them to deliver meals. The 2 young ladies from the Neil Nation were overjoyed, almost at a loss for words. Oh no! Could it be that the great Qin Feng has taken a liking to those 2 girls? That seems unlikely, right? Pa, you mustn't speak such nonsense. Our husband could never be interested in those 2 greenhorns. They haven't even matured yet. Ahem, perhaps it's because your Qin Feng wife squad is far too intimidating. He might be too afraid to return to Blue Star, knowing of your existence. With a resounding click of the tongue, one might exclaim, how exuberant and daring. At long last, the illustrious Qin Feng has made his appearance, even as the sun ascends to its zenith. Are you not venturing out today to gather resources? Pray, what does a defense tower resemble? Do construct it promptly. It seems that the true Qin Feng is still indulging in slumber within his chamber, while this figure before us is merely his alter ego, wielding 3 tang swords in his mechanized grasp. Typically, his possessions are stored within the battlefield repository. Ah, indeed. What is Qin Feng scheming? Along the way, the number 3 flyer paused intermittently, waiting for the 2 young ladies who were jogging behind. Had they not been endowed with some innate talent, they would likely have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Although their talents may not be exceptional, their endurance for long-distance pursuits suffices. In a brief span, they arrived at the lakeside burial grounds. Allow me to introduce you. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, Uncle Gio ushered Suri over to pay their respects. This is none other than the guardian of the Dragon Nation, Qin Feng. Suri promptly offered the highest courtesy of the Near Nation, expressing gratitude to Mr. Qin for his acceptance of their nation. At that moment, Qin Feng was seated in the workroom at the National Gate, meditating and cultivating. Through the intermediary of number 3, he remarked, "There is no need for such formality. We are now comrades. Moreover, as the Dragon Nation and Near Nation are neighbors on Blue Star, mutual support is to be expected." Upon hearing Qin Feng refer to them as comrades, both Suri and the 3 guardians of the Near Nation, as well as the citizens of Near Nation watching the live broadcast, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and excitement. To be regarded as comrades by the most formidable guardian is indeed a glorious honor. However, Qin Feng then shifted the conversation and inquired, "How has your understanding of the Tao developed, Suri?" What was initially a casual inquiry took on a tone that suggested he expected them to exert themselves. Nevertheless, Suri, possessing a strong sense of pride, felt that even though they were now a vassal state of the Dragon Nation, hiding behind them was not a viable option. Stammering, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. I have only just begun to learn. Uncle Gio interjected, remarkably well. Suri has made astonishing progress, far surpassing my expectations. It was evident that Uncle Gio was very pleased with his newly acquired disciple. Given time, her skills would undoubtedly be passed down. In the span of half a day, Suri had not only mastered the art of drawing corpse-restraining talismans, but had also learned to wield the soul-capturing bell to control zombies, issuing them simple commands. Compared to the practitioners of Blue Star, her progress was nothing short of extraordinary. This is what one would call a genius in the art of Tao. Truly, she is a disciple chosen by Uncle Gio. Fear not, everyone. Uncle Gio has long proclaimed that the battlefield is rich in spiritual energy, making the learning of such arts remarkably efficient. Coupled with hands-on instruction and readily available experimental subjects, what do we have? Are we to slay one and transform it into a zombie for experimentation? Such an idea is preposterous. Indeed, the sentiments expressed above are valid. Let us promptly review the recorded lessons while Uncle Gio is on break. Otherwise, we shall fall behind once class resumes. The regular troops of the National Warfare Department were also thankful that Qin Feng had interrupted their lesson. At least they had a brief moment to catch up and bridge the gap. Hey, dear brother. Where have you been frolicking for the past day and night without bringing me along? At that juncture, Sister Bauer approached Qin Feng, casually draping her arm over his shoulder. She carried herself with the audacity of a rebellious girl. Where else could one go? Seeking resources, of course. And you? Is it satisfying to bury someone? Speaking of burying, Sister Bauer became animated, urging, Come, let me show you something that's quite entertaining. She pulled Qin Feng before Park Jong-hwan. At that moment, Park Jong-hwan was indeed buried, but intentionally left his head exposed above the ground. Look, this is that unfortunate fellow. It's Park Jong-hwan, the one who dared to strike me. Sister Bauer exclaimed indignantly. Pointing at him, Qin Feng remained speechless. After all, someone merely dealt a couple of blows to him. Was it necessary to hold a grudge until now? Women, oh, how one must tread lightly. Qin Feng, non-committal, offered a perfunctory smile and nodded. Sister Bauer, you are indeed formidable. As he spoke, he did not forget to give her a thumbs up. Oh, how did Zhonghwan Appa end up buried? Come, let me take a picture for you. Oh, plant an Appa in spring, and in autumn, reap countless Appas. Let us take a group photo. Haha, you two upstairs are going to make me laugh to death. Are you planning to invade the Korean live stream to annoy them? Of course, while the iron is hot. Roll with your while the iron is hot nonsense. But indeed, we must seize the moment while Park Jong-hwan still has some relevance. We can use it to mock them in the Korean live stream. Otherwise, those stubborn folks will have a new Appa in a few days, and our taunts will lose their potency. Exactly, quickly now. In no time, keyboard warriors from the Dragon Kingdom rushed to seize the Korean live stream. On the battlefield, two young girls from the Neil Kingdom eagerly offered food and water. Sister Bauer, you should eat something. Yes, sister, drink some water. The two young girls had chatted warmly with Sister Bauer the previous night, and to Qin Feng's surprise, she had even allowed them to try her prize #1 creation. Is this the kettle I made last night? One of the Neil girls replied, Yes, Sister Bauer. This is what you made. After a night of firing, it's ready for use. Sister Bauer held the slightly crooked kettle as if it were a cherished treasure, unable to part with it. Noticing Qin Feng holding 3 tang swords, she curiously asked, Little brother, why are you carrying so many swords? Qin Feng handed the swords to the 3 guardians of the Neil Kingdom, saying, These are for them. I've discovered a lair of pig-headed creatures. It's an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. Upon hearing this, Suri felt a mix of apprehension and excitement. After all, she possessed a red talent, and during the second assault, she had managed to survive solely through her manual skills, even managing to slay a pig-headed creature. The other 2 Neil girls, however, were in a dire state. At this moment, as Qin Feng encouraged them to venture out for training, their faces turned pale, and they trembled involuntarily. What are you doing, little brother? Sister Bauer interjected, unwilling to agree. Why put them in such a predicament? It's just a small monster lair. Let me go and deal with it, she proclaimed. eager to rush into battle. Yet, she was unaware of the location Qin Feng had mentioned. After a few steps, he stopped her. Sister Bauer, you can protect them for a moment, but you cannot shield them for a lifetime. Chapter 76. Discovery of the Gold Mine. Combined chapter. Sister Bauer's eyes, already large, widened further. How can I not protect them for a lifetime? I am determined to safeguard them for all eternity. In the midst of their conversation, a profound seriousness enveloped the atmosphere. It was the first time Qin Feng had witnessed her in such earnestness. Since their acquaintance, this girl had always been in a playful and carefree demeanor. With a tone of gravity, Qin Feng remarked, "The battlefield is fraught with peril. None can predict what awaits us." Bauer Jie responded, "What if it is dangerous? When the next wave strikes, I shall not stand as the last line of defense. I will take the front line. I shall prove to you that I can protect them for a lifetime." Qin Feng interjected, and the audience reacted with astonishment. Wow! Bauer Jie is so formidable. Goodness, if we are talking about showboating, Bauer Jie is the champion. Is this boastfulness reaching new heights? Keep the bluster coming. Qin Feng continued. If they do not grow, and should they perish in battle, do you think the viewers from the Neil Nation will resurrect them? With a grand gesture, Bauer Jie declared, "There is no if. I am merely of white talent. They are on par with me." The crowd responded, "Everyone from Blue Star. Qin Feng, how can that be the same? Who dares to compare with you, sister?" The two remained at an impasse, neither yielding. Suri stepped forward gently, saying, "I apologize. It is our fault that you have encountered unpleasantness." She approached Bauer Jie with a smile. "We all know you care for us, but Mr. Qin is right. We must grow and prove our worth. We need to demonstrate our value not only to the Neil Nation, but also to the three of you. We do not wish to remain as burdens, hiding behind you." Upon hearing these words, the other two girls from the Neil Nation exchanged resolute glances and nodded affirmatively. "Mr. Qin and Suri are correct. We shall go. Bauer Jie, do not be upset. Wait for our return." Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled. "Very well, come with me." Though Bauer Jie was still fuming, the fact that Qin Feng personally led them alleviated her mood somewhat. However, she halted him, insisting, "Coordinates. I will take them." Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, thinking that Bauer Jie was indeed a person of measure. Having made a promise, she would not covertly resolve their troubles for them. Concluding this, he divulged the coordinates to her. As they were about to leave, Bauer Jie turned back, puffing her cheeks in indignation. "Little brother, I am not letting you off easy. I am inflated now." With that, she spun around and departed. Qin Feng coughed lightly, bewildered. "What was that? You are not an inflatable doll. What do you mean by being inflated?" Sitting in the training room, Qin Feng was caught off guard, coughing as his internal energy briefly faltered. Jarvis reminded him, "Sir, I detect instability in your energy flow. It is advisable to calm your emotional fluctuations." Qin Feng, at a loss for words, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the turmoil within. He lamented, "I nearly stumbled into chaos without entering a meditative state." Inflated? Inflatable doll? Haha, it seems the great Qin Feng has displeased Bauer Jie. By the way, what did her remark mean? What do you think it means? You just said it. For those above, it simply means she is upset. Her eyes sparkle. My wife is simply adorable. It is simply enchanting how adorable the Sichuan girls appear, even when they are angry. I must, without a doubt, seek to win one of them as my bride. The two young ladies from Neil Country ventured ahead, followed closely by Suri. Uncle Joe called out to her. "Master, what is it?" Suri inquired. Uncle Joe shook the soul bell, and Ada leapt forward. "Put this on. It will serve as good practice." Suri nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, Master." Uncle Joe sighed. "Do not blame Brother Qin too harshly. He speaks the truth. Those who help themselves are often aided by heaven. Ultimately, survival relies on one's own strength." Suri quickly shook her head. "Master, you misunderstand. I do not dare to blame Mr. Qin. His words are indeed wise. I am grateful to him." Seeing his disciples' understanding, Uncle Gio felt reassured. "Very well, proceed with caution. Should anything unexpected occur, do not force it. With Miss Bauer by your side, there is no need for concern." "Yes, Master." Suri observed that the three guardians of the Dragon Country were all exceptional individuals, each concealing remarkable talents. Even Bauer, who seemed playful, was not to be underestimated. As Bauer led the group southward, she encouraged them along the way. "Fear not, for I am here. Nothing will go amiss." Bauer exhibited a bold spirit, treating their monster hunting expedition as a leisurely outing. The three young ladies from Neil Country, however, were a different story. Suri, shaking the soul bell, felt slightly better, buoyed by her red talent. Moreover, Ada was energetically bouncing behind her. The other two girls appeared pale, stumbling as they walked. Had they not been supporting one another? They might have collapsed on the spot. Above them, two flying machines circled, providing warnings. Bauer glanced up and huffed. Humph. They must belong to the young gentlemen. They hoard all the fun for themselves, sneaking around like stingy misers. What does sneaking around even mean? And what is this wall you speak of? Let us summon the class representative for an explanation. As they continued southward, Suri found it curious. This direction clearly led to the gates of Neil Country. There should be a fog of war surrounding it, yet it was absent. The other two girls were equally puzzled. Indeed, and isn't this supposed to be a desert? Why has it transformed into woodland? Little did they know that since the gates of Neil Country had been relocated to the position of Dragon Country's gates, the area's map had been entirely regenerated. Otherwise, Qin Feng's drones would not have been able to detect wild monsters in this region. According to the current exploration of the swarms, the desert terrain harbored almost no beasts. This was why the foreigner, who emphasized brawn and words, obediently searched for resources overnight amidst this wave of turmoil. The map was exceedingly barren. "Forget about that," Bauer declared. "Let us march forward, defeat them, and fulfill our mission. When we return, will you teach me how to make other pottery?" The girls responded. The audience from Dragon Country murmured, "What time is it, sister? You're still thinking about playing." Cough, cough. Look at those two young girls. They are trembling in fear, and Bauer wants someone to teach her pottery. Ha. As my wife would say, what was it? "Oh yes, no worries, we've got this." At this moment, the most delighted individual was undoubtedly the novice, who had surreptitiously gleaned insights from the teachings of the enigmatic Master Jiao. Fortunately, Qin Feng had dispatched Su Li to engage with the monsters, thus momentarily halting the little class. They were now fully engrossed in the explanations provided by the Taoist master regarding the topics that Master Jiao had previously glossed over. Otherwise, they would surely fall behind in their understanding. Not long after, Sister Bao compared the coordinates and exclaimed, "This should be the right place, but why can't I see anything?" She scrutinized the map again and then glanced at the coordinates Qin Feng had sent, identical in every detail. The battlefield map was rather coarse, with each coordinate representing a vast area. Finding 3 pig-head monsters in the dense forest proved to be quite a challenge. At that moment, Jarvis maneuvered a drone, which circled twice before the 4 women. Sully quickly deduced, "It must be Mr. Qin. Let us follow it." Sister Bao nodded in agreement. "Yes, most likely. Let us go." The 4 of them, moving stealthily, trailed the drone for nearly 200 meters before they spotted the den of pig-head monsters that Qin Feng had described. Indeed, there were 3. The girl speaking was named Bei, merely 19 years of age. Her talent was a mere gray level, with only 2 points in various attributes. In Blue Star, she would be considered half as strong as an ordinary person. Winning an Olympic gold medal would be exceedingly straightforward, provided luck was on her side and she didn't encounter biased judges from the Sakura nation. However, in this battlefield, such power was hardly sufficient. "What are we going to do?" queried Gupu, who possessed a slightly superior white-level talent, being a year younger than Bei. Upon seeing the monsters before them, her courage wavered. Sully surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that there were no other threats. Just as Mr. Qin had indicated, there were indeed only 3 pig-head monsters. "I will take on 2, and you all can work together to slay one. What do you think?" The 2 women exchanged glances and silently nodded in agreement. With that, the trio stealthily approached the monsters, with the dove following closely behind. Tut, what a pity. She is hardly older than my sister. My sister, that foodie, is probably lounging in front of the air conditioner, grinning at her phone. Upstairs, keep your complaints to yourself. I think Master Qin Feng is being a bit unreasonable this time, sending a few women out to fight while he sleeps soundly at home. Do you have an issue with that? Can't my husband take a day off? After scouring for so many resources and securing numerous benefits for the Dragon Nation, what's wrong with him resting for a day? No objections, no objections, I stand corrected. Ha ha ha. Master Qin Feng has a hidden identity. He can act as he pleases. Tut, tut. Now he is starting to resemble a capitalist exploiting the laborers. At this moment, Qin Feng was meditating, yet he had not entered a state of deep focus. The images captured by the drone were being displayed in front of him at opportune moments. Number 3 was also nearby, providing protection. He could not allow the 3 guardians from the Neil Nation to find themselves in danger on their first mission. Moreover, Sister Bao was trailing behind them as well. This task could be deemed foolproof. As Suli and the others stealthily approached, they drew ever closer to the triggering distance for the battlefield alert. Battlefield alert. Congratulations to the guardians of the Neil Kingdom, Suri, Anbei, and Gupu, for discovering a resource point. 1 ton of gold. This message floated before everyone. To Qin Feng's astonishment, he never expected that beneath a small cluster of wild monsters and a white treasure chest lay a resource point of 1 ton of gold. Goodness. It seems one should no longer underestimate white treasure chests. They might just harbor a resource point. Wow, a gold resource point. We're going to get rich. TSK. I've seen better. It's just 1 ton. Oh, come on. Upstairs, a ton necessitates 100-fold manifestation. That's equivalent to 100 tons of gold. Do you realize that the largest gold mine in Longwa is only over 500 tons? So you're saying, we're rich now? Roar. As soon as the battlefield alert sounded, it indicated that the monsters had been roused. Roar. 3-head pigmen charged towards the invading enemies. Suri was startled by this commotion. But within 2 seconds, she regained her composure. She tore off the corpse-restraining talisman from Ada's forehead and shook the soul bell. Hasten as commanded. Ada, show no mercy. With a sudden awakening, Ada opened its eyes, and what met its gaze were several lively bloodbags. This was unacceptable. It extended its arms, lightly poised on its toes, and elegantly pounced. The lead pigman, taken aback by the sight of an odd kindred spirit charging towards it, was momentarily bewildered. What in the world? Such long tusks. Are you the Pig King? In its hesitation, Ada leapt before it. With a swift thrust of its arms, it pierced 10 fingers straight into the pigman's chest. Ah! The pigman screamed, its hefty club crashing down. Bang! 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 The club struck Ada's head, sending wood chips flying. Ada, unfazed, opened its mouth to bite. With a crunch, followed by the delightful sound of blood being drawn, the other 2 pigmen paid no heed to the plight of their companion. Their sights were solely on their designated prey. One charged directly at Suri. She raised her tang knife and shouted, "Ya?" before rushing forward to engage in battle. The other pigman locked its eyes on Anbei, barreling towards her. Anbei was paralyzed with fear, trembling, nearly losing her grip on the tang knife. Do not fear. If you are afraid, you cannot defeat your opponent. Bayer's sister encouraged from behind. Go. You two, flank it, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Leverage your speed and numbers. It's no problem. With this encouragement, Anbei and Gupu also shouted and charged forward. The 2 women, displaying their cleverness, employed Bayer's sister's strategy. As they moved swiftly, they maintained their positions on either side, cornering their opponent. Though their sneak attacks did not prove fatal, the occasional strike caused the pigman to bleed, leaving it dizzy and staggering in place. At that moment, Ada returned in search of new blood. It leapt beside the bloodied pigman and opened its mouth to drink. However, after a few sips, it found this blood bag empty. Looking around, Suri was still engaged in combat. As Ada leaped, his arms outstretched. A new blood pack was in his grasp. Gurgling with laughter, Suri remarked, "Hey, Ada seems quite merry." After a tumultuous battle, she realized that the formidable creature was not as powerful as anticipated, thus leaving the opponent for Ada to relish. Meanwhile, Anbei and Gupu, though appearing somewhat disheveled, were expressions of delight. They had indeed triumphed over the formidable beast. With a flourish, Ada tossed the blood pack and let out a triumphant roar. It seemed that the greatest rewards from this encounter belonged to him. On the ground, 3 headless pig monsters, afflicted by corpse poison, writhed in distress. Swiftly, Suri approached and, employing the method taught by her master, cast a spell. Instantly, the thrashing beasts fell silent. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the guardians of the Kingdom of Nier, Suri, Anbei, and Gupu, for slaying the formidable pig monster. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Guardians of the Kingdom of Nier, Suri, Auntie, and Gupu for capturing a critical resource point, 1 ton of gold. 2 notifications floated before all the Guardians. Qin Feng chuckled. Jarvis, prepare to procure some gold. The materials in the warehouse will eventually be depleted, and we must devise our own means of replenishment. The series of mechs primarily utilize a gold-titanium alloy, composed of 99 gold and 1 titanium. In Qin Feng's strategy, the larger the scale of the mech battalion, the better, necessitating a vast quantity of gold. The titanium metal is relatively plentiful in the battlefield warehouse, yet gold is scarce. It remains uncertain whether future system reward packs will include materials for mechs. Hence it is prudent to be prepared. Jarvis responded, yes, sir. Chapter 77, Basic Defense Tower Elsewhere. Sister Bauer was elated by the victory of her new friends. I told you, no problem at all. She approached Auntie and Gupu, pulling them close, and they smiled in return. Joyfully, Sister Bauer exclaimed, come. Let us return to play with clay. The others murmured, why does she refer to pottery as playing with mud? Haha, pottery is indeed just playing with mud. Indeed. My wife speaks truth. I assent it all about playing with mud. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for manifesting a 100-fold resource, 1 ton of gold. At this revelation, the remaining Guardians comprehended the consequences of becoming a vassal state. All discovered resources now belong to the suzerain nation. Truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. It is no wonder that others would protect you and your borders at no cost. The price is revealed here. Alas, unless absolutely necessary, it is wiser to serve one's own nation, risking life and limb to secure some benefits for the homeland. Upon this news breaking, the citizens of the Kingdom of Nier felt a pang of envy. Oh, how bitter it was. Before becoming a vassal of the Dragon Kingdom, the 3 Guardians had been cowering at home, afraid to venture out. Now, having just become a subordinate, they stumbled upon such a lucrative gold mine. Even a deity would feel envious. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, however, were quite pleased. At this moment, they debated the trends of gold prices in the live stream. This is astounding. Does this mean gold prices will drop? I can finally purchase jewelry for my wife, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of the Qixi festival. Ah, the irony. At least the raw materials for gold in our Dragon Nation will not be obstructed. Can gold truly serve as a raw material? Indeed, gold resides within your mobile devices, and numerous advanced instruments rely on it. Due to its unique physical properties, gold cannot be substituted by other metals. Thank you for enlightening me. I feel quite enlightened now. Li Tai from the National Warfare Department has issued orders to rigorously guard against small-scale vendors selling gold nuggets. He has also instructed the Geological Department to collaborate with various regions to expedite the investigation of the specific locations where gold mines manifest. After all, 100 tons of gold ore is no trivial matter. Given the nature of the battlefield, the resources that manifest are invariably of superior quality. The difficulty of extraction is likely to be minimal, perhaps even remarkably easy. Thus, Li Tai harbors concerns that citizens wandering through the mountains and forests might inadvertently stumble upon gold nuggets. As the 3rd unit gracefully approached, it passed by Sister Bauer, whose cheerful demeanor instantly faded. Humph. She turned away, avoiding the gaze of Unit 3, and swiftly returned with the 2 women. Little did she know, Qin Feng was completely oblivious to her sulking. He was currently engrossed in practicing the heavenly opening classic, Qi Cultivation Chapter, hovering above the resource point. A white treasure chest remained unopened. Suri was busy casting spells to control her newly acquired allies. Upon noticing Qin Feng's arrival, Suri hastily ceased her activities and trotted over to greet him. Mr. Qin, she addressed him with utmost caution. Sir, my apologies for the interruption, Jarvis reminded Qin Feng, indicating that Suri was attempting to converse with him. He displayed the scene via holographic projection. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and nodded slightly. He observed Suri and the white treasure chest on the ground, saying, "Please open the chest. It is your spoils of war." Suri appeared both surprised and apprehensive. Lowering her gaze as she replied, "I dare not." Qin Feng found her demeanor perplexing and reassured her, "There is no need to be so cautious. We are all citizens of the Dragon Nation. We are family. Moreover, given that the Near Nation is a vassal state of the Dragon Nation, and considering the connection with Uncle Geo, you need not be overly formal. As he spoke, he surveyed the gold mine. It was undoubtedly an open-pit mine. One could see gold nuggets the size of thumbs scattered across the surface. The extraction of this gold mine posed little challenge. He preferred Suri to open the treasure chest primarily because he was not present. The outcome of Unit 3 opening the chest was unpredictable, thus, it was more prudent to let Suri do so. Hearing his words, Suri felt a surge of joy. Yes, Mr. Chin, I understand. Following his instructions, she opened the white treasure chest. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Near Nation Guardian Suri for obtaining a white treasure chest. Amidst the numerous announcements of rewards, Suri saw her own notification for the first time, leading her to be overwhelmed with joy and tears. Just yesterday, she had cowered at the National Gate, too afraid to step outside, only to be instantaneously defeated. Today, not only was she able to command a powerful zombie to battle, but she also acquired a treasure chest. All of this was thanks to her master and the esteemed Mr. Chin before her. At that moment, Suri found herself at a loss for words. Subsequently, the personal notifications that emerged brought her great joy. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a century-old peachwood sword. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have acquired 30 red crystals. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have collected 100 dark iron ores. Among these numerous rewards, her favorite was undoubtedly the century-old peachwood sword. Her master possessed one, said to be a gift from Mr. Chin. She never anticipated that she would also receive one. The peachwood sword holds profound significance for the Maoshan sorcerers. Now, as the heir of Maoshan, Suri had her own peachwood sword. Chin Feng remarked, "The mission here is complete. You may return now." Suri respectfully replied, "Yes, Mr. Chin." Subsequently, she shook the soul-capturing bell in her hand, and the 4 zombies hopped along, following her back to the corpse-rearing grounds. At the resource point, Jarvis controlled Unit 3, firing 2 cannon shots at the gold mine. A cascade of golden fragments soared through the air, revealing visible nuggets of gold. Some were as small as a thumb, while others were as large as a fist. It was indeed a high-quality gold mine, sparing them the tedious process of sifting. Being far from a water source, typical gold mining would present challenges here. However, now, they simply needed to bend down and collect the nuggets. As for the finer granules of gold, they were deemed unnecessary. Unit 3 spent several hours collecting, amassing over 600 kilograms of gold nuggets. With this reserve, even if the system ceased to reward mech materials, they would be sufficiently stocked for the time being. Chin Feng retrieved the blueprint for a basic defensive tower. Defensive tower, basic, required materials, 300 wood, 100 stone, 500 steel, 300 red crystals. Description: a steel-structured defensive tower, primarily made of red crystals, which can also serve as an emergency energy source, capable of emitting powerful shockwaves. It inflicts lethal damage on targets with weaker defenses or lower physical strength. Construction time: 360 minutes, insufficient materials. So, it was indeed an item derived from gameplay. Jarvis, did you see that? Red crystals can indeed be utilized as an energy source. It was evident from the blueprint's description that red crystals could not only be used as building materials but also serve as emergency energy. Jarvis responded, "Information has been recorded. Sir, based on the description, red crystals do not serve as a regular energy source." Indeed, Chin Feng noted. Perhaps there are even higher density energy sources. He examined the materials in his National War storage, finding only 200 red crystals. While constructing the defensive tower required 300, he was short by a substantial 100. Oh, didn't Suri just open a blind box and receive 30? Chin Feng pondered, considering Suri. Jarvis searched through the records of Suri's earlier box opening. He then replied, "Yes, sir. We should find an opportunity to request some from Uncle Geo, although we will still be short by 70. Chapter 78, Discovering the National Gate that night. It was indeed true that Sister Bauer ignored Chin Feng, even with the enticing allure of the fun drones. After helping Uncle Geo bury someone, she went off to play in the mud with Bei. Relishing the peace to practice without interruption, Chin Feng found himself quite content. To his surprise, Uncle Gio had sent an babe back with a plethora of materials that Suri had gathered. According to his words, from now on, the harvest of the team members will be uniformly allocated and managed by Qin Feng. Of course, Uncle Gio has left Suli with the peach with sword she acquired. Demonstrating his sense of propriety, Qin Feng smiled broadly. Before he could utter a word, Uncle Gio had voluntarily surrendered it. At that moment, Jarvis reported the discovery of 3 white treasure chests and 2 corpse-rearing sites. After an entire day of exploration and scanning, the 20 or so drones dispatched had yielded abundant results. All drones had now entered sleep mode, and by the break of dawn, they would unfurl their solar charging membranes and commence charging. Upon completing his report, Jarvis presented a holographic projection within the studio, revealing a virtual map. The map centered around the gates of the Dragon Kingdom, surrounded by a vast desert. Beyond the desert lay mountainous and hilly terrains. The majority of the explored area was situated a staggering 40 kilometers from the national gates. Among them, the furthest-reaching drone had ventured an impressive 67 kilometers eastward. Qin Feng paused his cultivation, rising to stretch his limbs. On the map, 3 red dots marked the locations of the white treasure chests. Additionally, there were 24 small green dots scattered along the edges of the different map areas. The further the exploration extended, the broader the regions each drone was responsible for. However, the few drones that boldly ventured eastward still had yet to locate the gates of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, which left Qin Feng somewhat disheartened. "What is the status of the wild monsters?" Qin Feng inquired. "Without exception, they are all level creatures known as pig-headed men. With 2 sites hosting 3 and 1 site 4 of these beasts," Jarvis replied. "Excellent," Qin Feng remarked. "Let Suli and the others go hunting tomorrow. I hope to find enough 70 red crystal stones among these 3 treasure chests." However, he did not harbor high hopes, as today Suli had been extraordinarily fortunate to uncover 30 units of red crystal stones from the lowest tier white treasure chest. Nevertheless, with 3 treasure chests awaiting her tomorrow, a glimmer of hope remained. At this moment, Suli was diligently learning feng shui alongside Uncle Gio in the corpse-rearing site. Her primary task was to study the intricacies of corpse rearing, as the number of subordinates requiring monetary investment was steadily increasing and the current sites were insufficient. Today, Uncle Gio was in high spirits, lecturing with great enthusiasm and referencing classical texts, which enriched Suli's understanding of her homeland. This was particularly gratifying given that her apprentice had achieved resounding success on her first mission, not only assisting Qin Xiaogu in finding useful materials but also recruiting 3 new subordinates. Uncle Ji was confident that, given time, his zombie army would sweep across the battlefield unchallenged. On the following morning, the fully charged drones took to the skies once again. Suli also received a new task from Qin Feng. This time, Sister Bao Er did not accompany them, as the 3 young ladies had gained a solid understanding of their own capabilities and were now emboldened to operate independently. Today's objective was merely to confront a few pig-headed men, which reassured Sister Bao Er. Although she felt a tinge of frustration, she acknowledged that Qin Feng's words held truth. "Master, I shall go." Suri, accompanied by 2 young ladies and Park Jongwon, bid farewell to their master. Park Jongwon had invested an entire day and night, resulting in a modest enhancement of his strength. "Well, off you go. With this golden armored corpse by your side, dealing with minor adversaries should pose no challenge." Nine Uncle was also in the midst of packing. At that moment, he intended to take the remaining zombies, who had not yet invested, to another location. Upon learning that Qin Feng had discovered 2 new burial grounds for the undead, he felt a surge of excitement. With the 3rd wave of assault looming, a significant portion of his subordinates remained uninvested. These 2 burial grounds would prove to be of great utility. TSK. It seems that the great Qin Feng is determined to tread the path of a blood-sucking capitalist to the very end. Poor Suri. Is it because there are no telephone poles on the battlefield that she feels bullied? Don't speak ill of my husband. He has been quietly following and protecting us all along. Haha. I can assure you, the great Qin Feng is likely sleeping soundly at home. The one trailing behind is merely his alter ego. As netizens have remarked, Qin Feng was still laboring away in his workspace, with no worthy opponents to confront outside. He focused on cultivating and studying spiritual energy at home to sustain his livelihood. In silence, Suri and her companions swiftly arrived at the first monster lair with Park Jong-hwan's assistance. Together, they quickly dispatched 3 pig-headed creatures. Victory! Victory! Anbei and Gu Pu cheered jubilantly. They had never imagined that slaying monsters could be so effortless. This time, the duo had collaborated to defeat 1 creature, shattering their previous record of 0 kills. Unfortunately, Suri's subordinates only managed to bring down 2 additional foes. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Guardian of Neil Nation, Suri, for obtaining a white treasure chest. The Guardians were left bewildered. Yet another Guardian of Neil Nation? Ever since becoming a vassal state of the Dragon Nation, they had turned so ferocious? In less than a day, they had uncovered another treasure chest. Not only were the Guardians astonished, but even the people of the Dragon Nation felt this was rather excessive. Wow, the efficiency of resource gathering is remarkable. With the fleet of unmanned drones commanded by the great Qin Feng, the laborers can be exploited even more ruthlessly. It reminds me of the new computer my company provided. While efficiency has increased, I hardly have time for bathroom breaks. Those wicked capitalists. Enough already. Our factory's assembly line has upgraded, significantly boosting product output. Moreover, it seems that Zhonghwan has become even more formidable. Wait. Where is the little sister from Kimchi Nation to visit her appa? I must take a screenshot to share this good news with them. Their appa has grown even stronger. Once Suri and her companions were prepared, they promptly set off for the next location. Meanwhile, at the national border, Qin Feng felt a wave of irritation. Unsurprisingly, there were no crimson crystal stones. Aside from steel and mysterious iron ore, the white treasure chest yielded only a tang knife. Qin Feng ceased to pay attention to Suri, having held little hope. Just as he was about to enter his cultivation state, Jarvis reported, "Sir, drone number 1 has discovered the national border of Kimchi Nation." Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. Rather than encountering someone enjoying a comfortable life, he had stumbled upon an unfortunate soul. On the holographic map, the only stationary green dot indicated the location of drone number 1, which had uncovered the national border of Kimchi Nation. The scenes captured by drone No. 1 were now vividly projected in holographic form. The grand inscription Pickle Nation evoked a wave of disdain from Qin Feng. TSK, treating pickles as national treasures. One must be in dire straits to stoop so low. No wonder they resort to pilfering from others. With a snide remark, Qin Feng soared beyond the borders, heading straight towards the gates of the Pickle Nation. Today, he would annihilate them. Chapter 79, The Coalition of 4 Nations. Haha, I told you I was right. The true form of the great Qin Feng is at the National Gate. Wow, did he actually sleep for an entire day and night at home? Finally awake? What's with this fervor? What is he up to now? The live stream clearly showcased Qin Feng's remarkable speed. It was rare for him to travel at such a pace. Who knows, perhaps he has stumbled upon some extraordinary benefit. Oh no, oh no. At this moment, a Dragon Nation inhabitant returned from the Pickle Nation's live stream to report. The Eagle Country has rallied the guardians of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Pickle Nation, and Kangaroo Nation, and they are approaching the gates of the Dragon Nation. What? Are they delivering food? Such a delightful surprise? I must verify this. Of course, it must be George from Eagle Country leading the charge. One could guess that with a mere glance. The person above is quite astute. But truly, are they not afraid of death? As the netizens remarked at this moment, Eagle Country, accompanied by the guardians of the other 3 nations, comprised a total of 8 individuals advancing towards the Dragon Nation. Sir, I still feel that this is unwise, spoke the newly appointed guardian of the Pickle Nation, Kim Min-yong, who replaced Park Jong-hwan. He possessed a red talent and was an ordinary insurance salesman on Blue Star. Aside from his eloquence, his military experience in the Pickle Nation was all that remained. The conscription system in the Pickle Nation allowed some room for his red talent to manifest. What seems amiss? With a click, George chambered a round in his firearm. Had this young man not brought some weaponry, George would have surely slapped him across the face. Kim Min-yong, skilled in rhetoric, was also adept at reading the room. At this moment, seeing he could still utter a few words, he began to counsel. You have no idea how formidable the Dragon Nation guardian Qin Feng is. During his time on Blue Star, I often watched the Dragon Nation's live streams. His moments of glory have deeply impressed foreign spectators. Little did Kim Min-young anticipate facing Qin Feng one day. On the very day he became a guardian, he was utterly terrified. He wished to avoid confronting Qin Feng, fearing he would meet the same fate as Park Jong-hwan, who had been turned into a mere shell of his former self. After Kim Min-young's words, Mei Chuan-ku and Devant from Kangaroo Nation began to waver. Not just them, but Lee Jin-suk, who had accompanied Kim Min-young, felt 1,000 reservations in his heart. When Kim Min-young first appeared at the gates of the Pickle Nation, he had shared his observations from the live stream with the other two guardians. Both being black belts in Taekwondo, Park Jong-won possessed golden talent. Look at what had become of him. A mere zombie. How could he expect to fare any better? Noticing the lack of courage among the minions, David swiftly slapped Kim Min-young. Were it not for the Gatling gun you gifted me, I would have ended your life right now. After being appointed as a guardian, Jin Min-young was immediately provided with 2 large bags of weapons by the leader of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. In a bid to curry favor with the Eagle Sauce Nation, they even included a Gatling gun among the arsenal. Furthermore, the Eagle Sauce Nation dispatched orders for him to eliminate the Guardian of the Dragon Nation at the earliest opportunity. Their sole objective was to impede any advancement of the Dragon Nation. George received the directive and was determined, both officially and personally, to eliminate Qin Feng. Jin Min-young, feeling the sting of a bruised ego, dared not speak further. With a fierce expression, George declared, no matter how formidable Qin Feng may be, he is but a single individual. We have a total of 8 here, most of whom possess red talents. What do we have to fear? Among the 4 nations' 8 guardians, aside from David, who possessed a purple talent, the rest were endowed with red talents. Moreover, George had strategically left 1 member from several nations stationed at their borders. Even if they perished, it would not result in a total loss, thus sparing their respective nations from punishment. As long as they did not encounter that foul woman from the Dragon Nation, they had nothing to fear. If we die, we can always return, George added. Mei Chuan-ku frowned, inquiring about the foul woman. He was referring, of course, to Sister Bauer, who had gained notoriety among the Guardians for having slain the golden talent Park Jong-won. George, shaking his head in exasperation, lamented the ignorance of his subordinates. No, not her, but that wretched woman named Lin Fengjiao. She's an evil sorceress, capable of transforming corpses into zombies, making it impossible to resurrect them on the battlefield. What else could she be but a witch? Well then, based on Qin Feng's previous movements, the Dragon Nation's border should be in this direction, George called out, urging them to proceed. The group, emboldened by their numbers, dared not voice any further dissent. With this thought in mind, they pressed onward. Yet, after only a few steps, a battlefield notification chimed in from Suli. Battlefield notification, congratulations to the Guardian of Near Nation, Suli, for acquiring a white treasure chest. George and Mei Chuan-ku simultaneously spat in disdain, muttering, thick-skinned crabs. Baka. Ugh. The treacherous Eagle Sauce Nation continues to oppose us on the battlefield. I can't believe it. Not only can they bring weapons when they swap guardians, but they can also relay messages. This is sheer cheating. I've devised a plan for the Eagle Sauce Nation. They could continuously slay their comrades and keep exchanging guardians. Each time they switch, they could transport a plethora of weapons to the battlefield. Even if they lose a few thousand men, they could arm 10 legions and still not fear the great Qin Feng. Wow, that's quite a devious scheme you've concocted. You truly are a clever little rascal. Enough with your cleverness. Do you think the great Qin Feng might actually run into them? Previously, we faced the 8-nation alliance oppressing us, and now on the battlefield, we have to contend with a 4-nation coalition. What a ridiculous notion. As the inhabitants of the Blue Star Dragon Nation expressed their concerns for Qin Feng, he was nearing the borders of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Meanwhile, George and his compatriots, en route to the Dragon Nation, encountered none other than Suli, who had just completed the 2nd wave of wild battles. My goodness, I sense that Uncle Gio is about to go berserk. Suli, run. Alas. Alert the esteemed Qin Feng without delay and summon assistance. Where is Sister Bauer? Wasn't she supposed to protect them for a lifetime? At this moment, the entirety of the Neil Kingdom is anxiously fixated on the live broadcast. Li Tai from the National War Department wears a grave expression. He has also received intelligence regarding the command from the Eagle Nation's top brass. However, witnessing George from the Eagle Nation unabashedly state it during the live stream leaves him deeply unsettled. The guardians of his vassal state are now facing these scoundrels, and a profound sense of helplessness wells up within him. Where is Qin Feng now? Li Tai inquired of his aide. The aide retrieved the visual feed of Qin Feng, who was still racing through the air. Based on his trajectory, speed, and flight duration, it appeared he had missed the guardians of the Eagle Nation and was considerably far from Suri, and the distance was only increasing. This suggested that aid might arrive too late. Yet, the aide added that Qin Feng's idle mech was being operated by his artificial intelligence, trailing not far behind Suri. Upon hearing this, Li Tai let out a slight sigh of relief. With the addition of Park Jong-won, he began to contemplate the comparative strengths of both sides. Chapter 80. Park Jong-won takes action. She is Lin Fengjiao? Mei Chuan-ku stammered at the sight of Suri and the otherworldly Park Jong-won. George and the others also turned pale, fearing the worst. Just moments ago, they had declared that as long as they did not encounter Lin Fengjiao, they could resurrect no matter how they died, and now they find themselves walking into the lion's den? Kim Min-young exclaimed. She is not Lin Fengjiao. She is the guardian of the Nil Kingdom, Suri. Before becoming a guardian, Kim Min-young had witnessed Park Jong-hwan kill Suri during the live broadcast. Hearing this, George felt a measure of relief. Thus, these two young women must also be guardians of the Nil Kingdom. Humph. You Dragon Nation individuals are sending foreign guardians to toil for resources. What a lucrative venture this is. George thought as he turned his attention to the guardians from the three neighboring nations. What do you intend to do? This was Suri's first encounter with guardians from outside the Dragon Nation, and sensing hostility, she felt a twinge of panic. Anbei and Gu Pu appeared utterly terrified. Heh, three lovely maidens. Mei Chuan-ku and Matsushita exchanged lecherous glances. Kim Min-young and the others wore expressions of disdain. Is this what they call lovely maidens? To be fair, aside from Suri, who barely qualifies as a beauty, the other two are still just children. Damn it, a few grown men are bullying three defenseless girls. Suri, quickly summon assistance. Call upon the great Qin Feng, or at the very least, Sister Bauer. Qin Feng has flown far away. Even if Sister Bauer comes, it would only be a futile effort. Alas, it seems Suri and the others are in dire straits. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. If Suri perishes, Uncle Gio will descend into darkness, abandoning any notions of mutual support, no longer the benevolent figure he once was. Kill Uncle Gio. Eliminate them all and turn them into zombies. On the battlefield, George waved his hand, and 8 burly men slowly advanced towards Suri. Little girl, we shall not make things difficult for you. All we ask is that you cooperate and reveal the location of the Dragon Kingdom, and we shall let you go. Hee hee. Now, let us have some fun together. The 8 individuals advanced menacingly, their various weapons glinting ominously. What troubled Suri the most were the firearms wielded by George and David. Bah! Suri spat, foolish creatures, even if we perish, we shall never disclose the location of the Dragon Kingdom's entrance. Ding, ding, ding. She raised the soul bell, its chime resonating, and instantly, Jean Min-young's expression shifted drastically. What? She can control zombies too. The soul bell was the hallmark weapon of Uncle Gio, of which Jean Min-young was well aware. What? Before George and the others could react, a chilling hissing sound emerged from behind Suri and her companions. Huh. Following the sound, several grotesque, pig-headed beings emerged from the tall grass, rising and falling ominously. With each rise and fall, the hearts of George and his companions raced faster. Zombies? Is this the kind of zombies Lin Fengjiao concocted? Even David, known for his bravery, felt a lump in his throat. He raised the Gatling gun before him, the bullet chain sliding from his shoulder to his arm, ready to fire at any moment. Humph, my master instructed me not to show any courtesy to your eagle country. Suri glanced around and added, and you, Cherry Blossom Country, and Kimchi Country as well. Which country do you hail from? Those named recoiled in fear. The 2 guardians from Kangaroo Country turned pale and hastily waved their hands. To reveal one's identity would only place them on the enemy's list. They were not that foolish. Allowing these witches to create zombies would render the battlefield irretrievable. At that moment, DeWint regretted following Eagle Country to stir trouble for the Dragon Kingdom. Swift and merciless, Suri pointed the soul bell, and 4 zombie pigmen lunged at the enemies. Kill! Destroy them! George shouted. Instantly, the 8 individuals clashed with the 4 zombies. Be careful. Don't let them bite you. Jean Mignon cautioned, for a bite would turn one into a wretched creature like Park Jong-hwan. His warning made the others suddenly wary. Suri quickly grabbed her 2 companions, urging, "Let us run." The pig-headed beings had just transformed into zombies, and she was well aware of their capabilities. To think that these few pig-headed creatures could defeat the Guardians was pure folly. Not only would they fail to kill, but they wouldn't even last long enough to defend themselves. Immediately, Suri and her companions fled. What vile creatures! Witness the might of my Gatling gun, David bellowed, pulling the trigger. Vroom, vroom. The barrels of the Gatling gun whirred to life, fiery tongues of flame erupting forth. He instantly became the centerpiece of the battlefield. The pig-headed zombies were promptly reduced to mere flesh by the barrage of bullets. They had only recently transformed and had not undergone any enhancements. Their physical strength no different from that of ordinary pig-headed monsters. Ha ha ha, is that all? David laughed maniacally. I thought zombies were formidable. Turns out they are nothing to fear. Jean Mignon felt quite embarrassed. Surely it can't be so? Wasn't Park Jong-hwan rather powerful? George glared at him fiercely, due to his false report. They had delayed for a brief moment, allowing Suri and her companions to escape. Pursue. Do not let them get away, George shouted. And the 8 of them abandoned the pile of flesh to give chase. Their innate talents were exceptional, and within mere seconds, they caught up with Suri and her group. Let's see where you think you can run. Song let out a sinister laugh. Since arriving in this cursed place, he had never felt such exhilaration. Anbei and Gupu, however, were pale with fear. Though they wielded tang swords, their courage for battle was woefully lacking. The guardians before them were among the elite of the battlefield. In contrast, they were merely of grayish-white talent, with scant combat experience. You seek death, Suri shouted, ringing her soul-capturing bell once more. Suddenly, a familiar figure leapt through the underbrush, a bald man. It was Jean Mignon, startled, and Park Jong-hwan. It was indeed him, Park Jong-hwan. Jean Mignon's heart was a tumult of emotions upon unexpectedly encountering Park Jong-hwan again. In the land of Blue Star's pickled nation, he was a superstar. How had he fallen to such a wretched state? After having dealt with a second monster lair, Park Jong-hwan was enjoying his last meal when Suri and her companions stumbled upon this rabble. At that moment, having feasted on blood, Park Jong-hwan, upon seeing fresh blood offerings, humans, no less, became even more ferocious. Park Jong-hwan leapt nearly 20 meters, eagerly yearning to taste human blood. Fire. David, shoot, George urged, raising his weapon to unleash a barrage of fire. David, receiving the command, erupted in laughter. What zombies? Watch me. In an instant, 2 guns, 1 large, 1 small, spouted fire. Particularly, the terrifying trajectory of the Gatling gun formed a line in the air as it aimed at Park Jong-hwan. Clang. The bullets struck Park Jong-hwan, sending sparks flying. It had no effect whatsoever. In an instant, George and the others were dumbfounded. David was equally incredulous. His prideful Gatling gun could only tickle the enemy? No. Impossible. David continued to fire, the Gatling gun whirring incessantly. The bullets from the belt on his arm clattered to the ground, nearing depletion. Stop shooting. Cease fire. Conserve ammunition, George shouted, but it was too late. David had already expended all the bullets he had brought with him. At that moment, Jean Mignon trembled with fear. Yet there was a hint of smug satisfaction on his face as he glanced at George, as if to say, I told you so, but you didn't believe me. You 4, keep him occupied while we capture those 3 women, George commanded, pointing towards the guardians of the Pickled Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Instantly, the faces of the 4 turned cold, their expressions akin to the grave. Jean Mignon tentatively spoke up, See, Commander, we are quite skilled at tracking as well. George shot him a glare. This fellow had been defying him from the very beginning. You had better obey my orders, he threatened. The unyielding tone left Jean Mignon with the unsettling conviction that uttering a single word would result in dire consequences. Yes, Commander. The 8 individuals immediately dispersed to carry out their orders. Mei Chuan-ku and his companions were equally displeased. Why should such perilous tasks fall to them? How absurd. This was a zombie they were dealing with, and there was a real risk of being bitten. Reluctantly, they nonetheless ensnared Park Jong-hwan. Alone, he faced 4 adversaries without faltering. With his innate golden talent, he stood ahead above them, now transformed into a zombie and having invested a full day and night in enhancement. Along with consuming a considerable amount of blood, his combat prowess had surged dramatically, coupled with Mei Chuan-ku and the others' trepidation, who dared only to entangle rather than fight to the death. The battle reached a stalemate. Is Park Jong-hwan truly this formidable? Impressive, indeed. Zombies possess no fear of death and are impervious to blades and bullets. Mei Chuan-ku and his crew are in for a challenge. Where is Park Jong-hwan's fan club? Why are they not rallying to his defense as he is beset? With Park Jong-hwan in such a ghastly state, what fan club could possibly remain? It has surely disbanded. Ah, women can be so heartless. Look, Su Li and her companions are about to be cornered. Good grief, for burly men bullying a few women. On the battlefield, George and his comrades finally caught up to Su Li. The 3 women were breathless, sweat glistening on their pale faces. Fight back, we must fight back. Su Li brandished her knife defiantly. The other 2 women also resolutely wielded their weapons. At this juncture, death seemed the only option. Falling into the clutches of such scoundrels would guarantee no favorable outcome. Moreover, they were determined to keep the location of the Dragon Kingdom's gate a secret. Dream on. Isn't that Mr. George from Eagle Country? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, followed by the ominous sound that sent chills down George's spine. The Iron Man is nearby? George looked up to see Unit 3 slowly descending from the sky. Unit 3 had been trailing Su Li and her companions from a distance, allowing them to confront the wild creatures on their own to strengthen their resolve. The 3 women remained unaware that Mr. Qin had been shadowing them all along. As they gazed up in astonishment at Unit 3, they exclaimed, "Mr. Qin? It truly is Mr. Qin." And Bei and Gupu were so overjoyed that they burst into tears. In their hearts, they felt unworthy of receiving Mr. Qin's close protection. While the 3 women indulged in their sentimental musings, Unit 3 hovered above them. At that moment, Qin Feng was not far from the gate of Pickled Cabbage Country. Having attracted Jarvis's attention with the earlier skirmish, Qin Feng realized that others were nearing his homeland. Unfortunately, Su Li and her companions had encountered their foes. "Sir, the gate to Pickled Cabbage Country lies just ahead," Jarvis informed him. Qin Feng landed on a sand dune, gazing from a distance at the gate. At that moment, a solitary figure was busy at the gate, maintaining the man-made fortifications. It seemed they had even managed to construct intermediate walls. He had underestimated them. First, he would resolve the situation with Su Li, and then he would deal with him. Qin Feng settled behind the sand dune, his gaze fixed upon the real-time display of the 3rd unit, which he personally commanded. "Jarvis, deploy 2 drones for precaution," he instructed. "Yes, sir," came the prompt response. Meanwhile, on the other side, Surly and his companions felt a wave of relief wash over them upon the arrival of Mr. Qin. "How dare you show your face? Today, you shall meet your demise here," George declared with a harsh tone. While spoken, Qin Feng's voice resonated from Unit 3. "I had the same intention. But who are you?" "Exactly." His eyes narrowed, targeting the duo from Kangaroo Country. Derwent stared at the cold visor of the mech. Although Qin Feng's eyes were concealed, he could vividly imagine the murderous intent lurking within. Derwent stammered, hesitant to reveal his name. What a joke. Qin Feng had already proclaimed that anyone conducting business with Eagle Sauce Country was his adversary. Moreover, he was now allied with Eagle Sauce Country against Dragon Country. Derwent wished to avoid incurring Dragon Country's wrath. Secretly scheming against them was not a wise endeavor. "Humph, we are the guardians of Kangaroo Country. This is Derwent. And this is Albert. We are all endowed with the red talent. Let us see if you can survive," Derwent exclaimed, his confidence faltering. Albert added, "Curse those Eagle Sauce folks." Having their names revealed was infuriating for the 2 from Kangaroo Country, who inwardly cursed George multiple times. Their vocabulary was limited when it came to insults, making their plight rather pitiable. While Derwent and Albert fumed, George reveled in his triumph. having thoroughly insulted Dragon Country on behalf of Kangaroo Country, effectively binding them in alliance with Eagle Sauce. Qin Feng chuckled. I was wondering who you were, turns out. It's the Guardians of Kangaroo Country. I recall we once conducted business together, didn't we? I sold you tang knives and water. He teased, so? Did your godfather agree to sell you water? This left the duo from Kangaroo Country momentarily speechless, realizing their ally was indeed lacking in integrity. However, with tensions escalating, they had no choice but to confront the situation, having already offended Dragon Country. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Surly, retreat quickly. I will handle this. Surly and his companions looked back with tear-filled eyes. Mr. Qin? They were apprehensive, as Mr. Qin was merely of purple talent. Facing 8 opponents alone, how could he possibly contend? Retreat now. Follow my orders. Qin Feng's voice bore an undeniable authority that compelled Surly and the others to comply. The 3 women hastily withdrew, glancing back at Qin Feng one last time. Chapter 82. Long-distance combat on the ground. George whispered a warning, be cautious. His mech is equipped with a missile, and its power is considerable. David had first-hand experience with its might, though he retained no memory of the event, as one shot had obliterated him. Furthermore, the mech's shoulder housed a small-caliber naval cannon, which had claimed George's life previously. The sound was amplified and noise-cancelled by Jarvis, allowing Qin Feng to hear it clearly, prompting him to retort, naval cannon, my foot. As he spoke, the shoulder armor panels opened, revealing 6 gun barrels that swiftly aimed at the 4 adversaries before unleashing a barrage of fire. 3 guns were aimed at George, effectively sealing off his avenues for evasion. The 4 onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Qin Feng's sudden aggression, yet George was the first to react, drawing upon his prior experience. As 3 bullets simultaneously hurtled toward him, his pupils constricted in response to his agility, a notable attribute of his red talent rated at 40. With practiced ease, he seized the nearby Duant to shield himself. The latter, initially poised to evade the incoming projectiles, was taken by surprise. What? At such a critical moment? Someone was intervening to save his life? Unbeknownst to him, George had grasped Duant firmly, maneuvering him across his body just in time. Then, a series of 4 distinct sounds echoed as 4 bullets struck Duant in vital areas. Before he could articulate a third word, he succumbed to his fate. George had successfully shielded himself while also protecting David, who remained bewildered, oblivious to the unfolding events. All he perceived was the gunfire, followed by the sudden appearance of a horizontal figure before him, succeeded by the sound of bullets piercing flesh. Wait, this scene felt eerily familiar. A sudden realization struck David. He had met a similar fate before. A chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, this time George did not use him as a human shield. Rather, he had safeguarded him. What David remained unaware of was that, had there been no other individuals present, he would have been the one to absorb the bullets. George chastised Albert. What are you yelling for? Even if he dies, he can be revived. Focus on dealing with this Iron Man and eliminate him. All the valuable resources gained by the Dragon Kingdom over these past days must be in his possession. In an instant, Albert's pale complexion flushed with excitement. Indeed, this young man was thriving in business, amassing wealth. If he were to be killed, wouldn't all the treasures in the National War Warehouse be laid bare? With such resources as a foundation, what fear would they have of the third wave of assault? They might even withstand a fourth. Wow, just as the battle begins, infighting ensues. This is shaping up to be quite the spectacle. Is it a dog-eat-dog scenario? I relish this. The Eagle Nation disregards principles, and these fellows still follow him. Aren't they courting death? Even in the absence of the true form of the great Qin Feng, he could still take on 8 foes and eradicate them. Seeing the situation unfold, Albert recognized that the immediate threat was paramount, and since it was not his own life at stake, he chose not to dwell on it. His eyes were primarily fixated on the Dragon Kingdom's resources. With a decisive click, George pulled back the bolt of his weapon, moving swiftly as he fired. The sound of gunfire echoed in rapid succession. He maneuvered adeptly, recognizing that the Iron Man's talent was not formidable, and tore through his armor. The bullets struck the mech, producing a shower of sparks. Before long, George's ammunition was depleted. The other 2, heeding his command, hastily adjusted their positions. Meanwhile, the third individual in midair unleashed a barrage with his palm cannon, firing left and right. The sound of gunfire reverberated. The ground was pockmarked with large craters, debris flying in all directions. However, the palm cannon required a brief moment of charge, and being an energy weapon, it was incapable of making sharp turns, rendering it ineffective against the swiftly moving adversaries. In midair, the third unit resembled a player attempting to strike whack-a-mole, frantically moving side to side, yet failing to hit a single target. Jarvis, estimate their trajectories, commanded Qin Feng near the gates of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Faced with the provocations of the three individuals beneath him, Qin Feng had no choice but to rely on Jarvis's predictions. Instantly, 3 circles were drawn, each corresponding to the running paths of George and his companions. "Sir, I suggest you deal with the slower-moving enemy first." Jarvis outlined David's trajectory, continuously marking a red target that indicated where Jarvis estimated David would arrive next. David possessed the lowest innate talent among them, merely a purple rating of 20, and his speed was nearly half that of the other two. Qin Feng aimed at the red target and fired the palm cannon. Bang! The energy projectile surged directly toward the target's location, while David simultaneously moved in that direction. George, witnessing this, panicked. "Be careful." David, momentarily distracted, was startled as a thunderous explosion erupted before him. He was sent flying. George, filled with frustration, lamented, "The opponent is hovering in midair. There's nothing I can do about it." He hurled his Tang Dao towards Qin Feng. Whoosh! The thrusters on the back of the third mech flared, narrowly avoiding the attack. George, exasperated, stamped his foot in frustration. "If you're still alive, come help quickly. Forget about that zombie." "Sir, watch out for a sneak attack," Jarvis cautioned. Qin Feng replied with a hint of mockery. Long-range combat indeed poses some challenges. Not only was he unable to directly control the mech from afar, but his reaction time was also slightly delayed. Casting a glance, he realized that if the 4 from Meichuan Ku decided to join the fray against Park Jong-hwan, it would become quite troublesome. At that moment, the 4 from Meichuan Ku had begun to discern Park Jong-hwan's patterns. Although formidable, he was merely a brute devoid of intellect. Moreover, without Suri's command, Park Jong-hwan relentlessly pursued a single target. "Quick, come help." Meichuan Ku gestured, and Matsushita and Li Jinsuk abandoned Park Jong-hwan to converge towards him. Jin Minyong, however, found himself in dire straits, relentlessly chased by Park Jong-hwan. He had no weapon in hand and was running while crying out for help. "Don't leave me behind." Huh. Park Jong-hwan's lifeless eyes betrayed no emotion. He had locked onto Jin Minyong's scent, raising his iron arms to pursue him without relent. Ha. This is too funny. A dead pickle will meet its end. What a pity, if only Uncle Nine were here. The pickled cabbage zombies would gain 2 more. "Hey, little sister from the Pickled Cabbage Nation, your Appa's health pack has run out. Hurry and stop Jin Minyong, so Appa can eat." Ah, how infuriating. Those Dragon Country people were no longer afraid of that monster Park Jong-hwan. Exactly. We will have a new Appa. Our new Appa will surely possess golden talent. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the swift change of heart of the young woman from the Pickled Vegetable Nation was more abrupt than a sudden betrayal. As 3 individuals approached, Qin Feng raised his hand, launching a missile. With the size of a pin, the missile shot directly towards Meichuan Ku and his companions. They could hardly anticipate that Qin Feng, engaged in an intense battle with George, would divert his attention to them. Boom! The missile exploded between the 3, sending them flying and leaving a substantial crater in its wake. Battlefield alert. Dragon Kingdom Guardian Qin Feng has successfully eliminated Pickled Vegetable Nation Guardian Li Jinshua. As the smoke dissipated, the battlefield alert echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Coughing, Meichuan Ku and Matsushita were fortunate to escape with minor injuries, while Li Jinshua met a dire fate. Upon hearing the alert, the remaining Guardians, who were stealthily gathering resources, were taken aback. "Oh my god! Why is the Dragon Kingdom clashing with the Pickled Vegetable Nation again? Who provoked them? Shouldn't they just focus on their own development?" With the 3rd wave of assault approaching tonight, engaging in conflict seemed like a reckless gamble. Haha, we have finally gathered enough materials for the intermediate walls. Does anyone have spare blueprints for the intermediate walls? I am willing to buy. Blueprints for intermediate walls are quite rare. Those who possess them should act quickly. The Guardians appear to have grown accustomed to the deaths of their counterparts from the pickled vegetable nation, merely gossiping for a moment before shifting their focus to material exchanges. Qin Feng caught sight of this distraction and seized the opportunity to chime in. Dragon Kingdom Qin Feng, I have an extra blueprint for the intermediate walls. Guardians, Great One, are you not currently engaged in battle? Pakistan's Ahmed, Dragon Kingdom Big Brother, are you not busy? Ahmed, a friend from Pakistan, delicately inquired about the blueprints. Dragon Kingdom Qin Feng, taking a brief respite. Once I eliminate these few, I shall trade with you. I urgently require 70 units of crimson crystal. Do you have any? The Guardians were left speechless. How could a prominent figure from the Dragon Kingdom be simultaneously battling several adversaries? Pakistan's Ahmed. Then I shall not disturb you, big brother. I will find a way to procure what you need. Ahmed dared not send further messages to Qin Feng. Onlookers from Blue Star were astonished by this spectacle. Is the great Qin Feng truly this audacious? Taking on 8 opponents while simultaneously arranging resource exchanges? George, am I not concerned for my dignity? This is utterly hilarious. Look at Jin Min Yong. He is about to be pursued to his demise by Park Yong-hwan. In an instant, the previously tense and life-or-death struggle on the battlefield became somewhat of a farce due to Qin Feng's antics. Mei Chuan-ku, rising to his feet and still unclear about the situation, suddenly saw a blinding light drawing near. He rolled away just in time to evade it. Boom. The spot where he had once stood was now a crater, courtesy of Qin Feng's cannon. Baka, detestable Chinese pig. Qin Feng chuckled, my apologies, but with the viper gone, I can only resort to exploding watermelons. Upon hearing this, Matsushita felt a shiver run down his spine. He vividly recalls the sensation of Qin Feng's foot pressing against his face. The icy touch of the battle boot, its pressure gradually intensifying, caused his head to sink slowly into the earth, a painful throbbing overwhelming him. Ultimately, everything succumbed to darkness and silence. That sense of despair was forever etched in Matsushita's memory. I have warned you before, every encounter will lead to your demise. Last time, you escaped swiftly, thus evading your fate, a respite you should not take lightly, Qin Feng declared, his hands relentlessly firing. George and Albert evaded one by one, utterly powerless to retaliate. George cursed vehemently, damn those Dragon Kingdom scoundrels. If you have the courage, come down and face me in a fair fight. In his eyes, if the Iron Men of the Dragon Kingdom were stripped of their mechs, he could easily dispatch them with a single punch. Even with their mechs, he believed he could tear them apart on the ground. Qin Feng merely laughed. Do you take me for a fool? At that moment, David, who had been blasted away, stealthily climbed to the top of a tree. Thanks to George's timely warning, he managed to halt his fall, narrowly avoiding the energy cannon fired by Qin Feng. Though not gravely injured, he was still disoriented from the blast. Now, standing atop the tree, he seized the opportunity while Qin Feng was occupied with others and lunged at him midair. With a ferocious yell, the burly David tightly embraced Qin Feng. Damn it! Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. In an instant, the two plummeted from a height of 20 meters to the ground. George rejoiced. Haha, hold him down quickly. He and the other 3 charged forward. With a resounding clash, George and Mei Chuan simultaneously struck. The blade of Tang Dao met David's mech, sparking a shower of flames. Sir, the damage to Mech 3 is significant, Jarvis alerted. Increased thrust power, ascend. Understood, sir. As he spoke, Mech 3 wobbled and began to lift off the ground, still bearing the weight of the burly man. David exerted all his strength, desperately clutching the mech's neck. Though his strength was formidable, subduing Mech 3 remained an unattainable dream. Hurry. I can't hold him much longer. He is about to take off again. Seeing this, George leaped into action. Mei Chuan, Matsushita, and Albert from Kangaroo Nation all dove in as well. In an instant, the combined weight of the men forced Mech 3 back to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as it hit the ground, Mei Chuan wasted no time. With his merciless iron fists, he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the mech. Sir, damage to Mech 3 is escalating. With each blow from Mei Chuan, the level of damage mounted. Haha, this is for the Sakura Nation. Let these Chinese pigs witness the might of our karate. Yes, Just like that, finish him off. Fortunately, Colonel Mei Chuan is a master of karate. This iron shell is no match for him. The netizens from Sakura Nation gleefully reveled in Qin Feng's misfortune, finally feeling a sense of vindication. How amusing. Does the little devil not realize this is merely a projection of the god Qin? Is it even a projection? It's merely a suit of armor. Amidst the chaos, a few individuals struggled to operate a mech, their efforts appearing rather futile. One could only wonder how they would feel upon discovering the truth later. Stab him, David. Pin beneath, shouted. George raised his broadsword and thrust it downward with force. The blade pierced through the third mech and inadvertently impaled David as well. George, you scoundrel. David's face turned an alarming shade of purple from the pain. As sparks erupted from the damaged mech, George laughed triumphantly. Don't be impatient. After all, you can resurrect. Let's eliminate Qin Feng and seize his resources first. The citizens of Long Country looked on in disdain. TSK, TSK, TSK. Poor David of Eagle Country. With such a commander, he must have suffered a lifetime of misfortune. If I were David, I wouldn't care about Eagle Country's fate. I'd defect and stop playing. Exactly. Why endure such torment when living freely is an option? Several burly men disregarded the bleeding David and hastily attempted to dismember Qin Feng. If they could pierce his mech, surely they could kill him. Boom, boom. The mech's arms were firmly restrained, its palm cannons firing aimlessly, achieving nothing. At that moment, Qin Feng was filled with fury. He had not anticipated such severe damage to the third mech. Damn it. 21. Repairs will take dozens of hours. Given the printing speed of the fourth mech, this level of damage will likely require 14 hours to fix. 14 hours equals 28 drones. Jarvis, deploy the distraction flares. Currently, the only consumable heat weapon available on the mech was the flares to evade missiles. Yes, sir. Instantly, the mech's hip compartment opened. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of successive launches erupted, filling the chaotic scene with billowing white smoke. David, trapped and injured at the bottom, let out a wretched wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Overwhelmed by the terrifying heat and inexplicable white smoke, George and his companions quickly retreated. Soon after, the distraction flares ignited and scattered chaotically. A significant portion struck David directly, while the others flew erratically across the battlefield, also catching Matsushita, Mei Chuan, and Albert in the chaos, leaving them jumping about in agony. David screamed in anguish, and before the eyes of many, he was engulfed in flames. The flares, composed of magnesium powder and nitrocellulose, not only burned for an extended period, but also emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. Amidst the chilling cries, David transformed into a flaming figure, struggling for less than 20 seconds before collapsing in a thunderous crash. Good heavens, how terrifying. Did he spontaneously combust? Spontaneous combustion, my foot. The flare burned through his body and ignited within. TSK, TSK, how tragic. I shall inscribe the word tragic upon your leg. Please, no? I can't even read. Chongwei, you've started with your clever remarks again. You've led us astray. The third mech regained its freedom and slowly ascended. Crackle, crackle. The mech was heavily damaged, sporadically emitting sparks, and even its flying posture was unsteady. Is this how you treat your own? Qin Feng's mocking voice echoed from within the mech. I suspect it wasn't me who ended this brat's life, but rather you, George, who delivered the fatal blow. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the guardians present darkened, particularly Albert. He had witnessed his comrade being used as a shield by George, and now it was George himself who had plunged a knife into David. Such cruelty. He didn't even spare his own teammates. Although death was not permanent, the pain was real, especially with a demise as brutal as David's. No one wished to experience such a fate. Is this it? This is your guardian from Eagle Nation? Haha. Qin Feng laughed recklessly, gazing at the sky. Battlefield notification. Guardian of Dragon Nation, Qin Feng, has successfully slain the guardian of Eagle Nation, David. At that moment, the battlefield notification chimed. Qin Feng taunted, I misjudged you. It turns out I was the one who killed him. The scattered guardians were left in shock. Wait, just a few minutes? How did Qin Feng from Dragon Nation manage to kill another from Eagle Nation? TSK, TSK. It seemed that this David had now met his end at Qin Feng's hands for the second time. Just moments ago, it was a guardian from Pickle Nation. And now it was one from Eagle Nation. Were the two nations conspiring against Dragon Nation? How despicable to unite against them. If anything were to happen to our elder brother from Dragon Nation, my country, Batai, would fight to the end. In the chat room, guardians from various nations began to gossip. Amidst their chatter, they marveled at Qin Feng's terrifying prowess. It seemed wiser to avoid antagonizing Dragon Nation and instead foster business relations with them. Why court disaster? Dragon Nation's sister Bower, which coward dares to strike my brother? Step forward. Qin Feng, brother, send me your coordinates. Sister Bower had been offended by Qin Feng the previous day, but upon hearing of the incident, her temper flared. She was fiercely protective and felt compelled to stand up for him. Especially upon learning that 3 of her sisters had been bullied and that Qin Feng was surrounded by 8 attackers, she could no longer remain idle. Unfortunately, Su Li and her companions had fled in haste, failing to note the precise coordinates, only recalling that it was near the second monster lair discovered by Qin Feng. Dragon Nation's Lin Fengjiao, fellow comrades, take heed. 8 guardians from Eagle Nation, in collusion with those from Pickle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kangaroo Nation, shamelessly surrounded my 3 disciples. Now, 8 are bullying Qin Xiaogu alone. I vow that from now on, should I encounter guardians from these 4 nations, I shall show no mercy. Seeing his uncle enraged, Dragon Nation's netizens spread the news excitedly. Wow, my uncle, you've finally come to your senses. Indeed. Why show any courtesy to the devils? Go all out. Ha ha ha. I can almost envision a future filled with Eagle-branded zombies, Cherry Blossom-branded ones, Pickle-branded, and Kangaroo-branded as well. Yes, this is possible. We must thank George from Eagle Nation for helping our uncle grow stronger. After Su Li fled, she reported the situation to Uncle Gio and then notified Sister Bower. Little did they know, Uncle Gio would likely arrive at the new necromancy site only to find that the situation had already deteriorated. The other guardians from various nations were left astonished. For nations, 8 guardians joining forces? Alas, it appears that Qin Feng is in grave peril. 8 individuals besieging a single person, and yet 2 of their own have been slain? What a disgrace. What an abominable act by the despicable nation of Eagle Sauce. I, the guardian of the Iron Brother Nation, hereby declare enmity against Eagle Sauce, Kimchi Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kangaroo Nation. On the battlefield, where you exist, I do not. We are sworn adversaries. The guardian of the Iron Brother Nation is indeed formidable. I must concede. Sister Bower, in a flurry, called out to Qin Feng, where on earth are you, dear brother? Qin Feng, with a bemused expression, thought to himself that this girl finally acknowledged his presence. I'm at the gate of Kimchi Nation, he nearly blurted out. Clearing his throat, he replied, It's nothing. Sister Bower, I will resolve this shortly and return. With that, he logged off. Hello? Sister Bower, in an irritated huff, scolded, You fool. How can you possibly prevail against 8 people attacking you at once? In her eyes, Qin Feng had just begun to learn the art of channeling energy. Yet facing several skilled opponents proved to be quite the challenge. In a life-and-death moment, Qin Feng was not only leisurely conversing with his teammates but audaciously claimed he would dispatch them all? How infuriating. George was furious. He hurled a tang knife toward Qin Feng. Empowered by his red talent and bolstered by 2 rounds of impact rewards, George's physical prowess was nearly tenfold that of an ordinary person. His strength was not to be underestimated. The tang knife struck like lightning, piercing through the chest of number 3. Crack! Another spark erupted. Sir, number 3 has sustained 30 damage, Jarvis reminded him. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. A few seconds of conversation equated to several hours of repairs. Time was of the essence. With that time, couldn't he have printed a few more drones instead? Have the drones been redirected? Qin Feng inquired. Previously, he had instructed Jarvis to send 2 drones to scout for resources in case of emergencies. He never anticipated they would be needed now. 23 seconds until they enter the visual range of number 3, Jarvis replied. Excellent. Let us see if you survive this. Witnessing the tang knife penetrate the mech and blood trickle down, George and the others rejoiced, unaware that the blood belonged to David. Chapter 85. Your suggestion is rather intriguing. The next scene left their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Qin Feng slowly withdrew the tang knife from number 3's chest and stated, "I'm done playing. I must conclude this swiftly and prepare for the impending assault." With a crackling sound, the long knife was extracted, accompanied by the mech sparks, producing a harsh noise. Seeing Qin Feng appear unscathed, George was left speechless, stammering, "Why are you?" He could not fathom why Qin Feng seemed entirely unharmed. Qin Feng did not respond. One hand wielded the knife, while the other fired as he charged forward. "Ha, splendid!" George exclaimed with delight, dodging the palm cannon. He was worried that Qin Feng might simply flee, leaving him helpless. Little did he expect Qin Feng would come down to face his doom. "Onward, let us slay him." The remaining 3 guardians, despite their injuries, also rushed forward, albeit with some dissent, toward George. However, with formidable adversaries at hand, it is of utmost importance to eliminate Qin Feng first. Moreover, it is certain that Qin Feng possesses a wealth of resources. The 4 individuals on the ground, armed and poised against the sun, stood in fierce anticipation. In the air, Unit 3 plunged almost vertically downward. "Ah, yes, kill," the 4 shouted in unison. Amidst the sunlight, the figure sparkling with fire resembled a celestial deity descending from the heavens. Majestic and extraordinary, it radiated blinding brilliance, causing the 4 to squint in disbelief. As Unit 3 descended to within 3 meters of the ground, it abruptly altered its course. Close behind, 2 drones followed swiftly. "What on earth is this?" Mei Chuan Ku and George exclaimed in astonishment. The drones, already swift, now soared at nearly 200 kilometers per hour in parallel flight. With their dive, their speed exceeded 280 kilometers per hour. After the sudden turn, the 2 drones were a mere 3 meters from the 4 on the ground. At such velocity, that distance was traversed in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. With 2 resounding explosions, the drones detonated amidst the 4. Battlefield announcement. Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng has successfully eliminated the Guardian of the Kangaroo Nation, Albert. Battlefield announcement. Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng, has successfully eliminated the Guardian of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Matsushita. 2 battlefield notifications echoed in the ears of all. Instantly, individuals from both worlds were left in shock. Guardians from various regions were reveling in the news, particularly those from the Iron Pakistan Nation and other allies of the Dragon Kingdom, who were filled with righteous indignation upon receiving such monumental tidings. Ha, Dragon Kingdom elder brother, well done. Annihilate this group of scoundrels. Is Qin Feng of the Dragon Kingdom a man or a monster? It seems the Eagle Sauce Nation is not as formidable as presumed. Its might pales in comparison to that of the Blue Star's Eagle Sauce Nation. Look. In the realm of national warfare, they are being slaughtered like dogs. Henceforth, let us not fear the Eagle Sauce Nation. TSK, for nations united, 8 individuals ambushing, yet 4 were dispatched in succession. Ha. They even attempted to intimidate others into monopolizing trade. I sell water. Is anyone interested in purchasing? Qin Feng of the Dragon Kingdom offers water at a competitive price. Not for any other reason but to vex the Eagle Sauce Nation. This is splendid. I shall sell water too. In an instant. The prestige accumulated by the Eagle Sauce Nation on the Blue Star was obliterated by George. Nations that had suffered under the Eagle Sauce Nation's oppression, especially the weaker states on the Blue Star, now rallied to express their defiance by selling and purchasing water in support of the Dragon Kingdom. Those watching the live broadcast were somewhat better off, having witnessed the events unfold firsthand and comprehending the circumstances. My Qin God, incredible, so exhilarating, so satisfying. Wow. Is that the drone developed by Qin God? How formidable. It even carries explosives. 666 as a professional in traversing machines. The speed of Qin God's drone must have surpassed 300 kilometers per hour. A world record. Woo. My husband is amazing. My husband is amazing. Oh. I am numb. These are merely minor skirmishes. This is just a glimpse of Qin God's prowess in remote combat. The real person is not present on the battlefield. This is merely a game. Unbeknownst to the guardians of the Eagle Country, the realization that their demise was merely orchestrated by an empty shell must evoke complex emotions. Others may remain oblivious, But perhaps according to the samurai spirit, Meichuan-ku ought to embrace seppuku. Alas, this leads us to the battlefield where he ends his life, only to be resurrected by his compatriots, perpetuating this cycle of death and rebirth. On the war front, Qin Feng has maneuvered drone number 3 to the ground. Wielding a tang sword, he swiftly approaches Meichuan-ku. Baka! Meichuan-ku gasps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his usually neat hair now disheveled across his forehead. Qin Feng, however, is not one for idle banter. He strikes with a single blow. With a swift motion, the head is severed from the body. I have warned you. Little devil, each encounter leads to your demise. The round head rolls a couple of meters away, as Meichuan-ku's mouth gapes in a futile attempt to breathe. Grasping at mere strands of dried grass, his lifeless eyes gradually lose their spark. Battlefield notification. Dragon Country Guardian Qin Feng has successfully eliminated Sakura Country Guardian Meichuan-ku. Upon receiving the notification, George clutches his chest with one hand while bracing himself against the ground with the other. You cough, cough. He coughs violently, spewing blood. The drone nearby explodes, and though he survives, it is evident he has sustained severe internal injuries. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Drone number 3 approaches, planting a foot squarely on his chest, intensifying George's coughs. Qin Feng's voice resonates ominously. You should be grateful that I have not discovered the location of your nation's gates. George lets out a chilling laugh. Ha. You think you can find it? Cough, cough. Even if you do, what then? Will you guard our gates and prevent us from emerging? Confronted with death, he exhibits no fear, confident that the citizens of Eagle Country would choose to resurrect him. Qin Feng chuckles. Your proposal is rather intriguing. He then slowly raises his blade. I shall grant your wish. With a swift downward stroke, the head falls. Battlefield notification. Dragon Country Guardian Qin Feng has successfully eliminated Eagle Country Guardian George. Among the 8 ambushers lying in wait for the Dragon Country, 7 have met their end at Qin Feng's hands. In that moment, the chatroom fell silent, regardless of whether participants were allies or adversaries. To single-handedly confront 8 foes and slay 7. Without a doubt, Qin Feng stands as the mightiest of all guardians, his strength instilling dread. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Qin Feng has yet to engage in direct combat. Turning his gaze toward the direction of Jin Minyong's flight, he inquires, Jarvis, what is the situation over there? Sir, drone number 3 is in pursuit. Shall I project the visuals? Indeed, let me see. At once, sir. As the command is executed, Jin Minyong's figure comes into view. Desperately fleeing toward Pickle Country while behind him, Park Jonghuan raises his arms in pursuit. No, please, don't kill me. Don't bite me. I do not wish to transform into your ghastly form. Jin Minyong stumbles, shouting as he runs. Alas, his misfortune is palpable. Summoned to the battlefield for less than half a day, he now finds himself embroiled in this chaos, cursing George repeatedly in his mind. Had George heeded his counsel, or at the very least, exercised prudence in his planning, he would not have found himself entrenched in such a predicament. For instance, by discreetly trailing those 3 women from the Kingdom of Neil, he could have easily located the gates of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, he chose to flaunt his bravado instead. Very well, let us leave it to Park Jonghuan. The drone can continue its surveillance. It must not lose track of Park Jonghuan. This individual is a formidable ally to Uncle Gio, and considerable effort has been invested by the master and disciple in him. To allow him to escape unscathed would be a sheer waste. Yes, sir. With the real-time feed terminated, Qin Feng lifted his gaze towards the gates of the Korean realm. The previously bustling lad had unexpectedly retreated to his chamber. Could it be that the relentless notifications of death had utterly terrified him? Qin Feng mused. Just as he had surmised, Li Kongsung from the Korean realm, upon witnessing the incessant death alerts, had forsaken reinforcing the fortifications and hastily returned to his quarters. Now trembling beneath the covers, the blanket, regarded as the strongest defensive barrier across realms, provided him with an unprecedented sense of security. As Qin Feng prepared to soar towards the gates of the Korean realm, an all-too-familiar system notification chimed. Ding. Host engages in remote combat. 1. Manifests in public. 1. Highly reminiscent of Iron Man's demeanor. Similarity to Iron Man. 2. Reward acquired. All physical attributes 10. Mecha number 4 has completed automatic repairs. Ammunition and energy have been fully replenished. Could I not receive a notification for switching to number 3 instead? Qin Feng lamented. Having received numerous notifications, he had discerned the system's peculiar tendencies. Each reward typically encompassed automatic repairs and ammunition replenishment, albeit exclusively for the mecha he was currently utilizing. He opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 22. Strength, 205. Average for an adult is 5. Agility, 204. Stamina, 206. Current role, Iron Man. Current skills, Series number 4 Mecha, Opening the Heavens. 13 Swords of Qian Yuan, Beginner Level. Similarity, 36. The attribute panel materialized before Qin Feng. It would not be long before he acquired a new mecha, he speculated. Goodness. All attributes exceeding 200. Among the other guardians, even those who diligently hunted monsters and received ample rewards from 2 assaults possessed attributes only marginally superior to the golden talent, by a mere 50 points. Alas, it was disheartening. There was simply no opportunity to exert his full strength. Observing his attributes as several times greater than those of others, Qin Feng indulged in a bout of humble bragging. Regaining his composure, he set off towards the gates of the Korean realm. Korean realm, prepare to face the repercussions of war. Haha. Appa, why has TR Appa come to guard the gates? Upon Qin Feng's arrival at the gates of the Korean realm, Dragon Kingdom netizens flocked to the Korean livestream to taunt. What on earth? What is happening with that Li Kongsung? Why isn't he stepping out to confront the enemy? Li Kongsung was the 3rd guardian of the Korean realm, and currently the weakest among them, possessing merely a purple talent. This individual was originally just a university student who endured relentless bullying at school. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he remained timid, contributing little beyond diligently fortifying structures. This fellow truly infuriates me. Not only does he shy away from resource gathering, but when the enemy approaches, he hides away in his room. No. If Li Kong dies, then Jin Minyong must perish as well. Our guardians are on the brink of annihilation, and I refuse to shorten my lifespan. Quickly, we must vote to resurrect Li Jinxua so he can confront Qin Feng. Prompted by others, the hesitant citizens of the Pickled Vegetable Nation swiftly cast their votes for resurrection. Battlefield notification. The citizens of the Pickled Vegetable Nation have voted in favor, resurrecting Guardian Li Jinxua with a resurrection time limit of 10 minutes. The citizens of the Pickled Vegetable Nation exclaimed in astonishment. Haha. The Pickled Vegetable Nation has such rich resurrection experience. Did they forget about the resurrection countdown? TSK, TSK, TSK. 10 minutes is enough time for the god Qin to slay 20 individuals. Await your demise, traitorous nation. While the inhabitants of Blue Star exchanged barbs, Qin Feng had already soared to the intermediate wall of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. After casting a glance at the intermediate wall, he effortlessly flew over it. However, just beyond the wall, Qin Feng suddenly found himself outside the opposing barrier. What is happening? Qin Feng turned back to glance at the gates of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. An unsettling sensation of being watched enveloping him. This feeling was distinct from being scrutinized by billions in a live broadcast. Rather, it was as if a pair of authoritative eyes were fixated upon him, instilling a profound sense of danger. Unfazed, Qin Feng pivoted and once again soared towards the Pickled Vegetable Nation. A gentle hum resonated in his ears, and in an instant, he traversed the nearly 1,000-meter barrier of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Jarvis, what is happening? Qin Feng inquired. Sir, I am currently conducting a scan. At that moment, a battlefield notification echoed in his ear. Battlefield notification. You are currently in the first phase of the National Fortune Battlefield. To protect the guardians of each nation and provide them with favorable developmental opportunities, attacks on the gates of other nations are prohibited during this phase. Qin Feng. A torrent of exquisite phrases erupted from his lips. Is there truly a protection mechanism for novice villages? Unyielding, Qin Feng again charged towards the gates of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. However, as he entered a certain range, his body was abruptly displaced 1,000 meters away. Is this some sort of teleportation trick? Qin Feng seethed. Sir, Jarvis replied, upon detection of your displacement, it appears that within 1,000-meter radius of the gates of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, that area temporarily transitions into a parallel space. This brief interval is nearly the smallest conceivable unit of time. When Qin Feng approached the designated range of the pickled vegetable nation, his body was instantly relocated 1,000 meters away, yet Jarvis could only measure the displacement in nanometers. This minuscule distance rendered him effectively immobile. In essence, the gates of the pickled vegetable nation exist merely as a projection for me? Jarvis responded, "That is a valid interpretation, sir." Qin Feng was incensed. After all these efforts, could he truly not vanquish him? Damn it. If my body cannot pass through, surely my weapons can? He raised his arm, and the missile bay opened. Launch. A piercing missile soared towards Li Kongxing's chamber. Yet, as it traversed the wall, it abruptly materialized a kilometer away. Boom. The missile struck the sand dune, igniting an explosion that sent clouds of yellow dust spiraling. Qin Feng, after a flurry of curses, was struck by a sudden inspiration. Chapter 87. The Mastery of Qin Feng's Performance. Ha! The Chinese pig. There is no way out now. This is hilarious. Phew, we're safe now. It turns out there's a beginner's protection period in the national war arena. Goodness, I was terrified, thinking my life would be cut short in 3 years. Seeing the Chinese pig in such a fluster brings me joy. Ha ha ha. What can your strength achieve? You're still at our mercy. People of Dragon Country, come out and strut your stuff. Cowardly bastards, forever hiding in your doghouses, don't dare to emerge. Just wait and see. Our master Qin Feng has some delightful surprises in store for you. In the battleground, Qin Feng approached the main gate of the pickled vegetable nation's wall and concealed himself behind a sand dune. Jarvis, do you have the vocal data of Jin Minong? Yes, sir, Jarvis replied. The drone tracked Park Jongwon pursuing Jin Minong and recorded his voice data. Qin Feng chuckled. Excellent. Simulate Jin Minong's voice and call out to them. What should the message say, sir? Jarvis inquired. Just shout help. I am gravely injured. Quickly, come save me. Jarvis understood and activated the mech's loudspeaker, projecting Jin Minong's pleading voice. Help. I am gravely injured. Quickly, come save me. The voice, though faint, resonated powerfully across the desert. Inside the gate, Li Kongxing heard this and, filled with suspicion, murmured, Minong? Help! Li Kongxing, come assist me. It truly is Minong. He hurriedly dashed out of his room, scanning the vast expanse of sand, but saw nothing. Minong, where are you, my friend? Observing Li Kongxing's anxious demeanor, the citizens of Dragon Country couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, Qin Feng is utterly ruthless. Ha ha ha, preying on the naive, but I can't fault him. Brilliant play. Unable to enter, he simply lures the opponent out. Oh dear. My husband is such a scoundrel. How clever he is at deception. What if others fall for his tricks? But, oh, I'm so eager to be deceived by him. Puffed. The ladies of Qin Feng's entourage upstairs are too deeply enchanted. Please, everyone, show some understanding. Despicable Chinese pig, shameless and vile. Goodness. How could Li Kongxing be so foolish? That isn't Jin Minong. Hurry back inside, you pig-headed fool. Quickly, hide away. The people of the pickled vegetable nation on Blue Star were in a frenzy, scurrying about like ants on a hot pan, yet were utterly powerless. Li Kongxing. I'm just outside the wall, behind this sand dune. I can't move. Hurry, come help me. Li Gyunxiak was killed by the Dragon Country people. I managed to escape. Qin Feng even instructed Jarvis to add a few more lines. As these words escaped, Li Kongxing could no longer sit still. Minong, I'm coming. Hold on, just hold on. He concealed himself within the gate, receiving 7 consecutive notifications about the national war, all bearing grim news of the fallen guardians. Instantly, he was paralyzed with fear. Among them was Li Jinsuk, a teammate from the land of pickled vegetables. However, after waiting for an extended period, Li Kongxing received no word from Kim Minong. Messages sent through the national battle chat feature went unanswered. Just as he was beginning to feel anxious and fearful, unexpectedly, Minong returned. Unbeknownst to him, Kim Minong had been pursued relentlessly by Park Jongwon, leaving him breathless and unable to reply to any messages. Under the watchful eyes of many, Li Kongxing dashed out of the room and sprinted towards the gate of the surrounding wall. Oh no, please, not this. My goodness, how can our guardians be so foolish? We're doomed. It feels like we're losing 3 years off our lives. Ahaha, poor fools, don't blame your guardians for their naivety. anyone would fall for it. Indeed, indeed. Mainly because our husband is too cunning and adept at deception. Upon exiting the gate, Lee Kong-sung looked around but saw no one in sight. Min-young, where are you? I'm here. The voice of Kim Min-young emanated from the mech, and Chin Fong even removed his right arm from the mech, reaching out from behind a sand dune. He waved his hand tremulously, showcasing his theatrical flair. Over here. Lee Kong-sung exclaimed joyfully, I see you, Min-young. I'm coming. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star found his expression utterly hilarious. Oh my, the Oscars owe you a little golden statuette. I'm done for. My stomach hurts from laughing. Meanwhile, the people from the land of pickled vegetables appeared ashen, having resigned themselves to reality. What would happen next was evident. They could only pray that Kim Min-young would run faster and endure the final 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Once the countdown concluded and Lee Jin-suk revived, they would no longer be in a state of total annihilation. Yet, all of this was merely their hopeful wish. Lee Kong-sung ascended the sand dune. But what met his eyes was not the sight of Min-young. Instead, he faced a smirking visage, adorned with a mask atop a gleeful face. This mech? Could it belong to the Iron Man of the Dragon Kingdom? Hey, Chin Fong reclined, propping his head with one hand while waving at the opponent with the other. Lee Kong-sung was taken aback. Before he could process the situation, a sharp, muffled sound erupted as the barrel of the number 4 shoulder armor extended, firing a bullet. Thud. It struck Lee Kong-sung squarely in the forehead. Battlefield notification. Dragon Kingdom Guardian Chin Fong has successfully slain the guardian of the pickled vegetable nation, Lee Kong-sung. This time, the remaining guardians lost their composure. All 8 had been eliminated by Chin Fong of the Dragon Kingdom. 8 ambushers, yet they had been countered. Finally, in the national battlefield, a formidable presence emerged that could not be easily subdued. In utter desperation, they contemplated seeking refuge with the Dragon Kingdom. Do you think the Dragon Kingdom will accept any trash? Who are you calling trash? Have the courage to reveal your coordinates. Go ahead, I'll come find you. Do you think I'm foolish? Many guardians, known for their tempers, quickly became embroiled in a heated argument. Upon Lee Kong-sung's demise, a plethora of resources erupted from the ground. Chin Fong grinned widely. So the folks from the land of pickled vegetables left all their belongings on the guardians. No wonder they managed to slay so many guardians without a single item to show for it. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 units of Shin Iron Oregon. Congratulations. You have obtained Titanium Alloy 2100. Congratulations, you have acquired Steel 3200. Congratulations, you have received Wood 6100. Congratulations, you have acquired Tang Dao 3. Congratulations. You have obtained the 100-year Peach Wood Sword 5. Congratulations, you have received Crimson Crystal 110. Among the heap of resources, Chin Feng's attention was drawn to the Crimson Crystal. To his astonishment, you actually harvested such a substantial amount of Crimson Crystals? To construct the basic defense tower, an additional 70 units of Crimson Crystal are required. Surue had cleared out several monster layers, but yielded nothing. Unexpectedly, he managed to procure it from the dead pickled vegetable. This trip was not in vain, Chin Fong mused. With resources in hand, he prepared to return home to brace for the evening's assault. Just before leaving, Chin Fong inquired of Jarvis, "How is Jin Min-young, who is being pursued by the pickled vegetable kingdom? Wasn't all this effort aimed at annihilating the defenders of the pickled vegetable kingdom?" Chapter 88. The Annihilation of the Pickled Vegetable Kingdom. Are there consequences? Jarvis replied, "Sir, shall we project the footage from Drone 3? Please do so." Instantly, Chin Fong beheld a scene from several dozen miles away. In the footage, Park Jong-hwan was devouring his new blood pack. Jin Min-young was incessantly writhing in agony, appearing to suffer greatly. "It seems there is no need to go over there," Chin Fong muttered as he turned off the live feed. After consuming the blood, Park Jong-hwan let out a triumphant howl. He hopped around, seeking out another blood pack. "Jarvis, ensure that Drone 3 follows him closely. Do not lose track of him." "Yes, sir." On the ground, Jin Min-young trembled for a moment before drawing his last breath. Battlefield notification. Guardian of the Neil Kingdom, Surue, has successfully killed Jin Min-young, the guardian of the pickled vegetable kingdom. The guardians, oblivious to the truth, were genuinely alarmed. In just one day, 9 guardians had been slain by the Dragon Kingdom's forces. Moreover, the entire pickled vegetable kingdom had been obliterated. It was the first instance of an entire kingdom's guardians being wiped out by other guardians. Next, they entered a prolonged transformation process. In the absence of Uncle Gio and Surue's magic, this process would take a considerable duration. Hurry! Citizens, swiftly vote to resurrect Jean Mignon. We cannot allow the Dragon Kingdom to gain another formidable zombie. Yes, it's only 10 minutes. Hurry and vote. The clever individuals of the pickled vegetable kingdom rallied on the internet, urging everyone to vote quickly. Even the Grand Chancellor of the pickled vegetable kingdom immediately convened a national televised address, calling for votes to resurrect Jean Mignon within 3 minutes. As for Li Kongsung, the decision was left to the citizens. Whether to resurrect him or replace him with another guardian was entirely at the discretion of the populace. After all, Li Kongsung's purple talent was not insignificant. If the Grand Chancellor advocated for a replacement and drew a gray or white talent, how would he bear the blame? Would he even be able to remain in office? While the Grand Chancellor was delivering his speech, the harsh notification of national war arrived. National war notification. All guardians of the pickled vegetable kingdom have been annihilated, with none surviving. Punishment for all citizens of the pickled vegetable kingdom. Lifespan reduced by 3 years. Note: due to the excessive number of deaths among the guardians of the pickled vegetable kingdom, the punishment is increased by 50. Final penalty: lifespan reduced by 45 years. Upon the revelation of this news, people from both worlds were left in utter shock. They were aware of the impending punishment, yet they never anticipated its severity. How could this be? Wasn't it just 3 years? Those fools have caused our demise. I directly lost 4.5 years of life. Indeed. There's even an added penalty. What a spectacle, this nation of pickled vegetables. TSK, if blame is to be assigned, it must fall on their overly ambitious leader, who has faced death countless times. Why must they flaunt their ability to resurrect, courting danger daily? The citizens of the pickled vegetable nation unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon several guardians, with the former national idol Park Jong-hwan receiving the harshest rebuke for his numerous deaths. Upon realizing that excessive deaths would lead to compounded penalties, the guardians were struck with terror. Henceforth, they would need to exercise extreme caution when venturing out. If fatalities continued to escalate, the nation might find itself in need of new leadership. They could not assume that their high talents and formidable combat prowess granted them carte blanche. As the pickled vegetable nation faced its dire circumstances, keyboard warriors from the Dragon Nation seized the opportunity to mock them. On television, the Prime Minister of the pickled vegetable nation was addressing the public when he suddenly froze. His gaze towards the camera dimming gradually. His head drooped, and with a crash, it struck the desk, lifeless. Prime Minister! Quickly, summon a doctor. The office of the Prime Minister erupted into chaos as his deputy checked for signs of life, only to be met with shock. Cut the speech, stop the broadcast. In an instant, numerous staff members rushed to the scene, hastily lifting the Prime Minister out of the camera's view. Subsequently, the live broadcast transitioned to an emergency report. The television screen showed a beautiful female host, her makeup smeared, perhaps a reflection of her sorrow over the potential loss of nearly 5 years of life. The emergency report detailed a widespread occurrence of sudden deaths among the elderly population. Hospitals across the nation reported a sharp increase in mortality rates among critically ill patients. It was speculated that this calamity stemmed from the punitive measures imposed by the national battlefield, resulting in a series of tragedies. Citizens were urged to remain calm, as this crisis primarily affected the elderly, with minimal impact on the youth and those with chronic illnesses. Following this announcement, a frenzy ensued across the pickled vegetable nation as citizens scrambled to purchase chronic medications, leading to instances of looting and chaos, resulting in significant losses for pharmacies of all sizes. This emergency report is quite the catalyst. Isn't the pickled vegetable nation in further disarray now? The pharmaceutical magnates in the pickled vegetable nation must be elated. My word, the leading pharmaceutical stock has skyrocketed, triggering a trading halt. Indeed, it seems the market will continue to rise. Without several more trading halts, it may be unstoppable. With a significant number of elderly individuals deceased, Could the pickled vegetable nation become the youngest country on Blue Star? Well, that comment is rather foolish. Amid the turmoil in the pickled vegetable nation, a new guardian emerged, Choi Sung-tae. A serving military personnel, he felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation upon learning he had become a guardian. The excitement stemmed from the prospect of becoming a celebrated superstar, while the fear arose from the knowledge that he would be thrust into the national battlefield as an adversary to the Dragon Nation, specifically to Qin Feng. The combat on the national battlefield had been meticulously studied within the Blue Star military, particularly the segment where Qin Feng empowered his Tang Dao with spiritual energy to engage the high-ridged Songlong. The essence of spiritual energy and martial arts is a fervent pursuit of power by all military forces of Blue Star. Naturally, the army of the pickled vegetable nation has also devoted considerable research to this. Thus, Choi Sung-tae understood the extent of Qin Feng's terrifying prowess and promptly reported to the pickled vegetable nation, positioning himself as a guardian. However, within the 30-minute countdown to the teleportation, the pickled vegetable nation had no time to attend to him, as a multitude of high-ranking officials succumbed to sudden deaths, with many influential figures within the military also perishing due to the penalties of the national battlefield. The resulting power vacuum across various strata plunged the pickled vegetable nation into chaos, both civil and official. Ultimately, in a state of urgency, Choi Sung-tae's unit hastily prepared 2 large bags of weapons and ammunition for him. As the countdown concluded, amidst the gaze of numerous soldiers from the pickled vegetable army, Choi Sung-tae vanished into the beam of light. In the next moment, he found himself on the national battlefield, accompanied by the recently resurrected Jin Gunsuk, who remained in a daze, and the neurotic Jin Minyoung. The latter frequently touched his neck every 5 minutes, seeking reassurance that no cavities were present before he could feel a modicum of comfort. Golden. Oh my talent is golden. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the new guardian of the pickled vegetable nation, Choi Sung-tae, for drawing the golden talent. Upon his arrival, Choi Sung-tae had drawn the coveted golden talent, propelling him further toward becoming the beloved Appa in the hearts of countless young women. Oh my, you too, pull yourselves together. From this day forth, you shall heed my command. Choi Sung-tae issued orders immediately upon his arrival, not only because of his superior talent, but also due to the other 2 being completely out of sorts. Furthermore, he possessed the most comprehensive intelligence. A similar scenario unfolded in the Eagle Sauce Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation.